Grasping Evil Chapter 964 to Chapter 981. The first volume of the Tao Scripture? Both Taoist Musang and Xianxia were slightly stunned. Then, both of them laughed and shook their heads. Hee hee. This cultivation method actually dares to use the Tao Scripture as its name. The cultivator who created this scripture is really arrogant. Could it be that he thinks that this scripture can encompass all the great Taos in the world? Could it be that he thinks that he is a legendary fourth-step immortal emperor? One should know that even the legendary sages would not dare to use the Tao Scripture as their name for their cultivation methods. Every cultivation method in the world could only depict part of the great Taos. For example, the yin-yang transformation and chaotic loop art of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor, the Undying Great Emperor's Undying Scripture, the Black Rain Scripture and the Black Light Scripture that Ning Fan had cultivated before. According to the ancient scrolls, only fourth-step immortal emperors were qualified to create their own Tao Scripture. The so-called Tao Scripture was a supreme scripture that could truly encompass the great Taos in the world. It was a supreme treasure that could suppress the eternal cycle of reincarnation. Besides, every Tao Scripture was unique. Other than the immortal emperor who created the Tao Scripture, no one else could cultivate it. From Musang and Xianxia's point of view, the cultivation method that Ning Fan cultivated was naturally not the real Tao Scripture even though it was called the Tao Scripture. The real Tao Scripture could not be taught to others. It could not be learned. One could only create it himself. Then, the question was, could Ning Fan create his own Tao Scripture? No matter how highly Musang and Xianxia thought of Ning Fan, they would not think that he could create his own Tao Scripture. Only fourth-step immortal emperors could create Tao Scriptures without exception. Seeing Musang and Xianxia burst into laughter, Ning Fan was puzzled. When he asked them casually, he became speechless and did not know whether to laugh or cry. During his days of cultivation in the Time Tower, Ning Fan had spent 1,000 years comprehending a cultivation method that belonged to him from the Black Rain Scripture, the Undefeatable Scripture and the Black Radiant Scripture. Then, he added his comprehension of wood into it, causing this cultivation method to possess the four great attributes of rain, battle, darkness, and wood at the same time. The name of this cultivation method was temporarily named the Tao Scripture. Since he planned to add other cultivation methods of yin and yang in the future, he only created the first volume of the cultivation method for now. He would create the second and third volume in the future. According to Ning Fan's plan, each of the Tao Scriptures contained 9 types of yin and yang. Adding the 3 scriptures together, there would be a total of 27 yin and yang. After that, Ning Fan entered the second Millennium Tower and spent another 1,000 years to refine the true essence of the builder wood using the cultivation method of the first volume of the Tao Scripture. Then, he successfully cultivated the first devil yin-yang technique, wood yin-yang, which allowed his ancient devil's cultivation base to skyrocket. From the 7th nirvana of the heavenly devil, he advanced all the way to the 8th nirvana of the heavenly devil. After that, he entered the 3rd Millennium Tower. Using the cultivation method from the first volume of the Tao Scripture, he reorganized the 3 great yin and yang energies in his body, namely the rain, battle, and darkness. After sorting them out, the 4 types of yin and yang circulated through the same cultivation technique. There was no longer a barrier between them, and when they were stacked together, their power would increase significantly. The only thing he didn't expect was that the name Tao Scripture could not be used carelessly. Before this, Ning Fan really did not know that the Tao Scripture was actually exclusive to fourth-step immortal sovereigns. He just casually called it the Tao Scripture because he was too lazy to give it a name. Forget it. So be it if I'm arrogant. Anyway, I'm too lazy to think of a new name. The thing that I'm not good at the most is coming up with names. Besides, it's not like I won't have the chance to step into the 4th step in my life. If there comes a day when this cultivation method can become the true Saint Defire Tao Scripture, it will be worthy of its name. Musang did not continue the topic of the Tao Scripture. Since Ning Fan was already waiting for him at this place, he did not want to talk nonsense with him. He directly flicked his sleeve and thousands of rays of green light shot out. As the green light swirled around them, the 3 of them instantly disappeared from this place and entered a world filled with dazzling green light. This is the Palm Void Space. Ning Fan's eyes immediately narrowed. That's right. This place is the Palm Void Space of my wood palm. In this void space, I am the king of the great Tao of wood. You have just cultivated the wood yin-yang realm. You should be able to feel this, right? Can you tell how many layers of void world are in my palm void space? Musang asked with a smile. He seemed to have a very good understanding of the ancient chaos absolute art. He actually knew the name of the wood yin-yang realm. Void world? What's that? Ning Fan asked in confusion. Oh? Little friend, you don't know? Each palm void was made up of several layers of void realms stacked on top of each other. The more void worlds there are, the stronger the palm void space will be. In the current Dharma ending era, there are very few immortal emperors who are at the same level as the palm void space. It is said that during the ancient era, the immortal emperors who have more void space can easily suppress the immortal emperors who have fewer void space. Xianxia explained patiently. While they were talking, Musang and Xianxia carried Ning Fan and flew towards a certain direction. It was Ning Fan's first time hearing about the knowledge of the palm void space. Naturally, he listened attentively. He had just cultivated the wood yin-yang realm. Thus, he could exert a small amount of the power of the palm void space. However, he was not the real palm wood immortal emperor. After entering this place, Ning Fan felt a great pressure. It was as if Taoist Musang could deprive him of the right to use the Tao of wood in this place with just a thought. Is this the power of the palm void space? Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with green light. He looked at the boundless void space. The great Tao of the heavenly cycle was extremely clear in front of his eyes. The great Tao of the palm void space was arranged in layers. Each layer was a layer of void world. Ning Fan counted them carefully and answered. There are a total of 309 layers of void worlds in this place. Hiss. Little friend, I really admire your sharp eyes. Musang and Xianxia were greatly surprised. They clicked their tongues and praised him. One should know that even a first-level quasi-saint like Xianxia would find it difficult to count the exact number of void worlds in this place. He could only get a rough estimate and there would be some errors. However, Ning Fan could accurately tell the number of void worlds in this place. The two of them could not help but be moved. Especially Musang, his attention towards Ning Fan's had once again risen to an unprecedented height. Within the Eastern Heaven, there are only 3 old monsters who can see through the number of void worlds in just a glance. All of them are second-level quasi-saints. However, this young man is able to do it. The 3 of them continued to fly at full speed. Gradually, the green light in the void space began to weaken. As they continued to move forward, a large patch of golden light came from afar. At the center of the golden light was a painting scroll that was as tall as the sky. It hung in the boundless void space. It was grand and majestic, giving off an extremely solemn and dignified feeling. The paper of the painting scroll had already turned yellow. It seemed to have existed for countless years. There were large patches of blank space on the paper. There was almost nothing drawn on it except for 2 carps. One of them was black and the other was white. They were extremely agile and could even swim in the painting. The black fish had white eyes and the white fish had black eyes. When Ning Fan saw this gigantic painting, the yin-yang locket inside his body trembled slightly as if it resonated with the painting. Fishes of yin-yang. This gigantic painting contains an extremely massive power of yin and yang. It actually resonated with the yin-yang locket. Could it be the second map of the ancient times, Golden Sky Black map? Ning Fan was right. This gigantic painting was the second map of the ancient times that was passed down from the Southern Heaven Golden Talisman Palace. After passing through several hands, it fell into the hands of Taoist Musang. This Golden Sky Black map was extremely strange. The yin-yang fishes in the painting were swimming in a very harmonious and calm manner. It was so calm that it was like a dead silence. However, amidst the dead silence, Ning Fan felt an unprecedented sense of danger. It was as if once the yin-yang fishes break free from the painting, they would turn into a terrifying killing weapon that could bring him life-threatening danger. The surroundings of the gigantic painting seemed to be sealed by an invisible four-sided grand formation. After entering this sealed area, Musang and Xianxia seemed to be extremely cautious despite their cultivation bases. It was as if they were extremely afraid of this second map of the ancient times. Ning Fan fell into deep thought. It seems like the sense of danger that he felt was not an illusion. This map might really be very dangerous, Below the gigantic painting, there were more than 100 praying mats floating in the air. On each of the praying mats sat a skeleton. Judging from the color of the skeletons, the lowest cultivation base of these skeletons was at the thought fragmentation realm, while the highest cultivation base was even at the immortal emperor realm. Why are there so many skeletons of experts in this place? Ning Fan asked with a solemn expression. These are all cultivators who once asked me for help. They wanted to help me comprehend the golden sky black map so that I would owe them karma. Unfortunately, most of them have died in this map. The golden sky black map is the second map of the ancient times. People only know that this map contains the great Tao of Yin and Yang, which can help them break through the bottleneck of the immortal emperor realm. However, they don't know that this map has other great uses. Until now, only one person has successfully taken something out from this map and handed it to me. That person is Sun Luo. Because of this, I owe him karma. In the end, I opened his eyes and helped him settle the matter of the dark race. Other than Sun Luo, no one else has been able to bring anything out from this map. Moreover, there are only a handful of people who can come back to life from the map. There were also quasi-saint realm old monsters like Old Man Xiong who wanted to study this map. Unfortunately, they too could not bring anything out from the map. At most, they could only barely survive in this map. Even Senior Xiangbozhi could only barely survive in this map? Ning Fan frowned. This map seemed to be much more dangerous than what he had imagined. Don't worry. You are the successor of ancient chaos, and you have even cultivated the ancient chaos 5 swords. You can even sever the Tao source. If you enter this map, you will be like a fish in water. As long as you are careful, you won't be in too much danger. Even if there is danger, this old man will be able to forcefully pull you out of the diagram. However, it was Xiangbozhi who comforted him. Daoist Musong continued. This golden sky black map contains a world inside the painting. There is something I need in the world inside the painting. If you can bring some out from inside, I will help you fight against the dark race. If you can't do it, I won't help you even if I have to give Xiangbozhi face. Ning Fan remained silent for a while and asked. I wonder what Senior wants me to bring out from the world inside the painting. Eyes. Eyes? What eyes? Ning Fan was surprised and a little confused. Hee. You don't have to ask too much. Once you enter the world inside the painting, you will understand what I want. After that, Daoist Musong gave Ning Fan a detailed explanation of the 2 methods to enter the world inside the painting. The first method was to separate one's primordial spirit from one's body and enter the world inside the painting with only one's primordial spirit. This method would not allow one to bring magic treasures with him. Relatively speaking, it was more dangerous. The second method was to directly enter the world inside the painting with the talisman brush of the Golden Talisman Palace. The second ancient map was drawn by the ancestor of the Golden Talisman Palace. Therefore, the disciples of the Golden Talisman Palace had special privileges to enter the painting. The talisman brush was the symbol of the disciples of the Golden Talisman Palace. By holding the talisman brush, one could enter the painting together with his physical body and magic treasures. The only drawback was that each talisman brush could only be used once. Then, it would be destroyed and could not be used anymore. Unfortunately, the destruction of the Golden Talisman Palace was already a thing that happened a long time ago. The talisman brushes of the Golden Talisman Palace that are still in the world are already rare. Today, there are almost no more than a few of them left in the world. The last talisman brush that I have collected has already been used. I'm afraid you can't use the second method to enter the painting anymore. You can only use the first method. Separate your primordial spirit from your body and enter the world inside the painting. Daoist Musong said helplessly. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He seemed to have accidentally obtained one of the talisman brushes of the Golden Talisman Palace before. Without the talisman brush, he would have to separate his primordial spirit from his body and enter the world inside the painting. Moreover, he would not be able to bring the God-exterminating shield, the Yin-Yang locket and many other magic treasures along with him. It was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, he had a talisman brush with him. Thus, he did not have to worry about it anymore. Talisman brush, I have it. Ning Fan turned his hand and took out the talisman brush of the Golden Talisman Palace that had been lying around for many years. This was the spoils of war that he had obtained from Bone Sovereign when he was roaming the Rain World. Bone Sovereign was known as his greatest enemy when he was young. Now that he thought about it, he was just a Void Fragmentation Realm Junior. Oh? You actually have the talisman brush of the Golden Talisman Palace? Musang was slightly surprised. However, he did not ask Ning Fan about the origin of the talisman brush. Instead, he directly told Ning Fan how to use the talisman brush. The talisman brush of the Golden Talisman Palace could only be activated by using the Heavenly Cold Chi and the Earth Vein Demonic Flame. To the cultivators of the 9 worlds, the Heavenly Cold Chi and the Earth Vein Demonic Flame were supreme treasures. However, to the cultivators of the 4 heavens, they were not precious items at all. Ning Fan already had the Heavenly Cold Chi and the Earth Vein Demonic Flame. Thus, he directly activated the talisman brush and walked towards the golden sky and black map step by step. Then, he pointed his brush at the towering painting. Instantly, ripples began to appear on the paper of the huge painting like water ripples. The fishes of yin and yang that were swimming freely gradually disappeared. The yellowish paper also changed its color and became brighter. Like a mirror, it reflected the entire world in the mirror. That was the world inside the painting of the golden sky and black map. Deacon of the Golden Talisman Palace. Zhuojia. The talisman brush has confirmed. Permission to enter. A hoarse voice without any tone came from the top of the painting. Go. If you can bring out the eyes that old man Mu needs, do so. If you can't, give up and escape from the world inside the painting. If you encounter any danger that you can't handle, I will pull you out of the world inside the painting even if I have to use all my strength. I won't let you die inside. Xianxia patted Ning Fan's shoulder and encouraged him. Ning Fan nodded and stepped into the world inside the painting. In order to help him fight against the dark races, Xianxia had put in so much effort. Ning Fan naturally would not disappoint Xianxia's kindness. As soon as he entered the world inside the painting, the talisman brush in Ning Fan's hand immediately turned into ashes. His surroundings were filled with boundless white mist. He could not see anything clearly. Besides, there was an invisible force pressing on his body. It was extremely heavy, causing him to continuously fall towards the bottom of the white mist. It was difficult for him to keep floating in the air. After falling for an unknown period of time, the white mist in front of him suddenly disappeared. The gravitational force that was pressing on his body also finally reduced. Ning Fan slowly landed on the ground. What entered his sight was actually an extremely familiar city. He actually landed in the Ning clan of Hai Ning, there's no mistake. He was very familiar with every brick and tile in this place. He had walked through this long street countless times. This was the hometown where he and his younger brother, Ning Gu, grew up. I've clearly stepped into the world inside the painting. Why would I appear here? Are the scenes here all illusions? Ning Fan's eyes glowed with green light. His second-level heavenly being eyes could see through all illusions in the world. However, he could not see anything fake about this city. Can't I see through the illusions of this place? Ning Fan knitted his brows and walked on this familiar yet strange street. The soybean milk stall at the corner of the street was steaming hot. However, he could not see the owner of the stall or any customers. The stone table under the old tree was filled with unfinished chess pieces. However, he could not see the person playing the chess pieces. In some courtyards, there were clothes that had not been dried yet. There were also some houses that had smoke rising from the chimneys. However, this city was completely empty. There was not a single person in sight. This was an empty city. Not to mention humans, there was not even a single insect, fish or bird. He no longer walked in the city. Instead, he spread his spirit sense. His spirit sense, which was as vast as rain, instantly spread from Haining to the entire Wu country. Then, it spread towards the entire rain world. The entire rain world was empty. There was not a single living person in sight. I wonder where the eyes that Senior Musang wants are. If they aren't in the rain world, would they be in the other 8 lower worlds? Ning Fan's body swayed and turned into a ray of golden light. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. He had directly passed through the rain world and arrived at the other worlds. The sword world, the tree world, the mountain world. Ning Fan passed through the lower worlds one after another, but he did not see a single living person. He also could not find the eyes that Musang mentioned. If they aren't in the 9 worlds, would they be in the 4 heavens? As soon as Ning Fan thought of this, the surrounding scenery immediately changed. In an instant, he appeared in the 1,000-year sect of the chaotic devil star in the eastern heaven immortal world. Similarly, there was not a single living person in the entire chaotic devil star region. Ning Fan was sure that this place was just an illusion. Thus, he did not find it strange. He activated the rain art and spread his divine perception across the entire eastern sky. Unsurprisingly, all the cultivation planets were empty without a single soul in sight. All of a sudden, Ning Fan sensed the chi of a living person from a certain direction. Without saying a word, he immediately used the soaring golden light and dashed towards that direction. In that area of the starry sky, there was a young man with disheveled hair. He was walking step by step in the void towards Ning Fan's direction. His footsteps were very slow and his body was a little stiff. If it wasn't for the chi of a living person in his body, he would probably be mistaken as a zombie. His long, disheveled hair covered his face, causing Ning Fan to be unable to see his face throughout his journey. He's getting closer and closer. Ning Fan flew all the way to his destination and stopped 100 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from that person. He stared at him vigilantly. When that person sensed Ning Fan's arrival, he also stopped moving forward. He slowly raised his head and said in a stiff tone. "No. Junior brothers would ya? Intruder. Kill." As soon as that person's killing intent surged, a violent gust of wind blew across heaven and earth, blowing his disheveled hair away. His face was covered in blood and dirt. His ferocious expression and a pair of hollow eyes that were hollowed out. Before Ning Fan could say anything, that person had already dashed towards him. His mid-human profound realm aura force immediately swept across the starry sky. Has this person's eyes been dug out by someone? Ning Fan wore a thoughtful expression. He casually used the finger-pointing heavenly technique and directly fixed that strange person on the spot. Of course, it was impossible for him to be injured by a mere human profound life immortal realm cultivator. With Ning Fan's cultivation base, if he wants to immobilize a life immortal realm being, that life immortal realm being would never be able to break free no matter what. The strange man was locked in place and unable to struggle free. He immediately roared like a wild beast, wild and furious. Ning Fan ignored the roars of the eccentric. With a flash, he arrived in front of the eccentric. He stretched out his palm and placed it on the top of the eccentric's head, circulating the reverse spirit technique in an attempt to pry into the eccentric's memories. However, to his surprise, this strange person's sea of consciousness was actually completely pitch black, like an ocean formed from ink, and he was unable to see anything clearly. Then, a drop of black ink suddenly flew out from the top of the strange man's head and rushed towards Ning Fan's head. This strange change happened too quickly. Even with Ning Fan's reaction speed, he was still caught off guard. Even if an immortal Emperor realm expert were to search the strange man's memories, it would be very difficult for him to avoid the attack of the ink. At the critical moment, a layer of golden light shield automatically protected Ning Fan's body, blocking the ink and preventing it from getting close to him. When the attack missed, the ink seemed to have a mind of its own and instantly fled far away at a speed that could not be seen clearly. As for the strange man's physical body, after the ink left his body, it gradually faded like a drop of ink in water. It gradually disappeared from the world as if it had never existed. That ink, what is that thing? Ning Fan's face was as calm as still water. If it wasn't for the god-exterminating shield that he had with him, the ink would certainly have seeped into his head. No one could predict what would happen to him after that. Ink's attack speed was too fast. Even among immortal emperors, there were probably not many that could defend against it. The speed at which the ink flew was unimaginably fast. With Ning Fan's speed, it would be very difficult for him to catch up to that drop of ink. Just as Jiang Yi was muttering to himself, the sound of water dripping could be heard in the endless starry sky. It sounded very near yet very far. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. When he tried to listen carefully, the sound of water dripping became extremely strange and he could no longer hear it. Following that, another voice rang out in the endless void. It sounded like a woman who was extremely far away, yet extremely close at the same time. She was softly whispering to him. Little butterfly, don't sleep, wake up, little butterfly, don't sleep, don't sleep. Whose voice was that? It was so familiar, yet, so strange. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed as he recalled that he had heard this voice in the scripture depository pagoda given to him by ancient chaos. In the 10th level of the hidden scripture tower, there was a stone door that only saints could push open. There was once a voice inside the stone door that said to Ning Fan, "I'm your key, but you've forgotten about me. You don't recognize me." Was that the voice of the woman who claimed to be the key? Ning Fan's expression turned slightly blank. He was very sure that the voice just now did not come from the profounding world. It was the same voice, but it seemed to be coming from another spacetime continuum. It was so far away, but it felt as if it was right beside one's ear. It was so close, but it felt as if one of them was awake and the other was asleep. They existed in intersecting time and space, like day and night, like business, like life and death, like remembering and forgetting, like they would never be able to meet again. This place is extremely strange. First, it was the world in the painting that was similar to the 4 heavens and 9 worlds. There was no one in the city, but there were traces of people existing. Then, there was the strange man, and then there was the ink. Finally, there was the sound of water dripping and the familiar yet unfamiliar voice of a woman. Ning Fan fell into deep thought. He could not understand everything that happened in this place. There were many things that went against common sense in this place, but they also followed some kind of strange logic. Ning Fan felt like he was in a dream. Everything that happened in this place made him feel like he was dreaming. Only in a dream would all kinds of illogical things appear. Only a dream would give people the feeling that it was close yet far away. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. Following this train of thought, he instantly understood many things and gradually understood this world. So that's how it is. This world in the painting is actually a world of dreams. From the moment I stepped into this place, even though I woke up, it was as if I had entered a dream. Everything that I saw was the representation of my memories in the dream. However, there were also many things that were not part of my memories. For example, I did not complete the 9 worlds in reality, but I saw the complete 9 worlds here. I have never seen that strange man before, but I saw him in this dream. Those are not my memories and they are not my dreams alone. From this point of view, not only can this world integrate my memories, it can also integrate the memories of others to form a complete dream. Just now, when I thought of the Eastern Heaven, I appeared in the Eastern Heaven. If this place is a dream, then there is an explanation. Among the mortals, there is a saying called lucid dream. It allows one to stay awake in the dream and freely control the development of the things in the dream. My current state seems to be very similar to this lucid dream. If this place is really my dream, then I can achieve all my wishes in this dream. For example, I hope that in this dream, the cultivation base of the 3 bloodlines of the divine bloodline, demon bloodline, and devil bloodline will all reach the level of Jieshui. Just as this thought emerged in Ning Fan's mind, his cultivation base suddenly changed. Jieshui's cultivation base did not change, but his ancient devil cultivation base broke through from the 8th nirvana of the heavenly devil to the peak of the 12th nirvana in an instant. At the next moment, he continued to break through and reached the ancestral atavism realm, the ancient devil cultivation base, the first level of ancestral atavism. It was actually comparable to the first eternal tribulation. Is this the power of the ancestral atavism ancient devil? Feeling his physical body which had become countless times stronger, Ning Fan's eyes were slightly shocked. Of course, he knew that the increase in his cultivation base was fake. If he wakes up from the dream, all the growth would disappear. Even so, this place was still a little unbelievable. Being able to gain a chance to comprehend the ancestral atavism ancient devil cultivation base would certainly be greatly beneficial to him when he tries to break through the bottleneck of the ancient devil realm in the future. The cultivation base of the ancient gods and ancient demons also skyrocketed, reaching the first level of eternal tribulation. Ning Fan could feel the surging power in his body. However, he could not comprehend the process of how his cultivation base skyrocketed. In reality, the hard tribulation of renunciation did not descend upon him. In the dream, he also did not experience the hard tribulation of renunciation and directly obtained the cultivation base of the ancient gods and ancient demons who had experienced the first level of eternal tribulation. Even though this place is a dream where I can imagine my cultivation base to my heart's content, there must be a limit to this imagination. This is a world created by the progenitor of the Golden Talisman Palace. It must also be limited by his cultivation base. Ning Fan tried to increase the cultivation base of the 4 bloodlines. However, he could only increase the cultivation base of the 4 bloodlines to the peak 9 Tribulation Immortal Emperor realm respectively. If he wanted to increase it further, he could no longer do it no matter what. Oh? Little friend Ning has just entered the painting world for a while and you've already seen through the essence of the dream in the painting? Outside the painting world, Musang and Xianxia felt the changes of the Tao laws on the giant painting. Even though they could not see what Ning Fan had done, they could make a guess. If they were not mistaken, Ning Fan had already used the characteristics of the dream in the painting world to increase his cultivation base. In this way, it would undoubtedly be much safer for him to walk in the dream world. This is really incredible. When I entered the painting in the past, it took me 10 whole days to see through the essence of the painting world. There are also a large number of cultivators who couldn't see through this even after they died in the painting. However, this young man only used such a short amount of time. Xianxia clicked his tongue in admiration. The highest cultivation base that can be imagined in the painting world is only the peak 9 Tribulation Immortal Emperor realm. With this level of cultivation base, it won't be a problem for this young man to stay alive. However, it won't be easy for him to bring out the thing that I need from the painting world. If he can't open his eyes. Taoist Musang, on the other hand, was filled with hope and worry. In the past 4 days, there were just too few cultivators who could open their eyes. If they don't open their eyes, they won't be able to see the thing that Taoist Musang needs. Can you see the world that I see? Ning Fan's cultivation base skyrocketed with the help of the illusion in the dream. At this moment, he had 4 types of bloodlines stacked together, which almost gave him the combat strength of a first-level quasi-saint. With his current strength, using the God Extermination Shield was no longer just to defend against the attacks of an 8th-level Immortal Emperor. Ning Fan was quite confident that he could even withstand the attacks of a 2nd-level quasi-saint. I hope to have the speed of the 9th flash of golden light. Ning Fan took a step in the void space. 9 traces of faint golden ripples immediately appeared beneath his feet. His body immediately dashed forward and chased after the ink. At this moment, he still did not know what the eye that Musang needed was. However, he had a faint premonition that he should be able to find some clues if he catches that drop of ink. The speed of the 9th flash of golden light was too fast. It was a speed that he had never experienced before. It was as if he could reach any point in the eastern heaven from where he was with just a single step. This kind of speed had already gone beyond Ning Fan's understanding. In reality, he was far from being able to achieve such speed. However, he had a rare chance to experience it here. With just a sway of his body, he had already crossed millions of galaxies and stood in front of the ink that was fleeing in a hurry. With a point of his finger, a first-level quasi-saint realm heaven sealing force immediately froze the ink in the starry space. Young Carp, all of a sudden, a stiff voice came from the drop of ink. Then, a terrifying temperature erupted from it, directly burning the heaven sealing technique that was restraining it into nothingness. That was the power of extreme yang. That tiny drop of ink contained a terrifying yang power that was enough to incinerate a first-level quasi-saint. What a strong yang power! This is the origin power of the Tao of Yang. Ning Fan's expression stiffened when he felt the heat waves that blew against his face. He had already heard about what the origin of the Tao was from Taoist Musang. He also knew that the yin-yang square seal that he had obtained was a supreme treasure that contained the origin power of the Tao of yin and yang. However, what Ning Fan did not know was that the reason why Taoist Musang created the yin-yang square seal in the past was to suppress the origin power of the Tao of yin and yang in the golden sky and the black map. Unfortunately, with Musang's 2nd-level quasi-saint realm cultivation base and the power of the yin-yang square seal, he would still be severely injured every time he entered the map. He could only barely survive. Throughout Musang's life, he had entered the painting world of the 2nd map 7 times. Each time, he would be severely injured by a ferocious creature in the painting. He had 7 chances to bring the eyeball out of the painting world. However, he only succeeded once. Compared to Musang, Sanluo was much luckier. He had only entered the 2nd map once and he had successfully brought out an eyeball, causing Musang to owe him karma. It was precisely because this map was extremely dangerous that Musang was unwilling to enter it himself. He had entered it too many times. Every time he enters the map, his chi would be detected by the ferocious creature. He could only ask someone to do it for him. Moreover, the person he invited must be someone who had never entered the map before. I'm still a little worried about little friend Ning's safety. If those two ferocious creatures awaken. Speaking of the ferocious creatures, Xiangbozhi's expression turned unprecedentedly solemn. Don't worry. Those two ferocious creatures won't awaken when ordinary people enter the painting world. The price they have to pay for their awakening is extremely high. Unless they smell the scent of a quasi-saint's primordial spirit, they definitely won't attack the intruder. Besides, even if an accident happens and the ferocious creatures awaken, you and I are already prepared. We can forcefully drag little friend Ning out of the painting world with our combined strength. If the ferocious creatures don't awaken, with little friend Ning's improved cultivation base and sword techniques that can sever the origin of Dao, it's enough for him to dominate the painting world. Daoist Musang said confidently. The only thing he was worried about was that Ning Fan would not be able to open his eyes in the end. However, he was not worried that Ning Fan would be in danger. That ink seemed to be enraged by Ning Fan's heaven-sealing technique. The yang power around its body became stronger and stronger. The starry sky in the void was actually ignited by that yang power and began to burn. The place where Ning Fan was standing had become the place where the yang power gathered. The space in the void had actually melted into a bright red liquid. If it wasn't for his current cultivation base that had skyrocketed, and if it wasn't for the god-exterminating shield protecting him, he would certainly be burned into ashes by this yang power. Seal Phoenix freezing sky, suppress. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan pointed his finger forward. Immediately, an extremely sharp ray of treasure light shot out and shook the starry sky. This seal was none other than the Yin Yang Four Rites seal that he had obtained from Old Wu, with Ning Fan's current cultivation base. When he activated the first transformation of this seal, for bone-chilling cries of phoenixes immediately resounded. The half of the starry sky where Ning Fan was standing was instantly filled with boundless cold Yin power, blocking the yang power that the ink was emitting. Half of the starry sky was filled with extreme yang power while the other half was filled with extreme yin power. The two forces began to cancel each other out, causing the yang power that filled the sky to be weakened by more than 50%. Then, Ning Fan raised his hand and summoned the memory-severing Dao sword. He activated the sword technique of the Dao-slaying divine sword and slashed forward. With his current comprehension of the Dao-slaying divine sword, it would probably be very difficult for him to cut off such a terrifying yang power without the help of the Yin Yang Four Rites seal. Fortunately, his cultivation base had skyrocketed. The power of this sword attack was also extraordinary. It directly split the densely intertwined Dao origin of Yang in half. The surrounding Dao origin of Yang power had already been weakened by the Yin Yang Four Rites seal in the first place. How could it still withstand Ning Fan's sword attack? All of a sudden, it collapsed like a collapsing mountain. The half of the sky where the ink was actually fell into a frenzied state of collapse in an instant. I can't defeat it. That ink seemed to be afraid of Ning Fan. It no longer wanted to continue the battle. With a flash, it directly vanished from the collapsing starry sky. The commotion in the surroundings gradually subsided. Ning Fan kept the treasure seal and the Dao sword. Then, he spread his spirit sense to search for the ink's whereabouts. However, his efforts were in vain. That ink disappeared as if it had evaporated in a dream. What was even more troublesome was that the spiritual objects around Ning Fan began to change. Gradually, they returned to the scenery of the Ning clan in Haining. Standing in the city of the Ning clan in Haining, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with confusion for a moment. His cultivation base had returned to the level when he just entered the painting world. A part of his memory seemed to have been forcefully erased. He actually could not remember fighting against that strange ink just now. His memory seemed to have returned to the moment when he just entered the painting world. This is the Ning clan in Haining. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. I've clearly stepped into the painting world. Why would I appear here? Are all the scenes here an illusion? Ning Fan had a strange feeling. He had a feeling that he had said the same words before. He seemed to have seen the same scene somewhere before. Why would he have such a strange thought? He could not remember. Then, he began to search around the place like when he just entered the painting world. What he saw was naturally still an empty city without a single soul. After that, he began to explore the other lower worlds. Then, he appeared in the eastern heaven. After that, he met a strange person. After that, he saw that strange ink. After that, he heard the sound of water dripping and a woman's voice that was incomparably familiar yet strange at the same time. Little butterfly, don't sleep anymore. Quickly wake up. Little butterfly, don't sleep anymore. Don't sleep anymore. Why did she ask me not to sleep again? Ning Fan's eyes immediately turned solemn. Then, he was at a loss for a moment. There was a feeling of discomfort in his heart, but he could not find the source of it. Thus, he discovered the mysteriousness of the dream in this place for the second time. He increased his cultivation base and chased after the ink for the second time. After that, he forgot everything for the third time and appeared in the Ning clan in Hai Ning. Just like that, the cycle repeated itself. At this moment, Ning Fan, who was trapped in the painting world, still did not know that there were 3,000 layers in the painting world. In the deepest part of the 3,000 layers, there was a skeleton of a giant in the void. The skeleton was wearing golden armor. It stood upright and still maintained the posture of pointing at the heavens before it died. There were 2 light pillars around the giant skeleton. Both of the light pillars were entangled with countless chains. Each of them was chained to a carp that was as huge as a cultivation planet. One of them was black while the other was white. Both of them were sleeping with their eyes closed. Around the 2 giant carps, there were also many white and black dots of ink swimming around. Your Majesty, there are cultivators from the outside world trying to break into the world. A white dot suddenly swam towards the giant carp and reported. Another cultivator from the outside world came in? What's his cultivation base? The giant white carp did not even bother to open its eyes. It looked indifferent. The giant black carp, on the other hand, opened its eyes slightly and asked in a sinister tone. Your Majesty, that cultivator seems to only have the cultivation base of an eternal tribulation. An eternal tribulation? He's nothing but an ant. This person's primordial spirit probably doesn't have any taste. You guys can share it among yourselves. Don't disturb my slumber anymore. The giant black carp snorted coldly and closed its eyes impatiently. Seeing that, the white dot who wanted to continue reporting shut its mouth helplessly. It originally wanted to report to the king that the cultivator who entered this place this time should not be underestimated. He actually defeated the Dao carp who was ranked 4th in the Dao carp army. If it wasn't because that cultivator could not get out of the infinite samsara of the painting world, he would have probably caught up to the carp and killed it. Forget it. Since the kings are too lazy to deal with this cultivator, I can only let my subordinates deal with him. The 12th time he dreamt of returning to the Ning family in Hai Ning, the 24th time he dreamt of returning to the Ning family in Hai Ning, the 36th time he dreamt of returning to the Ning family in Hai Ning, the 48th time he dreamt of returning to the Ning city in Hai Ning. Ning Fan felt like he had fallen into a dream. However, he could not get out of it no matter how hard he tried. He returned to the Ning city in Hai Ning again and again. Is it my illusion? I feel like I have experienced this scene many times. On the 49th time he dreamt of returning to the Ning family in Hai Ning, Ning Fan frowned deeply. For the first time, he raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky was gray. There seemed to be something hiding under the gray sky that was peeking at him. He covered his eyes with the green light of the heavens, but he could not see anything under the gray sky. I feel like there's a gaze hiding under the gray sky. Is it an illusion? In fact, there was indeed a gaze hiding in the gray sky. When it saw Ning Fan looking at the sky, it was slightly surprised. This is the first level of the 3,000 painting worlds. It is the 49th dream that this person has been trapped in this level. On the 49th dream, he finally noticed my gaze. Unfortunately, this person can't open his eyes. Without seeing the true world, he can't see my Dao Carp school and can't get out of this endless dream. He can only be trapped in this place. Without opening his eyes, the 2 great kings probably won't make a move unless he's a quasi-saint. The troublesome thing is that this person can see through the mysteries of the dream of this world, allowing his cultivation base to skyrocket. Moreover, he also has a mysterious technique that is comparable to the power of the Dao origin. In this case, with my strength which is ranked 4th in the Dao Carp school, I'm still no match for him. Has help not arrived yet? The 50th time he dreamt of returning to the eastern sky. The 51st time, the 52nd time, the 60th time. Ning Fan once again arrived at the eastern sky and forced the black ink dot to retreat. Once again, he heard the voice of the lady that he seemed to have forgotten. Little butterfly, stop sleeping. Wake up. Stop sleeping. Stop sleeping. Ning Fan frowned deeply. He felt that it was not the first time he had heard this voice. In fact, he had heard it many times. This place gives me a very strange feeling. It's as if I've been doing the same thing over and over again, like the dot that is trapped in a circle. I've walked round after round, but I still can't get out of this circle. The five senses can deceive people, and so can memories. Only karma cannot be deceived. Others may not be able to see karma, but with my eyesight of the second realm of heaven realm, I can see it very clearly. Ning Fan stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion at the boundless starry sky. Immediately, tens of karma threads appeared. One side of these karma threads was connected to his body, while the other side seemed to be connected to the depths of the void. These were the karmic threads that were formed between Ning Fan and the ink. There were a total of 60 karmic threads. What is this young man doing? The gaze that was hidden between heaven and earth was perplexed. It could not see the cause and effect. Thus, it could not understand what Ning Fan had caught by grabbing the void. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn as he confirmed his speculation. 60 karmic threads. In other words, I've already clashed with that strange ink 60 times. As expected, this isn't the first time I've experienced this. Instead, I've been repeating it over and over again. This painting realm is really scary. It can actually make me experience 60 repetitive dreams without me knowing it. Fortunately, I can see the cause and effect. If I follow the cause and effect, I will definitely be able to walk out from this endless dream. Ning Fan raised his right hand and pressed his 5 fingers in the direction where the karmic threads were connected to. Immediately, a vast force pressed down in that direction. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base that had greatly increased, the hollow space in front of him was forcefully torn apart from the middle when he pressed down. A drop of black ink fell out of the crack in the hollow space with a muffled groan. Impossible. You haven't even opened your eyes. How could you find my hiding place? That drop of ink said in disbelief. Ning Fan, of course, would not answer the ink's question. Without saying anything else, he directly took out the yin-yang square seal and smashed it at the drop of ink. After being smashed, the drop of ink let out a muffled groan and retreated continuously in the starry sky. It actually revealed its true form after being injured. The original form of this drop of ink was a white carp that was 10 zhang asterisk 3, 33 m per zhang, in size. That drop of ink was the white carp's eye. Could it be that what Senior Musang wants me to take is this carp's eye? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly serious as he made a guess. You're just a foreign cultivator. How dare you pretend to be a disciple of the Golden Talisman Palace and sneak into the painting world? According to your crime, you should first gouge out your eyes and grind them into ink. After that, you should slaughter your primordial spirit and feed it to my Dao carp lineage. It won't be easy for me to kill you alone without any help. In that case, I can only use my natal golden talisman. As the 4th carp general of the Dao carp clan, summon the left side of the golden talisman and kill this cultivator. When the white carp's true form was revealed by Ning Fan's seal, it was instantly enraged. It opened its mouth and spat out a ray of golden light. Under the golden light, it was actually an ancient and damaged talisman paper. The 4 corners of the talisman paper were drawn with ancient and obscure runes. At the center of the talisman paper, there was a word Gui that was scribbled with cinnabar. This is... Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He actually sensed an extremely dangerous feeling from this damaged talisman paper. Besides, this word Gui seems very familiar, as the 4th carp general of the Dao carp clan, summon the right side of the golden talisman and seal this cultivator. The white carp spat out another ray of golden light. This time, it was still an ancient talisman paper under the golden light. However, this time, the word inch was written on the talisman paper, Gui and inch combined to form a seal. This is a power that is similar to the heaven-sealing immortal edict. Ning Fan's sense of danger became even stronger. These two talisman papers obviously contained a power that was not any weaker than the heaven-sealing immortal edict. One should know that after the heaven-sealing immortal edict sealed the desolate world, even first-level quasi-saints like the ancient Heavenly Connection Emperor and the true Dragon Clan's leader could not force their way into the desolate world. It was enough to show how powerful the heaven-sealing immortal edict was. The two talisman papers in front of Ning Fan actually had a sealing power that was not any weaker than the heaven-sealing immortal edict. How could he underestimate it? Seal! Bai Li shouted coldly, and the two talismans immediately merged into one. In an instant, a vermilion light swept across the starry sky. Everywhere the vermilion light passed, the great ways of the heavens were sealed. Above the great ways, a layer of vermilion ice appeared as if it had solidified, freezing the operation of the great ways. That ray of light shot towards Ning Fan. When it was 100 zhang * 33 m per zhang, away from Ning Fan, it suddenly turned into a huge net that was big enough to cover the entire starry sky. It sealed all of Ning Fan's escape routes. Ning Fan activated the yin and yang square seal and attacked the huge net. This seal was an innate magic treasure. Its aura was naturally heaven-shaking. Once the seal was cast, heaven and earth would tremble. The force of the attack could even make the starry sky tremble. Even though the force of the attack was great, when it hit the net, it was like a fist hitting a piece of cotton. It could not break the seal with brute force and stop the net from descending. Instead, it was dyed with a layer of red light by the huge net. Then, a word seal that was as red as blood appeared on the surface of the treasure seal. The power of the Tao origin within the seal was forcefully sealed at this moment, no longer able to exert its power. The golden talisman of my golden talisman palace can seal everything in the world. It is especially good at restraining all kinds of magic treasures. In the great Tao of the world, everything has always been subduing something else. This young man's innate treasure seal is not weak. It is actually close to the mid-grade innate treasure seal. Unfortunately, it can only be restrained by my golden talisman, which is connected to my life. Bai Li thought disdainfully. Seeing that the yin and yang square seal could not even slightly stop the huge net, Ning Fan's expression became even more solemn. Without saying a word, he directly activated the power of the God-exterminating shield and summoned the golden flame shadow of the God-exterminating giant outside his body. Currently, his 4 elemental cultivation bases had all risen to the peak 9th tribulation realm. When the 4 powers overlapped, he could exert the strength of a first-level quasi-saint. Using the God-exterminating shield with such a cultivation base, the God-exterminating giant that he summoned was naturally incomparably powerful. The God-exterminating giant held the shield in its left hand and slightly bent its body. With a roar, it immediately dashed forward like a cannonball. Wherever it passed by, the Tao laws would be shattered. The disdain in Bai Li's eyes became even more obvious. He could vaguely tell that Ning Fan had borrowed the power of some kind of magic treasure in order to summon this protective giant outside his body. The power of a magic treasure, huh? Hee hee. The golden imperial talisman of the golden talisman palace is the bane of all magic treasures in the world. This young man's magic treasure will certainly be sealed by the golden imperial talisman in an instant. However, the development of the situation was completely out of Bai Li's expectation. With a loud bang, Ning Fan brutally smashed a huge hole in the huge vermilion red net, which was large enough to cover the entire sky. There were even golden flames burning on the hole. This net could easily seal the attack of the yin and yang square seal, but it could not stop the impact of the God-exterminating shield. Ning Fan continued to control the God-exterminating giant to charge forward. In just a few breaths' time, the huge net was shattered into pieces, turning into cinnabar and dissipating. As soon as the huge net was broken, the talisman paper that was originally put together trembled and separated from the middle. Its spiritual light dimmed significantly. It seemed like the talisman paper had suffered a great backlash because its attack was broken by Ning Fan. Bai Li and the golden imperial talisman had a connection of life. Thus, the backlash he suffered was even more severe. The golden imperial talisman of the golden talisman palace was truly connected to one's life. If the talisman is damaged, the cultivator would also suffer severe injuries. Because this talisman was related to one's life, it could not be used casually. That was why Bai Li did not use it just now. If it wasn't because Ning Fan was too difficult to deal with, Bailey would certainly not use this talisman. Due to the damage to the talisman, Bailey's chi was directly weakened by 1/3. His expression became even more shocked. Impossible. How could the golden imperial talisman, which is the bane of magic treasures, be destroyed by this young man's magic treasure? I am a Dao carp that was formed from a 10th grade emperor grade Dao soul. The grade of this golden imperial talisman has even reached the mid-grade innate grade. Under its restraint, it would still have a great advantage even when facing a high-grade innate magic treasure. Even if I can't defeat it, I won't lose so easily. The magic treasure that this young man is using is obviously a defensive magic treasure. Its offensive power isn't its advantage. How could it break the seal of the golden imperial talisman head-on? Could it be that this young man is actually using a supreme grade innate magic treasure that only saints are qualified to use? As soon as he thought of this possibility, Bailey's expression turned extremely ugly. In terms of cultivation base, Ning Fan's cultivation base had increased and he could display the strength of a first-level quasi-saint. As for Bailey, his cultivation base was weakened by 1/3 due to the backlash of his magic treasure. Compared to Ning Fan, he was already at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation base. In terms of abilities, he was proficient in using the origin of the Yang Dao to attack his enemies and the golden imperial talisman that was connected to one's life to seal his enemies. Today, however, both of them were destroyed by Ning Fan. Damn it! Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? It's absolutely impossible for me to kill this young man alone. If I continue to fight, my life will be in danger. Bailey was shocked. He opened his mouth and swallowed the golden imperial talisman back into his stomach. He did not dare to use it again as he was afraid that the talisman would be damaged and suffer another backlash. After that, his body flickered and vanished like ink. He actually fled once again, not daring to fight against Ning Fan. Trying to run away. The god-destroying giant made a grabbing motion with his huge hand. The karmic thread that connected Ning Fan and Bailey immediately appeared with extreme clarity. Following the direction of the karmic thread, the god-destroying giant dashed out and directly crashed into the boundless void space. Then, he appeared in another world. It was no longer the scene of the 4 heavens and 9 worlds. Instead, it was a vast stretch of black land with no end in sight. Above him was a boundless golden sky. This place was the 2nd level of the painting realm. Bailey was resting in this level. When he saw Ning Fan actually chasing him to this level, his expression changed drastically. Impossible. You didn't open your eyes and you didn't find the way to the 2nd level. You actually used brute force to crash your way in. Bailey was shocked. Then, he once again fled towards the 3rd level of the painting realm. His speed of escaping was really fast. Ning Fan, of course, would not let this white carp escape. Previously, this carp wanted to kill him. Now, he had to pay the price. As the god-destroying giant rammed into Bailey, he directly opened a path in the golden sky and black land. He chased him all the way to the 3rd level, the 4th level, the 5th level. After all, the white carp's cultivation base was comparable to a 1st-level quasi-saint. Ning Fan had caught up to him many times. However, he lacked the means to severely injure a 1st-level quasi-saint. He could only use brute force to injure the white carp again and again. However, he could not harm his life at all. The white carp continued to flee. Logically speaking, his injuries should be getting more and more severe as he kept getting injured. However, the strange thing was that the deeper he went into the painting realm, the lighter his injuries became. His aura force also increased slightly. On the other hand, Ning Fan's aura was getting increasingly suppressed the deeper he went into the painting realm. Foolish cultivator. How dare you still chase after me? Fine. Continue chasing me if you have the ability. If I can enter the 1000th level and above, I can instantly recover from these minor injuries. With the enhancement of my aura, I might not lose to you whose cultivation base is being suppressed. Moreover, if I can summon some reinforcements from the deeper regions, killing you certainly won't be as difficult as before. When the white carp saw that Ning Fan could not kill him even after so long, he could not help but feel slightly relieved. While he was fleeing, he would occasionally let out strange roars as if he was calling for reinforcements. This place is a little strange. The deeper I go, the stronger the suppression I feel. On the other hand, this carp is actually like a fish in water. Green light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. He could vaguely tell that the true form of this white carp was an existence similar to the Tao soul of the heavenly Tao. It was not a demon beast. All of a sudden, Ning Fan understood something. The deeper he goes into the painting realm, the stronger the aura of living beings like the Tao soul would be, while the suppression on cultivators would become stronger. I can't go any further. I have to think of a way to kill this carp as soon as possible. At the very least, I have to seize its eyes. If I'm late, something unexpected might happen. I'm not a true quasi-saint realm expert. My cultivation base is just an illusion. It's very difficult to kill this quasi-saint Tao carp with my fake cultivation base. If I really can't kill this carp and seize its eyes, I'm afraid I can only retreat and leave this world. In short, I must not enter the deeper regions of the painting realm. The deeper he went, the more Ning Fan could sense that there were many ferocious chi hidden in the depths of the painting realm. There were no less than 10 of them whose strength was comparable to immortal emperors. There were also a few quasi-saint realm chi like the white carps. Among them, there were even 2 of them. Even though they were not as strong as Inmo, they were much stronger than Musong. They were actually the chi of second-level quasi-saints. Moreover, they were not ordinary second-level quasi-saints. For some reason, when these 2 chi, one yin and the other yang, were placed together, they actually gave Ning Fan a sense of danger that was equivalent to a third-level quasi-saint. Ning Fan was inwardly shocked. The deeper regions of the painting realm were probably extremely dangerous. With his current cultivation base, it was better for him not to go there and court death. 100 floors, 200 floors, 300 floors. 900 floors, half of the white carp's injuries had already recovered. He even used a secret technique to detect that there were reinforcements not far away from him. Oh? The top 3 generals carp have all come out. In this case, even if the 2 kings don't take action, we still have 4 first-level quasi-saints to besiege this young man. We will certainly be able to kill him here. This young man's true cultivation base isn't high. Of course, his primordial spirit won't be tasty. However, if we can seize the supreme grade innate magic treasure in his hands and offer it to the 2 kings, it will certainly be a great contribution. Bailey sneered. The scales of victory had already begun to tilt towards his side. Ning Fan's senses were extremely sharp. He could sense that other than Bailey, there were actually 3 other quasi-saints chi that were approaching him at high speed. This is troublesome. It seems like not only will I not be able to kill Bailey this time, I might even be besieged by the 4 quasi-saints. It seems like I won't be able to get the fisheye that Senior Musong needs. Ning Fan sighed softly. When he arrived at the 900th floor of the painting realm, his cultivation base was nearly suppressed by half. If he is besieged by 4 quasi-saints again, he would probably be in a situation where he would most likely die even if he has the god-destroying shield to protect himself. Moreover, there were 2 even more terrifying chi lurking in the deeper regions of the painting realm. No wonder so many old monsters died here. The dangers and strangeness of this place are definitely not ordinary. The 922nd floor of the painting realm. Ning Fan did not continue to chase after Bailey after chasing him all the way to this place. He sighed softly and kept the god-destroying giant's Dharma image. Then, he turned around and left. Seeing that Ning Fan actually stopped chasing after him, Bailey secretly scolded him for being cunning. If Ning Fan chased after him for a while longer, he would be able to besiege him with the other quasi-saint generals. Humph. You've been chasing after me all the way and now you want to leave after killing me? How can there be such a good thing in this world? When Bailey saw that Ning Fan wanted to run away, he turned around and chased after him while cursing and swearing. His tone was incomparably savage, as if he wanted to provoke Ning Fan into fighting him. The coldness in Ning Fan's eyes became colder and colder. He was not afraid of a single Bailey. However, if there are 3 more of them, he also did not have the confidence to escape unscathed. Thus, he could only let Bailey curse at him. Inwardly, however, he was more or less depressed. Master. Please let Black Devil fight. The cold voice of a young lady suddenly resounded in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. It was actually the heavenly Tao black cat that Ning Fan had subdued previously. It was challenging Ning Fan to a battle. The black cat was originally sleeping soundly in the profounding west world. However, it sensed Ning Fan's depression. My master seems to be being bullied. The one who bullied my master seems to be a mere Dao carp, courting death. Courting death. A mere Dao carp actually dares to bully my master. You want to fight? You can talk? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. Ever since he subdued the black cat, it was his first time hearing it speak. It turned out that it was not that this black cat could not talk. It just did not like to talk. If it wasn't because she saw Ning Fan being bullied this time, and if it wasn't because she was enraged when she saw her master being humiliated, she would certainly not speak. Her personality was one of the most reticent people. The black cat did not say anything else. The battle intent that erupted from its body was overwhelming. There was no need for words to express its willingness to fight. You might not be a match for that Bailey. Ning Fan transmitted his voice to the black cat tactfully. Both the black cat and the white carp were heavenly Dao souls. However, their levels were vastly different. The grade of the white carp's Dao soul was extremely high. Since it could display the cultivation base of a quasi-saint realm expert, it was naturally not an ordinary one. The black cat, on the other hand, was different. She was originally the heavenly Dao soul of the wild wilderness. However, because the heavenly Dao of the wild wilderness was broken, her strength was not that strong. If the white carp was a 10th grade emperor grade heavenly Dao soul, the black cat was probably just a 2nd grade emperor grade heavenly Dao soul. Compared to the white carp, there was a gap of 8 levels between them. In Ning Fan's opinion, the black cat was not a match for the white carp. Thus, he naturally did not wish for the black cat to go out and seek death. Master. Believe me. I can do it. The black cat, who did not like to talk, forced herself to speak again. Her will was extremely firm. Ning Fan, who cultivated the battle yin-yang cultivation technique, could sense her strong will. I won't allow my master to be humiliated. I won't allow it. If anyone dares to bully my master, I will avenge my master even if I have to go against the heavens. Believe me. I can do it. Master, please believe me. Could it be that this black cat has some kind of secret technique that can hurt the white carp? Ning Fan guessed inwardly. There was a sense of confidence on the black cat's body. It was as if she really did not put the white carp in her eyes. With that in mind, Ning Fan no longer tried to escape. He stopped at the 914th floor and stared at the white carp, who was chasing after him with cold eyes. Oh? You're not going to escape anymore? Are you resigned to your fate? The white carp sneered. I have a servant who wants to fight against you. I want to let her have a try. Ning Fan said calmly. There was still some time left. If the black cat could not hurt the white carp, he still had time to escape. Humph. Even you are not a match for me. How can your servant be a match for me? The white carp sneered even more. However, at the next moment, he could no longer laugh. Ning Fan bent his palm and summoned a ray of black light. It was a black cat that was the size of a palm. The chi of this black cat was definitely not strong enough to make the white carp afraid. The appearance of this black cat was not ferocious. However, as soon as it appeared, the initially arrogant white carp actually felt fear for the first time. The white carp felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Even his bones felt cold. He could not imagine that the servant that Ning Fan mentioned was actually such a terrifying and ferocious creature. 9 Raccoon. It's actually the 9 Raccoon Dao Soul that is ranked 4th among the 10 great Dao Soul clans in the 3 worlds. The 9 Raccoon was very special. Before it transformed, it did not have any cultivation base. It could only fuse with other cultivators to increase their cultivation base. However, even if it was a 9 Raccoon that had yet to transform, it was still enough to make most of the Dao Soul clans tremble in fear. It was because the 9 Raccoon clan used other heavenly Dao Souls as food. Most of the members of the Dao Soul clan would be suppressed by the bloodline of the 9 Raccoon clan. Among them, the Dao Carp clan was the one that suffered the greatest suppression. Cats eat fish. This was the most basic law of heaven and earth. The Dao Carp clan was the favorite food of the 9 Raccoon clan. Not good. Even though this 9 Raccoon is just a 2nd level emperor grade beast, it's enough to kill me. The white carp, who was initially extremely arrogant, actually turned into a panicked expression. He turned around and fled with all his might. Seeing the white carp turn around and flee, Ning Fan was greatly surprised. Initially, he thought that his little cat would at most possess some kind of secret technique which could slightly restrain the white carp. Unexpectedly, this ordinary-looking little cat actually scared the white carp away. Natural enemy. Ning Fan's first reaction was this word. The white carp looked at the black cat's eyes. There was no mistaking it. It was the expression of an animal encountering its natural enemy. It did not dare to fight and could only run away. Even though this white carp was arrogant, it was the most cautious one. If it felt that something was wrong, it would run away faster than anyone else. Ning Fan had deeply experienced this in the previous confrontation. There was a high possibility that the white carp had sensed fatal danger from the black cat. That was why it ran away so decisively. However, there was also a possibility that the white carp was playing hard to get. It pretended to run away but actually wanted to lure Ning Fan back to the depths of the painting world. Are you confident that you can help me take away this carp's eyes before the other 3 quasi-saints arrive? Ning Fan seemed to be asking the black cat, but in reality, he had already made his move. He gathered his cultivation base on the index finger of his right hand and pointed it forward. Freeze! The finger pointing to the sky directly froze the white carp in midair, stopping it from escaping. Meow. The black cat replied in a seemingly indifferent manner. In fact, it was so angry that its lungs were about to explode. A mere Dao carp actually dared to bully its master. It's sinful. Very sinful. The fourth of the 9 beasts, Swallow Teeth, while chanting an incantation that Ning Fan did not know, strange black ice threads began to appear on the black cat's body. It opened its mouth and its beautiful little canine teeth began to shine with cold light. With a leap, it turned into a ray of black light and pounced towards the white carp that was frozen. It's this ability again. It can actually stop the circulation of the Dao origin in my body. The white carp was frozen. When it saw the black cat pouncing towards it, it was instantly scared out of its wits. Driven by its will to live, it exerted 120% of its strength. With a loud bang, it forcefully broke free from the restraint of the heaven freezing technique. However, he was still a step too late. The black cat had already closed in on him, opening its mouth to bite down on his fat carp body. With a single tear, it tore a large piece of meat from the carp's body. With a single gulp, the large piece of meat turned into white mist and was swallowed into the cat's stomach. Ning Fan's eyes slightly narrowed. The cat's teeth were so sharp that they seemed to be able to penetrate Dao Hun's defense. As a demi-saint, Bai Li's physical body was extremely strong. In the previous battles, he had taken on the attacks of the Yin and Yang square seal many times. Even when he was hit by the god of exterminating giant, he did not suffer any serious injuries. However, the black cat's bite was able to ignore all of the white carp's defenses. It easily caused serious damage to the white carp. Roar! The white carp let out a heart-wrenching scream. The flesh of the carp was torn apart, but what flowed out of the wound was not blood but strange white ink. In its anger, the white carp suppressed its fear of the black cat. With a swing of its tail, it swept towards the black cat. The force of the tail was so great that it could probably flatten the entire starry sky. This was the white carp's attack that was filled with hatred. It could not be underestimated. The second of the 9 beavers, sky-splitting the black cat, was slightly disdainful. She silently chanted an incantation in her mind. All of a sudden, black light shone brightly in front of her. Then, a black air wall appeared out of nowhere. When the white carp's tail swept across the air wall, it could only leave some cracks on it. It could not break it. Ning Fan sighed inwardly. If he was not mistaken, this air wall seemed to be specialized in defending against Dao Hun attacks. My little cat is quite capable. The black cat, on the other hand, was displeased. What kind of joke is this? The sky-splitting wall of my 9 beavers clan was actually cracked by a mere Dao carp. It's humiliating. It's an extraordinary humiliation. Sure enough, my level is still too low. If I were an adult 9 beavers that had taken human form, the sky-splitting wall would never have been cracked by a Dao soul attack of this level. She has brought shame to the 9 beavers. She has tarnished the reputation of her master. She is guilty. the seventh of the 9 beavers, cat blade, the ear wall suddenly disappeared. At the next moment, the black cat transformed into a shining black curved blade. Then, it slashed at the white carp's tail as if it was cutting a piece of tofu. The momentum of this slash was not strong. However, Ning Fan had an illusion that this curved blade seemed to be able to cut the Dao soul. Ah! The white carp's entire tail was cut off by the curved blade. The surface of the cut was as smooth as a mirror, giving people an extremely strange feeling. I can't afford to offend it. The 9 beavers' 9 techniques are not something that the Dao Soul clan of the 3 upper sects can withstand. This 9 beavers is obviously not an adult yet, but it actually knows 3 of the 9 techniques. This won't do. I have to escape. If I don't, I will die here. In this painting world, only the 2 great kings can deal with this damned 9 beavers. The white carp no longer cared about the destruction of his natal golden imperial talisman. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of red light. Instantly, the heaven and earth began to freeze. As for himself, he desperately fled into the depths of the painting world. I can't move. Ning Fan was slightly shocked. This time, the white carp actually used all the power of the natal golden imperial talisman. The entire heaven and earth were frozen. Ning Fan's body felt like it was frozen, making it even harder for him to move. He had to borrow the power of the god-exterminating shield to break free from this kind of ice. However, before Ning Fan could do anything, the black cat had already made its move. The 8th of the 9 beavers, mirror return. It was unknown what kind of incantation the black cat chanted. The red and clean ice of the entire heaven and earth actually disappeared in an instant. She calmly withdrew her curved blade and opened her mouth to swallow the large portion of the fish tail that she chopped off. It turned into white mist and swallowed it. On the other hand, the white carp who had just escaped to a deeper layer was suddenly unable to move. Together with the entire world, he was frozen into a huge red block of ice. The fourth technique, the 9 beavers technique. She actually knows 4 of them. Moreover, it's the 8th technique. It can reflect the Dao Soul divine ability. The white carp who was frozen in the red ice struggled desperately, but how could he escape? The 8th technique of the 9 beavers clan was still there. It could reflect the enemy's Dao Soul divine ability by several folds. His natal golden imperial talisman was already very powerful. After its power was enhanced, there were not many first-level quasi-saints who could break free from his defense. Unfortunately, he had been continuously attacked by the black cat. His strength had been greatly reduced. How could he possibly break free? I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Ning Fan's voice, which carried a hint of praise, entered the white carp's ears like a nightmare. Of course, this sentence was directed at the black cat. Relying on the black cat's strength, Ning Fan and the black cat instantly arrived at this place. As for the white carp, he was still struggling bitterly in the ice. As soon as he saw Ning Fan and the black cat chasing after him, he immediately lost all hope. His reinforcements probably won't be able to make it in time. Even if they do, they certainly won't be a match for this 9 beavers. Even though this 9 beavers has yet to reach adulthood, they are proficient in 4 types of beavers. Their innate potential is really too high. Could it be that they are the legendary 9 beavers of the royal family? In the painting world, perhaps only the 2 kings of the 9 beavers of the royal family would have a way to deal with the 9 beavers of the royal family. However, the 2 kings were tied to the sea-calming divine iron. Without paying a huge price, they wouldn't be able to break free from the seal of the divine iron at all. Therefore, they could only rest and sleep every day. Even if they pay a huge price to temporarily break free from the seal of the divine iron, the 2 kings would probably not be able to save him in time. Alright. Little brother, you and I actually don't have any deep grudges against each other. Considering that I'm a Dao soul and it wasn't easy for me to attain the Dao, can you please let me go? Do you want my eyes? I know that every cultivator who enters the painting world has the same goal. I can give them to you. I can even give you the imperial golden talisman that is connected to my life. All I ask for is for you to spare my life. If you kill me, the imperial golden talisman will perish together with me. You better think about it carefully. If I lose such a precious treasure, wouldn't it be a pity? Oh? If I let this carp go, I will be able to obtain the imperial golden talisman that is connected to his life. Ning Fan had witnessed the power of the imperial golden talisman. It was definitely a first-rate sealing treasure. Thus, he was indeed very interested in this item. Indeed, he did not have any deep grudges against this carp. It was not necessary for him to kill this carp either. If there were enough benefits, it was not impossible for him to spare his life. Seeing that Ning Fan was actually considering his suggestion, Bai Li's heart was filled with joy. After witnessing the terror of the 9 beavers, he no longer wanted to be Ning Fan's enemy no matter what. He would just have to sacrifice 2 fish eyes and give Ning Fan an imperial golden talisman. If he could keep his life, it was not a bad deal at all. Even if he lost his fish eyes, he could still devour the eyes of the cultivators of the Golden Talisman Palace and cultivate his fish eyes again. Even if he gave the imperial golden talisman to someone else, he could still cultivate another talisman that was connected to his life. However, he would just have to start all over again. It was not as valuable as his life. As long as he could escape from the hands of this 9 beavers, he must return to the 3000th floor and tell all his fellow Dao carps and the 2 kings that Ning Fan was not someone to be trifled with. It was because Ning Fan had a 9 beavers as his servant. Little brother, have you made up your mind? Do you think that the imperial golden talisman is not enough? As long as you are willing to let me go, I still have other precious treasures to give you. In order to persuade Ning Fan, Bai Li increased his offer. Oh? You still have other precious treasures? Ning Fan's eyes flickered. He still wanted to hear what Bai Li had that could move him. However, at the next moment, he frowned. It was because 3 traces of qi had interfered and disrupted the possibility of him continuing his transaction with Bai Li. Crack 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 3 rays of Dao origin light that were either black or white suddenly descended from the sky. Their vast aura force immediately split the world apart. The vermilion cold ice that was trapping Bai Li seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. It instantly shattered from the middle. At the next moment, 3 other wild laughter resounded across heaven and earth. Carp 4, oh Carp 4. You are really in a difficult situation. As the 4th Carp General of the Dao Carp clan, you actually got frozen by your own imperial golden talisman. Don't tell me that your hand slipped and that's why you did such a stupid thing. 3 giant carps, 1 white and the other 2 black, appeared in the sky and joined the battle. Each of them possessed the qi of a quasi-saint realm expert. They were the top 3 carp generals among the Dao Carp clan, including Carp 4, there were 4 quasi-saints on their side. The grand lineup of 4 quasi-saints was enough to make any force in Eastern Heaven turn pale. Even the secret clans like the Dark Clan and the Southern Clan would not dare to provoke these 4 quasi-saints in public. However, such a grand lineup did not scare Ning Fan at all. It was because he had already witnessed the heaven-defying suppression that the Black Cat had over the Dao Carp clan. Moreover, his mind had a slight connection with the Black Cat. The Black Cat kept sending out comforting emotions from its heart, as if it was telling him not to be afraid. It's not a quasi-saint realm expert but delicious dried fish. Is the deal just now going to be cancelled? Ning Fan looked at Carp 4 expressionlessly. Meeting Ning Fan's gaze, the white carp whose name was Carp 4 complained incessantly in his heart. He did not feel any joy of being rescued at all. Instead, he only felt the urge to curse. He was about to solve this problem peacefully. However, the reinforcements that he had been waiting for suddenly appeared at such an untimely time. Are these 3 idiots here to mess things up? He didn't come earlier or later, but at this very moment. It's not cancelled. Of course, it's not cancelled. As long as you take the item and are willing to leave, everything can be discussed. Carp 4 tried his best to speak in a humble tone. Inwardly, he reckoned that even if the 4 of them joined forces, they would still not be able to defeat Jiuli of the royal family. It would be best if this matter can be settled peacefully. The other 3 quasi-saint realm giant carps were displeased. The black carp whose name was Carp 3 scolded coldly. Carp 4. We can understand that you're no match for this cultivator, but why must you bow and scrape before him and even didn't hesitate to sacrifice your eyes to curry favor with him? Do you know that your words from before have utterly disgraced our Dao Carp lineage? Another white carp, Carp 2, said fiercely. Humph. If a foreign cultivator dares to enter the painting world, just kill him. The number of foreign cultivators that you and I have killed is not small. This young man isn't even a quasi-Saint Realm expert. You can't kill him because you're useless. I'm not you. Give me 10 breaths and it will be enough to kill this young man. By then, this young man's primordial spirit will belong to me and his flesh and blood will be given to all of you to eat. It's settled. As they talked and laughed, they had already regarded Ning Fan as their food. Carp 1 was a black carp. He was also the strongest carp general among the group of Dao carps. Compared to Carp 2 and Carp 3, he was much more cautious and calm. His eyes carefully scanned across Ning Fan and the black cat. Ning Fan was nothing to worry about, but this black cat. Hiss. What a bulge *T black cat. How is this a black cat? Carp 1's breath stagnated. His heart raced and he blurted out involuntarily. Jiu Li. This black cat is actually Jiu Li. As soon as he said that, Carp 2 and Carp 3's expressions changed. They came in a hurry just now and did not pay attention to the black cat. Only now did they realize that this inconspicuous black cat was actually extremely similar to the Jiu Li that was recorded in the ancient records. Immediately, they felt a chill run down their spines. It can't be wrong. It's really Jiu Li. If you look closely, you will be able to see it. No wonder Carp 4, who is naturally arrogant, would bow and scrape in front of an ant like Ning Fan. It turns out that he actually has a Jiu Li with him. This Jiu Li. Carp 2 was so shocked that he could not even finish his sentence. This Jiu Li is this young friend's servant. Carp 4 explained. What? Servant? What kind of ability does this young man have? He actually managed to make Jiu Li his servant. One should know that the members of the Dao Hun clan were born to be superior to others. The arrogant Dao Hun of the heavenly Dao would never submit to any second-step cultivator. How could Jiu Li, who was ranked 4th among the members of the Dao Hun clan, become someone's servant? This matter was really absurd. However, it was the truth. Carp 2 and Carp 3 were immediately frightened by the name of Jiu Li. Just now, they were still shouting that they wanted to eat Ning Fan's flesh. Now, how would they still dare to speak loudly? They only wished that they did not have 8 legs so that they could escape from this place faster. Carp 1 was also afraid of the name of Jiu Li. However, there was also excitement in his fear. Jiu Li. It's actually Jiu Li. The other carp generals might not know, but he knew that the 2 kings were already extremely weak now. If he does not think of a way, the day of their Dao extinction would not be far away. Jiu Li was an unusual species in the Dao Hun clan. In this world, there were only a few things that could help a cultivator delay the arrival of their Dao extinction. The flesh and blood of an adult Jiu Li was one of them. If he could capture this Jiu Li and raise it to adulthood before offering it to the 2 kings, it would definitely prolong their immortal lifespan. This Jiu Li was definitely going to be his. However, the Jiu Li clan was born to restrain the Dao Hun clan, especially the Dao Carp clan. If the group of Dao Carps wanted to capture the Jiu Li, they could not do it forcefully. They could only do it with their wits. Carp had always been a shrewd person. In just a split second, he had thought of tens of poisonous plans which were enough to trick Ning Fan without anyone noticing. However, he pretended to be afraid and sighed at Ning Fan. Little friend is really amazing. You're still so young but you actually managed to get yourself a Jiu Li, hee hee. Little friend, you've gone through so much trouble to enter the painting world. I suppose you're here for the Eye of Yang realm just like those cultivators in the past. However, judging from your expression, you don't seem to know much about the Eye of Yang realm. So? Ning Fan frowned slightly and asked. So, little friend, you can take this jade slip and have a look. I believe you'll have a better understanding of the Eye of Yang realm after reading it. To be honest, the method you used to take away Carp 4's eyes is really a lowly one. I'm afraid that it will hurt the scenery in the Yang realm. There are 4 methods to take away the eyes and 7 methods to nurture the eyes. You can take a closer look. Carpy opened his mouth and spat out a black jade slip which he passed to Ning Fan. At the same time, he secretly transmitted his voice to Carp 2, Carp 3, and Carp 4, telling them about his plan. This jade slip was not a jade slip that recorded the information about the Eye of Yang realm at all. Instead, it was a cage. Once Ning Fan opens the jade slip, he would be trapped in the painting prison in the jade slip. At that time, his life or death would be in Carpi's hands. This Jiuli was Ningfan's servant. In that case, as long as they hold Ningfan's life hostage, they would definitely be able to do anything to it. After listening to Carpi's plan, Carp 2 and Carp 3 were tempted. On one hand, they were afraid of the Jiuli clan. On the other hand, they shared weal and woe with their king. They also wanted to make a contribution by killing this Jiuli and presenting it to their two kings. Unexpectedly, their two kings were already on the verge of Dao extinction. It was their first time hearing this news. If they could capture this Jiuli. No, they had no choice but to do this. There was no other way out. If their king dies, they would also have to die. Carp 4's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation. However, it was soon replaced by ruthlessness. He agreed to Carpi's plan. Since this matter was related to their king's life and death, there was no need to negotiate with Ningfan anymore. We must capture this Jiuli for our king. Speaking of which, I haven't asked for little friend's name yet. This old man is Carpi. I'm the #1 carp general of the Dao Carps. In order to dispel Ningfan's wariness, Carpi started chatting with Ningfan in a friendly manner. Ningfan did not take the jade slip. Instead, he looked at Carpi coldly. In his dantian, the god extermination shield kept sending him warnings. This jade slip is a trap. I'm only going to ask you one last time. Is the deal just now going to be cancelled? Ningfan's eyes swept across Carp 4. Carp 4's heart thumped and he knew that the situation was not good. The other carp generals also realized that Ningfan might have already found out about their evil scheme. Little friend, you must be joking. How can this deal be cancelled? Carp 4 still wanted to say something, but Ningfan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness and he ordered the black cat beside him. Kill them all. Don't let any of them live. Ningfan had given these Dao carps a chance. If it was possible, he did not mind sparing their lives. After all, the two traces of qi in the depths of the painting world could give him a deterrent force comparable to that of ancient great cultivators. If it was possible, he did not want to create too much of a commotion in the painting world in case something unexpected happened. Unfortunately, these Dao carps insisted on plotting against him. Hence, he did not want to be ruthless. After receiving Ningfan's order, the black cat's eyes immediately surged with killing intent. She was Ningfan's servant. She had been like that since a very long time ago. In her entire life, she would only serve Ningfan as her master. She would not allow anyone to bully her master. She would not allow anyone to plot against her master. How would she dare to disobey her master's order? Let alone killing a few dried fishes, she would not even blink her eyes even if she were to kill a saint or an immortal sovereign. Even if she was no match for her master, even if her body was crushed into pieces, she would still fight to the last drop of her blood for her master. It was because he was her master. He had been her master since a very long time ago. My name is Nifan. I'm a barbarian cultivator but also not a barbarian cultivator. What I'm looking at isn't an ant. Instead, I'm waiting for a meeting with a butterfly. No. This time I'm not waiting for a butterfly. Instead, I'm waiting for that cocoon and that green insect. Or perhaps, I'm waiting for a retrace. A strong wind can blow away a piece of white paper but it can't blow away a butterfly. The power of Tao lies in this kind of disobedience. He opens, he closes, he closes, he opens. I've always wondered if the reason why he couldn't see me in the past 42 cycles of reincarnation was because I was unwilling to close my eyes. As a result, he couldn't open his eyes. You want me to give you a name? I'm not very good at giving names. Let's call you Black Devil. This name just happens to be the complete cycle of your reincarnation. I'm leaving. When the heaven-warring elephant appears for the 10th time, I'll come back and bring you away. The 10th heaven-warring elephant of the barbarian god had already appeared. Master had really come back. Although many things had changed with the passage of time and her master was also very different from the past, no matter how he changed, he would always be her master. Only this point would never change. When she first woke up, she was still a little muddle-headed. She was only instinctively greedy for her master's power of punishment. Later on, she had already sobered up and remembered the past. I don't like to talk. I'll only say it once. I won't allow anyone to bully my master. No one is allowed. The ninth of the 9 civet, the king's bow, the black cat shook its body and turned into a pitch-black longbow in the black light. There was no bowstring or arrow. It looked strange and ordinary at the same time. When the bow appeared, Li Yi and the other carp generals didn't feel afraid. However, the 2 carp kings in the deepest part of the 3,000 levels of the painting realm were instantly awakened from their deep sleep. Their bodies were trembling, it was an instinctive shiver. It was a fear that was fused into their bones and blood. Countless years later, Su Yi, the ancestor of the 9 raccoon. He drew his bow in 10 steps and hunted down the 3 Dao Hun sovereigns in a billion worlds to seize the demon's fate. It couldn't be wrong. Someone actually used the strongest technique of the 9 raccoon arts. It could create the shadow of the 9 raccoon ancestral king bow. That was the #1 weapon of the Dao Hun clan. Even if it was just a shadow, before the king bow, these 4 generals have already joined hands with the Dao carp lineage. We must not let them be shot to death. Otherwise, the 2 of us will never be able to leave this place. We can't bear the wrath of the carp saint. The white carp king said with a trembling voice. Get lost. You damned sea-calming divine steel. I can tolerate you at other times, but this time, I can't. Give me back my power, quick. Otherwise, we'll all die. The black carp king was enraged at the light pillar behind him. The most terrifying thing about the 9 raccoon king bow wasn't its killing power, but its ability to seize the fate of a clan. They must not let the bow be drawn. Otherwise, the carp saint would be enraged and there would be no place for them in this world. Exalted immortal, please calm down. You can't bear the karma of destroying the fate of the Dao carp lineage. Please think twice before drawing the bow. The black and white carp king, who had always been high and mighty, spoke to someone with a pleading tone for the first time. To be continued. The voices of the 2 kings of carp used their great divine abilities to penetrate through the 3,000 painting worlds and resounded around Ningfan. The 2 kings of carp were just second tribulation quasi-saints. However, when their voices were combined, it somehow gave off an unparalleled aura force, causing Ningfan's ears to feel a sharp pain and a buzzing sound. It's so strong. What kind of ferocious creature is hiding in the depths of the painting worlds? It can actually make my eardrums hurt with just its voice. It's comparable to the great cultivators of ancient times. One should know that Ningfan's current cultivation base had already risen to the peak 9th tribulation realm. His strength was no weaker than a first-level quasi-saint. However, he still found it hard to endure the aura force of the voices. High immortal, are they calling me? What does the luck of exterminating a clan refer to? Could it be related to the black cat transforming into a bow? What kind of force is the Dao carp lineage? Ever since I started cultivating the Dao, it's my first time hearing this name. Could it be that these white and black carps all belong to the Dao carp lineage? Ningfan's eyes flickered. Although the 2 voices were strong, they were filled with fear. Ningfan knew that the 2 voices were definitely not afraid of him, but his little cat heir. At this moment, the little cat had already transformed into a black bow. The bow seemed to be just an illusion and not a real entity. Even so, it still gave Ningfan a soul-stirring feeling. He had only felt that kind of feeling when he faced the god-exterminating shield for the first time. That was the aura force that only a heaven-opening weapon possessed. The black bow that the little cat had transformed into was highly likely a shadow of the heaven-opening weapon. The only thing that puzzled Ningfan was that he actually had a strange sense of familiarity with this black bow. It was as if he had seen this bow somewhere before, but also, never seen it before. He was very sure that he had never seen this bow in his entire life. Was this strange sense of familiarity just an illusion? High immortal, please don't be angry. This bow can't be drawn. It can't be drawn. The begging voices of the 2 kings of carp could still be heard. However, the black cat was completely indifferent towards them. You only want to beg for mercy now? It's too late. A mere Dao carp dares to bully my master. Don't think that this matter can be easily resolved. Give up the flesh and blood of the Dao carp that I've devoured. Transform into the bowstring of the king bow. The black cat's voice was heard, and the black bow that she had transformed into suddenly flashed with a black light, and a bowstring appeared. The bowstring was formed from the Dao carp meat she had swallowed earlier. The bowstring and arrows of the imperial bow could only be obtained by sacrificing certain things. Without paying a certain price, it would be impossible to draw the bow and kill someone. No sacrifice, no gain. The Tao of this bow is somewhat similar to that of the Shedding Orchid sect. Ning Fan's expression became nostalgic. He suddenly remembered that he had promised old ancestor Shedding Orchid to kill the sect master of the Western Heavenly Tao sect in the ancient fisherman's cowhide painting, and this karma will have to be repaid one day. Unfortunately, now is not the time to head to the Western Paradise. As soon as the bowstring appeared, the expressions of the 4 quasi-sage carp generals changed drastically. They finally sensed a fatal danger from the black bow. That kind of feeling was as if the tip of a knife was pressed against his throat, and the knife was slowly piercing into his throat. That gradually increasing pressure caused him to suffocate. What kind of bow is this? This bow must be extremely terrifying. Otherwise, with the 2 great kings' arrogance, they wouldn't lower their heads and beg for mercy. The 4 quasi-sage carp generals sensed that something was amiss. Without saying a word, they turned to leave. Unfortunately, how could they escape? I'll sacrifice the essence of the sun and moon that I've devoured for 7 million years, and turn it into the yin-yang 7 stars arrow. As soon as the black cat's voice fell, her chi immediately weakened greatly. The weakened part of her chi turned into an arrow light that was intertwined with black and white. It coiled around the black bow like a circle. Within the shadow of the arrow, there was even faint starlight. Then, as the black cat willed it, the black and white arrow flew to the bowstring on its own and pulled the bowstring. This black bow was drawn solely by the black cat's will. It did not need Ning Fan's help at all. Ning Fan frowned slightly. With his eyesight, how could he not see that the black cat had actually used up the origin power of her Tao soul in order to form a black and white arrow, causing the grade of her Tao soul to drop? This black cat sincerely treated him as her master. Naturally, he would also sincerely treat her as his servant. There was no deep hatred between him and these Tao carps. If he attacks them, it would cause the black cat's grade to drop. Therefore, he would rather let these Tao carps escape. However, what puzzled Ning Fan was that this black and white arrow also gave him an extremely familiar and strange feeling. This black and white arrow actually contained the pure power of the Tao origin of Yin and the Tao origin of Yang. As for the circulation path of the 2 types of Tao origin of Yin and Yang, a part of it was extremely similar to the cultivation method of the Yin-Yang transformation. As for the starlight in the shadow of the arrow, for some unknown reason, it seemed to be somewhat similar to the Big Dipper reversal technique of the Slaughter Palace. That starlight seemed to be able to plunder the luck of others. Strange. Could it be that this black and white arrow has some kind of connection with the ancient chaos and the Big Dipper immortal region? Ning Fan muttered to himself. At the next moment, the black bow was drawn. The moment the bow was drawn, Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. Even with his eyesight at the 2nd level of the heavenly being realm, he could not see the afterimage of the black and white arrow clearly. The speed at which the black and white arrow left the bow was too fast. This kind of speed seemed to be able to transcend time and space. It had already exceeded the understanding of second-step cultivators. It gave people a deep feeling that they could not avoid it no matter what. Not good. Sensing the black and white arrow leaving the bow, the expressions of the 2 carp kings changed drastically. The 4 Tao carp quasi-saints who were fleeing in panic felt their scalp tingling at that moment. They could not see the shadow of the arrow at all. However, at this moment, Li Si was the first one to let out a blood-curdling scream. His huge fish body suddenly expanded strangely. An indescribable pain instantly spread throughout his body. When his body expanded to its limit, it suddenly exploded like a balloon with a bang. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Then, a black and white arrow light flew out from his mutilated body and disappeared in a flash. What? What kind of arrow is this? When did it enter Li Si's body? The remaining 3 quasi-saints were sweating profusely. What they could not understand was that after Li Si died, they actually felt that their luck was slightly weakened. No, to be more precise, it was not their personal luck that was weakened but the luck of their clan. Luck was the recognition of heaven. If an individual's luck was not good, his life would not be smooth. If the luck of a clan was not good, the clan would not be able to prosper and produce peak experts. The 3 quasi-saints could only vaguely feel that the arrow just now had strangely weakened the luck of the Tao carp bloodline. but they could not see through it at a deeper level. Only the two Carp Kings could accurately sense that the arrow just now had strangely weakened the luck of the Dao Carp bloodline. It was not a big deal that the arrow just now killed Li Si. What was troublesome was that it had directly taken about 500 colors of the Dao Carp bloodline's luck. Oh no! There's really no turning back now. Sage Carp has racked his brains for countless years and spent 10 cycles of time planning for our clan to get 100,000 colors of the Dao Carp bloodline's luck. This time, you and I have lost 500 colors of the Dao Carp bloodline's luck. Sage Carp will definitely be furious. In this way, even if we are lucky enough to return to the true world one day, we will not be able to escape the heavy responsibility. Thinking of Sage Carp's ruthlessness, the eyes of the two Carp Kings were filled with madness. At this moment, after Li San's fish body also began to expand. Unknowingly, Li San's body was also penetrated by the black and white arrow. No, I can't let Li San die. Losing 500 colors of the Dao Carp bloodline's luck will only result in me being imprisoned at most. However, if I lose more than 1,000 colors of the Dao Carp bloodline's luck, I'm afraid that 70% of my cultivation base will be crippled when I return to the true world. 9 Raccoon Ferocious Spirit. You've gone too far. You've destroyed 500 colors of the Dao Carp bloodline's luck. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Roar. It was unknown what kind of price the two Carp Kings had paid to break all the shackles on their bodies, temporarily removing the shackles that the sea-calming divine iron had on them. Then, they dashed towards Ning Fan's direction. Their intense killing intent almost instantly caused the sky of the 3,000 layers painting world to freeze at the same time. 500 colors of the Dao Carp bloodline's luck. What does it mean? Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. He did not understand what the black cat had done to actually make the ferocious creatures in the depths of the painting world erupt with such intense killing intent. The black cat, on the other hand, was indifferent towards the two Carp Kings' killing intent. Even though her cultivation base was not high, she might still be able to kill these two Carp Kings if she goes all out. I'll sacrifice another 7 million years of sun and moon essence. Kill. As soon as the black cat let out a roar, its chi greatly weakened once again. At the same time, Carp San's body completely exploded and he died. The luck of the Dao Carp bloodline was reduced by another 500 colors. No. The eyes of the two Carp Kings turned bloodshot. They had just rushed to the 2980th floor. They were still very far away from where Ning Fan was. They had lost the luck of the Dao Carp clan's 1,000 colors. Sage Carp would never forgive them easily. If they don't kill Ning Fan and this Jiu Li, they swore that they were not fish anymore. I'll sacrifice another 7 million years of sun and moon essence to form the third arrow. The black cat's tone was already a little breathless. Obviously, it was quite taxing on her after attacking 3 times in a row. As soon as she finished her words, Carp 2's body began to expand. In an instant, it had reached its limit. Carp 2's fish face became distorted because of fear. He wanted to resist but there was nothing he could do. All he could do was watch helplessly as his body exploded into pieces of flesh and blood. The Dao Carp bloodline would lose another 500 colors of the Dao Carp bloodline. 1,500 colors. With Sage Carp's personality, how would he spare our lives? The two Carp Kings actually had the will to die in their frenzy. This time, even if they have to perish together, they wanted to kill Ning Fan and the black cat in the painting world. The last arrow, the black cat's voice trembled a little. She was somewhat unable to endure the huge consumption of the King Bao's shadow. After all, what she controlled was the broken heavenly Tao of the desolate lands. Even though she had controlled it for countless years, she did not manage to absorb much of the sun and moon essence. This time, in order to help Ning Fan vent his anger, she did not hesitate to use up all the power that she had accumulated for countless years. Enough. There's no need to shoot the fourth arrow. Let's go. Ning Fan suddenly reached out his hand and pressed on the black bow. With a gentle stroke, the black cat could no longer maintain its bow form and turned back into its cat form. Its body became much more illusory. Obviously, it had become much weaker after shooting the previous 3 arrows. The grade of the black cat's Tao soul was almost going to drop below the 2nd grade sovereign soul realm. If she shoots the fourth arrow, she would certainly be able to kill Carpi, but it would certainly implicate the Black Cat and cause her Dao Soul realm to drop completely. It's not worth it. Master, didn't you say that you want to kill every single one of them? The Black Cat was still very displeased. She was really reluctant to let go of the Dao Carp who had plotted against her master. However, this was her master's order. If her master did not allow her to shoot the fourth arrow, she would never shoot the fourth arrow even if the saint forces her to. Here. These are the spoils of war that Black Devil obtained after using the ninth technique. The Black Cat shook its tail. Immediately, 3 balls of light appeared in front of Ning Fan. Each of the balls of light had 500 different colors. They were extremely beautiful and eye-catching. It was Ning Fan's first time seeing such an item. He did not know what it was, but he could faintly feel that it was not something ordinary. This is... Ning Fan wanted to ask what it was, but the Black Cat had already fainted on the other side because she was too weak. As expected, it was the right decision not to let her shoot the fourth arrow. Even though the 9 Raccoon clan could restrain the Dao Carp, Little Cat's grade was still too low. Killing a carp that was at a higher level than her was definitely not as easy as it seemed. Forget it. You should take a rest first. Ning Fan flipped his hand and kept the 3 dazzling balls of light into the profounding world. After thinking for a while, he collected the flesh and carp eyes of the 3 dead carp generals along the route that they had taken when they were escaping. The carp eyes were naturally what Daoist Musang needed. As for the fish meat, perhaps he could let Little Catter eat it. Perhaps she would not be so weak after being nourished. Little Catter can no longer fight. With my current cultivation base, it's not suitable for me to stay here for a long time. It's better for me to leave the painting world as soon as possible. With that thought in mind, Ning Fan pushed his speed to the maximum. He turned around and fled towards the first level of the painting world. Carp 1 fled all the way without daring to look back at all. The deaths of Carp 2, Carp 3, and Carp 4 were like a shadow that shrouded his heart. That scene was really too terrifying. If he could not defend himself, he would certainly die. In front of that 9 Raccoon's divine ability, his first-level quasi-sacred realm Dao Carp cultivation base had no way to resist it at all. I can't resist it. I must run. He desperately ran towards the depths of the painting world. However, he did not know that the Black Cat had already fainted and Ning Fan did not chase after him. Instead, he fled towards the outside of the painting world. As for the 2 Carp Kings, they were already determined to kill Ning Fan. Unfortunately, before they could reach him, Ning Fan had already escaped from the painting world. He was a cunning brat. When he saw that something was amiss, he actually ran faster than anyone else. Despicable brat. Despicable brat. Roar. The 2 Carp Kings roared angrily at the sky, venting the unwillingness and rage in their hearts. As they roared, the entire painting world seemed to have been washed away by the rain. The scenery was forcefully washed away and some changes occurred. The originally empty heaven and earth of the painting world suddenly became filled with countless bloody eyeballs. They were not fish eyes but human eyes instead. They were floating in the air and it looked extremely strange. Each of the eyeballs was bloodshot and filled with madness, hatred, and fear before they died. All of these eyeballs belonged to the cultivators of the Golden Talisman Palace. These eyeballs had existed in every level of the painting world since ancient times. After Ning Fan entered the painting world, he had also passed by these eyeballs countless times. Unfortunately, Ning Fan could not see the existence of these blood-red human eyes at all. What Ning Fan did not know was that what Daoist Musang wanted him to take was actually the bloody human eyes that he did not see and not the fish eyes of the Dao Carps, in the outside world, in the void of the palm wood. Both Daoist Musang and Xianxia wore astonished expressions. The golden sky and black map that was hanging in front of them was trembling violently at this moment. Without a doubt, an unimaginably huge commotion had happened in the painting world. Could it be that little friend Ning Fan has actually alarmed the 2 Dao Carp Kings in the depths of the painting world? Otherwise, it is impossible for the map to tremble like this. Daoist Musang cried out involuntarily. When he recalled how terrifying the 2 Dao Carp Kings were, even his face could not help but turn pale despite his cultivation base. Without the strength of an ancient great cultivator, it was certainly impossible for him to fight against the 2 Dao Carp Kings. Moreover, there were still many powerful carp generals in the painting world. Quick! We can't wait any longer. Let's work together and quickly drag little friend Ning out of the painting world. Xianxia said anxiously. Daoist Musang nodded his head. His expression, however, revealed a hint of disappointment. Inside the painting world, there were many eyes of the Yang realm. However, all of them were hidden between heaven and earth. Only cultivators who had opened their eyes could discover the existence of those eyes of the Yang realm. If someone in the painting world had opened their eyes, the map would certainly show them. However, it did not. Could it be that little friend Ning Fan did not successfully open his eyes in the painting world? If that's the case, there is only a second way for this young man to obtain the eyes of the Yang realm, to kill the Dao Carp Kings. However, the grade of the carp eyes of the Dao Carp Kings is too low. Thinking of this, Daoist Musang let out a sigh. This young man's innate potential is still not as good as Sun Luo. After all, Sun Luo had opened his eyes in the painting. His innate potential is comparable to mine, but this young man can't do it. At first, I thought that it would be easier for the successor of Ancient Chaos to open his eyes. Now, however, it seems like my expectations for him are a little too high. Musang sighed while activating his ability. Together with Xianxia, they wanted to drag Ning Fan out of the painting world. However, before the two of them could help him, Ning Fan had already rushed out of the golden sky and black map on his own and returned to their side. Even though little friend didn't open his eyes, his speed of escaping isn't slow at all. In this way, old man Xiang and I don't have to pay any price to save you. Hee. It's really convenient. Daoist Musang seemed to be smiling, but his tone was very indifferent. Ning Fan did not know if it was just an illusion, but he seemed to have heard a hint of sarcasm from Musang's tone. What do you mean by escaping quickly? Why does this sentence sound a little awkward? Forget it. Daoist Musang has a sharp tongue in the first place. I have already told Senior Bozi about this. Thus, Ning Fan did not need to pay too much attention to Musang's tone. Xianxia, on the other hand, was very satisfied with Ning Fan. The fact that Ning Fan could still safely escape from the painting world after the two great carp kings had already made their moves proved that this young man was extraordinary. How is it? Have you successfully brought out the item that old man Mu needs? Xianxia asked with a smile. Unlike Daoist Musang, he was very confident in Ning Fan. I brought it out. However, I don't know if this item is the eye that Senior Mu needs. Ning Fan did not care about Musang's indifference. He turned his hand and took out an eyeball. Musang was instantly stunned. He did not expect that Ning Fan would also bring out the eye of the Yang realm without opening his eyes. As expected, he has killed the Dao Carp, haha. The quality of the eyes of a Dao Carp is inferior to the eyes of a Golden Talisman Palace cultivator. In terms of quality, the eyes of a Golden Talisman Palace cultivator can be ranked as mid-grade, whereas the eyes of an ordinary Dao Carp can only be ranked as low-grade. Only quasi-Saint Dao Carps would have mid-grade eyes, which were barely comparable to the eyes of ordinary Golden Talisman Palace cultivators. Hee, even if this child's cultivation level had increased in the painting world, it would still be impossible for him to kill a quasi-Saint Dao Carp. Musang had personally experienced how difficult it was to kill a Dao Carp. The eye that Ning Fan obtained was probably just a low-grade Yang world eye. Forget it, it is already very difficult for this child to obtain an inferior grade eye. I will reluctantly help him once. Musang received the eye that Ning Fan passed to him with slight disappointment. He casually extended his spirit sense and scanned through it. With a single glance, the calm expression on Zhang Xian's face turned into shock. This eye was actually a middle-grade eye. You opened your eyes? Do you see the tens of thousands of eyeballs floating in the painting world? Mu Shaoxing asked with a serious expression. Opened my eyes? Tens of thousands of eyeballs floating in the painting world? Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Why did he not know that there were tens of thousands of eyeballs floating in the painting world? You didn't see it? As expected, you didn't open your eyes. If that's the case, did you seize this eye from the quasi-Saint General Carp? Musang put away the contempt in his heart. Even though Ning Fan did not open his eyes, being able to enter the painting world and seize the quasi-Saint General Carp's eye with his first Tribulation Realm cultivation base was already considered heaven-defying, wasn't it? At least, even Xianxia could not do such a thing. Alright. Since you can take back an eye of the young world, it's enough for me to help you once. I will certainly not ignore the grudge between you and the dark race. Taoist Musang turned his hand and kept the eyeball. He did not know that Ning Fan still had 5 such eyeballs. He also did not know that Ning Fan had killed a total of 3 quasi-Saint Dao carps during this trip. Of course, strictly speaking, the 3 Dao carps were not killed by Ning Fan. Instead, they were killed by the black cat. Ning Fan did not take out all 6 of the eyeballs. Since Musang valued these eyeballs so much, they must be very useful. It was already enough for him to exchange one of them for Musang's help. As for the remaining ones, he might as well keep them for the time being. Seeing that Musang finally agreed to help Ning Fan, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. In this case, his goal of coming to the wooden island could be considered to have been achieved. Xianxia was in a good mood. Musang was also in a good mood after obtaining the Eye of the Young World. For the first time ever, he arranged a banquet on the wooden island to welcome Ning Fan's group with great hospitality. During the banquet, everyone naturally discussed the Tao. Ning Fan naturally benefited a lot from being able to exchange cultivation experiences with 2 quasi-saints. When they were half drunk, the topic naturally shifted to the Eye of the Young World. Musang did not hide anything from Ning Fan. He explained the magical effects of the Eye of the Young World to Ning Fan in detail. Only then did Ning Fan realize that he did not use the method that Musang expected him to use to retrieve the eye. Xianxia was also very surprised. Today, he finally found out that the correct way to attain the Palm Void realm was to open one's eyes. No wonder the dark race wanted to deprive him of the sense of his eyes with their supreme ability. It turned out that they wanted to destroy the possibility of him opening his eyes. Opening your eyes is the correct way to attain the Palm Void realm. At the same time, it is also a step that you must take to attain the 2nd level of the quasi-saint realm. When Musang said that, he looked at Xianxia with a sigh. Xianxia also felt dejected. No wonder he still could not attain the 2nd level of the quasi-saint realm. So this is the problem, the so-called opening of the eyes isn't as simple as it seems. Instead, it is to see the other side of the world. Every world has 2 sides, the yin side and the yang side. The world that we are in now is the illusory world. What we see in our daily life is actually just the yin side of the illusory world. Ning Fan, Xianxia, Old Wu, and the disciples of the wooden island were more or less at a loss. They did not fully understand what Musang was saying. Musang could only express his helplessness. These people had never seen the yang side of the world with their own eyes. Thus, they would certainly feel that it was too abstract after listening to his explanation. In short, we, the people of the illusory world, are actually the people of the yin world. We are the part of the world that heaven and earth do not approve of. We can't live in the yang world unless we can open our eyes in the yang world. I don't understand. Old Wu scratched his ears and cheeks. He knew that what Musang was talking about was very precious, but he just could not understand it. If there is yang, there will be yin. If there is light, there will be darkness. Just like how humans have shadows and leaves have roots. We can't say that the people of the yin world do not exist. It's just that they are not recognized by the great Tao. If we, the cultivators of the illusory world, want to become saints, not only do we need to pursue perfection, but we also need to walk from yin to yang. However, this step is extremely difficult. Senior Mu, please don't talk about becoming a saint. It's too far away. Tell me about breaking through the 2nd tribulation of the eternal era. I'm more concerned about this, Old Wu criticized inwardly. Of course, he did not dare to voice his thoughts out loud. In the illusory world, there are 3 races, the divine race, the demon race and the devil race. These 3 races are actually not recognized by the great Tao. Thus, I changed my cultivation path to Buddhism. What? The divine race, the demon race and the devil race are not recognized by the great Tao? Why haven't I heard of this before? Old Wu looked at Musang suspiciously. Could it be that the alcohol content of the spiritual wine was too high and made Musang drunk, causing him to start talking nonsense? There was an ancient sect called the Golden Talisman Palace. The founder of this sect was said to be closely related to the Dao Han race. Most of the disciples in this sect could open their eyes and see the yang world from the yin world. Most of them had seen the Yang world with their own eyes and left behind the scenery of the Yang world. They were called the eyes of the Yang world. After that, something happened to the Golden Talisman Palace and it was destroyed. The treasure of the Golden Talisman Palace, the Golden Sky Black Map, also fell into this old man's hands. This map is filled with extremely powerful Yin and Yang energy. It can help a cultivator's primordial spirit and Emperor Qi perfectly fuse together, increasing the success rate of breaking through the bottleneck of the immortal Emperor realm. Naturally, this old man values the countless eyes of the Yang world hidden in the map. It's a pity that you didn't open your eyes. Otherwise, you should be able to see countless bloody eyeballs floating in the painting world. Musang sighed softly. He was sure that Ning Fan's aptitude was not as good as Sun Luo's. The fact that he couldn't open his eyes in the painting world was the proof. The eyes of the Yang world can help cultivators open their eyes. It can also help cultivators who have already opened their eyes to see more scenery. It's a pity that you didn't get more eyeballs from the painting world. Otherwise, you can use some of them and it will be beneficial to you. When Musang said that, he observed Ning Fan's expression. When he saw Ning Fan's regretful expression, he could not help but shake his head. It seems like this young man really only got one eyeball from the painting world. If he still has more eyeballs, I might try to get them from him. Ning Fan's face was filled with pity. However, he was sighing inwardly. This Taoist Musang can be a strong aid but he can't be a friend. I should hold back when I'm interacting with him. I can't be as casual as I was when I was interacting with Xianxia. Speaking of which, every cultivator can see their own scenery when they open their eyes. When I opened my eyes in the past, I saw the scene of a woodcutter cutting down a pine tree. From that, I comprehended the origin of wood and created my own palm void realm. When my son Sun Luo opened his eyes, it was said that he saw the scene of a woman feeding an eagle with meat. However, he didn't tell me the details. Only he knew. A woodcutter cutting down a pine tree, feeding an eagle with meat, Ning Fan pondered inwardly. If he uses up the 5 eyeballs in his hand, I wonder if he can open his eyes again and see his own scenery. After listening to Musang's explanation, most of the people did not understand anything from him. Only Ning Fan and Xianxia revealed thoughtful expressions from time to time. After the banquet, Ning Fan made a request to Taoist Musang. He wanted to read the ancient books on the wooden island. Taoist Musang had collected many lost ancient books. Many of them were related to Buddha talismans and devil talismans. There were also many ancient records of cultivation methods which could verify the first volume of Ning Fan's self-created Tao scripture. Since he had come to the wooden island, Ning Fan naturally wanted to read those ancient books. It was not a big deal. Thus, Taoist Musang agreed to Ning Fan's request. However, he would only let Ning Fan read the books if he paid the Tao crystals. Taoist Musang was shrewd in accounting. The reason why he collected the Tao crystals was not because he wanted to gain Ning Fan's karma for free. The number of Tao crystals that Ning Fan had was not a lot, but it was not little either. Anyway, it was definitely enough for him to read the books. To be honest, Taoist Musang was indeed a top-notch expert in the Eastern Heaven. Most of the books in his collection were unique copies, which greatly increased his knowledge. There were even books with records of the Tao soul race here. The Tao has a spirit. The Yang takes its spirit and it is called the Tao soul. The Yin takes its spirit and it is called the demon. The Tao has a body. Those who take the body of Yang are called Buddhas. Those who take the body of Yin are called devils. The Tao has a heart. The Yang takes its heart and it is called desolation. The Yin takes its heart and it is called God. There is dust in the Tao. The Yang takes the dust and it is called tribulation. The Yin takes the dust and it is called man. Tao Yu. After that, it seemed like there should be other words, but because it was incomplete, it could not be seen. When he connected this book with Musang's words, he seemed to have gained some understanding about the divine race, the demon race and the devil race. Buddha and devil corresponded. One cultivated Buddha talisman, the other cultivated devil talisman. Could it be that the relationship between the two was Yin and Yang, Tao soul, demon soul? Tribulation spirit. Barbarian cultivator. Could it be that they are related to one Yang and the other Yin? As for the desolation corresponding to the divine elementalists, what was it? At the end of this ancient book, there were some introductions about the Dao Hun clan. Among them, there was even a special introduction about the 9 raccoon. Of course, Ning Fan was very concerned about his little black cat. He carefully read the introduction about the 9 raccoon clan. The introduction was not very detailed. However, there was one sentence that made Ning Fan's expression change greatly. His face turned serious. According to what I know, there are 5th grade extreme yang items in the world which can prolong the Dao extinction date. The first is the primordial clear lotus leaf, the second is the ancient Dao immortal apricot, the third is the ancient desolate fusang, the fourth is the 9 raccoon's soul blood, and the 5th is the Saint Defire's breath. Ning Fan's heart pounded. He did not expect that he would actually find the method to cure Great Emperor Ancient Chaos in this ancient book. The primordial clear lotus leaf, the ancient Dao immortal apricot, and the ancient desolate fusang were 3 supreme treasures that only existed in the legends. It was Ning Fan's first time hearing about them. The Saint Defire's breath mentioned that a 4th step immortal sovereign could prolong the life of a person who was about to die. Of course, it was impossible for Ning Fan to find an immortal sovereign to blow at ancient chaos. As for the 9 raccoon's soul blood, according to this book, if one could obtain a drop of the 9 raccoon's soul blood, one could delay the Dao extinction date by 1,000 years. Ning Fan did not know that the blood of his little black cat actually had such a great use. If I can obtain a drop of the little black cat's soul blood, it shouldn't be too harmful to her, right? Then, here comes the problem, this little black cat doesn't seem to be an adult yet. To be continued. Every world had a heavenly Dao, and every heavenly Dao had a soul. The Dao Hun clan was born along with the heavens and the earth, and they controlled the circulation of the heaven Dao and samsara. According to their levels, they could be divided into the mortal, immortal, emperor, and saint realms. The mortal grade was equivalent to the first step of cultivation, the immortal grade was equivalent to the life immortal and true immortal, the 12 levels of the sovereign grade were equivalent to the 9 tribulations of eternity and the 3 steps of pre-saint, and the saint grade was equivalent to the saint realm. According to Daoist Musong's ancient records, the relationship between the Dao Hun clan and the Yao clan was actually 1 yin and 1 yang. Dao Hun clan had obtained the acknowledgement of the great Dao. They were yang. It was said that the great Dao of the 3 great true worlds was controlled by Dao Hun clan. Besides that, more than half of the illusory world was also controlled by Dao Hun clan. The demonic beasts were not recognized by the great Dao. They were yin. They did not have the right to control the heavenly Dao of the true world. They were only qualified to control a small portion of the illusory world's heavenly Dao. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with reminiscence. Speaking of which, Li Xiaoxiao, who had a grudge against him, was once the soul of the heavenly Dao of the rain world. What Li Xiaoxiao controlled was the rain world's heavenly Dao. Her true form was that of a monster, and it was very likely that she was Fu Li. What the black cat controlled was the heavenly Dao in Fan family's untamed wasteland. Fan family's untamed wasteland was originally a piece of land in the untamed wasteland, so its heavenly Dao could be considered to belong to the true world. The 9 raccoon clan was an extremely special Dao soul clan. They could increase their cultivation by devouring other Dao souls. Ning Fan had picked up quite a lot of quasi-sacred carp meat. It could probably help the black cat improve its cultivation base. However, it could not help the black cat enter adulthood. Ning Fan frowned slightly as he flipped through the ancient book in his hand. Unlike the monster race, it was very difficult for the Dao Hun clan to reach adulthood. Firstly, one's cultivation base and bone age had to meet the requirements of adulthood. Secondly, a special, soul awakening ceremony had to be held. An underage 9 raccoon could not transform, and its soul blood did not have the ability to delay its Dao annihilation. If he wanted to save ancient Chaos Great Emperor, he had to first let the black cat enter adulthood. The black cat's bone age and cultivation had long been qualified to reach adulthood. It only needed one more soul awakening ceremony before it could reach adulthood. But this was also the most troublesome part. There was no problem with the process of the soul awakening ceremony. There were detailed records in the ancient books. The troublesome part was that the process of the ceremony required the use of at least one natural grade Dao soul sacrificial artifact, and the ceremony couldn't be completed without the sacrificial artifact. Sacrificial tools were a very special type of magic treasure. Most of them were used to hold ceremonies. Different races had different sacrificial tools. When Ningfan was young, he had obtained many ancient demon sacrificial treasures. However, most of them were low-grade ones. High-grade sacrificial artifacts were basically kept in the temples of the various races. They were precious treasures that were passed down from generation to generation. Very few high-grade sacrificial artifacts were circulated to the outside world. Ningfan felt a headache coming on. Where was he going to find a sacrificial Dao soul of the 9 raccoon race? Moreover, the grade of the sacrificial tool had to be at the Xiantian grade. The number of Khanate magic treasures in the world could be counted on one's fingers, and among them, Khanate sacrificial artifacts were even rarer. The 9 Raccoons clan was a faction of power in the true world. They were not in the illusory world, so the chances of finding an innate sacrificial vessel of the 9 Raccoons clan in the illusory world were incredibly slim. Ningfan's eyes were filled with bitterness. It was so difficult to see the hope of saving ancient chaos, but this hope was so slim that it was close to none. Master. I know, where is the sacrificial item? In his mind, the voice of the little kitten suddenly sounded. She had already woken up from her coma. You know where the sacrificial item is? Where is it? Ningfan's expression changed slightly. I can't sense it accurately, but I can vaguely feel that, somewhere in this starry sky, there is a sacrificial item of the 9 raccoon race. Ningfan fell into deep thought. His expression was mixed with joy and worry. He was happy because there was actually an innate sacrificial tool of the 9 raccoon race in the eastern heaven. However, he was worried because the black cat could only vaguely sense the existence of the sacrificial tool. Can you roughly determine the location of the sacrificial tool of the 9 raccoon race that you sensed? Ningfan asked. I'm sorry. The black devil spirit sense isn't enough. I can't sense the entire eastern heaven. The black cat blamed itself. In other words, if your spirit sense is strong enough to cover the entire eastern heaven, you might be able to sense the location of the sacrificial tool. Ningfan's eyes flashed and he made up his mind. He put down the ancient book and quickly left the scripture tower. When he returned to his meditation room, he sat cross-legged on the cattail hassock. With a flip of his hand, he summoned the black cat. At this moment, the black cat had already eaten all of the quasi-sacred carp's meat after waking up. Her dispirited chi had already returned to normal. Her cultivation base had also improved a lot. Moreover, the energy of the quasi-sacred carp's flesh and blood had accumulated in her body. She was slowly refining them, causing her cultivation base to improve slowly and steadily. After summoning the black cat, Ningfan immediately merged with it. His cultivation base instantly soared to the level of the second tribulation of eternity. Then, he displayed the heaven-prying rain technique. All of a sudden, a drizzle fell from the wooden island. With the island as the center, the drizzle spread across the entire eastern heaven. Not long after, the entire eastern heaven was shrouded by Ningfan's spirit sense. As for Ningfan himself, his chi was calm and neutral. It was as if he was just meditating. There was no trace of chi fluctuation being emitted. This is. Be it Daoist Musang or Xianxia, all of them were slightly stunned at this moment. This rain, they could sense that this rain seemed to be man-made. However, they could not sense that Ningfan's spirit sense was hidden in the rain. It was untraceable. Ningfan had entered the golden sky black map once to increase his cultivation base. He had personally experienced what a more profound rain technique was like. With that experience, the way he displayed the rain technique today became more natural. Even though he was clearly displaying the technique on the wooden island and was not far away from Musang and Xianxia, the two of them could not sense where the source of the rain technique came from. Even these two quasi-sacred carp could not sense it, let alone the others. They would only think that this sudden rain was an ordinary rain created by a certain powerful cultivator. Even so, it was still enough to make people speechless. Rain covering the entire eastern heaven. What a big deal. In order to change the weather of the entire eastern heaven, one must at least have the cultivation base of a quasi-sacred carp. I wonder which old man is behind this rain. Musang muttered to himself. A few days ago, there was also a rain that covered the entire eastern heaven. It should be the work of the same person. The rain today seems to be more natural than the rain that day. It seems like that old monster's ability has improved again. When Ning Fan roared in the rain that day, only a small number of sects heard it. Musang did not hear it. Thus, he naturally did not know that the rain was caused by Ning Fan. Xianxia also did not know about it. However, he scanned Ning Fan's direction with his spirit sense thoughtfully. Ning Fan seemed to be meditating. There was no chi fluctuation around him. Could this rain be caused by this little guy, N? It must be this little guy. The rain last time and this time. Could this technique be the rain ancestors' heaven-prying rain technique? In the entire four heavens, no one could learn this technique. However, this young man could. With such aptitude, he really lives up to the name of the immortal monarch of rain. Xianxia, who had never underestimated Ning Fan, once again had a higher opinion of him. There is rain in the 9 heavens. My thoughts connect to a world. The clouds are my eyes and the rain is my thoughts. When I roared in the rain that day, I could already cover the entire eastern heaven with my spirit sense without using the power of the black cat. Today, it is naturally easier for me to do this. My thoughts span a world, my thoughts span a world. Ning Fan's spirit sense seemed to have merged with the entire starry sky of the eastern heaven. At this moment, he had merged with the black cat. Naturally, the black cat could also see what he saw. The black cat could not search for the location of the sacrificial tool in the entire eastern heaven, but Ning Fan could help her. It's not here. It's also not here. Godly Void Pavilion, Slaughter Palace, Extreme Lightning Palace, Thousand-Year Sect, Medicine Sect. The black cat's spirit sense had merged with Ning Fan's spirit sense and the rain. It scanned the starry sky one after another, but it still could not find the location of the sacrificial tool. Pale Sect, Xianxia Planet. In the main hall, the sect master of the Pale Sect was receiving guests. In recent days, many old monsters of the Eastern Heaven had accepted his invitation and came to the Pale Sect with the intention of joining the Anti-Ning Alliance. However, there were also many old monsters who were still observing or were still on their way to the Pale Sect. After exchanging some pleasantries, the sect master summoned his disciples to send the guests who had come from afar to rest. The meeting will be held in 20 days. Once the alliance is established, this old man will no longer need to be afraid of that kid Ning Fan. Among the 4 immortal venerables that I have invited, the old ancestor of the Sun family has already arrived. The old ancestor of the Wang family is also on his way. Old ancestor Han thinks that the reward is too little. If this old man increases the reward, I can also invite him. Only old ancestor Wu. This old ancestor Wu, why hasn't he given me a definite answer until now? Forget it. Even if he doesn't come, this old man still has 3 immortal venerables on my side, especially that old ancestor Han. It is said that he has already broken through to the second tribulation of eternity. When he thought of the powerful lineup of the alliance, the sect master of the Pale Sect felt relieved. Who would have thought that in just 100 years, that kid Ning Fan could actually reach this step today and possess the terrifying cultivation base to kill old ancestor De Yun? Unfortunately, he was just a grasshopper after all. He would not be able to jump for long. Just as the sect master of the Pale Sect was sneering, he suddenly shuddered for no reason. Only then did he realize that it was raining heavily outside the main hall. This rain actually stretches across the starry sky without an end. I really don't know which senior displayed this ability. It's really unimaginable. The sect master of the Pale Sect clicked his tongue and sighed. Then, he continued to arrange the matters of the alliance. However, he did not know that everything he did was within Ning Fan's perception. Pale Sect, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He definitely would not miss the Pale Sect alliance meeting that was going to take place 20 days later. He would definitely capture all of his enemies in one fell swoop. In the blue snow region of the Eastern Heaven, heavy snow fell all year round in the starry sky. On this day, the snow suddenly turned into rain. Right at this moment, a huge snow gate suddenly appeared out of thin air in the snow region. When the snow gate opened, an unruly old man who was topless and wearing a skirt made of animal skin walked out from it. His muscles were bulging and his entire body was filled with explosive strength. Behind the old man was a woman who was holding an umbrella and wearing a feather cloak. Strange. Why did the snow formation of my southern race suddenly rain? Did some old monster change the weather? Also, I don't know why, but there is a trace of qi in this rain that makes my heart skip a beat. The old man was imposing without being angry. There was actually the qi of a first-level quasi-saint around him. Only a few people knew that this old man was the old ancestor of the barbarian tribe of the southern race, Gu, Plague, Shaman and barbarian tribes, Tashur. Old ancestor, you must be joking. With your cultivation base, you will only feel fear when facing an ancient great cultivator. This rain doesn't have any destructive power. Why would it make your heart skip a beat? Perhaps, this rain is caused by that old fart of the dark race? Humph. That might not be the case in the current world. The old man frowned and said. Old fart of the dark race? The woman was puzzled. You are the saintess of my race. Now that you have broken through to the immemorial realm, it's time for you to know some secrets. Sigh. Forget it. These things can't be explained in a few words. Wait for that old man Nan Tianhua to come out of seclusion and he will tell you personally. I wonder if that young man from the Zhao family can successfully invite that immortal Lord of Rain over. I still can't trust Lu Feng's words. How can this immortal Lord of Rain be the same person as that ancient great cultivator who swept across the desolate wilderness? If he isn't. The old man harumphed coldly. This sentence was transmitted through telepathy, causing the woman to frown slightly. Immortal Lord of Rain, Ning Fan, ancient great cultivator, Zhao Jian, they are most likely not the same person. If Immortal Lord of Rain really has the cultivation base of an ancient great cultivator, why would he be so afraid of the dark race? Fine. I better handle this matter carefully. There is actually an entrance to the southern race hidden in this southern blue snow region, and what those two said just now. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. According to the quasi-saint old man's words, there is an old fart in the dark race who is comparable to an ancient great cultivator. As for the telepathy after that, he couldn't hear it, the rain was still pattering down. Within the 3,000 thunder realms, in a certain 6th grade thunder realm, a green-robed old man raised his head to look at the drizzle. His right hand was fiddling with a compass with 3 eyes drawn on it. His every action seemed to be deducing something. 94. Business is not yet peaceful, illness is happy. Looks like that lord you won't be moved so easily. Sigh, for the sake of that girl, he might have to lower his head to you, June. Whether he is Zhao Jian or not, this matter is still unknown. It is hard to tell whether it is good or bad. Even if he is not. Sigh. Everything is within this old man's calculations. However, when it comes to this child, this old man's calculations were not thorough enough. I didn't expect that in this world, there would actually be someone that I, Chongming Phoenix Emperor, couldn't calculate. The green-robed old man did not notice anything strange about the rainwater. Ning Fan also did not pay attention to him. He just scanned him with his spirit sense and left. Isn't it in the Supreme Lightning Palace either? Ning Fan asked in his mind. He deliberately spread out his spirit sense towards the direction of the great forces. His consideration was that if the 9 raccoon sacrificial artifact really existed, it was highly likely that it was in the hands of the great forces. No, it's not here. It's not there either. It's not here either. The black cat's breathing became a little hurried. She was using Ning Fan's ability to spy on the entire eastern heaven with her spirit sense. However, she was somewhat unable to bear the burden brought by such spying. Ning Fan's expression, however, remained calm. He had already gotten used to the huge consumption of his rain technique. Today, he had even cultivated the wood yin-yang technique. The advantage of the wood technique was that it could grow and multiply endlessly. Even if he did not actively replenish his magic power, the magic power in his body would recover at an astonishing speed. If he were to fight against an immortal venerable of the same level, he was afraid that there were not many who could last longer than him. I found it. The black cat suddenly said in surprise. Following the direction of the black cat's spirit sense, Ning Fan spread out his spirit sense. His eyes then turned solemn. Extreme Pale Sacred Region. The direction that the black cat pointed out was actually facing the entrance of the Extreme Pale Sacred Region. Could it be, the 9 raccoon sacrificial artifact that the little cat sensed is actually in the Extreme Pale Sacred Region? Ning Fan frowned. If that was the case, everything would return to the starting point. He still had to go to the Extreme Pale Sacred Region, whether it was for the possible heaven-opening spiritual herbs or for the 9 raccoon sacrificial artifact. It's raining again, in the extreme pale divine city of the Primal Core Star region. The Primal Core Great Emperor was originally in seclusion. When he sensed the rain covering the starry sky outside, he could not help but frown. He was a pale devil who possessed the power of a medicine soul. His senses were much sharper than ordinary people. He kept having the feeling that someone was spying on the extreme pale divine city through the rain. Is it just an illusion? That Lord Yu is the successor of the ancient Chaos clan. The Yin-Yang locket is most probably with him. The Yin-Yang locket. Hee. There should be the key to the passage to the sacred region in this locket. It can lead directly to the heaven-desolate ancient realm and head to the true world. According to the ancient records, this key can only be obtained by saints. This stone door is also equivalent to a wasted door. It won't attract the attention of the human race and the demon race at all. However, I don't believe it. I have a treasure in my hands. According to the ancient records, it should be able to ignore the rules and take out the key from the Yin-Yang locket. The Primal Core Great Emperor flipped his hand and took out an ancient fossil. It looked like amber, but at the same time, it did not. Inside the transparent fossil was a butterfly's wing. This wing seemed to be the left wing. The incision was neat, as if it was directly cut off by a sharp blade. On the surface, this butterfly wing looked ordinary, like the wings of an ordinary butterfly. The only difference was that the incision of this butterfly wing revealed a soul-stirring sword intent. What a frightening sword intent. Even with the cultivation base of the Primal Core Great Emperor and Immortal Emperor realm, when facing this sword intent, they still felt a chill down their spines. It was imaginable how peerless the expert who left behind this sword intent was. After so many years, just a trace of remnant sword intent was enough to make a dignified Immortal Emperor feel terrified. With another flip of his hand, he kept the fossil. No one knew about all of this. Even Ning Fan did not know that the Primal Core Great Emperor had looked through this thing when he was in seclusion. Who asked him to hide in the stone room. After confirming the location of the 9 raccoon sacrificial artifact, Ning Fan had no choice but to seriously formulate his current plan. Ning Fan must go to the extreme pale sacred region. It's time to inform the Thousand Autumn sect and gather more information about it. I also need to inform the 6 Desire sect so that we can gather information together. Ning Fan had already deactivated his rain technique. However, with a single thought in his mind, it began to drizzle outside the 6 Desire sect and the Thousand Autumn sect at the same time without any warning. In the drizzle, Ning Fan's voice was transmitted directly to the subordinates of the 2 sects. He could actually transmit his voice to the entire heavenly connection realm regardless of the distance. Moreover, it only rained within the territories of the 2 sects. Ning Fan's rain technique was actually exquisite to such an extent that he could connect to an entire realm with his thoughts. This is the sect master's voice transmission. From which distance did the sect master transmit his voice to us? The subordinates of Duzhen and the 6 Desire sect were all frightened by Ning Fan's means. 100 years ago, they served Ning Fan as their master. 100 years later, Ning Fan returned to the Eastern Heaven in a powerful manner and ordered them to gather information about the extreme pale sacred region. How would they dare to disobey? Compared to the 6 Desire sect, the subordinates of the Thousand Autumn sect were much calmer. After all, they had already witnessed Ning Fan's strength with their own eyes. Ning Fan originally only had 2 purposes for coming to the Wooden Island. One was to repair the god-destroying shield and ask Musang for help. Now that he had achieved both of his purposes, he planned to leave the Wooden Island after dealing with the last few spoils of war. After asking around, Ning Fan found out that the 3 500-colored light balls were the clan luck that the Black Cat had obtained from the Daocarp clan. Ning Fan did not know much about the clan luck and he could not use it to increase his own luck. He could only use it to increase the luck of a sect or a clan. When Ning Fan returns to the Thousand Autumn sect and uses it, he could increase the luck of the sect by 1,500 colors in a short period of time. Of course, this luck could also be added to other forces. Ning Fan had not experienced the benefits of the clan luck yet. Hence, he did not put it to heart. What he cared about was the 5 quasi-sacred carp eyes. Open your eyes. Open your eyes, The reason why Taoist Musang was so respectful seemed to be because he could not open his eyes, which disappointed Musang. According to Musang's tone, he was implying that he was inferior to Sun Luo, Ning Fan had been cultivating for many years. His heart was as firm as a rock. He did not care whether his aptitude was higher or lower than Sun Luo. He also did not care about Musang's opinion. Aptitude could not decide everything. Besides, Ning Fan had a vague feeling that the reason why he could not open his eyes was not because he did not have enough aptitude. More importantly, it was because he was suppressed by an external force. I am clearly already at the second level of the celestial being realm. However, I can't open my eyes in the painting world like Musang and Sun Luo. After entering the painting world, I even fell into the dream world 60 times. If it wasn't because I sensed karma, I would have almost been unable to break free from the endless dream world. Karma is the reason why I walked out of the painting world. At the same time, it is also what I suspect. Before I entered the painting world, the yin-yang locket in my body clearly vibrated and resonated with something in the painting world. However, after I entered the painting world, that feeling did not appear again. It was as if there was a force that forcibly cut off the connection between that mysterious object and the yin-yang locket. Since the feeling lasted for a lifetime, there naturally would be karma. There is karma between that mysterious object and the yin-yang locket. However, after I entered the painting world, I only found the 60 instances of karma between me and Carp 4. I did not find the karma between the yin-yang locket and that mysterious object. The moment I stepped into the painting world, the karma that affected the yin-yang locket was cut off. I don't know if it was done by someone or for some other reason. The thing that resonated with me might be the yin-yang locket itself. Perhaps, it isn't. When Ning Fan recalled the sound of water dripping and the mysterious woman's voice, he felt as if there was a huge rock pressing on his heart, suffocating him. What is the origin of the owner of that voice? Everything in the painting world was a dream. Was that voice his dream or the dream of the Carp generals? If I opened my eyes after entering the painting world, would I be able to find out where that voice came from? Open my eyes. Open my eyes. If I open my eyes, I might be able to clear up the doubts in my heart. Ning Fan went into the profounding world and took out the first eyeball from the cave dwelling in the western profounding world. The eyeball that he gave to Musang was Carp 4's left eye. This eyeball was Carp 4's right eye. He placed both of his palms flat and placed the carp eye in the center of his palms. He could feel that there was an extreme yang power in this carp eye that was strong enough to burn a world. That should be the thing that Taoist Musang coveted. According to Musang, there are 4 types of methods to take an eye, 7 types of methods to nourish an eye and 12 types of methods to devour an eye. Cutting a carp to take the eye is a bad method. It will damage the sceneries in the carp eye. In order to restore the sceneries in the 7 types of sceneries, I must nourish the carp eye carefully and then devour the eye. Green light shone from Ning Fan's palms. He was using an endless amount of wood magic power to repair the carp eye in his palms. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Fan suddenly flipped his hand and tossed the carp eye high up into the air. Then, he performed countless hand seals on the carp eye. The ordinary-looking carp eye suddenly sprouted like a seed and bloomed into a flower. In just 10 breaths' time, it completely bloomed and turned into a white lotus. According to Senior Musang, this lotus is formed from the extreme yang power in the carp eye. Once it turns into a lotus, it can only survive for 12 breaths' time. If I can't devour this lotus within 12 breaths' time, the lotus will wither and the carp eye will be destroyed. Ning Fan's eyes became extremely serious. He activated the power of the yin-yang locket in his dantian to its maximum and summoned the yin-yang square seal to protect himself. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed the white lotus. All of a sudden, the white lotus turned into a ray of scorching white light and was swallowed by Ning Fan. All of a sudden, he felt a burning pain in his abdomen, as if he had swallowed a soldering iron. This was the extreme yang power in the carp eye. Only the people of the yang world could safely absorb it. If the people of the yin world tried to absorb it by force, it would be extremely dangerous. Even though he had the yin-yang locket and the yin-yang square seal to protect himself, Ning Fan still felt unbearable pain. However, he did not care about the pain and absorbed the extreme yang power madly. Ning Fan ignored the burning pain in his body. He only wanted to devour the white lotus within 12 breaths' time. For that, he did not hesitate to pay a small price: 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. 9 breaths. If Musang knew that Ning Fan only used 9 breaths to devour the first white lotus, he would certainly be shocked. One should know that even Musang used 11 breaths to devour the Yang white lotus for the first time. Moreover, his internal organs were directly burned by the extreme yang power in the lotus. Of course, that was because Musang lacked a protective magical treasure. When he devoured the yang white lotus for the second time, he forged the yin-yang square seal to restrain the extreme yang power of the lotus seed. Ning Fan was different. Not only did he obtain Musang's yin-yang locket, but he also had the chaotic ancient emperor treasure, the yin-yang locket. He also had a ruthless nature. Therefore, he used less time than Musang. As soon as he devoured the extreme yang power, the scenery in front of him was instantly washed away like a layer of water, revealing a different scenery. The scenery in the profounding world disappeared from Ning Fan's eyes. He was clearly still sitting in the profounding world. In the black cat's eyes, Ning Fan was indeed still sitting there. However, the black cat could not see the scenery that Ning Fan saw. It was as if he was in another time and space. Is this the scenery that Senior Musang mentioned? Unfortunately, this is not my scenery. It's what Carp 4 saw before. The scenery that Ning Fan saw was a boundless desert. In the middle of the desert, there was a burly man who was dressed like a member of the western regions. He was lying on the sand and was on the verge of death under the scorching sun. Thirsty. I'm so thirsty. If there is an afterlife, I want to be a fish and live in the water for the rest of my life. That way, I won't die of thirst. With Ning Fan's eyesight, he immediately saw 2 karma lines on the burly man's body. It was unknown what they connected the burly man to, 2 karma lines. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with confusion. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, the scenery disappeared as if it was washed by water. The scenery of the profounding world reappeared in front of Ning Fan's eyes. Is this the scenery in Carp 4's eyes? What does this scenery mean? Unfortunately, Carp 4 had given his left eye to Musang. He did not know that the scenery in his left eye and right eye were different. Asterisk drip asterisk drip asterisk drip asterisk drip asterisk. After consuming one of the carp eyes, Ning Fan suddenly heard the sound of water dripping in his ears again. Right after that, it was the voice of that woman. Little butterfly, stop sleeping. Wake up quickly. Little butterfly, stop sleeping. Stop sleeping. If you continue sleeping, you won't be able to make it in time for the ancient desolate mountain's morning moon that occurs once every 10 years. Morning moon? What is that? Ning Fan pondered for a moment and consumed one of the carp eyes. Not only did he see Carp 4's scenery, but he also heard another sentence. However, he did not know what the meaning behind it was. The voice of that woman was getting closer and closer. It was as if she was about to appear in front of Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He wondered if this woman who was calling him was the scenery after he opened his eyes. It seems like I'm one step closer to opening my eyes. If I continue to consume the carp eyes. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Ning Fan heard the sound of chains for the first time. He did not know where the sound came from. As soon as the sound of chains rang, the slight feeling that Ning Fan had of opening his eyes suddenly disappeared. The sound of chains was clearly preventing him from opening his eyes. To be continued. What kind of power is preventing me from opening my eyes? The sound of the chains clashing gradually disappeared. Ning Fan pondered for a moment. The moment the sound of the chains clashing rang out, he felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he was a lone boat in the middle of a vast ocean, surrounded by towering waves. If he wasn't careful, he would drown in the ocean. There was a will within the chains, the will of the heavens. It was as if he went against this will, his Tao, his everything, would be erased by the will of the heavens. It was the will of the heavens that rejected his Tao, adherence to the Tao. The people of the Yin world couldn't open their eyes because they couldn't obtain the approval of the heavens. The heavens didn't allow the people of the Yin world to see the scenery of the Yang world. Only the lucky Yin world people who obtained the approval of the heavens and had sufficient talent could open their eyes. Initially, Ning Fan did not know about this, but now, he had a guess. Could it be that the reason why he couldn't open his eyes wasn't because he didn't have enough aptitude, but because he cultivated Tao persistence, which was not tolerated by the heavens and earth? Du Jin, shedding void, thought shattering. Each of the three realms of the true immortal realm required the cultivator to give up the obsession in his heart. Cultivators needed to abandon the mortal world in order to embark on the path of immortality. Buddhist cultivators should not have any obsessions in their hearts. If they did, they would enter a demonic barrier. Every single aspect of cultivation requires one to discard one's obsession. However, Ning Fan was unwilling to do so. Instead, he chose the Tao of reluctance. Heaven asked cultivators to let go of their obsessions. That was why there were no true bridges on the true illusion river that belonged to Tao enforcers. If the people of the Yin world were existences that were not recognized, then the people of the Yin world who cultivated the Tao were unprecedentedly not recognized. It was naturally extremely difficult for them to open their eyes. If that's the case, it's not surprising that I can't open my eyes. Is it because the heavens don't approve of it? From the looks of it, in order to open one's eyes, one must first obtain the recognition of the heavens as much as possible. It was no wonder that Taoist Musang insisted on cultivating the ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha was an existence recognized by the heavens. What he sought was most likely the approval of the heavens to reduce the difficulty of opening his eyes. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. He possessed the cultivation base of 4 elements. Other than the tribulation sense cultivation base, the other 3 elements belonged to the power that heaven and earth did not recognize. As for his Tao, it was an anomaly that was rejected by the world. If it were Musang, he would most likely give up his cultivation of the 3 elements of God, Yao, and Devil in order to obtain the approval of the heavens. He would give up on the Tao and follow the will of the heavens. In this way, the difficulty of opening his eyes would be reduced and he would be able to walk step by step from yin to yang. However, Ning Fan was not Musang. He would not give up his Tao just to open his eyes. The heavens don't approve? What if I have to go against the will of the heavens and force my eyes open? Ning Fan turned his hand and took out Li San's left eye. Just like what he did before, he made the eye turn into a lotus flower and swallowed it. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 8 breaths. With the experience of swallowing the white lotus the first time, he only used 8 breaths to absorb a trace of extreme yang from the white lotus this time. Before his eyes, the world seemed to have been washed, and then another scene appeared. This scene was what Li San saw when he opened his eyes, and it remained in his left eye until now. In the image, it was a village with mountains on one side and a river on the other. The population of the village was not large, and beside a small river at the entrance of the village, there was a bald old man fishing by the river. Beside him was a bamboo basket. There were already a few fishes caught in the bamboo basket. The old man looked at the river with eyes as deep as the starry sky. Today, people fish, but in the future, the heavens fish for me. This is karma. The old man suddenly let out a sigh. When he let out this sigh, 2 more karma scenes appeared on his body at the same time, as if they were guiding 2 completely different paths. Today, people fish, but in the future, the heavens fish for me. Ning Fan muttered to himself. This sentence fully explained the law of karma and samsara. Speaking of which, the scene in Li San's left eye was a man who died of thirst in the desert. Before he died, he longed to be reincarnated as a fish in his next life. The scene in Li San's left eye was the scene of the old man fishing. Come to think of it, the scenes that both of them saw seemed to be related to fish. Karma. Could it be? Ning Fan had a guess in his mind, but he was not completely sure. Similar to the scene he saw when he took the lotus for the first time, the scene this time also only lasted for 3 breaths before disappearing. When he finished watching the second scene, the mysterious dripping sound of water resounded again. Then, it was followed by the woman's call. Each call sounded as if it was right beside his ears. After that, it was the sound of the chains clashing against each other, trying to stop Ning Fan from opening his eyes. He still could not open his eyes. However, this time, after the sound of the chains, Ning Fan actually heard some other sounds. It seemed to be the voices of 2 children conversing. Obviously, it was not useless for him to keep consuming the carp's eye. There was still some use for it. This woman has a strong heart. Unfortunately, the great Tao is merciless. I'm afraid that she will have to wait for nothing. We, the Tao children of the holy sect, have been guarding this snow valley for countless years. However, we have never seen the souls of the dead of the snow valley of the mortal grade return to the true world. This woman has waited for 42 cycles of samsara. Her physical body has turned into ashes and her spiritual sense has turned into green smoke. However, her infatuation is still there. I really don't know what kind of person could make her yearn for him so much. This was the voice of one of the children. It's hard to wake the dead, let alone a dead person without any immortal foundation. This snow valley is immortal grade. The owner of this coffin is naturally immortal. It's very difficult to return to the true world. I heard from Master that the living being sealed in this coffin is not a human but a butterfly from the mortal world. This butterfly does not have any cultivation base. However, Master said that this butterfly had committed a serious crime with its mortal body. It angered that existence in the ancient desolate mountain and was killed by that existence with the third son of the desolate sword. TSK. A mere mortal butterfly actually attracted the attention of an immortal sovereign and was even killed by the third son of the desolate sword. Do you believe this? Master also said that in the end, even that existence in the purple mountain Do-Hai took action and took back the body of this butterfly from the third son of the desolate mountain Do-Hai. If it wasn't for that, this butterfly would probably not even have ashes left. This was the voice of another child. Master is really old and muddle-headed. What right does a mortal butterfly have to be killed by a fourth-step immortal sovereign? What right does it have to be saved by another immortal sovereign? If it's the legendary 9 butterflies of the vast expanse, it might still be possible. But it's just a mortal butterfly. Hee hee. Anyway, this is something that happened 42 cycles ago. It's too long ago. Who knows if it's true or not? Moreover, since Master said this, it's even more unbelievable. It's most likely false. Who doesn't know that our Master is a cultivator of the Hongjun sacred sect who loves to talk nonsense the most? If it wasn't because he loved to talk nonsense too much and offended the Hongjun of this generation, he wouldn't have been punished to the Snow Valley to reflect on his mistakes. By following such a master, even we can't raise our heads in front of our senior and junior brothers. That's right. I really regret having such a master. Just the day before yesterday, Master still said, there is a type of living being in this world whose strength lies in its ordinariness and ordinariness. It's because ordinariness and ordinariness are the een side of immortals. If a mortal can possess extreme een, even though yang cannot resist it, a mortal can kill an immortal. Een or yang, which one is superior to the other? Sigh. Master is already hopeless. A mortal can kill an immortal, ******** star. A mortal does not have any cultivation base. What right does he have to kill an immortal? In my opinion, Master has read too many books in his life and he has damaged his brain. Master even said. That was the end of the voice. The 2 children seemed to be still talking about their master. However, Ning Fan could not hear the rest of their conversation. Ning Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. The things he heard this time seemed to be quite extraordinary. Hongjun sacred sect. Snow Valley. Women. 42 reincarnations. Butterfly. Ancient desolate mountain. The third son of the desolate sword. Purple mountain battle ocean. The conversation between the 2 children seemed to be related to extremely terrifying secrets. Even if Ning Fan could not understand the specific meaning of their conversation, he could guess that these words were not ordinary. It was definitely not something that the cultivators of the illusory world could say. Is this a conversation between the people of the illusory world? Could it be that the butterfly was referring to me? Or perhaps it was referring to something else. What kind of place is the Snow Valley? What does the Hongjun holy sect refer to? Why would he, Ning Fan, know about these secrets? Could it be that the conversation between the 2 children was part of the scene that he saw after he opened his eyes? Karma. Karma. Could it be, what Ning Fan was especially concerned about was the last sentence that the 2 children said? Master also said that there is a type of living being in this world whose strength lies in its ordinariness and ordinariness. Because ordinariness and ordinariness are the een side of immortals. If a mortal can possess extreme een, even though yang cannot resist it, a mortal can kill an immortal. Mortals were een while immortals were yang. This was also the correspondence between een and yang. All een and yang things in the world could go against each other. This was the conclusion that Ning Fan had obtained after cultivating the great Tao of Yin and Yang for many years. Fire could boil water dry, while water could also extinguish fire. The Yin side and the Yang side might not necessarily be superior to each other. What the master of the two children said made a lot of sense. If a mortal resides in Yin while an immortal resides in Yang, a mortal with extreme Yin can also kill Yang. Theoretically, it was true. However, when people first heard it, they would feel that it was ridiculous. A mortal can kill an immortal. Can a mortal really kill an immortal? Somehow, when he thought of this question, Ning Fan recalled the scene in the ancient heavenly court where the butterfly's wings destroyed the eye of the palm of love in his previous life. If a mortal can possess extreme Yin, even though Yang cannot resist it, a mortal can kill an immortal. If a mortal can possess extreme Yin, this sentence kept resounding in Ning Fan's mind. It completely swept away the slight waver in his Tao heart after he met Musang. When he saw that Musang and Sun Luo could open their eyes but he could not, it was not that he did not doubt his own aptitude. When he saw that Musang could open his eyes and see the scenery of the Yang world but he could not, he did feel regretful. When he saw that the heavens prevented him from opening his eyes, he did feel resentful and wanted to fight against the heaven. However, this resentment was extinguished when he heard this sentence. If a mortal can possess extreme Yin, Ning Fan seemed to have seen a brand new path of cultivation. A path that was different from all the cultivators in the illusory world. The illusory world was the Yin side of the three great true worlds. The cultivators in the illusory world were the citizens of the Yin world. The only way out was to follow the will of the heaven and cultivate step by step from Yin to Yang. Step by step, they would become a citizen of the true world. In order to attain the third step, this was certainly the path that the citizens of the Yin world must take. However, what if Ning Fan did not take this path? If he insisted on walking in the Yin world and living in the Yin world, what would happen if he walked all the way to the extreme Yin world? What if he insisted on not opening his eyes and continued walking on this path with his eyes closed? If he opened his eyes, it would be a path. If he closed his eyes, it would also be a path. I really want to know what kind of expert the master that the two children mentioned is. Just a few words from him could make me feel enlightened all of a sudden. He certainly isn't an ordinary person. Ning Fan thought to himself. The sound of dripping water, the woman's call and the conversation between the two children are highly likely to be part of the scene after I open my eyes. Even though I haven't opened my eyes yet, I can hear more and more voices. Does this mean that the more carp eyes I devour, the closer I will be to opening my eyes? Let's see what kind of effect there will be after I consume the third carp eye. Ning Fan did what he did before and consumed the third carp eye. It was Li San's right eye. This time, what appeared in front of him was still the scene of the old man fishing. It turned out that the scenes contained in Li San's left and right eyes were the same. However, the perspective was different. The perspective of Li San's left eye was the old man fishing while the perspective of his right eye was the fish in the river. When Ning Fan saw the old man fishing again and heard the old man saying, "If I fish today, the heavens will fish me in the future again," Ning Fan's feeling was different from before. Ning Fan's eyes became blank for a moment. For a moment, he actually felt that he had merged into the scene and became the old man fishing, looking at the fish in the river with a complicated expression. At the same time, he also felt like he had become the fish that the old man had caught and was struggling desperately on the hook. In just 3 breaths of time, he seemed to have experienced the life of the old man fishing and also the life of the fish in an instant. After 3 breaths of time, the scene disappeared. Ning Fan was still sitting there blankly. His eyes were flashing with green light. He seemed to have been possessed by a devil. It was as if he could not distinguish whether he was the old man fishing or the fish or both of them at the same time. The feeling of enlightenment became stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, Ning Fan suddenly woke up from the devil's trance and came to a realization. His entire body was drenched in sweat and his heart was still pounding. What happened to him just now? Wait. Why are there carp scales on the back of my hand? Ning Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. Only now did he realize that in just a few breaths of time, a trace of power of the Tao carp lineage had appeared in his body. With just a thought, fish scales appeared on his body. With another thought, all the fish scales returned to his body. Why is there an additional power of the Tao carp lineage in my body? Ning Fan's expression became extremely solemn. He realized that the additional power of the Dao carp lineage was fusing with the demon blood in his body, causing a new type of demon carp blood to gradually appear in his demon blood. The blood of the demon carp was very thin, but it really existed. The Dao Hun clan and the demon race had a corresponding relationship of yin and yang. Their powers could devour and fuse with each other under certain conditions. As the additional Dao carp lineage was too weak, it was assimilated by Ning Fan's demon blood and turned into his demon blood. This demon blood of the carp lineage is very thin, but it actually contains a trace of the power of the palm realm. Ning Fan carefully sensed the additional bloodline of the carp lineage in his body. There's no mistake. This trace of bloodline does indeed contain the power of the palm realm. After consuming the carp eye and seeing the scene after opening its eyes, Ning Fan could actually cultivate a trace of the power of the palm realm. This was really unbelievable. It seems like the method of opening the eyes that Taoist Musang mentioned is true. This method can really help cultivators cultivate the void realm of the palm realm. However, there was one thing that Ning Fan could not understand. He did not gain any benefits from consuming Li Si's single eyeball. When he consumed Li San's left eye, he also did not gain any benefits. However, after consuming his right eye, he gained some benefits. Why was that? Could it be that I have to consume both eyeballs at the same time in order to gain any benefits? No. That's definitely not the case. Didn't you see how happy Musang was when he obtained a single carp eye? From this, I can tell that even if I only have a single carp eye, I can still gain some benefits. After consuming Li San's left eye, the scene I see is the old fisherman's point of view, while the scene in my right eye is the fish's point of view. The old fisherman and the fish. Two karmic ties. Ning Fan gently closed his eyes and recalled the scene in Li San's eye. It was as if he had once again become the old fisherman and the fish. Today, people fish, but tomorrow, the heavens fish me. These words kept echoing in Ning Fan's ears. Suddenly, Ning Fan opened his eyes as if he had understood something. That old man was not fishing for a fish, he was fishing for himself. This strange thought suddenly appeared in Ning Fan's mind and he could not get rid of it anymore. This old man was fishing for himself. He was fishing for him to become a fish in his next life and meet with him in his next life. This scene seemed to contain a profound understanding of the great Tao. Unfortunately, Ning Fan could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Thus, he could only give up on it. However, there was one thing that Ning Fan was sure of. The benefit he obtained from the carp's blood was definitely related to the feeling of being a fisherman and sometimes being a fish. Swallowing the carp eye is to see the scene of others. If I can comprehend it, I will be able to gain some benefits from it. However, this kind of benefit is still incomparable to the benefit I get from opening my eyes and looking at my own scenery. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens to cultivate my own void mastery realm based on the scenery of others. I'm a persistent cultivator. It's harder for me to open my eyes compared to others. Fortunately, I have swallowed the extreme yang in 3 carp eyes. I'm already much closer to truly opening my eyes. If there's enough extreme yang, I have the confidence to forcefully open my eyes even if the sound of the chain stops me. I just don't know how much extreme yang I need to truly open my eyes. Ning Fan turned his hand and took out the 4th eyeball. He swallowed it according to the method he used before. It was Li Er's left eye. After that, he swallowed Li Er's right eye. The scene in Li Er's left eye was a temple. There was a water vat in the temple and a monk was feeding the carp in the water vat. The scene in Li Er's right eye was the same as his left eye. However, the perspective was different. One was the monk's perspective while the other was the carp's perspective in the water vat. At a certain moment, the monk even exchanged glances with the carp in the water vat. At that moment, Ning Fan had an extremely strong feeling. The monk wasn't looking at the carp but himself, as expected. After experiencing the monk's perspective and the carp's perspective respectively, Ning Fan once again cultivated a trace of the carp clan's demon blood in his body. Even though the bloodline was thin, it still contained a trace of palm realm power. No one should underestimate this trace of bloodline. After all, Ning Fan could cultivate 9 types of demon yin yang qi. When the conditions are right in the future, he could just cultivate 1 carp yin yang qi. For now, he didn't need to care about the carp clan's demon blood. There was only one thing that mattered the most to him right now, to open his eyes. After absorbing the extreme yang in the fourth carp eye, Ning Fan did not hear any more sounds. However, he saw the existence of the chains for the first time. Everything around him seemed to have turned into nothingness and no longer existed. Ning Fan was clearly still in the profounding world, but it was as if he was standing in a barren void. Above the void, there were 12 illusory stone bridges standing in front of him. When he absorbed the extreme yang in the fifth carp eye, those illusory stone bridges became solid in front of him. Each of the 12 stone bridges emitted a different divine light, giving people a vast and untouchable feeling of holiness. "Can you see these stone bridges?" Ning Fan asked the void next to him. In fact, it was not the void but the place where the black cat was lying. It was the profounding world. Black Devil doesn't understand. "What stone bridges are there?" The black cat yawned lazily. She did not see any stone bridges in this place. It was the scenery of another dimension. She could not see it, but Ning Fan could. "Is this a scenery that only I can see?" Ning Fan thought to himself. Asterisk clang asterisk asterisk clang asterisk. The 12 stone bridges were connected from end to end. Ning Fan tried to fly towards the first stone bridge. As soon as he moved, he heard the sound of chains clashing. Gradually, dark red chains appeared on his body and bound him. The closer he got to the stone bridge, the tighter the chains bound him. They almost sank into his flesh. 100 zhang asterisk, 90 zhang asterisk, 80 zhang asterisk. Even with Ning Fan's cultivation base that was comparable to an ancient immortal venerate, he could only fly to 70 zhang asterisk away from the stone bridge. If he gets any closer, his flesh would be crushed by the chains and he would be severely injured. The chains were not real. They were the images of the will of heaven which prevented Ning Fan from approaching the stone bridge. "Back off. Back off. Back off. Residents of the Yin world, you have no right to ascend the origin bridge with your body to atone for your sins." On the body of the first stone bridge, a stone eye suddenly opened and stared at Ning Fan with indifference and mercilessness. It was the guardian of the origin bridge. Its true form existed in the 3 great true worlds. What appeared in front of Ning Fan was just a projection. If a cultivator opened his eyes and summoned this bridge, it would appear in the form of a projection. Ascending the origin bridge was a special benefit for the residents of the Yang world. They could obtain the blessing of heaven by ascending the bridge. The cultivators who opened their eyes for the first time could also see the projection of the origin bridge. Bridge God Gu Jiang felt very depressed. Which illusory world is this? I have no idea. There are hundreds of billions of illusory worlds. Who can remember where this place is? Who is this cultivator from the Yin world? I have no idea. I am the bridge god Gu Jiang. There is no way I would know a Yin cultivator from the illusory world. This young man seems to have never opened his eyes before. Why is there so much extreme yang in his body? The upper world actually sensed it and made me mistakenly think that someone in this world has opened his eyes again. That was why I eagerly sent my projection here. This young man has never truly opened his eyes. There is no doubt about it. If he opens his eyes, the extreme yang in his body will gradually transform into the breath of the true world, which is unique to the cultivators of the true world. Even if it is the first time he opens his eyes, a small amount of extreme yang will complete the transformation. However, this young man does not have the breath of the true world in his body at all. Humph. This time, I really made a huge mistake. A cultivator who has never opened his eyes actually deceived me into sending my projection here. Bridge god Gu Jiang felt that his intelligence had been greatly insulted. Besides, this young man has the Tao soul blood shackles on him. There is no doubt about it. Only cultivators who have committed the 10 great sins would be bound by these Tao soul blood shackles. It is the rejection of heaven. Judging from the number of these shackles, this young man has committed at least the 4th, 5th, and 6th of the 10 great sins. The Dao Hun clan has set up a heavenly rule. Cultivating stubbornness is the 4th sin, consorting with demons is the 5th sin, and refusing to accept the heavenly mandate is the 6th sin. I wonder which sin this young man has committed. No matter what, he is undoubtedly a sinner. Humph. A sinner cannot be placed on the origin bridge. Bridge god Gu Jiang stared at Ning Fan coldly as if he was giving him a warning. He had already made a huge mistake by mistakenly sending down the projection of the origin bridge. If he lets another sinner on the bridge and this matter spreads out, he would be punished by the three upper sects and the Dao Hun clan. What is the origin bridge? What does it mean to be a sinner? Ning Fan was not angered by bridge god Gu Zhang's warning. Instead, he asked in a very calm manner. Humph. I am the bridge god of the origin bridge. Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to ask me questions? Gu Jiang said angrily. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly cold. This bridge god seems to be a little too arrogant. The origin bridge and the bridge god in front of him were just projections. They were the product of the condensation of the Tao origin power. They were not real entities. They were somewhat similar to the Yin Phoenix in the Yin Yang square seal. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to hurt this origin bridge or the projection of bridge god Gu Jiang. It was only because Gu Jiang saw that Ning Fan's cultivation base was not high that he dared to be arrogant. After making such a huge mistake, Gu Jiang was already in a bad mood. He wished that he could immediately return to the true world. However, every time he sent a projection, he would need to wait for 1 hour before he could retract it. If a cultivator who had opened his eyes stepped onto the bridge within this 1 hour, he would have completed his task and he would be able to get some merit points when he returns. However, the person who summoned the projection of the origin bridge was a sinner who had not opened his eyes. He was a sinner who had not opened his eyes. Sending a projection to a cultivator who had not opened his eyes was considered a mistake. When he returns, he would have to deduct at least 500 merit points. That was 500 merit points. Gu Zhang's heart was bleeding. If he lets another sinner step onto the bridge, it would not be as simple as deducting 500 merit points. He would have to deduct at least 2,000 merit points. Humph. I must not let this sinner step onto the bridge. Gu Jiang did not have a good impression of Ning Fan at all. Thus, his tone was naturally as bad as possible. Since he knew that Ning Fan would not be able to hurt him, he naturally did not put him in his eyes. Just as he was about to withdraw his projection after 1 hour, he suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger, causing his stone eyes to be filled with terror. At this moment, Ning Fan took out the memory-severing Dao sword and slightly raised the tip of the sword at the direction of the stone bridge. Logically speaking, that Dao sword was not a high-grade sword technique. However, Gu Jiang felt a sense of danger from it. There's no mistaking it. This sinner is using some kind of extremely terrifying sword technique. He can actually threaten the projection of my Dao origin with his immortal venerate cultivation base. Are you sure that I don't have the right to ask you questions? Ning Fan did not want to waste his breath on the bridge god anymore. If the bridge god still spoke arrogantly, he might as well kill him with a single slash. Gu Jiang was stunned by Ning Fan's straightforward and decisive style. It was his first time seeing such a rude and unreasonable cultivator of the Yin world who actually swung his sword at the bridge god of the true world in such a matter-of-fact manner. Speaking of which, what Gu Jiang sent down was just a projection. If the projection is destroyed, his true body would at most suffer some injuries. It would not be life-threatening. However, there was a rule from the higher-ups. As the lofty bridge god, if he is injured by a cultivator of the Yin world, it would be regarded as a disgrace to the Dao Hun clan and he would have to deduct at least 5,000 merit points. No way. How can I do this? Merit points are my lifeblood. How can I deduct it? Thus, the bridge god Gu Jiang changed his attitude from arrogance to humility. His tone instantly became amiable, as if he had just met his own father. Little sinner, oh no. My little friend from the Yin world, let's talk this out. Hee hee. Don't use your weapons. It will hurt our friendship. Isn't it just a few questions? Alright. I'll answer them. Thus, the bridge god Gu Jiang rambled on and on, telling Ning Fan all the information about the origin bridge. Of course, he did not mention a single thing that was related to the secrets of the true world. He had always been abiding by the rules set by the higher-ups. Seeing that Gu Jiang was tactful, Ning Fan kept his Dao sword and listened carefully. It was his first time hearing about the existence of the origin bridge in this world. Opening one's eyes was a path that must be taken in order to become a true saint. All cultivators who open their eyes are qualified to summon the projection of the origin bridge. However, even a true saint might not be able to walk through all 12 origin bridges. In fact, opening one's eyes was also divided into 12 levels. For example, Taoist Musang had already ascended the first origin bridge. The reason why he desired the Eye of the Yang world so much was because he wanted to absorb the extreme Yang and ascend the second origin bridge as soon as possible. It was because only by ascending the first origin bridge could one break through to the second level quasi-saint realm. Only by ascending the second origin bridge could one break through to the third level quasi-saint realm. Even for cultivators who were not at the quasi-saint realm, ascending the origin bridge would also bring great benefits. For example, the benefit of ascending the first origin bridge was that it could help cultivators cultivate their own palm void realm bit by bit. If a cultivator can reach the end of the first origin bridge and take the 77th step, he could even break through the bottleneck of the second level quasi-saint realm. I didn't expect that I would actually summon the projection of the origin bridge without opening my eyes. What kind of heaven-defying luck is this? Ning Fan was slightly speechless. He had a feeling that his luck had improved by more than just a little after subduing Old Wu. Old Wu was a star of calamity that would last for 10,000 years. If others get close to him, they would definitely be tainted with bad luck. Could it be that Ning Fan's luck would increase instead of decreasing when he gets close to him? Was it because he was a Fuli cultivator? Each origin bridge is 77 steps long, Xianxia said. Every step I take will bring me great benefits. Others have to open their eyes to see the origin bridge. I, on the other hand, have the chance to ascend the bridge without opening my eyes. The only troublesome thing was that Ning Fan's body was bound by chains. It seemed like he was still a sinner who was not allowed to get close to the origin bridge by the Great Tao. Currently, 70 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, away from the first origin bridge was already Ning Fan's limit. If it was Musang, he might not be able to get any closer to the first origin bridge with his second-level quasi-saint realm cultivation base and the chains on him. If he goes all out, he should be able to move a few steps on the first origin bridge while wearing the chains. The projection of the origin bridge won't be wrong every time. I wonder if I will have such a chance the next time. Without these chains, with my current cultivation base, I would be able to walk the last 70 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, and ascend the first origin bridge. As for how far I can walk on the bridge, I have no idea. It would be great if I don't have these chains. However, without these chains, Ning Fan would have probably opened his eyes the moment he entered the painting world with his innate potential. After opening his eyes, he could summon the projection of the origin bridge at any time. Then, ascending the bridge would not be considered as a rare opportunity. Forget it. I'll just carry the chains with me. With the God-exterminating shield, I should be able to offset some of the damage from the chains. Seeing Ning Fan mumbling to himself, the bridge god Gu Jiang muttered to himself. This brat is behaving strangely. Don't tell me he wants to climb the bridge? No, that's impossible. He has a lot of Dao soul blood chains on him. This number is enough to stop weaker second-rank quasi-sages from ascending the origin bridge. This brat must have. Before he could finish, something happened that made his jaw drop. The surface of Ning Fan's body suddenly shone with rays of golden light. He forcefully entered within 60 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, of the origin bridge while enduring the damage inflicted by the Dao soul blood shackles. What a powerful protective magic treasure. It was at least a middle-grade connate dermic treasure. Otherwise, with this kid's cultivation, he definitely wouldn't be able to advance 600 feet. Middle-grade innate enchanted treasures were rare even in the three great true worlds. Gu Jiang was greatly surprised. With Ning Fan's cultivation base, it was really rare for him to possess a mid-grade innate magic treasure. However, 600 feet should be this child's limit, right? Just as Gu Jiang was thinking about that, he realized that Ning Fan had walked forward to 500 zhang * 400 zhang * 300 zhang * 300 feet. Could it be that this kid is using a high-grade connate dharma treasure? Gu Jiang's expression changed. Even he did not have a high-grade connate dharma treasure. Now, he was a little envious of Ning Fan's wealth. However, even if he has a high-grade connate dharma treasure, he would definitely stop at 300 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang. Ning Fan continuously shortened the distance between him and the origin bridge. 200 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, 150 zhang asterisk, 3, 33 m per zhang. Even though the god-exterminating shield was a heaven-opening treasure, it was not a complete one after all. When it was 100 zhang asterisk, 3, 33 m per zhang, away from the origin bridge, it could no longer completely negate the damage inflicted by the Tao Soul Blood shackles. If he continues to advance, he would certainly suffer severe injuries. 100 zhang asterisk, 3, 33 m per zhang. The weapon this kid is using must be a supreme-grade Khanate Dharma treasure. Gu Jiang's eyes burned with passion. A supreme-grade Khanate Dharma treasure was something that even saints desired. He did not expect that a mere venerated immortal of the illusory dream world would actually possess such a supreme treasure. It really made him jealous. Unfortunately, he was just a projection. He could not kill others and seize their treasures. Otherwise, he could. Sigh. What a pity, forget it. Even if this kid has a supreme-grade Khanate Dharma treasure, so what? His cultivation base is not high after all. If he wants to ascend the first bridge, he will definitely suffer severe injuries. He is a sinner after all. He mustn't ascend the bridge. Otherwise, 2,000 merit points will be deducted. Little friend, please wait. If you go any further, you will be heavily injured. The Tao Soul Blood shackles were tools of torture formed from the will of the heavens and earth. Normally, they wouldn't cause any harm, but they wouldn't allow sinful cultivators to open their eyes and approach the origin bridge. So you can't. Gu Jiang was still trying his best to persuade Ning Fan, but Ning Fan completely ignored his advice. With a leap, he had already crossed the last 100 zhang asterisk, 3. 33 m per zhang, and stepped onto the first bridge of the origin, standing on the first step. Bang, it was the sound of blood mist bursting out from Ning Fan's body. As expected, he was severely injured. Woo, the sound of a horn suddenly rang out around the origin bridge. Ah, it was Gu Jiang's cry of grief. The sinner ascended the bridge. Ah. 2,000 merit points flew away. Don't walk on the bridge, don't do that. Sir, you're a sinner. If you cross the bridge, I'll deduct 2,000 yuan. For every step you take, I'll deduct 500 yuan. Gu Jiang felt a little regretful, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. This sinner kid shouldn't have the ability to take a second step on the bridge. I don't think so. Asterisk woo asterisk in the sky above the wooden island, the sound of a horn suddenly resounded. It was ancient and sorrowful. It reverberated between heaven and earth as if it was everywhere. No one could detect where the sound came from. As soon as the sound of the horn was heard, the entire wooden island began to snow. The temperature plummeted as if it had fallen into the middle of winter. Where did the sound of the horn come from? Old Wu and the other weaker experts could not understand why it was snowing all of a sudden. The weather recently was really strange. It rained one moment and then it snowed the next. Xiang Bozi was slightly shocked. The snowflakes that filled the sky were really shocking. Vaguely, there was a force that was enough to freeze the Tao origin power in his body. Fortunately, the sound of the horn did not have any evil intentions. Otherwise, even if he was a first-level quasi-sage, he would also be frozen into an ice sculpture by the sound of the horn. What kind of horn is this? What terrifying power? Could it be that some old monster of the eastern sky has obtained a new magic treasure and is testing its power? Xiang Bozi said in shock. No. This sound of the horn is not made by others. It's the sound of heaven. Musong said excitedly. The sound of heaven? What does it mean? Xiang Bozi was puzzled. It's literally what it means. Musong did not intend to explain further. His heart was filled with raging waves. It's actually the sound of the frozen horn. Who was the one who opened his eyes and caused the strange phenomenon of the origin bridge to ascend the first bridge of the origin? The sound of heaven is within the range of the wooden island. The person who caused the phenomenon must be nearby. Could it be? No. It's impossible. This young man clearly did not open his eyes. There is no trace of the chi of the true world in his body. However, who else could it be other than him? I've misjudged him. Even though Sun Luo opened his eyes in the past, he did not have the ability to ascend the first bridge of the origin. I also went through a lot of difficulties before I managed to ascend the first bridge of the origin. After that, after countless years, I only managed to take 14 steps on the first bridge. Out of the 77 steps on the first bridge, he only managed to take 14 steps. This was the gap between Musang and the third-level quasi-sage realm. If the person who ascended the bridge is really Ning Fan, then this young man's potential is unimaginable. **Wu** The sorrowful sound of the horn suddenly blew across the starry sea around the wooden island like the cold wind in midwinter. In an instant, it froze the entire starry sea into ice. At this moment, 2 cultivators, one old and one young, were approaching the wooden island. As soon as they saw the aura of the cold wind, their expressions changed slightly. The old one was the Plague King, Lv1. His cultivation base was not as profound as Musang and Xianxia. Thus, he could not feel the terror of the cold wind, which was enough to freeze the Tao origin power. The young man was dressed in red robes. He had cold brows and eagle-like eyes. His thin lips, which seemed a little harsh, were now wide open. It seemed that he was too shocked to say anything for a moment. Why is there the sound of the frozen horn on the wooden island? Old ancestor once said that only cultivators who have opened their eyes can cause the sound of heaven. Could it be that it was caused by Taoist Musang? This young man in red robes was the second young emperor of the barbarian tribe, one of the 4 tribes of the southern clan. With his identity in the southern clan, he had also heard of such secrets. Sure enough, this Musang has hidden his strength well. He cannot be underestimated. Since he can ascend the origin bridge, he is most likely a second-level quasi-sage. We must not offend this person during this trip. As for that Ning Fan. Humph. If he is really a great cultivator from the ancient times, I will naturally invite him to the southern clan politely. However, if he isn't. The young man in red robes smiled coldly. If Ning Fan is not a great cultivator from the ancient times, he would not be polite anymore. Impersonating a cultivator of the southern clan was a great crime. He would certainly not let him off lightly. When Lv1 saw the cold expression on the young man's face, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Ning Fan. Inwardly, he prayed. "Oh, my sworn brother. I have asked you about it. You said that you have a way to deal with the people from the southern clan. Could it be that you are really a great cultivator from the ancient times? If you aren't. Sigh. This is really troublesome. It's really troublesome." Ning Fan forcefully ascended the origin bridge despite suffering severe injuries. His white robes were covered in blood. He was injured by the blood shackles on his body. This was still the result of him having the protection of the God-exterminating shield. Without it, Ning Fan would probably have been killed by the soul blood shackles the moment he ascended the origin bridge. The sound of the bugle horn echoed in his ears. As soon as it sounded, a ray of white light suddenly flew out from the first step of the origin bridge under Ning Fan's feet and turned into a white lotus in front of him. It was obviously a snow-like lotus, but it had a terrifying temperature. That kind of temperature was not considered hot to the people of the Yang world. However, to the people of the Yin world, it was a heat that their lives could not touch. Extreme Yang. It was a white lotus that was filled with extreme Yang power. It was extremely similar to the white lotus formed by carp eyes. However, the extreme Yang power it contained was much more than carp eyes. What made Ning Fan especially surprised was that there were actually 2 lotus seeds on the white lotus. As soon as the lotus seeds appeared, the entire space trembled slightly as if it could not withstand the enormous energy contained in the lotus seeds. Bridge god Gu Jiang said before that if one ascends the origin bridge, he or she will receive a reward for every step he or she takes. Each of the 12 origin bridges has different rewards. The reward for the first bridge is a white lotus. There are also some people who are very lucky and obtained a white lotus with lotus seeds. The extreme Yang in the white lotus can help cultivators to open their eyes further and obtain the recognition of heaven. The lotus seeds, on the other hand, have other uses. These lotus seeds have a name in the 3 great true worlds called the lotus seed of absolute beginning. It has the miraculous effect of helping cultivators cultivate to the void palm realm. However, according to what bridge god Gu Jiang said, even the luckiest cultivator from the true world will not be rewarded with a lotus seed for every step he or she takes. Moreover, they will only be rewarded with 1 seed at a time. Those who can obtain a lotus seed on the first step of the bridge are less than 1 in 10,000. When I first ascended the bridge, I was rewarded with a lotus seed. Moreover, I was rewarded with 2 seeds at a time. But why? Even though I am the sinful cultivator that Gu Jiang mentioned, the reward I obtained is actually more than the others. Ning Fan pondered for a while. What he did not know was that the so-called sinful cultivator was just an insulting title that the Dao Hun clan used to refer to the 10 types of cultivators. Xianxia was a 4th-tier cultivator that the Dao Hun clan rejected. The Dao Hun race was in charge of the heavens, so they issued orders on behalf of the heavens that forbade cultivators from approaching the Origin Bridge. In reality, the Origin Bridge didn't discriminate against cultivators trying to climb the bridge. In fact, it even welcomed cultivators trying to climb the bridge. The rewards they offered were also far more generous than other cultivators. This was probably the special benefit of being a tenacious cultivator. 2 absolute beginning lotus seeds. Could it be that this child is actually a Xixiao? Bridge god Gu Jiang had rich experience and guessed inwardly. Ning Fan did not immediately take the second step. Instead, he kept away the white lotus and lotus seeds that the Origin Bridge had rewarded him and refined them on the spot. The white lotuses and lotus seeds rewarded by the Origin Bridge could only exist for a short period of time. If they were not refined on the spot, they would vanish from the world, a waste. The refining process lasted for about a quarter of an hour. After refining the extreme yang in the white lotus, Ning Fan was still unable to break free from the shackles and opened his eyes. His extreme yang was still far from enough. On the other hand, the 2 absolute beginning lotus seeds were of greater help to him. After consuming the lotus seeds, the rain star point, battle star point, dark star point and the wood star point in his right eye emitted a burning sensation at the same time. After that, the power of the palm realm contained in the 4 types of yin and yang actually increased by more than a few times. This child actually has 4 types of palm realm power. Moreover, after consuming the lotus seeds, the power of each of them has reached 10 Ling Jun. All 4 types of palm realm power can be considered as having small success in the palm realm. Bridge god Gu Jiang was speechless. It was rare to see a cultivator with 4 types of palm realm power. Ling Jun was a quantifier in the 3 great true worlds. It could be used to determine the amount of palm realm power a cultivator possessed. If the power of a Dao law is cultivated to its limit, it would produce the power of a palm realm Dao law. If the power of a palm realm Dao law reaches 10 Ling Jun, it would be considered as having small success in the palm realm. If it reaches 100 Ling Jun, it would advance to the middle realm of the palm realm and 500 Ling Jun would be considered as having grand success in the palm realm. Theoretically, a cultivator would be able to cultivate the palm void realm starting from the middle realm of the palm realm. Only a great emperor who possessed the palm void realm could be considered as a great emperor of the palm realm. In the past, Ning Fan could barely exert a small amount of palm realm power by relying on the cultivation method of the chaotic loop art. The power of a single type of palm realm power contained within a single type of yin and yang was probably less than half Ling Jun. A single absolute beginning lotus seed could increase the power of a palm realm by 20 Ling Jun. 2 seeds would be 40 Ling Jun. When they were distributed among the 4 types of palm realm power, the power of each type of palm realm would increase by 10 Ling Jun. Unfortunately, the ancient god heart aperture could only increase the power of a spiritual item that could increase one's cultivation base. It had no effect on the absolute beginning lotus seed. Otherwise, Ning Fan could have gained even more power. Ning Fan had already heard about the classification of the small success, middle realm and grand success realm from Gu Jiang. Even though he did not have much of an understanding of the quantifier Ling Jun, he could roughly estimate that his 4 types of palm realm power had already reached the small success realm. Ning Fan turned his hand and summoned the memory-severing Dao sword. The 4 types of palm realm Dao laws coiled around the Dao sword. He stared at the Dao sword carefully and nodded to himself. By coiling 4 types of ordinary Dao laws, the power of the Dao sword would increase by more than a few times. Now, the Dao laws coiling around the Dao sword were even purer and contained a total of 40 Ling Jun of palm realm power. The power of this sword was at least 2 times stronger than before. The increase in the power of the palm realm did not increase Ning Fan's cultivation base. Instead, it significantly increased his combat power. Should I take the second step? Ning Fan only hesitated for a moment before he made up his mind. He took the second step on the first bridge of origin. More blood mist burst out from his body. The first bridge of origin itself had a force that prevented the cultivators from moving forward. It was like a test. If they could not withstand this force, they would be injured and find it hard to move forward. At this moment, this force overlapped with the power of the Tao Soul blood shackles on Ning Fan's body. It actually severely injured Ning Fan's primordial spirit in an instant, causing nearly 1/3 of his primordial spirit to fall into an illusion, severe injuries. It was definitely severe injuries. To cultivators, injuries on the primordial spirit were far more difficult to heal than injuries on the physical body. This was the result of Ning Fan's primordial spirit being protected by the God-exterminating shield. If Ning Fan did not have the God-exterminating shield, Musang would also suffer a severe injury to his primordial spirit. Another 500 Ling Jun was deducted. This brat from the Yin world actually dares to take the second step. Does he not want to live anymore? Isn't he afraid of being killed by the Tao Soul shackles? Bridge God Gujiang felt distressed. If Ning Fan took another step on the bridge, he would have to deduct another 500 Ling Jun's merit points. How could he not feel distressed? You have the Tao Soul blood lock. Even if you have supreme-grade Khanate Dharma treasures to protect you, you will not be able to completely offset the damage from the blood lock. With every step you take, you will be injured. If your injuries are serious enough, your Tao foundation will be damaged. If it's serious enough, you will lose your life. Sai, turn back. Don't walk forward anymore. Although the reward from the origin bridge is important, you have to be alive to get it. Listen to my advice and turn back. If you don't turn back and walk forward, you will lose my merit points. Thank you for your concern, Senior. I know what I'm doing. Ning Fan wiped off the trace of blood at the corner of his lips and kept the reward of the origin bridge after taking the second step. When he thought about how he wanted to kill Gu Jiang just now, he felt a little guilty. This bridge god Gu Jiang actually cared about me regardless of what happened in the past. He's really a broad-minded person. I'm not concerned about you. I'm concerned about my own merit points. Gu Jiang, who was inexplicably labeled as a good person, felt gloomy. It was because after Ning Fan refined the reward of the second step, he took the third step, another 500 Ling Jun was deducted. For the second step, Ning Fan still obtained a white lotus and 2 lotus seeds as a reward. It was the same for the third step. After taking the third step, the illusory degree of Ning Fan's primordial spirit had already reached 2/3 of its original state. If he takes the fourth step, his primordial spirit would probably collapse and he would die. The third step was already his current limit. Even with the God-exterminating shield, he could not go any further. After consuming another 2 extreme young white lotuses, Ning Fan still could not open his eyes. On the other hand, after consuming 4 lotus seeds in a row, his 4 types of palm realm power all broke through to the level of 30 Ling Jun. When the 4 types of palm realm power superimposed, it had already exceeded 120 Ling Jun. It was slightly stronger than some Palm Realm immortal emperors who are at the middle stage of the Palm Realm. Unfortunately, a single type of Palm Realm power could not reach the middle stage of the Palm Realm. Otherwise, it was highly possible for Ning Fan to attain the initial stage of the Palm Realm. Little friend from the Yin world, you won't take the fourth step, right? Gu Jiang wanted to cry but had no tears. He was really afraid that Ning Fan would continue to take the fourth step. I won't go any further. The third step is already my limit. Seeing that Gu Jiang was concerned about him again, Ning Fan's tone became much friendlier. I'm really not concerned about you. Forget it. I won't explain any further. Anyway, the 1-hour time limit is almost up. I can withdraw my projection back to the illusory world. This time, the projection to the illusory world was really a painful experience. Gu Jiang did not want to descend to this illusory world for the rest of his life. The 12 origin bridges gradually became illusory. Soon, they disappeared from the profound Yin world along with the heavenly sound of the bugle. The scenery in front of Ning Fan returned to the profound Yin world. The first thing he did was to use a Millennium Tower to heal his injuries. The injuries caused by the Tao Soul blood shackles were really terrifying. There was actually a terrifying will of the heavens that kept tearing Ning Fan's primordial spirit, causing his cultivation base to temporarily decline due to his injuries that had yet to fully heal. Without 1,000 years, Ning Fan did not have the confidence to heal his injuries at all. Thus, he had no choice but to go into seclusion immediately. When he walked out of the Millennium Tower, his injuries had already fully healed. His cultivation base had also returned to normal. It was already very rare for him to be able to draw the origin bridge down and take 3 steps on it without opening his eyes. Perhaps, he would not have such an opportunity again. If he wants to draw the origin bridge down again, he would have to break free from the shackles and open his eyes. Open my eyes, I wonder how much more extreme yang I need, Ning Fan shook his head. Extreme yang was something that only existed in the true world. In the illusory world, there were very few things that contained extreme yang. The Carpi in the Golden Sky and Black Map did contain a lot of extreme yang. Unfortunately, after the previous experience of entering the map, it was highly likely that he would be targeted by the ferocious creatures in the depths of the painting world the moment he enters the map again. Even if he brings the black cat Jiuli with him, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Besides, he no longer had a second talisman brush from the Golden Talisman Palace. If he wants to enter the Golden Sky and Black Map again, he could only do so with his primordial spirit. He could not bring the black cat along, forget it. I'll put aside the matter of extreme yang and the matter of opening my eyes for now. It's time to leave the Wooden Island. There were some things that Ning Fan had yet to figure out. However, he could only figure them out in the future. He left the profounding world in a flash. As soon as he returned to the outside world, his eyes immediately narrowed. At this moment, there were many people gathered outside his room. There were Daoist Musong, Xianxia, Old Wu Ba and the other disciples of the Wooden Island. Besides them, there was also Lu Feng and a red-robed venerated immortal lord with an unfriendly expression. Oh? Why are all of you gathered outside my room? Is Big Brother here as well? Ning Fan walked out of the guest room of the monastery and smiled at Lu Feng. His eyes were filled with inquiry. Lu Feng nodded his head. Seeing this, Ning Fan's heart shuddered. He finally understood. It seems like this red-robed venerated immortal lord is a member of the Southern Clan. Previously, when Ning Fan went to the Godly Void Pavilion, he had a deep conversation with Lu Feng. At that time, Lu Feng told Ning Fan a piece of bad news. The Southern Clan found out that someone was impersonating a member of their clan. It was not Lu Feng who told them about it. Instead, it was a deduction made by a powerful old ancestor of the clan. This incident happened about 10 years after Ning Fan entered the ancient wild region. In the past, Ning Fan had stolen the Gu command token of the Southern Clan. This incident was connected to heaven and earth and was connected to karma. It could hide it from most people in the world, but it could not hide it from those old monsters who were proficient in deduction. Coincidentally, that old monster managed to deduce this incident. After knowing that someone actually dared to impersonate a member of the Southern Clan, that old ancestor of the Southern Clan was naturally enraged. Following the karma, he found Lu Feng and used a secret technique to search his memories. Only then did he understand the whole story of how Ning Fan impersonated a cultivator of the Southern Clan. What a great reign, immortal monarch! How dare you impersonate a member of the Southern Clan? Don't you know that this is a great taboo of our Southern Clan? Fortunately, at that time, the fact that Ning Fan was the successor of ancient chaos had almost spread across the entire Eastern Heaven. That old ancestor of the Southern Clan was wary of Ning Fan's reputation as the successor of ancient chaos. Thus, he did not dare to openly deal with Ning Fan. Moreover, Ning Fan had not shown up in the Eastern Heaven for a long time. Thus, he temporarily put this matter aside. Unexpectedly, after another 10 years, a huge incident happened in the ancient wild region. As one of the 10 great secret clans, the Southern Clan naturally had the means to find out the inside story. 2 great cultivators from the ancient times actually appeared in the ancient wild region and they engaged in a life and death battle. One of them was called Zhao Jian. He was a mysterious cultivator with silver hair and a ghost face. As soon as they heard this news, the entire Southern Clan could not remain calm. Zhao Jian was the name of the member of the Southern Clan that Ning Fan impersonated. According to the first-hand information obtained by the old ancestors of the Southern Clan, the great cultivator from the ancient times in the ancient wild region, Zhao Jian, was exactly the same as Ning Fan. Impossible. This young man is obviously the successor of ancient chaos. He's just an unknown life immortal realm junior. How could he be the great cultivator from the ancient times whose name shook the entire ancient wild region? Many of the old ancestors of the southern clan could not believe this, but they could not verify it. After that, another 2 years passed and Ning Fan returned to the eastern heaven with unparalleled strength. 100 years ago, Ning Fan was just a life immortal realm expert. 100 years later, however, he actually possessed the cultivation base of an immortal venerable realm expert. The old monsters of the southern clan did not believe that Ning Fan could cultivate from the life immortal realm to the immortal venerable realm in just 100 years. Did he really think that immortal venerables of the past were as common as cabbages? If one could achieve that level in just 100 years, why would there be so many memory-breaking old monsters who had spent millions or tens of millions of years to reach this level? Obviously, Ning Fan's cultivation base did not increase. Instead, he had always had this cultivation base. His previous cultivation base at the life immortal realm was just an illusion. No, it was highly possible that even his immortal venerable realm cultivation base was just an illusion. The cultivation base of an ancient great cultivator was Ning Fan's true cultivation base. Therefore, most of the old monsters of the southern clan chose to believe that Ning Fan was a great cultivator from the ancient times who was hiding his cultivation base. The things he did in the eastern heaven and the reputation that he gained from the rumors were probably all fake. Even his name might be fake. However, there were still a small number of old monsters of the southern clan who felt that Ning Fan was not the same person as the great cultivator from the ancient wild region, Zhao Jian. Even so, those old monsters of the southern clan did not dare to do anything harmful to Ning Fan. What if? If Ning Fan was really a great cultivator from the ancient times, even the southern clan would not be able to withstand his wrath. Even if Ning Fan was not a great cultivator from the ancient times, he was still the successor of ancient chaos. His master was still alive. Who would dare to suppress him with force? Even the dark race who held hostility against Ning Fan would not dare to do so. None of the old monsters of the southern clan dared to touch Ning Fan. However, they also could not just brush off the fact that Ning Fan was pretending to be a member of the southern clan. After all, they were a dignified secret race. Even if the other party was a great cultivator from the ancient times, the old monsters of the southern clan still had to seek justice for him. Of course, if the other party was really a great cultivator from the ancient times, the so-called justice would just be a formality. All they needed to do was to slightly maintain the reputation of the southern clan and let others know that no one could pretend to be a member of the southern clan. That way, they would not really become enemies with Ning Fan. As soon as Ning Fan went to the divine tomb, LV Feng told him the whole story. One had to admit that LV Feng, this sworn brother of his, was really worth befriending. Even when facing the questions of the old ancestors of the southern clan, LV Feng did not say anything that was unfavorable to Ning Fan. Unfortunately, his memories were searched by someone. Otherwise, he would not have exposed so many things. LV Feng was very worried about Ning Fan's situation. His network was not as good as the southern clan. Thus, he did not know the details of the great battle in the wilderness. He did not know that Ning Fan's ghost-like silver hair matched the great cultivator from the wilderness. From the conversation between the old monsters of the southern clan, LV Feng heard words like, "Could this young man really be a great cultivator from the ancient times?" or, "Does this young man really have the cultivation base of a great cultivator from the ancient times?" Apparently, the old monsters of the southern clan suspected that his sworn brother was a great cultivator from the ancient times. Besides, they also reckoned that great Emperor Ancient Chaos was on the verge of Tao extinction. Thus, they did not dare to use force against him. This is troublesome. Isn't this really troublesome? How could his sworn brother, Ning Fan, possibly be a great cultivator from the ancient times? If the southern clan finds out the truth and ancient chaos dies, no one would be able to protect Ning Fan anymore. LV Feng, who was born in the southern clan, naturally knew how terrifying the southern clan was. That enormous foundation was enough to make any immortal king or immortal emperor tremble in fear, let alone Ning Fan, who was not even an immortal king yet. Honestly, when LV Feng first found out that Ning Fan was not a member of the southern clan, he felt a little cheated. In the beginning, when he befriended Ning Fan, he indeed had the thought of utilitarianism. However, after that, Ning Fan gave him some pointers which allowed his cultivation base to recover rapidly. In the past, when his cultivation base was crippled by Sun Luo, he had already recovered half of it in just 100 years. Today, Lu Feng had sincerely regarded Ning Fan as his brother. He was not a good person, but he was a very simple person. If others were to treat him well, he would treat them well. If others were to treat him badly, he would kill their entire family and their entire clan. Since Ning Fan treated him well, he naturally regarded Ning Fan as his sworn brother. When he found out that Ning Fan was standing on the opposite side of the southern clan, he gritted his teeth and stood on Ning Fan's side. "Brother Ning, do you really have a way to deal with the southern clan?" LV Feng pondered for a moment and asked through telepathy. "Don't worry, big brother. It's not difficult." Ning Fan replied with telepathy as well. Ning Fan still had a way to make the southern clan think that he was a great cultivator from the ancient times. As long as he used the God-exterminating shield, which was a heaven-opening divine tool, and made some arrangements, he should be able to make some of the old monsters of the southern clan believe that he was a great cultivator from the ancient times. That was Ning Fan's initial thought. Now that he saw the people of the southern clan, his belief became even stronger. The eyes of the red-robed immortal venerated lord were filled with hostility. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a great cultivator from the ancient times being exposed, there would certainly be many people in the southern clan who would harbor such hostility towards him. Impersonating a member of the southern clan was a taboo of the southern clan. There were no lack of stubborn old men in the southern clan. It was totally possible for them to kill Ning Fan just because of this taboo. He had already become enemies with the Dark Clan. If there is another southern clan, Ning Fan was not afraid of trouble. However, if he could avoid some trouble, who would be willing to be involved in it? "Little friend Ning, you." Musong and Xianxia had something to ask Ning Fan. Naturally, they were asking about the heavenly sound of the bugle. Unfortunately, before the two quasi-saints could finish their words, the red-robed immortal venerated lord of the southern clan could not wait any longer. He said to Ning Fan with an arrogant expression. "You are Ning Fan?" "Humph. I am the second young emperor of the barbarian tribe of the southern clan. You, follow me back to the southern clan. Don't resist. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." "Is this kid retarded?" Everyone including Old Wu stared at the red-robed young man as if they were looking at an idiot. Even if you are an immortal venerated lord of the southern clan, you can't just snatch the conversation between two quasi-saints, right? Let alone Musong, just Xianxia alone. Any first-level quasi-saint of the secret race would have to address him politely as fellow Daoist. You, on the other hand, are just an immortal venerated lord of the southern clan. How dare you snatch the conversation between two quasi-saints? Do you really think that the southern clan can cover the sky with one hand in the eastern heaven? The people of the Wooden Island were not afraid of the southern clan. They knew about their master's formidable battle records. He had once fought against 3 quasi-saints of the Dark Clan alone. How domineering was that? Old Wu was also not afraid of the southern clan. The southern clan? Just by squatting in front of their door, they would have to spend money to invite him away. Ning Fan was also speechless. Didn't the southern clan suspect that he was a great cultivator from the ancient times? Which old monster whose cultivation base had reached the 10,000 ancient realm wasn't cautious? If Ning Fan had a trace of possibility of being a great cultivator from the ancient times, there wouldn't be any inconspicuous people who would come to find trouble with him, right? Even if he really wants to invite Ning Fan to the South Clan, he should be extremely polite. Isn't he afraid that something might happen when he opens his mouth in such a rude manner? Could this red-robed celestial supremacy be a cultivator from one of those clans? You haven't had much experience in the world, and you haven't experienced the deceit of the cultivation world. You've been taking pills to cultivate since you were born. Is that why you're so mentally deficient? Humph, this old man hasn't spoken yet. Is it your turn to speak? Musong's expression turned cold. He was originally an eccentric person. It was already rare for him to show Ning Fan a good face. How could he show a good face to any random cat or dog? You, forget it, Senior is right. The red-robed immortal gritted his teeth and admitted defeat to Musong, but his tone was very reluctant. As expected, he was an idiot. Even if he was from the southern tribe, he shouldn't have been so rude to Musang. Since he was an idiot, then he would torture him properly. If Ning Fan wants the southern clan to believe that he is a great cultivator from the ancient times, he must do something to slightly awe the southern clan. He would use this red-robed venerated immortal lord to put on a show. As an ancient great cultivator, what should he do? After being threatened by this red-robed venerated immortal lord, if he doesn't teach this venerated immortal lord a lesson, he wouldn't be befitting of his identity as an ancient great cultivator. Just as Ning Fan was about to summon the god-destroying giant and crush this unlucky kid to intimidate the southern clan, he suddenly hesitated. This hesitation was not because he was soft-hearted. Instead, it was because he sensed a trace of chi from the red-robed venerated immortal lord's body. The chi of a barbarian cultivator. This red-robed venerated immortal lord is actually a barbarian cultivator. Why are there barbarian cultivators in the four heavens? I heard that the southern clan has 4 tribes which are witchcraft, gu, barbarian and war. This red-robed venerated immortal lord originated from one of the barbarian tribes of the southern clan. Could it be that the barbarian tribes of the southern clan all cultivate the barbarian path? It's also possible that the entire southern clan cultivates the barbarian path. It's also possible that there are only a few barbarian cultivators in the southern clan and this red-robed venerated immortal lord is probably the only barbarian cultivator in the southern clan. Not all of them cultivate the barbarian path. Lu Feng was once a member of the southern clan but he did not have the cultivation base of the barbarian race in his body. In just an instant, Ning Fan went through various guesses in his mind but he could not verify them. However, if this red-robed immortal venerate was a barbaric cultivator, there was no need for him to summon the god-exterminating shield. Ning Fan would be able to intimidate him even more. Berserker, if I'm a berserker, then how should I face the god of berserkers? If I don't go back to the southern clan with you, you are going to be merciless to me, aren't you? Ning Fan turned to the red-robed immortal venerate and asked with an expressionless face. That's right. If you obediently follow me back to the southern clan, then I'll be polite to you. But if you dare to disobey my orders, then I'll let you know that the successor of ancient chaos isn't even worth a fart in my eyes. The red-robed celestial exalt spoke proudly. Then let's see how merciless you are to my subordinates. Scram! Ning Fan suddenly shouted coldly at the red-robed youth. It was a simple word, but it seemed to carry the might of the heavens. At this moment, Ning Fan's will had replaced the heavens and the great Tao of the heavens, becoming the master of all barbarian cultivators in this world. Get lost, Scram! Scram! Without using any cultivation or magic power, a ray of golden light shot into the sky like a gust of wind toward the red-robed celestial sovereign. When it got close, it turned into a golden palm that was as tall as a person and slammed down on the red-robed celestial sovereign. The supreme might contained in the golden light shook everyone's heart. That destructive force instantly destroyed all of the defensive magical treasures and spiritual equipment of the red-robed immortal venerate, including an innate treasure armor. No wonder this man was so arrogant. He even had an innate treasure armor. It was obvious that he was a highly valued existence in the southern clan. However, even the innate treasure armor could not protect the red-robed immortal venerate. In an instant, it was shattered by the golden palm. Then, even his physical body was crushed into a mist of blood. His primordial spirit was extremely shocked. He looked at the golden palm that hid his body with a pale face. The feeling of approaching death was unprecedentedly close. I'll die. I'll die. I'll die. What kind of divine ability is this? This Rain Lord clearly didn't use any magic power. How did he unleash such a terrifying golden palm? I can't resist it, I can't resist it. I've only experienced this feeling in the forbidden area of the clan. Only the South Pole ancestor, who was healing in seclusion, had this kind of cultivation. This is definitely the cultivation of an ancient great cultivator. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why did I have to be rude to an ancient great cultivator? Why didn't I believe he was an ancient great cultivator? This Rain Lord is definitely an ancient great cultivator who is hiding his cultivation. I can't withstand this golden palm. Not even the first or second rank quasi-sages in the clan can. Only the ancestor, only the ancestor. At the moment of death, the jade pendant on the red-robed immortal venerate's primordial spirit's neck suddenly broke in half. Then, an old figure shot out from the jade pendant. He swung the giant bone club in his hand and collided with the golden palm. Fellow cultivator, please calm down. This is definitely a misunderstanding. The southern clan has no intention of becoming enemies with fellow cultivator. The old man who suddenly dashed out was surrounded by the powerful aura force of a first-level quasi-sage. However, it was not his true body but a clone. However, even with the cultivation of his quasi-saint clone, he couldn't stop the golden palm from descending. His bone club was crushed by the golden palm, and his figure was directly crushed by the golden palm, turning into specks of light that dissipated. Destroying an innate magic treasure and the physical body of an immortal venerate with a single palm strike was not shocking. However, destroying the clone of a quasi-sage with a single palm strike was absolutely shocking. It's Mandaeuson's clone. He was actually destroyed by this young man with a single palm strike. Musang and Xianxia were shocked. The others might not be able to recognize the clone of a quasi-sage that was instantly destroyed, but how could they not recognize it? Mandaosan was a quasi-sage of the barbarian tribe of the southern clan. His true body's cultivation base was almost at the peak of the first-level quasi-sage realm. Even his clone that had been cultivating for many years could be comparable to an ordinary first-level quasi-sage. Was what happened just now real? Ning Fan killed Mandaeuson's quasi-sage clone with a single palm strike. Even my old ancestor's clone has been destroyed. I will die. I will die. The red-robed immortal venerate was already in despair. He was dumbfounded by Ning Fan's strength. However, the expected death did not come. When the golden palm struck his primordial spirit, it suddenly turned into a gust of violent wind and blew him hundreds of star regions away from the wooden island. The crowd of cultivators was shocked. I won't kill you, but there won't be a next time. Your identity as the young emperor of the barbarian tribe is not enough. Next time, it will be the quasi-sage of your barbarian tribe who speaks to me. Ning Fan was obviously saying those words on the wooden island. However, with the help of the rain technique, his words were transmitted to the red-robed immortal venerate's ears. Senior, thank you for sparing my life. When I return to the clan this time, I will deliver Senior's decree to the old ancestor of my barbarian tribe. The red-robed immortal venerate was terrified. His primordial spirit kept his fists towards the direction of the wooden island and ran away with his tail between his legs. It's over. I wonder if my actions have angered this ancient great cultivator. Let's see how the elders of the clan will deal with this matter. **Poo** in the South Pole Palace of the Southern Clan, 5 quasi-sages of the Southern Clan were sitting in a row with their eyes closed, waiting for something. Suddenly, one of the quasi-sages coughed out blood for no reason. Then, he received the memories of his clone and his face was filled with shock. The person who coughed out blood was Mandaeuson's true body. What happened? The other quasi-sages were shocked when they saw Mandaosan coughing out blood. In the entire southern clan, other than the old ancestor of the southern clan who was still recuperating, the second elder was the second elder of the second-level quasi-sage realm. Mandaosan was the third strongest expert of the southern clan. Why did he suddenly cough out blood? It's the Rain Lord. This man is unfathomable. He destroyed my clone with a single palm strike. We must not provoke him. We must not provoke him. As soon as Mandaosan said those words, all the other quasi-sages were shocked. Destroying Mandaeuson's clone with a single palm strike. How terrifying is his cultivation base? An ancient great cultivator, the Rain Lord, Ning Fan, is actually that great cultivator from the barbarian tribe. Forget about my clone. I can still get it back after paying some price. However, Mandaosan smiled bitterly. If the southern clan becomes enemies with this man because of today's test, it would incur the wrath of an ancient great cultivator. That would be really difficult to resolve. Even if the great elder was at his peak, he would not allow the southern clan to offend an ancient great cultivator, let alone the fact that the great elder was severely injured. Then, if he really gets angry, does our southern clan have to lower our heads to him? Are you kidding me? The ancestors of our southern clan have always been the guards of the southern heavenly gate of the immortal sovereign realm. There are only cultivators who die in battle and none of us would lower our heads to him. If this Ning Fan doesn't provoke us, we are willing to settle this dispute peacefully. We can even compromise a little. However, if this man goes too far, we will make him pay even if our entire clan has to die in battle. The cultivators of our southern clan will never shy away from a battle or death. Of course, it would be better if they could avoid provoking Ning Fan. No one would be willing to make a terrifying enemy for no reason, killing a quasi-sage realm expert with a single palm strike. The few old monsters of the southern clan shuddered in fear. When the red-robed venerated immortal ran back to the southern clan and passed on Ning Fan's message, they began to shift the blame to each other again. Ning Fan said that he would at least send a quasi-saint realm expert from the barbarian tribe over to him next time. Only then would they be qualified to talk to him, that's right. Sending an ancient immortal venerate to look for Ning Fan is a little inappropriate. Then the question is, who is going to talk to Ning Fan? Fourth Elder Nantian Huan nonchalantly picked up his teacup and drank for an hour. He didn't finish the cup of tea, as if he was competing with his teacup. He was a sage-to-be of the Gu tribe and did not have the cultivation of the barbarian tribe. The fifth elder, Zhao Wanggong, was constantly pinching his fingers and deducing something. He looked like he was deducing good or bad luck. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with him and he just wanted to stay out of it. Sixth elder Tosher and third elder Man Daosan exchanged glances with each other. Neither of them took the initiative to ask for Ning Fan's help. What a joke. What if the negotiation with Ning Fan fails? Should I be killed by Ning Fan with a single palm strike? This was risky, and whoever was stronger would be the one to take it. In the end, it was the second elder, old ancestor Wu Shan, who spoke. Fellow Daoist Ning said to let the sage-to-be of the barbarian tribe talk to him. So, old third and old sixth, choose one of you to go and talk to him. Asterisk cough asterisk old sixth, my clone has just been destroyed and my injuries have yet to heal. So. When Man Daosan thought of Ning Fan's terrifying strength, he felt a lingering fear in his heart and looked at Tosher pleadingly. When Tosher saw his third elder brother who had never begged anyone in his life was looking at him with such a gaze, he let out a long sigh and said. Fine. I'm a sage-to-be of the barbarian tribe. I'll go and talk to him. At most, I'll just die. There are no cowards in my southern clan. Just as Tosher was about to say something righteously, the cold voice of a lady came from outside the hall. Sixth Grandpa, why don't you let Weiyu go on your behalf? A lady in a feather cloak holding an umbrella walked gracefully into the South Pole Hall. This lady was the #1 saintess of the southern clan. Her name was Tantai Weiyu. It was the same name as a lady whom Ning Fan had met before. However, this lady was different from Tantai Weiyu whom Ning Fan had met before in terms of appearance, cultivation level, and bone age. Besides, that Tantai Weiyu was from the Purple Mansion Academy of the Southern Heaven clan while this Tantai Weiyu was the dignified saintess of the Southern clan. They seemed to be two completely different existences. You? No way. How can we let a little girl like you bear the brunt of the calamity of our southern clan? Enough said. Third Grandpa will go, but you are not allowed to go. Man Daosan was no longer afraid. He decided to meet Ning Fan. In short, he could not let the little girl Weiyu die. That Ning Fan was a ferocious man. He dared to destroy someone's physical body and clone just because of a disagreement. He was definitely not a kind person. I'll go. No. Let me go. Let me go. The situation where both sides were pushing each other away actually changed because of Weiyu's suggestion. Tantai Weiyu's heart felt warm, but she shook her head and said, No. It's better to let Weiyu go. You guys don't know this person, but I should have some understanding. As she said that, Weiyu smiled faintly as if she was reminiscing about the past. You've met Yujun before? When was that? Ever since you were born, you have never left the territory of the southern clan, which is 100,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, away. How is it possible for you to have met this person before? It's a secret, Tantai Weiyu smiled slyly. Indeed, she had met him before. That Ning Fan had met her witchcraft Gu before. The few grandpas of the quasi-saint realm did not know about this. The discussion of Dao in the past was still deeply engraved in her memory. What a cunning man. He actually pretended to be an ancient great cultivator and scared the few grandpas of the quasi-saint realm. Rain immortal monarch, huh? Others might not know that you came from the rain world, but I do. The news of Ning Fan killing a quasi-saint realm expert had indeed caused a commotion in the southern clan. On the wooden island, the crowd of cultivators was also stunned by Ning Fan's heaven-defying battle record. How could Ning Fan, who was merely an eternal first tribulation immortal venerable, kill a quasi-saint realm expert with a single strike? What kind of ability was that golden palm imprint? How could it have such terrifying power? Was Ning Fan's true cultivation base really just at the eternal first tribulation immortal venerable? Or was he hiding his true cultivation base? Everyone including Daoist Musang had their own doubts. Each of them had their own guesses, but none of them dared to ask Ning Fan about it. On the other hand, Xianxia, who had a good relationship with Ning Fan, did not have so many concerns. He secretly asked Ning Fan about it. Ning Fan's answer was that he did not rely on the suppression of his cultivation base to kill Mandaesan's quasi-saint clone. Instead, it was some kind of ability that specialized in subduing the barbarian tribes of the southern clan. Ning Fan sincerely wanted to befriend Xianxia. Thus, he did not hide anything about this matter, but he did not explain it in detail either. This was already enough to astonish Xianxia. Even with his knowledge of the quasi-saint realm, he had never heard of any ability that could allow Ning Fan, who was an immortal venerable, to instantly kill a quasi-saint realm expert. Ridiculous. This matter is just too ridiculous. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would never believe that such a terrifying ability existed in this world. His attention towards Ning Fan became unprecedentedly high. This young man really has endless means. Perhaps even if I don't help him, he also has a way to resist the Dark Clan. Old Wu was even more excited. Look, what did he say? Acknowledging Ning Fan as his master is indeed the right thing to do. Killing a quasi-saint realm expert with a single strike. Haha. How many people in the four heavens could do this? That scene made Old Wu's blood boil. He became more respectful and fearful of Ning Fan. Master, don't tell me you're a second-level quasi-saint? Are you hiding your cultivation base? Old Wu Ba secretly asked Ning Fan. What do you think? Ning Fan did not deny it. I don't think Master is one. Since Master could kill a second-level quasi-saint, you must have something to rely on. However, it definitely isn't because of the suppression of your cultivation base. Am I right, Little Eight? Old Wu asked with a flattering expression. Little Eight? Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Little Eight is this lowly one. This lowly one is Master's Little Eight. In front of outsiders, this lowly one is Old Wu 8. But in front of Master, this lowly one is only fit to be Little Wu 8. Master, Master, you are really too domineering. You killed a quasi-saint with a palm strike. Hee, can you teach this lowly one such divine ability? Old Wu 8 was as docile as a pug. I can't impart this ability to you. However, if you are obedient and follow me loyally, you will naturally receive benefits in the future. Ning Fan said with deep meaning. Sure enough. Master killed the sage-to-be by relying on his divine ability, not his cultivation. Wu Laoba secretly confirmed this matter. Suddenly, he was shocked. Master seemed to be deliberately telling him everything. Was this trust? Or a beating? Or perhaps, there was a deeper meaning behind his actions, but Master said that as long as I follow him loyally, there will be plenty of benefits in the future. Old Wu's eyes were burning. So what if his master wasn't a sage-to-be? With such a heaven-defying aptitude, he wouldn't be any worse than Musang in the future. In the future, if Master imparts me a few more heaven-defying divine abilities, hee. Just wait and see how I, Old Wu Laoba, am going to dominate the four heavens. Thus, after this incident, Old Wu's loyalty towards Ning Fan greatly increased. It was indeed an unexpected gain. The trip to the wooden island had come to an end. Ning Fan bid farewell to Daoist Musang and made an agreement with him. Then, he returned to the Eastern Ocean Star region. Only LV Wen and Old Wu Laoba went with him. Xianxia did not return to the Eastern Ocean Star region. Instead, he went to another place, saying that it was rare for him to come out for a walk and he had to visit a few of his friends. Until Ning Fan and his group left, Daoist Musang still did not know whether Ning Fan had opened his eyes or how he killed a sage-to-be with a palm strike. I'm getting old. I'm really getting old. In the future, there will definitely be a place for this young man in the illusionary world. Now that he is facing the threat of the dark race, if I can lend him a hand, I will certainly be able to form a good relationship with him. In the future, perhaps there will be good results. As soon as Ningfan left, Musang went into seclusion again to prepare for the possible confrontation with the dark race in the future. He swallowed the carp eye to see more of the scenery. After that, he tried to take the 15th step of the Origin Bridge. If he succeeds, his strength would certainly improve again. Ningfan returned to the Eastern Ocean Star region once again in order to fulfill his promise to the Luo clan by rescuing the Battle King. Even though he was on the Wooden Island, he could sense the situation of the Luo clan in the Eastern Ocean with just a thought. The preparations of the Luo clan were already 80 to 90% complete. It was almost time. Along the way, LV Wen and Ningfan had a pleasant conversation. LV Wen was a person who would repay kindness and seek revenge for enmity, which was different from Ningfan. They could be considered to have similar personalities. Moreover, after this incident, LV Wen had chosen to stand on Ningfan's side to deal with the Southern clan. It could be said that he had gone through trials and tribulations together with Ningfan. Even if they had only known each other for 100 years, they could still be considered as close friends. The threat of the Southern clan has finally subsided. In the future, even if the quasi-saints of the Southern clan come to look for you, they will probably be polite to you out of fear. They won't make things too difficult for you. However, you mustn't underestimate the Southern clan just because of this. Listen to my advice. The cultivators of the Southern clan are the most unyielding. In the words of the mortal world, they are like donkeys. They will be polite to you because they are afraid of you. However, if you push them too far, they will turn into mad dogs and fight you with all their might. Besides, there is still an ancient great cultivator who is yet to recover from his severe injuries in the highest forbidden area of the Southern clan. If the Southern clan sends more people here, don't push them too far. LV Wen advised. Don't worry, big brother. I know what I'm doing. You're here to save the Battle King of the Luo clan, aren't you? In recent years, the condition of the Battle King of the Luo clan has been worsening. The Luo clan was forced into a corner. They went around asking for pills and medicines, but none of them could save the Battle King. Besides, I heard that many legendary old monsters accepted the invitation of the Luo clan and tried to use their secret techniques to save the Battle King instead of using the war god art of the Luo clan. As a result, most of those old monsters who used their secret techniques to save the Battle King returned with severe injuries. I'm not clear about the details, but I've heard that a devil creature has been born in the Battle King of the Luo clan. Saving the Battle King will be quite dangerous. If little brother doesn't have a deep relationship with the Luo clan, it's better for you not to get involved in this mess. Even a few immortal kings have been severely injured by the devil creature inside the Battle King's body. Oh? A devil creature has been born in the Battle King's body? Ningfan was slightly surprised. However, it was just a slight surprise and nothing more. It would not change his original plan. He was a man of his word. Since he had promised the Luo clan something, he would certainly fulfill it. No matter how powerful that devil creature was, he would not break his promise. That devil creature is said to be at the peak Immortal King realm. Besides, I've also heard that the ancestor of the Luo clan was also an abandoned member of the Southern clan. However, after many generations, the bloodline of the Southern clan and the Luo clan has already become extremely thin. This Luo clan cultivates combat. Therefore, it's highly possible that they originated from one of the 4 divisions of the Southern clan. If that's the case, that devil creature is highly likely to be the ferocious creature in the legends of the Southern clan, the sorcerer god. LV Feng told Ningfan about some specific information that he knew. Sorcerer god? Ningfan was slightly stunned. It was his first time hearing that the Luo clan might originate from the Southern clan. However, he would not doubt the authenticity of this information. Since LV Feng dared to say such a thing, he must have some confidence. A devil creature with a peak Immortal King realm cultivation base was highly likely to be the ferocious creature in the legends of the Southern clan. The sorcerer god. Unfortunately, LV Feng also did not know much about the sorcerer god. After all, it was something that only existed in the legends. Perhaps only the higher-ups of the Southern clan knew about it in detail. Ningfan pondered for a while. A peak Immortal King realm expert was definitely not in existence that he could defeat. Be it killing a quasi-sage realm expert or killing a Dao carp with a palm strike, it was fine. As a matter of fact, he did not rely on his own cultivation base. His true cultivation base was slightly stronger than Old Wu's, but there was definitely a limit to it. Fortunately, he had the God-exterminating shield to protect himself. Even if he faces an 8th tribulation immortal emperor, he would still be able to protect himself. Thus, he was not afraid of the sorcerer god. Under the premise of protecting himself, using the war god art to save others should not be too dangerous. Ning Fan and his group were all experts with profound cultivation bases. Flying at full speed, they returned to the Eastern Sea Star region in just a short while. The Heavenly Sea Star, the cultivation star where the Battle King Luo clan was located. In the main hall of the Luo clan, the clan lord, Luoshi, was currently smiling apologetically at a few guests. There were a total of 3 guests. All of them were the thought-fragmenting old monsters who had been famous in the Eastern Heaven for a long time. Other than Luoshi, there were also a few famous juniors of the Luo clan such as Luo Xian and Luo Xiao. Among the 3 guests, 2 of them were at the late thought-fragmenting realm. The strongest among them was an old man who had half a step into the thought-fragmenting realm. In terms of cultivation base, he was much stronger than Luoshi. In such an occasion, juniors like Luo Xian and Luo Xiao did not have the right to speak. In the past, when Ning Fan did not show up in the Eastern Heaven for a long time, Luoshi went around begging people to save the Battle King. These 3 guests were the pill refinement experts that the Luo clan had begged in the past. All of them were Silver Core Realm 9th Revolution pill refinement masters. They were known as the 3 Devil Pill Elders in the Eastern Heaven. Moreover, the 3 of them were senior and junior brothers. With their teamwork, they could even attempt to concoct a 9th Revolution golden pill. Unfortunately, even though their pill refinement skills were extremely high, they could not concoct a pill that could save the Battle King. Moreover, when they tried to save the Battle King for the last time, they were severely injured by the devil inside the Battle King's body. Due to their fear, they no longer dared to save the Battle King. As the saying goes, it's easy to invite the devil in, but it's hard to send the devil away. The 3 of them were extremely afraid of the devil. They kept refusing to save the Battle King, but at the same time, they were reluctant to leave the Luo clan. The Luo clan was great. Those cultivators who came to save the Battle King had almost all their requests. Pills, cauldrons, and whatever else they needed, they just needed to ask and the Luo clan would give it to them with both hands. The 3 elders of the Devil Pill clan were rogue cultivators. They did not have the resources provided by their clan. If they stay in the Luo clan, they could eat and drink for free. They could use the resources of the Luo clan to cultivate and use the medicinal herbs of the Luo clan to improve their pill refinement skills. After tasting the benefits, they were reluctant to leave the Luo clan. The reason why Luoshi asked the 3 of them to come here today was to send these 3 great experts away. Ning Fan had already returned to the Eastern Heaven. His Luo clan only needed to rely on Ning Fan. There was no need for them to rely on these vermin. When Luoshi thought about these vermin only taking things without saving the Battle King, he burned with anger. Because the Luo clan was eager to save the Battle King and the conditions they offered were generous, every Tom, Dick and Harry in the Eastern Heaven wanted to get some benefits from the Luo clan. They refused to leave the Luo clan. Most of them were not interested in saving the Battle King. They just wanted to use the resources of the Luo clan for their cultivation. For example, the Flesh Mountain cultivator who ambushed Ning Fan and the 3 elders of the Devil Pill clan in front of him. In the current Luo clan, there were all kinds of messy people. In the past, they had no choice but to keep these people here. But now, in order to save the old ancestor of my clan, the 3 fellow Taoists have put in a lot of effort for the past 10 years. This is a small token of appreciation from my Luo clan to the 3 fellow Taoists. Luoshi waved his sleeves. Immediately, a jade box appeared on the wooden table beside the 3 elders. Even though the jade boxes were sealed, there was still a trace of medicinal fragrance coming from them. It was enough to show that what was sealed inside was not ordinary. They provided them with good food and drinks and even gave them a gift before they left. Their Luo clan had never treated anyone unfairly. Unfortunately, the 3 elders of the Devil Pill clan did not appreciate their kindness. The faces of the 2nd elder, Dan Lingzi, and the 3rd elder, Dan Shozi, darkened and asked coldly. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to chase us brothers away? It's too unpleasant to say that. All these years, how have the few of you been living in my Luo clan and how much effort you put in to save the Battle King? I didn't mention it because I wanted to give you some face. The few of you should just leave. That way, you can still save some face. The Battle King of my Luo clan does not need to trouble you. Luo Shi's gaze was also slightly cold. He was the head of the Luo clan and also an elder of the Godly Void Pavilion. He was amiable because he was giving these people face, not because he was afraid of them. What a good Luo Shi. What a good Battle King Luo clan. When you need us brothers, you use flowery words. When you don't need us brothers, you burn the bridge after crossing the river. You want to send us 3 brothers away with a trifling 5 million-year-old blue spirit root? Humph, do you think we are beggars? Raged the second elder, Dan Lingzi. Do you think your Battle King Luo clan is still the Luo clan of the past? The Luo clan has already declined. Although you are an elder of the Godly Void Pavilion, us 3 brothers also have people in the Godly Void Pavilion. Your Godly Void Pavilion's background cannot scare us. With your cultivation base that has just broken through to the mid-thought shattering realm, you are even less of a threat to us. If you want us to leave, that's fine. But 105 million-year-old blue spirit roots, not one less. If we can't gather enough blue spirit roots, then us 3 brothers will eat up your Luo clan. Let's see what you can do then. Sneered the third elder, Dan Shozi. The eldest, Dan Lazy, did not say anything. Instead, he closed his eyes and rested, as if he did not place Luo Shi in his eyes at all. What was the Battle King Luo family? It was just a declining force, and everyone would give it a shove when it was down. Even if they took the opportunity to step on it, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, the law didn't punish the masses, moreover, they did indeed have a backer in the Godly Void Pavilion. In terms of elder position, they were even a bit higher than Luo Shi's 9th elder. Luo Xian's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Luo Xiao and the other youths of the Luo clan were even more furious. How could they not be angry when others insulted their clan? Your backer is the 8th elder Feng Hai, right? Luo Shi suppressed his anger and narrowed his old eyes. However, he said something irrelevant. This time, the 3 elders' expressions changed. It was obvious that Luo Shi had hit the nail on the head. Luo Shi became even more furious. The bigger a force was, the more internal strife there would be. 100 years ago, the 8th elder Lei Jinshi died because of Ning Fan. The new 8th elder, Feng Hai, was not on good terms with the Luo clan. He actually intentionally allowed the 3 devil pill elders and the other vermin to stay in the Luo clan, causing the Luo clan to be depleted. If the war monarch was still here, who would dare to bully the Luo family like this? Since you know who our backer is, you should know that we are not afraid of the Luo family. How about this? 100 tufts of spiritual herbs are indeed too much. Let's make it 50 tufts. As long as you give us 50 tufts of 5 million years old spiritual herbs, we will definitely not help the 8th elder to plot against the Luo family anymore. What do you think? The eldest, Dan Lazy, thought for a while and decided to give in. It wouldn't be good if he pushed Luo Shi too far. Luo Shi was so angry that he almost laughed. Giving these people a tuft of 5 million years old spiritual herb was already an extra favor for the Luo clan. 50 tufts of 5 million years old spiritual herbs. Hee. Do you really think that 5 million years old spiritual herbs are cabbages that can be found anywhere? I only have 3 tufts of spiritual herbs. If you want them, then take them. If not, then return them to me. I won't be seeing you out. Luo Shi was so angry that he laughed. How dare you? A mere Luo clan. Dan Lingzi and Dan Shozi were enraged. They slammed the table and rose to their feet. Just when they were about to attack Luo Shi, an extremely cold majestic aura suddenly descended from the sky and pressed down on them. As soon as the aura pressed down on them, it was as if the sky was collapsing. It was as if there were countless claps of thunder exploding in their ears. It was as if their sea of consciousness was going to explode. It was simply unstoppable. Both of them groaned and coughed out blood. Dan Lazy didn't have a good ending either. After being pressed down by the aura, his face instantly turned pale. Not only his face, but even his primordial spirit was injured. The three devil pill elders were shocked and angry, but more than that, they were astonished. The three of them were late thought fragmentation realm experts, but they couldn't even withstand the might of this aura. Who released such an aura? Eternal Immortal Venerable. There's no mistaking it. This aura had the aura to crush the ancient times. Only an eternal cultivator could have such a horrifying aura. That was why the three of them couldn't even resist it. Since when did the Luo clan have the backing of Eternal Immortal Venerable? Fellow Daoist Luosher, since when did your Luo clan have so many messy people? Do you need me to help you clean them up? No matter what, I'm still a foreign elder of the Luo clan. It makes me uncomfortable to hear others belittling the Luo clan. The newcomers were none other than Ning Fan and his group. Many cultivators of the Eastern Heaven knew LV Feng, but Ning Fan's face was a little unfamiliar. After all, he was just a junior 100 years ago. He hadn't reached the stage where everyone knew him yet. Old Wu's face was even more unfamiliar. However, the ancient aura he exuded was equally terrifying. The three devil pill elders sucked in a cold breath. 3 eternal experts had actually come to the Luo clan. 2 of them were immortal venerables and 1 was an immortal king. The one who attacked them was Ning Fan. He was standing in front of the 3 of them. It seemed like he was the leader of the 3. Wait. This person said that his surname is Ning. Could it be, he's the reign immortal monarch Ning Fan who stirred up the Eastern Heaven recently? The ruthless person who failed to kill the newly advanced immortal venerable old ancestor De Yun. Rain Lord, please calm down. We 3 brothers didn't know that you're a foreign elder of the Luo clan. If we knew about this, we wouldn't dare to bully the Luo clan no matter what. We've acted recklessly in this matter. We don't want the spiritual herb anymore. We'll take our leave now. The 3 devil pill elders were extremely afraid of Ning Fan. Ning Fan's aura was not only powerful but also filled with terrifying baleful qi. As devil cultivators, the 3 of them were extremely sensitive to baleful qi. They were certain that Ning Fan had killed more than one immortal venerable old ancestor De Yun in his life. They couldn't afford to offend such an expert. Once they do, their lives would be in danger. No wonder when the 3 of them went to the 8th elder Feng Hai to ask if they still wanted to stay in the Luo clan, Feng Hai advised them to leave as soon as possible. It turned out that the Luo clan actually had such a powerful backer who was in existence that even the 8th elder Feng Hai was afraid of. At this moment, the 3 devil pill elders just wanted to leave the Luo clan as soon as possible. Unfortunately, just as they took half a step out of the main hall, Ning Fan's cold voice resounded again. Did I allow you to leave? Asterisk thump asterisk. The 3 of them felt their hearts skip a beat. They knew that the Rain Lord wasn't going to kill them, right? After all, most of the stories about Ning Fan in the entire Eastern Heaven were about the number of people he had killed. When he was just at the void fragmentation realm, he was already bold enough to set up a grand formation and slaughter 100 immortals. After that, asterisk tisk asterisk asterisk tisk asterisk tisk asterisk. How was that cultivation? The Rain Lord's path of cultivation was built by piling up white bones. Compared to such a person, the 3 devil pill elders were embarrassed to call themselves devil cultivators. Fortunately, Ning Fan's next words were not about to take their lives. He only gave them an order. 10 years. Within 10 years, return all the things that you've taken from the Luo clan. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The 3 of them immediately heaved a sigh of relief and said respectfully. Rest assured, my lord. It won't take 10 years. In 3 years at most, we 3 brothers will certainly return all the things that we owe the Luo clan. Otherwise, they would certainly be targeted by the Rain Lord, even though the ancient Chaos Dao was on the verge of extinction and the Dark Race wanted to kill Ning Fan. Those were just rumors. Not all the old monsters would act against Ning Fan after hearing the rumors. The 3 devil pill elders knew their limits. Be it the Dark Race or Ning Fan, once they step into the muddy waters of this level, they would be annihilated. They were not willing to do that. They were more willing to find a weak and easily bullied family to live and drink as they pleased. There was no other reason other than safety. Thus, the 3 devil pill elders who Luosher could not even ask to leave were directly scared away by Ning Fan's words. It was all because the Luo clan had Ning Fan as their backer. I've let fellow Daoist Ning see a joke. In order to save the Battle King, my Luo clan has attracted countless vermin. Sigh. Let's not talk about this anymore. Come and pay your respects to the Rain Lord. As soon as Luo Shi gave the order, Luo Xian, Luo Xiao, and the other youths of the Luo clan rose to their feet and greeted Ning Fan, the Plague King and Old Wu respectfully. Luo Xian lowered her head. She did not dare to raise her head as she was afraid that she would be rude. Her beautiful eyes were filled with amazement and bitterness. After not seeing Ning Fan for 100 years, he had already reached such a high level. In the past, she already felt that she could not catch up to Ning Fan. Today, they were even people from two different worlds. Luo Xiao, on the other hand, was filled with admiration and admiration. Ning Fan was the legend of their generation of cultivators. In 100 years, he had advanced from a life-immortal realm to an immortal venerated realm. No one in this generation of cultivators could compete with him, even if it was the previous generation, the generation before that. How many of them would dare to offend the current Ning Fan? Among the younger generation of the Luo clan, Ning Fan only had some friendly relations with Luo Xian and Luo Xiao. When he saw that the two of them did not even dare to raise their heads in front of him, he could not help but sigh. You don't have to be so courteous. Just do what you did in the past. Even though Luo Xiao said that, Luo Xiao and the others could no longer be at ease when facing the current Ning Fan. Even Luo Shi became more cautious and cautious as he was afraid that he would say something wrong in front of Ning Fan. As such, Ning Fan was no longer in the mood to reminisce with the members of the Luo clan. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they got to the main topic. The preparations to save the Battle King were basically ready. They should be able to start in another day. Ning Fan asked about the process of saving the Battle King in detail and also asked about the information about the devil creature inside the Battle King's body. Unfortunately, Luo Shi also did not know much about that devil creature. The information he could provide Ning Fan was very limited. After repeating it over and over again, there was only one sentence he could tell Ning Fan. That devil creature was extremely dangerous. It had the cultivation base of a peak immortal king realm expert. He told Ning Fan to be very careful when he saves the Battle King tomorrow. The only thing they could do now was to wait. Ning Fan, LV Feng and Old Wu temporarily stayed in the Luo clan. Old Wu was Ning Fan's servant. Naturally, he would go wherever his master went. LV Feng, on the other hand, was Ning Fan's sworn brother. He was discussing with Ning Fan about becoming a guest of the Xianxia sect. LV Feng wanted to join the Xianxia sect to help Ning Fan. Ning Fan, of course, would not reject this request. Very soon, the matter was settled. The place where the three of them temporarily stayed was the Broken Halberd Peak. 100 years ago, Ning Fan had stayed here to comprehend the battle intent of this place. It had only been 100 years, but it felt as though things had remained the same, but the people had changed. LV Feng and Old Wu rested in their respective caves. Tomorrow, they would have to treat the Battle King, and they might have to fight with that demonic creature. At that time, they would need to borrow their strength. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was walking alone on the Broken Halberd Peak. Occasionally, he would bump into some guest elders of the Luo clan. When they saw Ning Fan, all of them would be filled with fear and trepidation. Only one person was overjoyed when he saw Ning Fan. He was Wang Meng. He had once provoked Ning Fan, but he was taken in as a servant by Ning Fan. Wang Meng greets master. As soon as he saw Ning Fan, Wang Meng immediately bowed to him respectfully. His bow was filled with unprecedented admiration, which was different from 100 years ago. 100 years ago, although he was afraid of Ning Fan, he was still somewhat arrogant because of his identity as a Duzhen cultivator. 100 years later, Ning Fan would be a high and mighty immortal venerable while he was still at the early Crossing Truth realm. It was not condescension for a cultivator at the Crossing Truth realm to worship an immortal venerable as their master. How fortunate was he to have a senior immortal as his master? He was truly too fortunate, even though this master of his was currently in a bad situation and was being coveted by the legendary secret race. He was still an immortal venerable, even though his master was a little cold, fierce, and not easy to get along with. He was still an immortal venerable, even though his master was an immortal venerable. As long as his master was an immortal venerable, Ning Fan was perfect and flawless in Wang Meng's eyes. Oh, it's you. Haven't you broken through to the mid-Crossing Truth realm? When Ning Fan saw Wang Meng, he could not help but recall the memories of 100 years ago and revealed a smile. Wang Meng was in high spirits. His senior immortal venerable actually smiled at him. This was really a great honor. He had embarrassed his master. His master had broken through to the immortal venerable realm within 100 years while he had yet to reach the mid-crossing truth realm. He was not worthy to be his master's slave. This lowly one deserves to die. This lowly one is guilty. This lowly one has clearly put in a lot of effort, but my aptitude is not enough. Until now, I have yet to step onto the true bridge of the mid-crossing truth realm. Wang Meng said with shame. 100 years is not enough for an ordinary person to break through to the first level of the crossing truth realm. I remember that you have the 8 extremities combat physique. Your aptitude is not bad. What you need is just more experience. After pausing for a while, Ning Fan pondered for a while and said. Speaking of which, we don't have any grudges against each other. In the past, you provoked me. I planted a mental seal on you and took you in as my slave. 100 years have passed. Now, I'm returning your freedom and giving you a good fortune. Consider it as ending this karma. As soon as Ning Fan finished his words, Wang Meng's face turned pale with fright. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Master, please don't abandon me. I'm willing to cultivate diligently and serve you for the rest of my life. Did I do something wrong that angered you? I'm willing to change. I can change anything. Wang Meng, who had been cultivating the Tao for many years, actually had a rare moment of panic in his heart. During the 100 years when Ning Fan was not around, he was treated courteously by the Luo clan because he was Ning Fan's slave. He obtained a lot of benefits from them. Deep down in his heart, he really felt grateful for Ning Fan's kindness. Occasionally, when he was meditating, he would think of Ning Fan, his cheap master, and pray for his safety. After waiting for so long for his master to return, his master did not want him anymore. He could obviously regain his freedom, but Wang Meng did not feel happy at all. Instead, he felt a little sad. He could not tell whether it was because he was greedy for Ning Fan's reputation as an ancient immortal venerable or because he missed the days when he was tortured by Ning Fan every day. Or perhaps, he was addicted to being a slave and that was why he did not want to regain his freedom? If you can live with a straight back, don't bend your knees. To think that you are addicted to being a slave. Ning Fan sighed slightly. He flicked his sleeve and removed the mental seal on Wang Meng's body. Then, he pointed his finger at the center of Wang Meng's eyebrows. Wang Meng's eyes turned blank and he felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. Strange scenes appeared in front of him one after another, as if they contained countless Tao insights. It was a part of the Tao insights that Ning Fan had comprehended since he started cultivating the Tao. If Wang Meng could comprehend it, it would be enough for him to break through to the mid-true crossing realm. It was just a matter of time. In that case, the relationship between you and me has been severed. Go into seclusion to absorb these insights. Ning Fan waved his hand and walked past Wang Meng. All of a sudden, Wang Meng felt sad. It was as if after Ning Fan left, he and Ning Fan would no longer have anything to do with each other. Just like what Ning Fan had said, their karma had been severed. At this moment, the white-haired Wang Meng was like a loyal old servant who had been serving him for many years. He felt a sour feeling in his heart. There was a reluctance. In the future, stay in the Luo clan with peace of mind. You are the guest elder of the Luo clan. Of course, if you are willing, you can join the 1,000-year sect. In this way, even though you and I are not master and servant, if there is a chance in the future, I can still give you a few pointers. Ning Fan said with a deep meaning. This time, he was serious. He was ready to develop the 1,000-year sect. Whether it was Du Zhan or the Immortal King, he would spare no effort to recruit those who could join the 1,000-year sect. Wang Meng's eyes lit up and the sadness in his heart was swept away. I can still join the 1,000-year sect? That's good too. If I join the 1,000-year sect, I can also contribute to Master's cause of dominating the Eastern Heaven. It's decided. Even though Ning Fan was used to being expressionless, he almost broke down at this moment. Dominating the Eastern Heaven? Since when did he have such a plan? Wang Meng actually wanted to help him to dominate the Eastern Heaven. This old man's ambition is not small, dominating the eastern heaven. Heh. Speaking of which, it will be interesting if there is such a day. The one who can dominate the eastern heaven would be the ancestral emperor of the eastern heaven. Ning Fan was slightly distracted. He walked along the winding path in the mountain and suddenly saw Luo Xian under a Bodhi tree. Luo Xian was leaning against the tree. She was holding a worn-out white cloth in her hand. She seemed to be lost in thought. When she saw Ning Fan, she was slightly startled. She hurriedly kept the white cloth and greeted him. Luo Xian of the Luo clan greets you June. Her greeting was flawless, but there was an indescribable sense of unfamiliarity. It seemed that she did not want to be unfamiliar with him in the first place. It was just that she did not dare to climb up the social ladder, that white cloth. Just as Ning Fan asked, Luo Xian immediately blushed and hurriedly explained. That is something left behind by an old friend of mine. It's not anything special. If it's not anything special, why do you keep it like a treasure? This lie of yours is really lacking in skill. Ning Fan's eyesight was great. Luo Xian's expressionless face fell into his eyes. Besides, with the help of the mind-reading technique, he instantly saw through her mind. It was the white cloth on his clothes. It was the torn cloth that was left behind when the golden light collided with the heavenly sea star when he first came to it. It was just a piece of torn cloth, but she kept it until now. How could Ning Fan not see through the affection she had for him? Unfortunately, Ning Fan's feelings towards Luo Xian were only a little favorable. Talk to me. In this huge Luo clan, I can't find anyone who can tell me the truth anymore. Ning Fan looked at the broken halberd peak which had the same scenery as before and sighed softly. I Junior doesn't dare to. Luo Xian immediately rejected him nervously. Her heart actually lost its composure the moment Ning Fan invited her. You don't dare to, huh? Then forget it. Ning Fan sighed again and walked past her. Sure enough, things remain the same, but people have changed. Luo Xian's eyes immediately turned red. I clearly want to talk to you June. Why? Why don't I dare to face my true self? Wait. Luo Xian took a deep breath. She seemed to have regained some of her pride as the mistress of the Luo clan. Ning Fan halted his footsteps and looked at Luo Xian in surprise. Junior, dares. To be continued. Ning Fan nodded his head. It would be great if she dared to do so. Hence, Ning Fan and Luo Xian stayed together for the next day. From midday to dusk, to nightfall and then to sunrise, they did not do anything else. They just walked along the mountain path of the broken halberd peak while chatting with each other. The topics they talked about were the changes in the eastern heaven, the predicament of the Luo clan and their comprehension of Tao cultivation. However, they did not talk about love. This also made Luo Xian heave a sigh of relief. As long as they did not talk about love, she would not feel so embarrassed when facing Ning Fan. She could feel much more at ease. Ning Fan walked in front while Luo Xian followed behind him slightly slower. This scene was indescribably harmonious in the eyes of the guest elders of the Luo clan who were going in and out of the broken halberd peak. Hiss. Miss Xian and the Rain Sovereign. Each of the guest elders of the Luo clan was inwardly surprised. They seemed to have discovered an extraordinary relationship. If this matter were to be spread out, it would probably become a topic of conversation for many old monsters in the eastern heaven. The Rain Immortal Monarch is indeed a playboy. Even Miss Xian who never talks to men. She really makes others envious. As soon as the sky brightened, Luo Shi sent someone to invite Ning Fan, saying that everything is ready. Since there were important matters to attend to, Ning Fan naturally would not continue chatting with Luo Xian. He called LV Feng and Old Wu and went to the main hall of the Luo clan together. According to Luo Shi, the Luo clan had spent 3 trillion Tao crystals to set up a witchcraft ceiling formation in order to wake the War King up. 3 trillion Tao crystals was definitely a huge sum of money. It had almost emptied the Tao crystal reserves of the Luo clan. The so-called witchcraft ceiling grand formation was a grand formation passed down from the ancestors of the Luo clan. Only when they arrived at the Luo clan this time did Luo Shi tell Ning Fan everything about it. He told him about the inside story of the War King's coma. 45 million years ago, Sun Luo had wreaked havoc in the eastern heaven. At that time almost no one below the immortal emperor realm could defeat Sun Luo who had 5 eternal tribulations. Great chaos was imminent, the cultivators were all fearful. War King Luo Ho, who was still in the three eternal tribulations, stepped forward, resolutely fighting to protect Godly Void Pavilion. Even though Sun Luo wasn't as strong as he was now, he was still invincible against those below the immortal emperor realm. He even killed an immortal emperor from the dark race. No one thought that Luo Ho would be a match for Sun Luo. However, Luo Ho's strength exceeded everyone's imagination. He used all his trump cards and was able to fight Sun Luo to a draw. Of course, Sun Luo didn't use his full strength at the beginning, but this result was still shocking. Because of this battle, Battle King Luo Ho's name shook the entire eastern sky. But unfortunately, even with Sun Luo's all-out battle, the Battle King was still defeated. The power of his battle art's fourth transformation was scattered by Sun Luo, causing him to fall into a coma. This was already Sun Luo showing mercy, and it was all because he admired Luo Ho's strength. Otherwise, he would have most likely directly killed Luo Ho. There were rumors about these things in the outside world, but there were some things that the outside world did not know. For example, the ancestor of the Luo clan was indeed an abandoned member of the southern clan, but that was something that happened a long time ago. For example, Luo Ho's strongest ability was not the fourth transformation of his battle art but the innate bloodline of the southern clan, Witch God. Unfortunately, Luo Shi was just a servant of the Battle King. He did not know much about the Witch God. Even in the southern clan, not many people knew about it. Luo Shi had only seen the Battle King use the power of the Witch God a few times from afar. That was why he could not provide too much information about the Witch God. According to Luo Shi, the reason why the Battle King could fight Sun Luo, who was 2 grades higher than him, was not only because of the fourth transformation of his battle art but also because he used the power of the Witch God in his body. This was something that only a few people knew. Therefore, there were 2 things that Ning Fan must pay attention to in order to save the Battle King this time. First, he must rely on the fourth transformation of his battle art to restore the Battle King's scattered cultivation base. Second, he must be on guard against the attack of the Witch God in the Battle King's body. This witch sealing formation was an ancient formation passed down by the southern clan. Today was the day it would come in handy. When the time comes, Ning Fan must focus on saving the Battle King. He would not be able to divert his attention to defend against the attack of the Witch God. Therefore, he must have a strong expert to protect him. In fact, before Ning Fan came to the Luo clan, Luo Shi had already paid a huge price to invite a 10,000 ancient immortal venerate to help Ning Fan save the Battle King. He asked the immortal venerate to control the witch sealing grand formation and protect Ning Fan. The person Luo Shi invited was none other than immortal venerate Cloud Thunder from the Godly Void Pavilion. That immortal venerate Cloud Thunder was also a wise man. He knew that saving the Battle King would be risky. At first, he did not agree to help the Luo clan. However, when he heard that Ning Fan would also help, he agreed to the Luo clan's request. Immortal Venerate Cloud Thunder obviously agreed to help because of Ning Fan. He seemed to have the intention of befriending Ning Fan. This was a good chance to befriend Ning Fan, even though there would be a certain risk. Luo Shi's intention was to let Immortal Venerate Cloud Thunder protect Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan had brought Lu Feng and Old Wu with him. Naturally, the 2 of them could also protect him. In that case, there would be 3 10,000 ancient old monsters who would protect him. In addition to the power of the witch sealing grand formation, it would not be too difficult to save the Battle King. When Ning Fan and his group arrived at the main hall of the Luo clan, almost all the old monsters of the clan were gathered there. Obviously, they attached great importance to today's matter. Immortal Venerate Cloud Thunder had also arrived. He was resting with his eyes closed. When he saw Ning Fan and his group, he naturally did not dare to be careless. He greeted Ning Fan, Lu Feng and Old Wu respectively. He did not know if it was an illusion, but Immortal Venerate Cloud Thunder vaguely felt that it had only been slightly more than 10 days since Ning Fan came to the Godly Void Pavilion last time. However, Ning Fan seemed to have become much stronger. It should be an illusion. It is not easy to improve one's cultivation base after reaching the first level of 10,000 ancient times. 10 days is definitely not enough. Hee. I didn't expect that other than me, there are actually 2 other fellow Taoists who are here to protect the Rain Sovereign. Let's not talk about the Plague King. This is Of course, Yunlei knew Lu Feng. However, he did not know Old Wu. It was not surprising. Not many people in the Four Heavens knew Old Wu. Even if they knew him, they would rarely talk about him. As a result, his reputation was not widespread and he was almost unknown. However, this person must not be underestimated. This was the first thought that Immortal Venerate Cloud Thunder had when he saw Old Wu. Yunlei's cultivation base was at the second tribulation of the 10,000 ancient times while Old Wu was just at the first tribulation. However, when Yunlei first saw Old Wu, he felt a strong sense of inauspiciousness from him. This man is definitely not as simple as he looks. Immortal Venerate Cloud Thunder inwardly gave Old Wu a very pertinent evaluation. My name is Old Wu. I am the slave of the Rain Sovereign. Old Wu said proudly as if being Ning Fan's slave was something to be proud of. Hiss. This Immortal Venerate of the 10,000 ancient times is actually the slave of the Rain Sovereign? All of a sudden, Yunlei, Luo Shi and the group of old monsters of the Luo clan were all shocked. Lu Feng was the only one who had already known about this. He was not surprised at all. Before this, even Luo Shi did not know that Old Wu was Ning Fan's slave. He just thought that he was Ning Fan's friend. An Immortal Venerate's slave was a standard that only immortal emperors would have. Ning Fan actually managed to subdue an Immortal Venerate as his slave. Even if he was just an unknown person, it was enough to move everyone. So it's fellow Daoist Wu. Forgive me for not recognizing you. Yunlei cupped his fists towards Old Wu. His evaluation of Ning Fan rose once again. Anyone could see that Old Wu was willing to be Ning Fan's slave. To be able to make an Immortal Venerate of the 10,000 ancient times willingly become his slave. This Rain Immortal Monarch sure is generous. Old Wu returned the greeting politely on the surface, but inwardly, he snorted disdainfully at their surprised expressions. What's there to be surprised about? Are they surprised because they think that their master is not qualified to take in an Immortal Venerate as a slave? Do you know that my master has even killed a quasi-saint with a single palm strike? It's not too much for an expert like him to take in an Immortal Emperor as a slave, let alone an Immortal Venerate as a slave. What a bunch of ignorant people. Ning Fan's group only exchanged a few pleasantries with Yunlei before they went straight to the main topic. After confirming that there were no mistakes in the plan, Luo Shi and the 5 Shikong of the Luo clan led Ning Fan and the other 3 ancient experts into the most forbidden place of the Luo clan, the Dao Marrow secret realm. Ning Fan had come to this place once 100 years ago. He obtained a lot of Dao Marrow from this place which greatly improved his ancient devil cultivation base. This place was also the place where the Battle King Luo Ho was sleeping. This place was like an ancient and huge karst cave. Above it, drops of spiritual liquid were constantly dripping down from the giant stalactites, forming an ocean below. At the center of the ocean, there were 9 black giant cauldrons. Each of the cauldrons was filled with spiraling spiritual qi. Outside of the ocean, there were many Dao crystal mountains. Each of them occupied a different terrain and formed a formation. Indistinctly, an extremely grand formation was set up under the ocean. It was the Shaman Ceiling Formation. At the center of the formation, at the center of the 9 giant cauldrons, there was a square-shaped altar on the ocean. Each of the 4 corners of the altar was lit with a copper lamp which was burning with purple flames. At the center of the altar, there was a copper coffin. The copper coffin had no lid and a black-faced burly man was lying inside, unconscious. That burly man was naturally the Battle King Luo Ho. However, compared to 100 years ago, the death qi on his body was much denser. If he still could not gather his cultivation base and wake up, he probably only had a few years left to live. Master, Shirnu is here to save you. Just wait a little longer. The other experts of the Luo clan did not show much emotion. On the other hand, as soon as Luo Shi saw the heavy death qi of the Battle King, he burst into tears and knelt on the ground. This old servant has sinned. Only today can I save my master and make him sleep for countless years. This old servant has sinned. First, he knelt because this old servant is useless and unable to save my master. Then, he knelt to Ning Fan and the other 3 ancient experts. He cupped his fists and said solemnly, "If everyone can save my master, I, Luo Shi, will repay you with my life." Each of his words was loud and clear like thunder. All of the members of the Luo clan were the descendants of the Battle King. Only Luo Shi was an outsider. He was a servant that the Battle King had taken in when he went out once. Many old monsters of the eastern sky had heard of this matter. As an outsider, he devoted his entire life to protect the Luo clan just because he cared about his master's kindness. When he saw his master suffering, he revealed his true feelings and begged for his master's help. Even though Yunlei and the others had cold hearts, they could not help but feel touched. Inwardly, they all gave Luoshi a very high evaluation. Luoshi is a loyal servant. This person's loyalty and righteousness are rare in the world. Originally, Yunlei decided to make this trip just to befriend Ning Fan. Now, however, he became serious. He did not want to disappoint Luoshi's loyalty. Even though Lu Fei was an evil person, he valued loyalty the most in his life. Otherwise, he would not have stood against the southern clan just because of Ning Fan's kindness. His expression also became solemn. Old Wu felt like he had found a confidant. Luoshi is a loyal servant. I, Old Wu, am also Ning Fan's loyal servant. We are in the same boat. This person's loyalty is almost catching up to mine. Amazing. Really amazing. Old Wu, who had already decided to be the world's most loyal servant, looked at Luoshi with respect. Ning Fan's expression became much calmer. He did not say much and just helped Luoshi to his feet. He did not like to talk nonsense. Thus, he said concisely, "Senior Luo, you don't have to do this. I have already promised you this in the past. Today, I will certainly fulfill my promise." He did not address him as fellow Taoist Luo. Instead, he addressed him as senior, like how he addressed him in the past. From Luoshi, Ning Fan saw something that was already rare in the cultivation world and was still being lost. In the past, everyone in the Purple Dipper immortal cultivation world had that thing. It was the heroic spirit of sacrificing one's life and death for someone and the heroic spirit of dying for their master. Strength of character. In the current cultivation world, this thing was missing. Everyone did not waste any more time. After finalizing some details, they began to take action. Luoshi and the other 5 Shikong of the Luo clan would control the external auxiliary formation, while LV Feng, Old Wu, and Yunlei would control the internal main formation. They would work together to defend against the witch god who might appear at any time and protect Ning Fan. Ning Fan, on the other hand, entered the altar at the center of the grand formation alone. He would use the 4th transformation of battle art to help the War King condense his cultivation base. Standing in front of the bronze coffin of the War King, Ning Fan gently closed his eyes and activated the power of the Yin-Yang battle art. The Tao law of war between heaven and earth was immediately activated by him alone, turning into endless flames of battle intent that filled the vast sky. Hiss. This is the power of the dominating Tao law. It's actually the dominating position of battle. The crowd of cultivators was shocked. Ning Fan had actually cultivated the dominating position of battle with his immortal venerable realm cultivation base. This was not a level that the 4th transformation of battle art could achieve. This level of flames of battle intent could definitely help the War King condense his cultivation base. Activate the formation. Luoshi's confidence was greatly boosted. He waved the formation flag and the external formation of the Witch Ceiling Grand Formation was immediately activated. The 5 cultivators of the Luo clan left to control the formation. Lu Feng and the other 2 cultivators who were inside the formation were not idling around either. They were constantly on guard against the possible appearance of the witch god. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was fully focused. He reached out his palm and patted the bronze coffin. The War King's physical body immediately floated up. Ning Fan's eyes were covered with green light. With his eyesight, he could clearly see the lines of Tao law in the War King's primordial spirit that were intertwining chaotically. Many of them were even directly broken. What Ning Fan was especially afraid of was that there was a black shadow beside the War King's primordial spirit. The chi that it gave off was rather dangerous. It was comparable to a peak immortal king. First of all, he had to correct and restore the disordered Tao law of war in the War King's body. As for this black shadow, he would leave it to his sworn brother and the others to deal with it. Fall. Ning Fan pressed his 5 fingers forward. The flames of battle between heaven and earth immediately began to surge madly into the War King's body. It was as if he had forgotten everything in front of him. The only thing left in his eyes was the War King's physical body. In his eyes, the physical body kept magnifying and becoming clearer. He could see every single cell of the body accurately. Then, he could even see them in detail. Ning Fan could almost see the most detailed energy units that made up a substance. Thus, the War King's physical body was no longer like a human in his eyes. Instead, it was like an entire starry sky. Each of the energy units that made up the physical body were like a cultivation planet that gathered in the starry sky. What connected these energy units was the Tao law that the War King had cultivated throughout his entire life. This was the first time Ning Fan observed the human body in detail with his eyesight at the second level of the heavenly being realm. He vaguely understood that every single person was actually a starry sky of their own. What a strange experience. Ning Fan did not take it to heart. He carefully observed the broken and disordered Tao law in the War King's body. Using the Tao law of war that had the same origin as the War King, he divided the repair units into each energy unit and slowly restored them. Xianxia, Qianzhen, Kuan Zhenli. This position was restored. Jia Shen, Kuan Qian, Dui Sunli. This position was restored. Kuei Wei. This position was heavily damaged. It was not easy to restore it. I need to be more careful. Ning Fan was completely immersed in saving the War King. He did not pay attention to the black shadow inside the War King's body at all. Firstly, he had the God-exterminating shield which could automatically protect its master. Secondly, he trusted LV Feng and the others. He believed that even if the witch god attacks him, these people would also protect him. Another ant who wants to save Luo Ho? Kill. Kill. A sharp and cold voice suddenly resounded from the War King's body. At the next moment, a black shadow flew out from the War King's dantian at lightning speed and went straight for Ning Fan. The force of the attack was actually comparable to the attack of a peak immortal king. Heaven and earth changed color and a thunderous rumble resounded. Be careful, my wise brother. LV Fang's expression turned serious. He naturally would not give the black shadow a chance to attack Ning Fan. He made a hand seal and the inner formation instantly sped up. The black shadow that was charging at Ning Fan was directly teleported from the side of the bronze coffin to the center of the outer and inner formation. Each of the 9 cauldrons emitted a purple flame which turned into 9 fire seals and sealed the black shadow in midair. Only then did everyone see the true appearance of the black shadow. It was actually a headless monster. Its nipples were its eyes and its navel was its mouth. Its fangs protruded out of its mouth and it let out a strange roar. It was holding a large dark red axe in its left hand and a pitch-black iron shield in its right hand. Its appearance was rather frightening. Fortunately, everyone present was an old monster with rich experience. They had cultivated for many years and had seen all kinds of strange things. Thus, they did not panic even though they were shocked. This monster was the witch god inside the War King's body. Each of the 9 fire seals that bound the monster had the power to seal a newly advanced immortal venerable. When the 9 seals combined, it could even slightly seal a first tribulation immortal venerable. Unfortunately, it was still a little difficult to seal this monster. The monster suddenly let out a furious roar. Its bones let out cracking sounds as if it was struggling with all its might. At the next moment, the 9 fire seals were all broken and the monster broke free from the seal. Ants. All of you are ants. Kill. Kill. The monster's speed was very fast. In just a flash, it appeared 1 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, away from LV Feng. Immediately, LV Feng's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly took out the bright yellow pear-wood sword and held it in front of him to block the axe light from the monster. Boom *, the destructive force of the axe light actually had the power to split the starry sky. LV Feng was not a body refinement cultivator. When he took the attack head-on, he was sent flying with his sword and spurted out blood. Is this the strength of a peak immortal king? A peak immortal king who is the only one below the immortal emperor realm. For example, LV Feng today. He was definitely much stronger than him. After sending Lu Fei flying, the monster's figure flickered and reappeared in front of Lu Fei, slashing down with its axe. This time Old Wu and Yun Lei were prepared. Just as the monster was about to attack Lu Fei, Old Wu and Yun Lei also appeared in front of Lu Fei and attacked. Old Wu spat out a mouthful of black dirty water. It turned into a water arrow and shot straight at the monster. That was the natal black water that he had cultivated for many years. Because it was related to his dark luck, it was restrained by Ning Fan. That was why he did not use this ability when he fought against Ning Fan that day. Immortal Venerable Yunlei, on the other hand, summoned a ray of lightning. It was his Dao weapon, the lightning sword. Once it was summoned, it went straight for the monster. Of course, LV Feng still used his pairwood sword. The combined attack of the three of them was quite powerful. Its power was almost comparable to the attack of a fourth tribulation immortal king. With some effort, they managed to slightly block the power of the monster's axe. Unfortunately, the monster's first attack was futile. It continued to swing its axe for the second time, the third time, the fourth time. The axe light was aimed at LV Feng and the others as if it didn't care about its own life. Yunlei and Old Wu's cultivation level were slightly weaker. They were the first to be sent flying while coughing out blood. Then, LV Feng was the next to be sent flying. He could no longer fight the monster alone. He hurriedly retreated while shouting, "Cultivators of the Luo clan, get into formation and protect me." LV Feng had already clearly realized that even if the three of them joined forces, they would still not be a match for this ferocious monster. Up until now, this ferocious monster had not even used any of its abilities. It was just using brute force to slash at them. Even so, LV Feng and the others found it hard to defend against its attacks. This monster was too powerful. They could not fight it head-on. The only thing they could do was to distance themselves from it and delay it to buy time for Ning Fan to save the combat king. Luosher and the others did not dare to be careless. They activated the outer formation to its maximum power. More fire seals flew out from the 9 cauldrons and sealed the monster. The monster's eyes were filled with disdain. With a wave of its axe, it easily destroyed all the fire seals. Then, its body flashed and it appeared in front of Yunlei. Lu Feng's cultivation base was the highest among them. It would not be easy to kill him. Since that's the case, I'll just kill the others first. Not good. As soon as he saw the monster approaching him, Yunlei felt goosebumps all over his back. Even though he had experienced such a strong sense of danger in his life, it was rare. This time, the monster did not use its axe. Instead, it opened its mouth and breathed out a stream of black qi. That black qi then turned into a ghost head and directly charged at Yunlei's chest. In his haste, Yunlei had nowhere to retreat or evade the attack. All he could do was to face the attack of the black qi head-on. As he shouted, a layer of lightning armor appeared on the surface of his body, making him look very dignified. Then, he swung his lightning sword and slashed at the ghost head. That ghost head was very strange. When the lightning sword slashed at it, it actually missed its target. It was as if it was an invisible object and it was not injured at all. When the ghost head heavily collided with the armor, it immediately triggered tens of thousands of lightning rays. However, it did not shatter the armor. Instead, it directly passed through the surface of the armor and struck Yunlei's chest. What kind of divine ability was this? It was so strange that it could ignore the defense of the spirit equipment. When the ghost head collided with him, Yunlei felt as if he had been hit by a cultivation planet. This attack was too heavy, too heavy. His aura immediately weakened, his face turned pale, and he was sent flying while coughing out blood. This time, he was seriously injured. When the monster saw that it did not kill Yunlei in one strike, it was slightly surprised. It opened its mouth again and spat out dozens of ghost heads. The ghostly wails could be heard as they pierced through the sky. Yunlei's expression changed greatly. Just one ghost head was enough to seriously injure him. If there were dozens of ghost heads, they would definitely be able to kill him. When Lu Feng and Old Wu saw that the situation was bad, they quickly rushed over to help. However, the situation suddenly changed again. The dozens of ghost heads suddenly changed direction and flew toward Old Wu again. Not good. Old Wu did not dare to hold back anymore. He immediately transformed into his ancient true body and hid inside his turtle shell. Unfortunately, the ghost heads did the same thing. They directly passed through Old Wu's turtle shell and crashed into his defenseless flesh. Bang, old Wu, who had experienced one calamity, was directly hit by the dozens of ghost heads. It was as if he had been hit by a meteor shower. His body immediately exploded into a mist of blood. A ray of black light suddenly flew out from the blood mist. It was a small turtle that had shrunk countless times. The moment the small turtle escaped, it immediately turned back into old Wu. Although he was not dead, his face was pale. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. So dangerous. This poor Taoist's ancient true body is good at protecting my life. If it was anyone else, they would have been killed by the ghost heads. This monster's divine ability is very powerful. Old Wu still had lingering fear in his heart. It seems that these ghost heads only dare to move around the outer area. Could it be that they are afraid of the inner formation? Let's try using the formation to attack these ghost heads. Lu Feng seemed to have noticed something and immediately formed a seal to activate the inner formation. Fire seals flew out from the 9 cauldrons and sealed the ghost heads one by one. Sure enough, these ghost heads were afraid of the fire seals and could be sealed by the shaman sealing formation. Roar. The fact that the ghost head's divine ability was broken completely infuriated the monster. It activated its divine ability and the flames of battle burned in its eyes. With a wave of its battle axe, half the sky was ignited by the flames of battle. The sea of fire covered the sky and covered the earth. The scorching temperature was not something that cultivators under the ancient true body could withstand. Collect. Venerable Cloud Thunder took out a gourd magic treasure and wanted to collect the sea of fire. Unfortunately, the gourd only managed to collect 1/10 of the sea of fire before it was burned to ashes. Old Wu was good at the Tao of water. He opened his mouth and spat out a vast ocean. Then, he borrowed the power of Lu Feng's 12 Nirvana Fire Avoidance Pearl to extinguish the endless sea of fire. However, this attack consumed almost 70% of Old Wu's magic power. Even Lu Feng's Fire Avoidance Pearl was damaged. If there was another sea of fire, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to stop it even if they worked together. Damn it. Even though this monster usually hurts people, it isn't this fierce. Why is it so fierce today? Even the shaman sealing formation doesn't have much effect on it. Could it be that we have to ask an immortal emperor to restrain this monster? Luosher said unwillingly. Usually, when the others tried to save the battle king, this monster would at most swing its axe. After repelling them, it would stop. Today, however, it seemed to be risking its life. Why, Luosher, however, had no idea. Usually, those people could not save the battle king at all. Thus, this monster did not have a sense of danger and would not attack ruthlessly. Today, however, was different. Ning Fan indeed had the ability to save the battle king. If the battle king wakes up, the monster would lose its freedom and be controlled by the battle king again. It might even be assimilated by the battle king. The monster really felt uneasy from Ning Fan. It could not show any mercy. It must kill every single person who wants to save the battle king. Roar the monster roared furiously and attacked LV Feng and the others with its axe, causing them to lose their will to fight. Besides, this monster was extremely strange. The stronger its battle intent, the stronger its attack power. With each attack, LV Feng and the others suffered different degrees of injuries. We can't stop it anymore. Roar tens of flames were sealed on the monster's body. It seemed to be temporarily trapped. However, it was only trapped for a few breaths' time before it forcefully broke free. Within these few breaths, the attacks of LV Feng and the others landed on the monster's body mercilessly. However, the result was that they could not hurt the monster at all. This monster's physical body was too strong. Without an innate magic treasure, it was impossible for them to break its physical defense. Bang! The monster broke free from the fire seal once again. This time, it did not attack LV Feng and the others. Instead, it directly rushed into the inner area of the formation. Looking down from above, it directly swung its axe at Ning Fan's back. Watch out! LV Feng and the others exclaimed. However, they could not save Ning Fan in time at all. Ning Fan, who was fully focused on saving the others, was awakened by the axe light. The golden light of the god exterminating shield automatically turned into a golden chi wall that was around 1 zhang*3, 33 m per zhang, wide, blocking the attack from behind. Asterisk bang asterisk this axe strike was the monster's hateful attack. It was infinitely close to the attack of an immortal emperor. However, this attack only caused Ning Fan to sway slightly. After that, he steadied his footing. He blocked it. LV Feng and the others were quite shocked. Having personally fought against the monster, they had personally experienced its brute force. If it was any other immortal King Realm cultivator, they would not be able to withstand such an all-out attack. However, Ning Fan just swayed a little and he managed to block the monster's attack. What kind of ability is that golden light? What a strong defensive power. What they did not know was that Ning Fan had yet to completely transform into the god-exterminating giant. If what was protecting Ning Fan was not the golden chi wall but the complete god-exterminating giant, he would not even have swayed a little. It seems like Big Brother and the others alone are not enough to stop this monster. Ning Fan felt a little helpless. Even the combined forces of LV Feng and the others were not a match for the monster. It was even more impossible for him to defeat it. He did not continue to heal the combat king. With this monster disturbing him, he could not focus on healing him at all. He turned his hand and summoned the memory-severing Dao sword. With another wave, 4 types of sovereign Dao laws coiled around the edge of the sword. Then, he stepped on the altar and turned into a ray of golden light, soaring into the sky and directly rushing towards the monster. Fellow Daoist, don't be reckless. Yunlei was shocked. Even a second tribulation immortal venerable like him would not dare to recklessly rush towards the monster. Ning Fan's action was too dangerous. Facing this monster, there was not enough time to dodge it. How could he face it head-on? What responded to immortal venerable Yunlei was an unimaginably sharp 4-colored sword light. The monster was confident that its physical body was strong. It did not try to defend itself against Ning Fan's sword light at all. However, this attack managed to break through the monster's physical defense for the first time. It left an extremely small wound on the monster's left shoulder. A few drops of blood appeared on the wound. It was not a serious injury but it was enough to shock Yunlei. He, LV Feng and the others had attacked together but they could not break through the monster's physical defense. Ning Fan, on the other hand, had broken through the monster's defense with just his Dao weapon. Even though the wound was just a tiny bit, it was enough to seriously injure a peak immortal King Realm cultivator. Those are 4 types of sovereign Dao laws. This kid. Yunlei was so shocked that he could not utter a word. LV Feng had seen Ning Fan's even more shocking actions before. Therefore, even though he was surprised, he was not as shocked as before. Old Wu was even more expectant. He was hoping that Ning Fan could use that palm attack that could instantly kill a quasi-sage realm cultivator. He was confident that if his master uses that ability, this monster would be destroyed with a flick of his finger. If his master makes a move, a mere peak immortal King Realm cultivator would be nothing to him. Unfortunately, he had really overestimated Ning Fan. Being able to leave a wound on a peak immortal king who specialized in cultivating his physical body was already Ning Fan's current limit. However, it was extremely difficult to kill this monster. The reason why it was not impossible was because he still had the origin chi, the method to ignite his blood and the jade slip of Shadi. If the origin chi explodes, even immortal emperors would have to retreat, let alone this monster. However, the origin chi was too precious. If it is not necessary, Ning Fan would not want to use it. Igniting his blood would be even worse. From the action of fusing his ancestral blood into the devil talisman, Ning Fan had already noticed that the divine, demon and devil elements would probably have to face this step in the future. Therefore, if it is not necessary, he must not waste the ancestral blood. Otherwise, it would not be easy for him to cultivate in the future. As for Shadi's jade slip, or perhaps, Ning Fan could ask someone else to help him kill this monster. For example, Xianxia. However, if he asks Xianxia for help, he would not need to owe him a favor. It seemed like he already owed Xianxia a lot. Fortunately, Ning Fan still had a slight upper hand in the face of this monster. If he did not have the god-destroying shield, he would not be a match for this monster no matter how hard he tried. However, with the god-destroying shield, the monster could not hurt him at all. As for him, he could at least inflict a slight wound on the monster. Moreover, as the wound was caused by 4 sovereign Dao laws, it was difficult to recover with the recovery power of his physical body. You guys leave this world first. I will try to see if I can kill this monster. If I don't kill this monster, I'm afraid I won't be able to save the others with peace of mind. The main reason why Ning Fan chased them away was because he did not want to expose the complete form of the god-destroying giant in front of everyone. This matter was related to the Great War in the wilderness. Many immortal emperors had seen the complete form of the god-destroying giant before. Thus, they knew the true form of the god-destroying shield. To LV Feng and the others, it might not be a good thing. Perhaps, they might even get involved in some karma. As soon as they heard that Ning Fan wanted to fight the monster alone, Yun Lei and the others became worried. Only LV Feng and Old Wu knew that Ning Fan had many tricks up his sleeves. Even if he could not win, he would not be in any danger. It would not be strange if he wins. After all, Ning Fan had even killed a quasi-Saint Realm expert before. They were all severely injured. If they stay here, they would not be of much help. Instead, they might even become a burden. Thus, LV Feng and Old Wu decisively led the others and left the Dao Marrow secret realm. Inside the secret realm, only Ning Fan and the headless monster were left. Seeing that everyone had left, Ning Fan no longer had any scruples. He directly summoned the Dharma image of the god-destroying giant. The giant held the shield in his left hand and the enlarged memory-severing Dao sword in his right. Roar when the monster saw Ning Fan releasing the power of the god-destroying shield, it somehow felt a sense of fear that originated from its bloodline. There were 4 divisions of the southern clan, namely Shaman, Gu, Barbarian, and Battle. Few people knew about them. These 4 divisions and the entire southern clan were the descendants of the cultivators of a single clan. Battle Shaman. In the ancient times, the Battle Shaman clan was one of the subordinate clans of the barbarian race. After the barbarian race was enslaved by the tribulation spirit, only a few members of the Battle Shaman clan were left. Later on, the survivors were subdued by immortal sovereign Zido and became the guardians of the southern heavenly gate of the great overarching heaven of the Purple Do immortal domain. Gradually, they were divided into 4 divisions. The Gu tribe was a clan that had been bestowed by the barbarian race. They could cultivate the barbarian path and had the identity of barbarian cultivators. The Shaman tribe and the War tribe, on the other hand, were the direct descendants of the Battle Shaman clan. The Gu tribe was a new tribe that was born after the Battle Shaman clan. The ancestor of the Battle King was the abandoned cultivator of the War tribe of the Southern clan. As for the Witch God, it was the legendary ability of the War tribe. Only a small number of Battle Shamans could cultivate their own Witch God during the Battle Shaman era. In terms of origin, the Witch God was the signature ability of the Battle Shaman clan while the Battle Shamans were the subjects of the barbarian race. Even the Witch God himself did not know that the reason why he felt uneasy from Ning Fan was not only because he had the power to save the Battle King, but also because he was the dignified 10th barbarian god who possessed the inherited weapon of the barbarian race, the god-destroying shield. Unfortunately, the Witch God was not a barbarian cultivator. Otherwise, Ning Fan could directly suppress him with the power of slaughter and punishment. Even so, the Witch God's heart was already filled with slight fear when he faced Ning Fan. This fear continued to grow stronger in the battle that followed. He attacked Ning Fan with all his might, but none of his attacks were effective. Rumble 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 the Witch God swung his axe again and again. The Witch God had almost exhausted all of his means, but he could not break the god-destroying giant's defense at all. As for Ning Fan, every time he swung his sword, he could leave a tiny wound on the Witch God's body. After that, Ning Fan used the Yin-Yang square seal to attack the Witch God with the first transformation of the seal, the Yin Phoenix. Due to Ning Fan's lack of cultivation base, even if he uses innate magic treasures, he could only cause almost no damage to the Witch God. However, these injuries should not be underestimated. As the number of wounds on the Witch God's body increased, his injuries gradually worsened. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Ning Fan's battle with the Witch God lasted for 3 whole days. With his current cultivation base, it was indeed impossible for him to kill the Witch God without using his primordial qi and ancestral blood. However, it also caused severe injuries to the Sorcerer God. It was also because he had cultivated the Yin-Yang realm of wood and obtained a heaven-defying recovery of magic power that allowed him to fight against the Witch God for 3 days without losing any magic power. With the god-destroying shield's defense, he was innately undefeatable. Theoretically, if this battle could last for tens of years, Ningfan really had the hope of killing this witch god with the injuries that kept worsening. However, the problem was that the Battle King could not live for another tens of years. It was also impossible for him to waste his time fighting against the witch god here. Sure enough, if I want to kill this monster, I still have to use my trump cards. Even though the primordial chi and the slaying emperor's jade slip were precious, Ningfan would not feel heartache for these worldly possessions if he wanted to fulfill his promise. With a flip of his hand, Ningfan took out the primordial chi and the jade slip at the same time. I'm afraid I have to use one of them to kill this witch god. As Ningfan made up his mind, the witch god on the other side lost the last bit of hope he had. In his limited bloodline memories, the primordial chi, nirvana chi, and desolate chi were extremely terrifying things. Just a trace of the primordial chi was enough to kill him. As for the jade slip. What kind of jade slip is that? So dangerous, very dangerous. How could this brat be so difficult to deal with? How could he have so many tricks up his sleeve? Don't kill me. Rahu and I were originally one. Kill me, and Rahu will die. I am willing to submit. That witch god was extremely afraid of Ningfan. He actually kept his shield and giant axe and knelt down on one knee in front of Ningfan. This was submission. The barbarian god's prestige on Ningfan's body was the prestige of a superior being. It made him tremble in fear and he did not dare to fight against him. He couldn't break Ningfan's defense. Ningfan's attacks were worsening his injuries bit by bit, making him feel more and more uneasy. However, what really made him despair was the trump card that Ningfan used in the end. Ningfan totally had the ability to kill him. Compared to death, he would rather be controlled by the Battle King again, or directly assimilate with the Battle King. In any case, he was a Rahu, and he had awakened the Rahu battle shaman bloodline, so he did not lose much. It was better than death. Oh? If I kill you, War King Luoho will also die? Ningfan secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. That was close. If he directly used his trump card without knowing what was going on and killed this witch god, wouldn't he make a huge mistake? Not only would he fail to save the Battle King, but he would also get the Battle King killed instead? Venerable Divine, please spare my life, the witch god kowtowed to the ground once again. Inwardly, he was even more convinced that the lofty barbarian god was not someone that he, the witch god of the Battle Shaman clan, could fight against. Man was the master of the Shaman clan. Even if the current heaven was biased towards Jialing and man lost his former position, this would never change. To be continued. Once the sorcerer god submitted, the matter of saving the War King naturally went smoothly. Ningfan heaved a sigh of relief and kept the jade slip of Shadi and Shurqi. It was fine if he didn't use the origin energy, but it would be best if he didn't use this jade strip. This was the second jade slip he had left. It could summon 16 immortal king puppets. This was also the second life-saving item that Shadi gave him. As for the third life-saving item, the jade slip that Shadi personally descended, he had already kept it away. Even if he had to save the Battle King this time, he did not plan to use it at all. Shadi, if the mature 9 raccoon soul blood could delay the Tao extinguishment, it should be useful to the Shadi as well. The relationship between Ningfan and Ancient Chaos was like that of a master and disciple. As for Shadi, he would definitely repay his kindness. Even though he was not as good as Ancient Chaos, he still valued him a lot. It was as if he could see the old man Fengzhu who had risked everything to protect the descendants of the Big Dipper sect. He recalled the promise he had made to the old man in order to ask for the longevity jade to save someone. If Nine Fox could really enter adulthood. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, the feeling of the renunciation space tribulation appeared once again. That feeling of descent was getting closer. When others gave up their emptiness, they had to give up their obsessions. However, he walked a completely different path. He constantly carried the burdens that others disdained. In those burdens, there was kindness, affection, righteousness, and warmth that he had experienced time and time again since he started cultivating. Abandoning obsession is the method of renouncing emptiness recognized by the heavens. Can it be seen as yang? Reluctance to give up stubbornness was the path of stubbornness that the heavens did not approve of. Could it be? After the trip to the wooden island, Ning Fan's understanding of the Tao had become completely different and had risen to a whole new level. Looking at the great Tao from the perspective of yin and yang, as it turned out, adhering cultivator had always stood on the dark side, the side that the heavens didn't approve of. However, so what if the heavens don't approve of it? It's enough for me to approve of this path. I want to abandon my emptiness and carry my obsession to walk on the yin of the world, if a mortal can reach extreme yin. Thump. 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 It was the sound of Ning Fan's heart thumping wildly. At this moment, with just a thought, Ning Fan actually triggered the samsara void tribulation, which was showing signs of dissipating for the first time. The first heart tribulation of shedding emptiness had arrived. Why does the tribulation have to descend at this time? Ning Fan was a little speechless. He still wanted to save the combat king, but the void renunciation tribulation just happened to come. What should he do now? Could it be that this was what mortals meant when they said that a flower planted intentionally doesn't bloom, but a willow planted unintentionally grows into shade? However, what Ning Fan did not know was that the reason why he could cause the heart tribulation to descend was because he had recognized the origin of the void abandoning Tao. This point was just like a trigger. The reason why Ning Fan came to save the Battle King was to fulfill his promise. He had actually obtained the opportunity for the first heart tribulation to descend. Thus, the heart tribulation truly descended. It was a coincidence, but it was also a necessity after completing the Battle King's karma. This heart tribulation can still be suppressed. Let's save the Battle King first. Ning Fan took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the wild pounding of his heart. Then, he began to treat the combat king once again. This time, the sorcerer god had already surrendered, and the entire treatment process was not disturbed by any external objects. It was very smooth, and after only half a day, the warlord's treatment was completed. The battle monarch's originally lifeless body was recovering its vitality continuously. The spirit chi in the entire Dao Marrow mystic realm surged into the battle monarch's body. A powerful aura gradually appeared on the battle monarch's body, eternal third tribulation. It was a powerful aura that only a three tribulation celestial king could possess. Moreover, the aura continued to rise. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, it broke through the peak of the third tribulation and reached the fourth tribulation. He actually broke through. The war monarch, who had been in slumber for 45 million years, had suddenly broken through to the fourth eternal tribulation. Ning Fan was slightly surprised, but he quickly understood the reason behind it. Luo Shizhong was extremely obedient. As soon as the battle monarch fell into slumber, he had specially arranged a Dao Marrow secret realm to continuously produce Dao Marrow to nourish the battle monarch's body. Over the years, it was unknown how much Dao Marrow the battle monarch had absorbed. Although he had yet to awaken, his cultivation had increased. It was reasonable that he had broken through the fourth eternal tribulation. If that was all, it would not be enough to surprise Ning Fan. However, very soon, his expression changed again. It was because the battle sovereign's aura force was still rising after breaking through to the fourth tribulation realm. It rose all the way to the peak of the fourth tribulation realm and broke through the bottleneck of the fifth tribulation realm, the immortal king of the fifth eternal tribulation. Moreover, his aura continued to rise, and in the end, it actually rose to the peak celestial king realm before it stopped growing. Finally, you're awake. Are you the one who saved me? The battle monarch's physical body suddenly stood up. It was the first time he had opened his eyes in 45 million years. His gaze was wild and domineering. However, it also carried the heroic spirit that the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven usually had. It gave people the feeling that he was a hero of the current era. At the moment when he turned to look at Ning Fan, his gaze became much gentler. It was filled with gratitude. Even though the battle monarch was in slumber, he could still vaguely sense what was happening in the outside world. He could vaguely remember that it was this white-robed young man who saved him. However, he could not remember the specific process. If Ning Fan saved him, no matter if Ning Fan was good or evil, he would still be Luo Ho's benefactor. As long as Ning Fan did not go against his principles, he, Luo Ho, would owe Ning Fan his life. I'm not the only one who saved Senior Luo Shi and a few other fellow Taoists also helped a lot. Even the cultivators of the Luo clan also contributed a lot. Ning Fan answered honestly. Little friend, you don't have to be humble. Even though I'm in slumber and I don't know the details, you're the one who subdued my sorcerer god. Am I right? Luoho slowly landed at the center of the altar and looked at the sorcerer god who was standing respectfully at the side with deep meaning. He had vaguely sensed what was happening in the outside world. Ning Fan was the one who contributed the most to his rescue. There was no doubt about this. The others naturally had to thank him as well. However, Ning Fan was definitely the one who contributed the most. This was indisputable. Luoho was a straightforward person. He did not like to talk nonsense. He had already remembered Ning Fan's kindness of saving his life. He would definitely repay him in the future. Ning Fan nodded his head. The sorcerer god was indeed subdued by him. He did not have to deny this. Luoho, you've finally woken up. The sorcerer god looked at the sorcerer god with a complicated expression and sighed. If Luoho did not wake up, the sorcerer god could devour him at the moment when he was on the verge of death. This was something that Luoshi and the others did not know. Without Ning Fan's help, the War King would be devoured by the sorcerer god at his weakest moment in the near future. Unfortunately, Ning Fan had intervened in this matter. The sorcerer god could not devour Luoho and could only be controlled by Luoho again. You are my sorcerer god. Assimilate with me. I have been sleeping for a very long time, but I have also accumulated my strength for a very long time. If I assimilate with you, I have the confidence to break through to the immortal emperor realm in an extremely short period of time. I am you and you are me. Why must we be separated? Come back. Come with me and dominate the eastern heavens. Luoho said again. All right. I agree to become one with you. From today onwards, there will be no War King or Sorcerer God. There will only be Battle Shaman Luoho. The Sorcerer God sighed. He had already been defeated by Ning Fan and promised Ning Fan to submit to him. At this moment, he would not reject Luoho's suggestion anymore. The Sorcerer God walked towards Luoho step by step. Luoho also walked towards the Sorcerer God with large strides. At the moment when the two of them collided with each other, they merged into one amidst a burst of dazzling light. Battle Shaman Luoho had completely awakened. He still had the appearance of a black-faced burly man and Luoho was still in the lead. However, at this moment, his cultivation base skyrocketed once again. When the cultivation bases of two peak immortal kings overlapped, they immediately had the aura force of a quasi-emperor realm expert. A quasi-emperor was an existence that could truly become an immortal emperor after going through the 9-5 tribulation and completing the integration of the emperor chi into his soul. The amount of magic power he possessed was already similar to that of a 6th tribulation immortal emperor. The only difference was that he had a golden primordial spirit that was integrated with the emperor chi. The Battle King has actually taken half a step into the immortal emperor realm and is very close to becoming an immortal emperor. Ning Fan was greatly moved. The Battle King, who was in a coma and on the verge of death, had his cultivation base skyrocketing as soon as he woke up and was very close to becoming an immortal emperor. If this matter were to spread out, it would probably cause a huge commotion in the eastern heavens. I have been sleeping for 45 million years. During these years, I have accumulated quite a lot of heavenly tribulations. Of course, there is also the 9-5 tribulation to break through to the immortal emperor realm. However, I haven't fully prepared for it yet. Thus, I can only put this 9-5 tribulation aside for the time being. I have benefited a lot from my slumber this time. Now, it seems like I owe Sun Luo a great deal of karma. In the past, he must have noticed that I, the sorcerer god, had taken the wrong path in my cultivation. That was why he sealed my heavenly tribulations at a great price when he destroyed my cultivation base, allowing me to sleep peacefully for tens of millions of years. Otherwise, Luoshi and the others wouldn't be able to withstand these heavenly tribulations which were getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, if I didn't sleep this time, the sorcerer god and I wouldn't be as strong as we are today. Sun Luo, oh Sun Luo, what kind of person are you? You were the one who brought disaster to the godly void pavilion in the past. Now, you are also the one who helped me to have the chance to become an immortal emperor. Luoho sighed with emotion. If Ning Fan was the one who was most grateful to him for waking up, then the one who was most grateful to him for having a chance to break through to the immortal emperor realm was Sun Luo. Sun Luo, Sun Luo. Hmm? Sun Luo is already dead. Once one's cultivation base enters the quasi-emperor realm, one would be able to sense many things that were related to oneself to a certain extent. Sun Luo is actually dead. It seems like I can't repay this kindness anymore. No, it's not that I can't repay it. Luo Ho suddenly came to a realization. In the past, Sun Luo stubbornly went his own way and offended the dark race for a woman. He even made the entire world his enemy. He did not even hesitate to implicate his master and the godly void pavilion. Sun Luo must have felt guilty about it. This guilt seemed to be repaid to him, Luo Ho. The reason why Sun Luo helped him to become an immortal emperor was because he wanted to add a peerless immortal emperor to the godly void pavilion to make up for the regret of not being able to protect the godly void pavilion on behalf of his master. Luo Ho owed Sun Luo a huge amount of karma. If he wants to repay it, the best way is to replace Sun Luo and protect the godly void pavilion for the rest of his life. I see. So when you destroyed my cultivation base in the past, you already calculated this point. Forget it. You're the one who helped me to become an immortal emperor after all. If protecting the godly void pavilion is your last wish, then I, Luo Ho, will bear this last wish for you. In this way, the karma between him and Sun Luo was settled. Neither of them owed each other anything. As for Ning Fan, little friend, you've saved my life. I should thank you generously. However, I still have a heavenly tribulation to transcend at this moment. It's inconvenient for me to talk to you. Can you wait for a moment? After I transcend the tribulation, we'll talk in detail. Luo Ho cupped his fists at Ning Fan and said with a serious expression. Senior, please do as you wish. I also have some urgent matters to attend to. I must go into seclusion immediately. What Ning Fan was referring to was naturally the renunciation void tribulation that he had painstakingly suppressed. He had been suppressing this heart tribulation for half a day. At this moment, his heart was beating wildly and it was difficult for him to suppress it any longer. He had already reached his limit. He must immediately go into seclusion to transcend the tribulation. If it wasn't because of this, he would be very willing to see how Luo Ho transcended the major and minor heavenly tribulations. Judging from Luo Ho's tone, it was the major and minor heavenly tribulations that had accumulated for 45 million years. According to the ancient cultivators, there would be a minor heavenly tribulation every 900 years and a major heavenly tribulation every 9,000 years. Luo Ho would at least have to go through 50,000 minor heavenly tribulations and 5,000 major heavenly tribulations. One should know that the power of the major and minor heavenly tribulations of cultivators would grow stronger each time. Ning Fan really wanted to see how Luo Ho would transcend so many heavenly tribulations. It would certainly be a spectacular scene. Unfortunately, he was also very busy. Thus, Ning Fan temporarily left the Dao Marrow secret realm and returned to the outside world. The Battle King, Luo Ho, stayed in the Dao Marrow secret realm to transcend his tribulation. As soon as he returned to the outside world, Luo Shi and the others immediately surrounded him and asked about the progress of the matter. Lu Feng, Old Wu, and Yin Lei, who were severely injured, had only slightly suppressed their injuries. They were still waiting for Ning Fan's news outside the secret realm. Of course, it was because they were concerned about the progress of the matter. Ning Fan did not tell them about the process of subduing the witch god in detail. He only told them that he had successfully saved the Battle King and that the latter was currently transcending his tribulation in the secret realm. The power of the heavenly tribulation that had accumulated for tens of millions of years was not to be underestimated. Ning Fan told Luo Shi and the others not to enter the secret realm to observe the tribulation in case they were affected by it. After that, Ning Fan became a hands-off person and went into seclusion in the profounding world. He had fulfilled his promise to the Luo clan. The Battle King had been saved. The remaining matters would be handled by the Luo clan. As soon as they heard that Luo Ho had awakened and was transcending the heavenly tribulation that had accumulated for tens of millions of years, Luo Shi and the other cultivators who had yet to attain the eternal ancient realm certainly did not dare to enter the secret realm to observe the tribulation. On the other hand, the eyes of LV Feng, Old Wu, and Yin Lei lit up. Without much hesitation, they joined hands and entered the secret realm to observe the Battle King's tribulation. Being able to observe the tribulation of an immortal king who had accumulated his heavenly tribulation for tens of millions of years was an extremely rare opportunity. Perhaps the three of them would be able to gain some insights from it? Compared to gaining insights, the matter of recuperating in seclusion could be postponed for the time being. It would not be too late for them to recuperate after watching the Battle King's tribulation. Old Wu, the loyal servant, even took out a recording jade slip of an extremely high grade, preparing to record the details of the Battle King's tribulation for Ning Fan. Since his master had urgent matters to attend to, he had lost the opportunity to observe the tribulation. As the number one loyal servant in the world, he naturally had to do something for his master. In order to record the process of an immortal king's tribulation, the grade of the recording jade slip was definitely not ordinary. This jade slip required at least 100 billion Dao crystals to be bought in the Eastern Heaven. When Yin Lei and the others saw that Old Wu was willing to spend so much just to let their master watch the recording of the immortal king's tribulation, they were filled with mixed emotions and gave Old Wu a very negative evaluation. Old Wu is truly a loyal servant. This person's loyalty is as bright as the sun and the moon. It has been passed down from ancient times. If Ning Fan heard Old Wu's evaluation, he would certainly be speechless. If Luoshi is said to be a loyal servant, he would agree. However, if Old Wu is said to be a loyal servant, he could only chuckle. Unfortunately, Ning Fan was destined not to hear this evaluation. As soon as he entered the profounding West world, Ning Fan released the suppression of the samsara void tribulation. At the moment when he released the heart tribulation, the shadows of the four true bridges immediately appeared in the sky. Below the four true bridges was a gurgling river. In the river, there was a very blurry reflection under the first true illusion bridge. Ning Fan's figure flashed and appeared on the first true illusion bridge. He held the railing and looked at the blurry reflection in the river. As the heart tribulation continued to deepen, those reflections gradually became clearer. They were the scenes of Ning Fan's promises that he had kept since he started cultivating the Tao. If Elder Ning promises to help the Hu clan 3 times, I am willing to condense a cultivation pill with all my cultivation base and give it to you, Elder, at the cost of not entering samsara. Initially, I was going to give this pill to Hu Ming. But it seems like he is still too young and can't take on such a great responsibility. Cultivation pill. You have done too much for the clan. I won't regret it. Elder Ning, just tell me, do you promise or not? Forget it. If I get the cultivation pill, I, Ning Fan, promise to help the Hu clan 3 times in my lifetime. This promise was when Ning Fan promised to protect the Hu clan of Yu country when he was still in the harmonious spirit realm. Later on, he really did do it. Hu Fengzi of the Hu clan was a distant memory. If it wasn't because he saw the past in the reflection, Ning Fan would have forgotten about the Hu clan, which was as small as a grain of rice. However, he couldn't forget Hu Fengzi. He couldn't forget that this person was willing to turn into ashes in order to protect his clan. He didn't want to enter samsara and condense a cultivation pill in exchange for Ning Fan's help to protect the Hu clan 3 times. It was Ning Fan's first time encountering such a person since he first started cultivating the Tao. He was actually willing to perish in order to protect others. Is it worth it? That year, Ning Fan asked himself the same question. The answer he got was, so what if it's worth it or not? The people of the world had long forgotten about Hu Fengzi. Even the clansman that he risked his life to protect had forgotten about him. With the passage of time, perhaps no one in the current Rain world or the current Yu country could remember that there was once an insignificant cultivator who made a heroic decision to protect his clan. It was a heroic act. Rain was born from the sky and fell on the ground. It nourished the plants and nurtured living beings. The reason why it was called rain, not water, not river, not lake or sea, was because it had its own Tao. It nourished the plants and didn't ask for anything in return. It didn't matter if it was worth it or not. It was just the Tao, so it did it. Just because the Tao was like this, it could be duty-bound without hesitation. Ning Fan looked at the reflection in the river and at Hu Fengzi's reflection. He seemed to have understood something. The void abandoning 4 realms, 4 true bridges, 4 reflections under the 4 bridges. I'm afraid that I would be able to see a part of the reflection in the river every time I go through a heart tribulation. The cultivators of Duzhen repaired the bridge above the river. The cultivators of void abandoning cultivators repaired the shadow under the bridge. The so-called shadow was an obsession, an illusion, and something that the heavens did not approve of. Hu Fengzi's Dao had once touched Ning Fan, causing the Dao that Ning Fan cultivated to carry some of Hu Fengzi's shadow unknowingly. The void-abandoning cultivators had to abandon these irrelevant shadows in order to achieve a breakthrough. The first step was to see the reflection in the true illusion river. The second step was to abandon them. However, that was the path that ordinary cultivators had to take. It was not Ning Fan's path. Ning Fan already had some understanding of his own path of void-abandoning cultivators. His path was different from others. It required persistence and perseverance. He did not say much and continued to look at the reflection in the river. Under the first bridge, more and more reflections appeared. The second reflection was the past when Ning Fan rampaged through the 9 divisions of the Lu clan. That year, he promised the Luo Yun demon sealer Lu Daochen to bury his master, Lu Wu. After that, he did it with the reputation of the Luo Yun demon sealer Lu Bei. Until now, Ning Fan could not forget the hunched back of the old man who was looking at his master's portrait. He was lonely but he had no regrets. The Luo Yun demon sealer Lu Daochen had spent his entire life just to complete one thing, and that was to bury his master, Lu Wu. In order to fulfill this wish, he would have no regrets even if he had to give up everything. He could be said to be a role model for all cultivators. The reflections that I saw during my first void-abandoning cultivator's tribulation seemed to be related to promises. Ning Fan muttered to himself. The timing of his heart tribulation this time was the time when he fulfilled the promise of the Luo clan and remembered the promise he made to the slaughter palace. Could it be that the first heart tribulation of his void-abandoning cultivator's tribulation would be related to the word promise? Then, the third reflection appeared in the river. It was the promise he made to kill the emperor, protect the descendants of the Big Dipper clan and the slaughter palace. The fourth reflection was the promise he made to the Luo clan. There were more reflections and all of them were promises he made to others. They ranged from small promises to pills and medicines to big promises that he would risk his life for them. Ning Fan had fulfilled most of the promises he made in his life. However, there were still many promises that he had yet to fulfill. Due to the limitation of his cultivation base and other factors, he could not fulfill them for the time being. However, every promise he made actually appeared in the river and became the reflection of the first true bridge. It also became the persistence in Ning Fan's heart. Ning Fan looked at the river below the true bridge. Gradually, he heard the voice of the vast great Tao from the endless river. That voice was very vague. It was actually the void-abandoning heavenly voice that cultivators would certainly hear when they undergo their heart tribulation. Turn back, turn back, turn back. From my Tao of immeasurable crossing, void-treading realm of 4 illusions and 4 extermination, solitary flame sect, in the river, a fiery light suddenly soared into the sky. That fiery light then turned into a withered old palm. It was so dry that it seemed like it would decay at any time. However, it gave Ning Fan a soul-stirring feeling. It was as if it could capture all the Tao principles of heaven and earth in that palm and restrict time and space. That withered palm did not seem to exist in reality. Instead, it existed in the reflection of the river. Along with the emergence of the reflection, it came into being. The reason why that withered palm appeared was not for any reason but to erase Ning Fan's reflection in the river. By erasing this reflection, Ning Fan's void-abandoning Tao would be achieved and he would be able to enter the early void-abandoning Tao. However, his Tao heart would be damaged and it would be difficult for him to achieve his Tao. It was because it was not a big deal for ordinary cultivators to abandon their obsessions. However, Ning Fan was different. He was not an ordinary cultivator. His Tao did not allow him to give up easily, especially when it came to giving up a promise that was related to his Tao heart. Ning Fan had a soul-stirring feeling that if he lets this withered palm erase his reflection in the river, his Tao heart would be changed. From then on, his temperament would change drastically and he would no longer be a person who kept his promises. What kind of withered palm is this? It actually has such a terrifying destructive power that can change one's Tao heart. Ning Fan had read through many ancient records on the Wooden Island. Among them, there were many records that recorded the void-abandoning tribulation. However, after going through all the records on the Wooden Island, Ning Fan did not find any record about the appearance of this withered palm. When other cultivators break through to the void-abandoning realm, they would also hear the void-abandoning heavenly voice. However, most of the content of the void-abandoning heavenly voice was simple and easy to understand. It directly pointed out the flaws in the cultivator's Tao and supplemented them. There had never been any void-abandoning heavenly voice that was as obscure and difficult to understand as Ning Fan's. There was also no one who would have a flaming withered palm appear and try to erase their reflection when they are going through their heart tribulation. All of a sudden, Ning Fan realized that this obscure void-abandoning heavenly voice and this extremely dangerous withered palm that could change a cultivator's Tao heart were highly likely to be the exclusive benefits of the persistent cultivators. Dangerous benefits. I must not let this withered palm erase the reflection in the river. Ning Fan's expression changed greatly. Without any hesitation, he directly activated the shadow of the god-exterminating giant and plunged into the river, directly rushing towards the withered palm. He would not allow anyone to change his Tao heart. He also did not need anyone to help him decide the path to break through to the void-abandoning realm. His path was not to give up. There was no need for him to erase the reflection in the river. This palm had ulterior motives. It wanted to destroy his reflection and destroy his Tao heart. Dream on, *bang*, a loud bang resounded. It was the collision of the god-exterminating giant and the withered palm in the reflection. Turn back, turn back, turn back. From my Tao of immeasurable crossing, void-treading realm of 4 illusions and 4 exterminations, solitary flame sect. After colliding with the god-exterminating giant, the withered palm did not suffer any damage at all. As for the body of the god-exterminating giant, which was covered in golden flames, a dent was left on it. Even the golden flames were showing signs of extinguishing. Ning Fan, who was hiding inside the god-exterminating giant's body, coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was actually severely injured by the withered palm, causing his internal organs to feel as if they were on fire. The power of the withered palm was so terrifying that even the god-exterminating shield could not completely defend against it. After clashing with the withered palm, Ning Fan finally confirmed the origin of this withered palm. Sure enough, this withered palm contained the will of heaven. It was a withered palm that descended from the heavens to destroy Ning Fan's reflection in the river. It did not allow Ning Fan to walk on the path of abandoning the void-abandoning realm. Turn back, turn back, turn back. If you don't turn back, the heavens will force you to turn back. Heaven-exterminating persistent cultivators, this path is blocked. To be continued. Ning Fan could feel a strong sense of rejection from the withered palm. The heaven extinguishes the path of obsession. Without a doubt, this withered palm was the heaven's obstruction to the path of obsession. Even Ning Fan, who possessed the god-exterminating shield, could barely withstand the power of the withered palm. Other ordinary obsession cultivators who wished to walk on the path of obsession would probably not be able to withstand the power of this palm. The power contained in this palm was far beyond Ning Fan's understanding. It was a difference in dimension. One should know that Ning Fan's current knowledge was top-notch even in the 4 heavens. However, he could not understand the profoundness of this palm. This was enough to explain the problem. The power of this palm was definitely at the 3rd step. It was even possible that it had entered the 4th step. It was undefeatable, unless Ning Fan attained the 3rd step and became a sage realm expert and possessed the complete god-exterminating shield. He did not have the confidence to withstand this palm. With such a terrifying withered palm blocking his path, who in the world could pass this obstacle? This path was too difficult. Perhaps there was a glorious era of obsession in the history of the ancient era. However, in the current era of Dharma decline, the path of obsession might really be blocked by others. During the crossing truth stage, there was no real bridge on the true illusion river. How many people could build their own bridge on the river? At that time, Ning Fan had actually completed a magnificent feat. If it was someone else, perhaps they would have no choice but to give up on the path of obsession. When he abandoned the void, there was also the withered palm to stop him. This withered palm was like an insurmountable high wall, giving Ning Fan an unprecedented feeling of invincibility. It was impossible for him to forcefully defeat this withered palm. Turn back, turn back, turn back. From my Tao, immeasurable crossing, 4 illusions, 4 exterminations, void-treading realm, solitary flame sect, turn back, turn back, turn back. From my Tao, immeasurable crossing, bright sky palm, solitary flame sect, that withered palm heavily injured Ning Fan. Once again, it attacked the reflection in the river. It was determined to destroy it. Ning Fan tried to forcefully stop it, but a small portion of the reflection was still destroyed by the withered palm. As for himself, his injuries were further worsened. Even though the injuries on his body were severe, Ning Fan could still endure it with great difficulty. However, when he saw the reflection, he felt as if his Tao was forcefully torn apart by someone and a part of it was forcefully erased. Moreover, there was also a will of the heavens forcefully invading his body, destroying the Tao persistence in his body bit by bit and affecting his Tao heart. At this moment, there seemed to be another Ning Fan's voice in his heart, constantly advising him to obey the heaven's will, to cultivate the Yang Tao, to abandon his stubbornness and to convert. 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 You are me and I am you. Convert to Ming Qiong and convert to the solitary flame sect. Every time the other voice resounded in his mind, Ning Fan's Tao would crumble a lot. His Tao heart would also become numb bit by bit. Little by little, it would be guided to the path that was approved by heaven. Abandon, abandon, abandon. Abandon all my obsessions, abandon all the important people, and only convert to God is left. Convert to the leaving ground solitary flame sect, let go of the past and cultivate the path of the next life. Quickly convert. From now on, once you enter the gate of emptiness, the past will be over. I will bestow upon you the light of creation, I am you and you are me. Follow me, and convert. That voice continued to penetrate his mind, causing Ning Fan's eyes to be filled with confusion for a moment. However, at the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and let out a roar. His roar was like the roar of a devil, forcefully suppressing that strange voice. His eyes were filled with flames of fury. What a strong bewitching power. However, it's not enough to tempt me to abandon my Tao. This path is blocked, huh? What if I insist on walking on it? I insist on being the only one who refuses to come to his senses in this era of Dharma decline. If the Tao can be changed from the true Tao, once this path is opened, I will cultivate my life. Since Ning Fan had embarked on the path of obsession, he would never turn back in this lifetime. This withered palm could suppress his cultivation base and erase his reflection. However, his Tao was the only thing that no one would be able to erase. This palm's divine power is heaven-defying. I am not a match for it. However, it doesn't mean that I can't hold on until the end. Ning Fan sharply noticed that the power of the second palm seemed to have weakened a lot compared to the first palm. That kind of weakening was just like how the power of the palm itself was limited. The more he used it, the lesser it would be. As the saying goes, there are 50 great Taos and 49 heavenly evolutions. There is still a chance of survival. Even though this withered palm has the intention to stop the birth of obsession, the heavens seem to have given Ning Fan a chance to cultivate obsession. The power of the withered palm was actually limited. If I take the attack of the withered palm head-on and receive it for a certain number of times, will I be able to exhaust the power of the withered palm and walk on the path of obsession? If it is an ordinary obsession cultivator who does not have a heaven-defying treasure like the God-exterminating shield and is not as bold as Ning Fan, perhaps they would have no choice but to follow the withered palm and walk on the path of obsession that the withered palm had designed for them. However, Ning Fan was different. His personality was like this. Once he has decided on something, he would do it with all his might regardless of the gains and losses, even if the possibility is small. Perhaps, he can really exhaust the power of the withered palm. The withered palm approached him once again, trying to destroy his reflection in the river. Ning Fan's eyes turned sharp and he made up his mind. He controlled the God-exterminating giant without any fear and clashed with the withered palm once again. Boom! The result was that Ning Fan spurted out blood for the third time and was sent flying by the withered palm. However, the battle intent in his eyes became even stronger. As expected, the power of the third palm strike was slightly weaker than the second one. Ning Fan took out a large number of healing pills and fed them to the God-exterminating giant in one go. Under such circumstances, he no longer had the time to slowly refine the medicinal power of the pills. He allowed the medicinal power to run rampant in his body, causing him excruciating pain. However, Ning Fan ignored it and actually became ruthless. If the withered palm is blocked, he would use his flesh and blood to break open the path. With a flip of his hand, the enlarged memory-severing Tao sword appeared in the giant's right hand. It was surrounded by the light of 4 different palm positions. Then, it rushed towards the withered palm and slashed at it. This was the first time Ning Fan took the initiative to attack the withered palm after taking the 3 palm strikes head-on. It was a defiance that he would not allow anyone to deprive him of his Tao. The withered palm did not have any emotions. It just sent out the 4th palm strike lightly. It seemed weak and powerless. However, the moment it came into contact with the Tao sword, it directly extinguished the light of the 4 different palm positions on the Tao sword. Then, a tremendous force pressed down on the god-exterminating giant and sent it flying with a single strike. The dimension was different. Even with the power of a sovereign Tao law, it could not leave a trace of injury on the withered palm. It could not even leave a scratch on it. If the power of a sovereign Tao law doesn't work, then I'll use my divine abilities. I'll use my bones as the mountain, my blood as the sea, my palm as the Tao and my Tao as the oblivion current. This is the oblivion current of Tao. Ning Fan flipped his hand inside the god-exterminating giant's body. The entire illusory river instantly turned into a great river of oblivion current, sweeping the withered palm to the bottom of the river. Calamity technique. Taicang Jialing? For the first time, the withered palm sounded hesitant. It seemed to be extremely fearful of Taicang's bloodline. However, the fear only lasted for a moment. The withered palm still flipped its hand and directly extinguished Ning Fan's oblivion current without suffering any damage. This was the 5th palm strike. As soon as the withered palm extinguished the oblivion current, it immediately pressed down on the god-exterminating giant gently. Ning Fan wanted to dodge it, but he realized that the god-exterminating giant had lost control. Its path of escape was blocked by an invisible force, blocking its path. Then, the palm fell, *bang*. This palm directly pressed on the top of the god-exterminating giant's skull, extinguishing its golden flame body. Ning Fan, who was inside the god-exterminating giant, was sent flying while coughing out blood. Every time he took a few steps back, the rate of his physical body collapsing increased. If it wasn't for his strong willpower, his physical body would have already been destroyed. While he was flying backwards, Ning Fan forcefully consumed more healing pills. He did not care about the injuries on his body at all and forcefully summoned the god-exterminating giant once again. The 7th palm strike, the 8th palm strike, the 9th palm strike. Ning Fan's entire body was covered in blood. He had already become numb to the excruciating pain on his body. His eyes were filled with battle intent that was close to madness. He continuously controlled the god-exterminating giant to face the withered palm head-on. The 11th palm strike, the 12th palm strike, the 13th palm strike. Ning Fan had already consumed all of his healing pills. As for the other pills that were harmless or had a slight healing effect, he stuffed them all into his mouth to maintain his vitality and continue fighting the withered palm. The 20th palm strike, the 30th palm strike, the 40th palm strike. The power of the withered palm was getting weaker and weaker. Gradually, it could no longer break through the defense of the god-exterminating shield. Ning Fan's life chi was also very weak. However, he was still holding on with the willpower of Zhang Yang. His willpower was so strong that even the heavens could not change it. He was like a spine that was slowly straightening up in front of the heavens. He continued to charge towards the withered palm time and time again. Attacking was always better than waiting for death to come. There had never been any cultivator who could resist so many attacks from the withered palm. Even if the heavens had given him a chance to live, there had never been a cultivator who could seize this chance in the age of Dharma decline. Only Ning Fan could do this. The 47th palm strike, the 48th palm strike and the 49th palm strike. The 49th palm strike seemed to be the last bit of the withered palm's strength. As soon as the palm strike landed, it could no longer continue. Finally, it turned into broken light and disappeared. As for Ning Fan, he could no longer stand steadily. However, he still straightened his body and looked at the withered palm with a cold expression. In this case, did I win? Before the withered palm disappeared, it left behind a sentence. Its tone sounded like a threat. The heavens have forsaken the cultivators. You can achieve it on your own. Since you don't want to turn back, don't regret it. Even though you are the great firmament tribulation spirit, you are not a cultivator from the true world. When you enter the true world in the future, you will certainly be punished by the fire of my solitary flame sect. You will be imprisoned in the bright sky prison forever. Even the tribulation lord won't be able to save you. The discussion between the 3 realms about the withered palm is the will of the heavens. no one can change it. If you want to live, just stay in the illusory dream world forever. Before the withered palm left, it actually issued a long threat to Ning Fan, the solitary flame sect of the solitary flame sect. What is that? The Tribulation Lord. It was a figure that Ning Fan did not even dare to mention. However, the withered palm dared to talk about it calmly. It was indeed impressive. Ning Fan did not care about the withered palm's threat at all. After withdrawing from the Dharma image of the god-destroying giant, he could no longer bear the weakness of his body. If it wasn't for his strong willpower, he would not have been able to stand straight. In this battle, the injuries he suffered were extremely terrifying. His physical body was almost destroyed and the foundation of his primordial spirit was also damaged. But he didn't regret it. At the very least, he had protected his own Tao. At the very least, he had become the only cultivator in the end of days to retain his obsession and break through to the void. Along with the disappearance of Ku Zhang, the shadows that were erased were restored. Ning Fan's cultivation base had also completely broken through the bottleneck after Ku Zhang's departure. His chi rose continuously. God cultivation, shedding void early stage. Demonic cultivation base, shedding void initial stage, finally, the renouncing emptiness. With that, the god, spirit demon and demonic cultivations were considered to have stepped into the renouncing emptiness realm. What was left was for the three different types of cultivations to shatter their thoughts one step at a time, and with that, the three different types of cultivations would be on par with Jieshue's cultivation. Ning Fan thought again. When that withered palm disappeared, it left behind a threat. Judging from its tone, it seemed like the withered palm would no longer appear in the samsara void tribulation in the future. Otherwise, it wouldn't have said that it would wait until Ning Fan arrives at the true world before giving him the punishment. In the future, it should be much easier for him to increase Shi Kong's cultivation. Of course, he couldn't eliminate the possibility that the withered palm would descend again. There's no need to bother about this. Let's recuperate first. After the phenomenon of the true bridge disappeared, Ning Fan entered a tower that had existed for thousands of years and began to heal his injuries. This time, he had completely used up all of his healing pills. He had no choice but to refine some pills using his mediocre mid-grade 7th Revolution pill refinement technique. Even though 7th Revolution pills were not very effective, he could still use them in large quantities. Besides, Ning Fan had countless precious medicinal ingredients in his hands. Many of them were used to concoct 9 Revolution lead pills, Silver Revolution pills and Gold Revolution pills. However, he used them wantonly to concoct 7th Revolution pills. As a result, not only did his pill refinement experience increase by leaps and bounds, the medicinal efficacy of the pills he concocted was also astonishing. The medicinal efficacy of the pills he concocted was not something that a 7th Revolution pill could have at all. It was almost as good as a peak grade 8th Revolution healing pill. Well, it was no wonder. In the entire Eastern Heaven, there would definitely not be any pill refinement master who would use 9th Revolution medicinal ingredients to concoct 7th Revolution pills. That was definitely a waste of heavenly resources. Most importantly, there were not many people who were as wealthy as Ning Fan who could afford to squander his pills like that. Not the pill refinement masters, not the medicine refinement masters, and not even the 3 elders of the devil pill sect. Pill refinement masters who were as wealthy as Ning Fan were rare. Ning Fan, however, did not feel distressed at all. After all, he had obtained these medicinal ingredients by killing others along the way. It would be a real waste if he did not use them to treat his injuries. The medicinal ingredients for the pills were good and there was a large amount of them. In addition to the healing effect of the Black Star technique, Ning Fan's injuries were slowly healing. Moreover, Ning Fan did not expect that there would be an unexpected gain this time when he was severely injured to the point where his life was in danger. As the saying goes, there can be no construction without destruction. The injuries he suffered this time were much more severe than the injuries he suffered when he stepped on the Origin Bridge. Because of that, the immortal bloodline that had been dormant in his body was awakened. In the past, Ning Fan had cultivated a trace of the immortal bloodline with the help of the God-exterminating shield. However, that immortal bloodline had never been put to use until now. This time, when his life was really in danger, this trace of immortal bloodline sensed it and woke up, joining the process of healing his injuries. Even though there was only a trace of the immortal bloodline, its recovery ability was actually much higher than those 7th revolution pills that he had squandered and wasted. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Ning Fan's primordial spirit was almost crippled. His primordial spirit, which was originally the size of a palm, had shrunk to the size of a thumb. This was an unprecedented injury. Even some 9th revolution golden pills would find it hard to treat injuries of this level. However, with the continuous nourishment of the immortal bloodline, Ning Fan's dispirited primordial spirit actually recovered bit by bit. Without relying on too much medicinal power, he was able to recover from that dispirited state. Even though the speed of recovery was very slow, who wanted Ning Fan to have less immortal bloodline? However, such a small amount of immortal bloodline actually managed to heal the serious injuries of Ning Fan's primordial spirit in the end. This is just too heaven-defying. If Ning Fan's immortal bloodline could be 100 or 1,000 times more, he was confident that he could heal such serious injuries to his primordial spirit within a year instead of spending 1,000 years, if he had a little more immortal bloodline. Ning Fan's injuries could be healed in the blink of an eye, and his physical body could even regenerate at an extremely fast speed. Speaking of which, the Black Star technique of the Heaven Sovereign and the Undying Great Emperor's immortal bloodline were both rare healing abilities in this world. It would be great if he could fuse these two great abilities into one. Once this thought emerged in his mind, it would never go away. Unfortunately, he could only dream about it. Currently, he did not have the ability to fuse the absolute techniques of the two peerless experts. After 1,000 years, Ning Fan's injuries had already recovered by 80 to 90%. He was still consolidating his cultivation base in the Time Tower. At the same time, he also went through 2 true immortal realm minor heavenly tribulations of 600 years. The only thing that was left was the deficiency of his primordial chi. The scale of his heavenly tribulation was still based on the cultivation base of the divine, demon, and devil races. Thus, the tribulation blood would not trigger the heavenly tribulation. In the past, Ning Fan did not understand the reason behind it. Now that he had comprehended yin and yang, he could guess the reason. The divine, demon, and devil races were yin. Because heaven did not approve of them, they would face the heavenly tribulation. The grand firmament tribulation spirit was yang. Heaven had approved of it. How could it bear to send a heavenly tribulation to punish it? After 1,000 years, Ning Fan walked out of the Time Tower and stayed in the profound yin world for a few days. For 10 consecutive days, he had been replenishing his lost primordial chi with the help of the human cauldrons. The process of replenishing his primordial chi was naturally beneficial to both parties. There was no need to elaborate on the process. When Ning Fan's primordial chi was fully replenished, it was already 10 days later when he returned to the Luo clan. It happened to be nighttime on the heavenly sea star. The entire Luo clan was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The place was brightly lit and the atmosphere was festive. The sky above the heavenly sea star was filled with guests. Rays of traveling light came from all directions. It was unprecedentedly lively. The declining Luo clan had not been so lively for a long time. Ning Fan spread his spirit sense slightly. The entire heavenly sea star was enveloped in his spirit sense. After listening to the idle chatter of some cultivators, he immediately knew the reason. It turned out that the Luo clan was celebrating the Battle King's awakening. This was indeed a joyous event, and it was worth celebrating. 10 days ago, the Battle King, Luo Ho, overcame countless heavenly tribulations of various sizes with his unparalleled cultivation base. After that, he immediately went into seclusion. It seemed like he had suffered some minor injuries during the heavenly tribulation and was currently recuperating. LV Feng, Old Wu, and Yun Lei were all severely injured. After watching the Battle King go through the heavenly tribulation, LV Feng and Old Wu temporarily stayed at the Broken Halberd Mountain to recuperate. As for Immortal Venerate Yun Lei, he returned to the main star of the Godly Void Pavilion to recuperate. Regarding the Battle King's awakening, the higher-ups of the Luo clan did not spread the news. However, it was still known by a few old monsters of the eastern sky who paid close attention to the Luo clan. As such, the Luo clan no longer concealed it. They simply celebrated openly on the heavenly sea star to vent the joy in their hearts. The awakening of the Battle King indicated that the Luo clan was about to rise again. Moreover, Luoshi and the others only found out later that the battle king of the Luo clan had not only awakened but his cultivation base had also advanced instead of regressing. Perhaps no one could stop the rise of the Luo clan this time. There were really a lot of guests. Most of them were cultivators from the eastern Sky Star region. There were also a few cultivators who came from faraway galaxies. They had only managed to rush over through the teleportation formations. Those who came were at least at the Life Immortal realm. Void Fragmentation realm cultivators were not qualified to come and congratulate the Luo clan at all. Many old monsters who were as strong as Shikong and Xinyan had also come to the Luo clan. However, most of them still had doubts in their hearts. They did not believe that an immortal king who had been in slumber for 45 million years would have a chance to awaken. Even though there were also many people who believed that the Battle King had already awakened, they were convinced that the Battle King's cultivation base would certainly be much weaker than before. If the Battle King's cultivation base did not fall after being severely injured for so many years, these people would never believe it. Even though there were a lot of guests, Luoshi was the one who entertained them. The Battle King did not show up. As such, those guests had no way of knowing the Battle King's current cultivation base. Naturally, Ningfan also did not plan to show up. These people were here to congratulate the Luo clan. There was no need for him to join them. Thus, he went to LV Feng and Old Wu's abode to check on them. Both of them had suffered serious injuries while rescuing the Battle King. Fortunately, their foundations were not hurt. Besides, they had enough healing pills. They would recover fully in at most 1.5 years. However, in that case, he might not be able to bring the two of them with him for the upcoming major event. Calculating the time, the Pale Sect's anti-Ning meeting would be held in a few days. At that time, he would really have to go alone. Pale Sect, Ningfan's spirit sense locked on the entire Heavenly Sea Star. Among the guests who came to congratulate the Luo clan, many of them were chatting about this matter. Have you heard? The sect master of the Pale Sect has sent out a hero invitation, inviting people to join the Anti-Ning Alliance. I don't want to get involved in this mess. Just when I was worried that I had no reason to reject this matter, I happened to hear that the Battle King of the Luo clan has awakened. Thus, I came. The Pale Sect is really lucky. A newly advanced 9th Revolution Golden Core Realm Pill Refinement Master. Moreover, it is said that he has even touched the bottleneck of the Sovereign Pill Refinement Realm. That sect master of the Pill Sect might not have a high cultivation base, but his pill refinement technique is probably the best in the Eastern Heaven. It's no wonder that he could gather such a huge force. I wonder how the Reign Immortal Sovereign will deal with this matter. Do you think the Reign Immortal Sovereign will directly go and cause trouble? I don't think so. The experts of the entire Pill Sect have gathered for the Anti-Ning meeting this time. It is said that the Pill Sect has invited 3 immortal venerables this time. One of them is the old ancestor of the Han clan. If the Reign Immortal Sovereign goes, I'm afraid he won't be able to get any benefits. Instead, his life might be in danger. What? Even that old ancestor of the Han clan is going to take action? That's a second tribulation immortal venerable. If that's really the case, the Reign Immortal Sovereign will probably get the news too. He won't go there recklessly. Hee. Fellow Taoists, you really worry too much. This is the matter between the Reign Immortal Sovereign and the Pill Sect. What does it have to do with insignificant people like us? Let's drink. We just want to drink to our heart's content. The spiritual wine of the Luo clan is really good wine. Conversations like this were happening all over the place. Ningfan stopped listening to these conversations after listening to them for a while. All of them were the same. Most of them did not think that he could resist the Anti-Ning alliance. So be it. The opinions of others did not affect him at all. He did not care about it at all. Just because he did not care about it, Ningfan, who had just triggered his first void-shedding tribulation, actually felt slightly moved. It was actually the feeling of the impending second void-shedding tribulation. Of course, he had just triggered his first void-shedding tribulation. He would not immediately trigger the second heart tribulation. This feeling of impending tribulation disappeared in a flash. After all, Ningfan's cultivation base alone was not strong enough to break through to the next cultivation realm. At the very least, he needed to raise his divine and demon cultivation base to the peak of the early void-shedding tribulation before he could advance to the next cultivation realm. Thus, Ningfan's top priority now was to raise his divine and demon cultivation base to the peak of the early void-shedding tribulation. It was still too early for him to pursue the second heart tribulation. However, the first heart tribulation was related to the word promise. As for the second heart tribulation, he did not know what it was related to. The Luo clan was overjoyed. They were unprecedentedly busy. Ningfan did not plan to trouble them and left the heavenly sea star alone. Before he left, he only informed Lu Feng and Old Wu about his departure. Therefore, be it the Luo clan or the Battle King, neither of them knew about his departure. As a matter of fact, the Battle King had already ordered him to send someone to inform him once Ningfan comes out of his seclusion. He would certainly visit Ningfan personally and thank him generously for saving his life. However, Ningfan did not need the Battle King's gratitude. The reason he saved Battle King was not because of the latter's gratitude. It was just to fulfill his promise to Luoshi. Now that he had fulfilled his promise, the karma between them was settled. None of them owed the other anything. The Battle King did not owe him anything. When he left, there was no rain in the heavenly sea star. However, not long after he left, a beautiful guest finally arrived. As soon as she arrived, the weather of the heavenly sea star changed and rain fell. It was a lady who was holding an umbrella. Her eyes were as gentle as the rain. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. She was wearing a blue scarf on her head. She usually did not dress up like this. Today, however, she wanted to dress up like this. It was because this was the attire she wore when she first met Ningfan. "Miss, you are." The cultivator who welcomed the guest was only at the divine transformation realm. How could he see through the cultivation base of the lady who was holding the umbrella? All he could feel was that this lady carried a noble aura. She was probably not an ordinary person. Thus, he naturally did not dare to neglect her. "My surname is Tan Tai. Today, I came here to congratulate the Battle King on his awakening. Secondly, I want to meet someone. Is the Rain Lord here?" The lady took out a congratulatory gift from her storage pouch. Her first question was about the Rain Lord instead of the Battle King. The few cultivators who welcomed the guest immediately became alert. Her surname is Tan Tai? There were no major forces in the eastern heaven that had the surname Tan Tai, right? Most of them were aristocratic families. There were many of them in the northern and southern heavens. As they could not figure out the lady's intention and background, they did not dare to answer her carelessly. Their clan master had instructed them to pretend that they did not know anything if any guest asks about the Rain Lord. After all, Ningfan had made too many enemies in the eastern heaven. Who knew what the other party was planning to ask about him? Seeing that the few cultivators who welcomed the guest kept quiet, the lady did not ask any more. Instead, she spread out her spirit sense and scanned the entire heavenly sea star. Then, she pursed her lips and smiled. It seemed like she was late. A large clump of Yin Qi had already left the heavenly sea star an hour ago. The owner of that Yin Qi should be Ningfan. Even though she had only met him once in the past and hundreds of years had passed since then, she was confident that she would not mistake the smell of Yin Qi on Ningfan's body. In the illusory dream world, every resident of the Yin world had their own unique smell. There were not many Yin cultivators who were as stubborn as Ningfan. Moreover, after all these years, his Yin Qi had become even heavier. It would be even more difficult for him to advance from Yin to Yang in the future. Since Ningfan was not around, the lady did not stay in the Luo clan for long either. Soon, she left in the direction of the Pale sect. No one knew if it was a coincidence or on purpose. Of course, it was impossible for her to find out Ningfan's whereabouts. However, with her intelligence, she could easily guess where Ningfan had gone after leaving the heavenly sea star. If she goes there, she should be able to see Ningfan. In the blink of an eye, another 6 days passed. In the Pale sect's Xianxia star. On this day, the Xianxia star was also decorated with lanterns and streamers. The atmosphere was full of joy. Today was the day of the establishment of the Anti-Ning Alliance. After today, the huge alliance would be established and the sect master of the Pale sect would become the leader of the alliance. It was truly a joyous occasion. Each of the cultivators of the Pill sect was filled with joy. They were in high spirits. Their sect was flourishing and they could enjoy the shade under the shade of a big tree. In the past, Ning Fan had placed a bounty of 100 billion on the head of the sect master of the Pill sect. That was the most humiliating period of the entire Pill sect. There were old monsters of the Eastern Heaven eyeing their sect master's head every day. As a result, the sect master did not even dare to step out of the sect without enough experts to protect him. Like a cowardly tortoise, he was ridiculed by countless old monsters. Fortunately, their sect master broke through to the Gold Core Realm's 9th Revolution Pill refinement technique later on. From then on, the cultivators of the Pill sect could finally hold their heads up high again. No one would seek trouble with the Pill sect for mere Dao crystals anymore. After all, he was a 9th Revolution Golden Core Realm Pill refinement master. Even the ancient monsters had to be polite to him. Besides, he had a terrifying charisma. In the past, among the Pill refinement sects of the Eastern Heaven, the Pill sect and the Medicine sect were on equal footing. Each of them occupied half of the sect. Today, the Pill sect was already the dominant sect in the entire Eastern Heaven. Today, their sect master just sent out some invitations and he directly established a cultivation alliance. Up until now, there were already 3 immortal venerables of the 10,000 ancient times in the alliance. What kind of charisma was that? Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. Apart from the secret races and the immortal emperors, who else in the entire Eastern Heaven could summon 3 immortal venerables with just a few words other than their sect master? Sect master is our pride. Each of the cultivators of the Pill sect had fanatical admiration in their eyes. In the sky above Xianxia planet, there was an endless stream of cultivators going in and out. For today's grand ceremony, a floating city was built in the sky above Xianxia planet. It floated in the starry sky. There was a venue built in the city and it was already filled with experts from various places who were interested in joining the alliance. After a careful count, there were more than 100,000 cultivators above the void fragmentation realm. At the center of the venue, there was a tall platform. Today, the alliance was established. Only true immortals above the Duzhen realm were qualified to sit on the tall platform. There was only a quarter of an hour before noon, but there were already more than 200 true immortals sitting on the tall platform. Among them, there were 31 void-shedding cultivators, 9 thought-shattering cultivators, 3 immortal venerables of the 10,000 ancient times and the rest were all Duzhen. However, even Duzhen was a true immortal old monster who had been famous in the Eastern Heaven for countless years. What a grand ceremony! What a grand occasion! To be able to gather so many experts in one place. There really weren't many people in the entire Eastern Heaven who had such charisma. The sect master of the Pill sect had yet to show up. The 3 immortal venerables of the 10,000 ancient times were also resting with their eyes closed. Some true immortal old monsters were discussing in groups of 3 to 5. Haha! Isn't this brother Qin? From today onwards, we are cultivators of the same alliance. We must have more contact in the future. Oh? Daoist Zhang also came? This Pill sect really has a big face. They even invited a thought-shattering expert like you who has been living in seclusion for many years. Hiss. Isn't that devil cultivator Fengli? He actually came too. Some of them were exchanging greetings. Some of them were recognizing Ning Fan. There were also some who were talking about Ning Fan. Most of their tones were filled with disdain. In my opinion, that bullshit Rain Immortal Monarch only has an undeserved reputation. How can he be a match for our alliance? That's right. If the Alliance Master can take another step forward in Pill refinement and become the legendary 9 Revolution Emperor Pill refinement master, I'm afraid that even many immortal emperors will be willing to join our anti-Ning alliance. Hee. What does that Rain Lord count as? He just has a powerful master. If he angers the alliance, I'll be the first to teach him a lesson. I heard that other than establishing the alliance, we also have to determine the 4th class of Sin sects. That's right. What the alliance master means is that we don't just want to kill that traitor Ning alone. We also want to annihilate all the forces that are related to him. According to the relationship between them and that traitor Ning, we can divide those forces into 4 classes. The 1st class will kill the entire sect. The 2nd class will only kill the sect master. The The third class will punish them with Tao crystals. The fourth class will issue a decree and reprimand them. For example, the Xianxia sect established by that traitor Ning is the first class of Sin sect. As for the medicine sect, it's the second class. Sigh. This old man is actually a little worried. That Rain Lord is a cultivator of the Slaughter Palace and he has a close relationship with the Godly Void Pavilion. Fellow Taoist, you're confused. So what if he's the Slaughter Palace? So what if he's the Godly Void Pavilion? Can he still be compared to the Dark Race? Hee hee. Just experience it yourself. Everyone was talking and laughing. Their morale was high. Seeing this scene, the sect master of the Pill sect calmed down a little. Inwardly, he scolded himself for being a coward. He had the alliance in his hands. Why should he be afraid of Ning Fan? What was funny was that he had a feeling of fear every day for the past few days, as if a great calamity was about to befall him. This feeling was probably because he was worrying too much. He had the alliance in his hands. How could Ning Fan possibly kill him in the midst of thousands of troops? On his side, there were 3 immortal venerables guarding him. Look! The Alliance Master is here. Greetings, Alliance Master. May the Alliance Master be blessed. Greetings, Alliance Master. No one knew who shouted loudly. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the sect master of the Pill sect who was slowly walking towards them from the sky. Then, the crowd greeted him passionately. The sect master of the Pill sect landed at the center of the high platform. He waved his hand, trying to calm down the noise in the hall. Unfortunately, everyone was too enthusiastic and he could not control the situation at all. He could only give up and let the crowd shout non-stop. As such, after a long time, the entire hall gradually quietened down. The hall became quiet. The 3 immortal venerables who were resting with their eyes closed opened their eyes at the same time and nodded slightly at the sect master of the Pill sect. Even though they were conceited about their status, they still gave the sect master enough respect. The other true immortal realm old monsters stood up one after another and greeted the sect master of the Pill sect politely. This scene ignited the blood in the hearts of countless people. What do people live for? It's nothing more than fame and fortune. To be able to make a name for oneself in front of 100,000 immortal cultivators was a true man. Only by doing so could one live a life of hard cultivation. Everyone, you don't have to be so courteous. Today is the day of the establishment of my anti-Ning alliance. My sect is very fortunate to be able to invite so many famous immortal cultivators to join the alliance. Thank you for giving me face. After the alliance is established, the first task is to kill Ning Fan. This demon has been stirring up chaos in the Eastern Heaven for a long time. When he was at the Void Fragmentation Realm in the past, he already dared to set up a formation to kill 100 immortal cultivators. After that, he continued to slaughter and made the entire world his enemy. He completely looked down on all the sects in the Eastern Heaven. If this demon isn't eliminated, I won't be able to feel at ease. I have no choice but to ask for everyone's help. Everyone, please help me kill this demon. Build the alliance and kill Ning Fan. If this demon isn't eliminated, the heavens will not tolerate it. As soon as the sect master of the Pill sect finished his words, countless cultivators in the hall immediately shouted in response. Build the alliance and kill Ning Fan. If this demon isn't eliminated, the heavens will not tolerate it. Build the alliance and kill Ning Fan. If this demon isn't eliminated, the heavens will not tolerate it. The shouts became louder and louder. In the end, the group of cultivators even used their cultivation bases, causing the sound waves to gather and erupt with a terrifying aura force. The color of heaven and earth changed. Wind and clouds gathered. Each of the cultivators' eardrums hurt, but they still shouted with all their might, as if Ning Fan had some kind of blood feud with them. However, everyone was well aware that killing Ning Fan was just to please the sect master of the Pill sect and the Dark Race. How could there be so much morality in it? Morality? Is that kind of thing valuable? They would not go against Ning Fan for that kind of thing. Which one of them who could cultivate to the Void Fragmentation Realm was not a shrewd person? If there were no benefits, who would take the risk of offending an extremely dangerous existence like Ning Fan? The sound waves became louder and louder, as if they were going to break through the sky. Some disciples of the pill sect whose cultivation bases were not strong enough had already felt their eardrums bleeding. There were even a few of them whose sea of consciousness was directly shattered by the sound waves and died. Seeing this scene, the sect master of the pill sect became displeased again. He wanted to control the situation and make everyone quiet down. However, he realized that everyone was already as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They did not listen to his orders at all. At this moment, a voice that seemed to have come directly from the nine nether abyss resounded. It carried a bone-chilling coldness. That voice was not loud, but it directly overpowered all the other sound waves, clearly entering the ears of every cultivator of the Alliance. Is everyone here? His asterisk at this moment, the crowd that was originally in high spirits suddenly fell into the dead of winter. All the cultivators calmed down at this moment. The crowd that the sect master of the pill sect could not control immediately fell into dead silence. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Only the sound of countless people inhaling cold breaths could be heard continuously. Countless pairs of eyes fell on the white-robed young man who descended from the sky. The Rain Immortal Monarch, Ning Fan. This malefic star actually came. He actually dared to come. There were obviously 100,000 experts gathered here, and there were even 3 immortal venerables guarding the place. Why did this malefic star dare to come? It's the Rain Bandit. Cultivators of the Alliance, quickly follow me to kill the Rain Bandit, a burly man who was bare-chested suddenly shouted. He wanted to order his subordinates to besiege Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan, who was standing in the starry sky, just bent down and gave him a cold stare. That man was so frightened that he could no longer utter a word. He was a late true crossing realm true immortal. However, Ning Fan's stare actually made him speechless. This person was not the only one. Be it void renouncing or broken thought, none of the true immortals present actually dared to look at Ning Fan's ice-cold stare, which was like an apocalyptic god of death. Even the 3 immortal venerables of 10,000 ancient times were shocked to find that their hearts were trembling uncontrollably when they looked directly into Ning Fan's eyes. How is this possible? This young man is just a newly advanced immortal venerable. Even if he had killed old ancestor De Yun before, his baleful chi should not be this strong. What kind of devil lord could possess such baleful chi? It was unimaginable and unbelievable. Dead silence. Dead silence. Still more dead silence. In front of Ning Fan, not a single person in the vast alliance actually dared to take the lead and say something ruthless at this moment. It seems like everyone is here. That's good. I don't have to go to each of you one by one in the future. Ning Fan seemed to be talking to himself. All of a sudden, everyone felt their hearts beating wildly, as if a peerless massacre was about to happen. Since we're in an alliance, don't waste my time. Let's attack together. How arrogant was that? However, how confident was that? As soon as he said that, countless cultivators of the Alliance were enraged. Under the humiliation and anger, they immediately suppressed their fear. Immediately, thousands of them flew into the sky and surrounded Ning Fan. Slogans such as "Kill Thief Ning" and "Kill Thief You" rose one after another and resounded across the starry sky. Thousands of cultivators rose into the sky and surrounded Ning Fan. Among them, there was no lack of second-step cultivators, but they were just a minority. Most of them were void fragmentation realm cultivators. Magical treasures and spells streaked across the darkness of the starry sky, instantly lighting up the originally dark and gloomy sky. Vast waves of magical power surged, each wave higher than the last, stirring up waves after waves of void storms in the starry sky. More and more cultivators of the Alliance rose into the sky and joined in the encirclement of Ning Fan. Each of them was filled with killing intent. If Ning Fan was alone, none of the cultivators of the Alliance would naturally dare to provoke him. But now, the Alliance had the advantage in numbers. Why would they be afraid of Ning Fan alone? The initial shock had already been suppressed. This Ning Fan dared to choose the auspicious day of the Alliance's establishment and barged into the Alliance alone. He simply did not put the Alliance in his eyes. Since he has come, he shouldn't leave. Kill. 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 Raise the prestige of our Alliance with the blood of the Rain Bandit. Those who get the Rain Bandit's corpse intact will be beaten 300 times. Those who get the Rain Bandit's head will be rewarded with 10 billion Dao crystals. Those who get the upper body will be rewarded with 6 billion Dao crystals. Those who get 4 limbs will be rewarded with 2 billion Dao crystals. Those who get an inch of flesh will be rewarded with 1 billion Dao crystals. Some of the higher-ups of the alliance actually gave a generous reward to tear Ning Fan's body into pieces, even though these cultivators of the alliance were a motley crew, as the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven that had the most wars, which one of them wasn't a fugitive who had been roaming around for many years. With such a generous reward, they became even more courageous. There was no lack of killing in the cultivation world. There were cases of a lone tiger killing a group of wolves. However, there were even more cases of a group of wolves killing a tiger. Kill. Kill, kill. 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 The shouts of killing had already reached the sky. Countless attacks came from all directions. There was no way out. Moreover, Ning Fan had never thought of retreating. The reason he came here today was to annihilate the alliance. He wanted to give the entire Eastern Heaven a bloody warning. With today's incident, Ning Fan's eyes directly locked onto an early thought fragmentation realm-old monster among the thousands of troops. The person who shouted that he wanted to dismember him with 5 horses was this person. In his eyes, the besiegement of thousands of cultivators was nothing. With a wave of his sleeve, the attacks of thousands of void fragmentation realm and life immortal realm cultivators were all absorbed into his sleeve. If there were thousands of well-trained cultivators attacking him in a formation, he wouldn't be able to take away all of their magic treasures and abilities so easily. Unfortunately, the so-called alliance cultivators were just a motley crew. Attacking him in a formation? Can you count on an alliance that has just been established and is still unfamiliar with each other to form a formation to besiege Ning Fan? Ning Fan flicked his sleeves again. Those divine abilities and magic treasures that were attacking him flew out from his sleeves and flew back to the cultivators of the alliance. The crowd of cultivators was shocked. They hurriedly put up their defenses. However, at least hundreds of void fragmentation realm and life immortal realm cultivators were killed by the stray arrows on the chaotic battlefield. Don't panic. All cultivators, listen to my command. 10 to a row, form a square formation. It was the early thought fragmentation realm expert who wanted to divide Ning Fan's corpse. His voice shook the starry sky and he gave the order. He was the Heavenly Formation Elder, the sect master of the Eastern Heavenly Formation sect. Due to his expertise in battle formations, he was conferred as one of the 10 elders of the alliance. Unfortunately, before the square formation could be formed, Ning Fan had already taken a step in the starry sky and turned into a ray of golden light, disappearing from his original spot like a ghost. In a flash, he directly passed through thousands of cultivators and appeared in front of the Heavenly Formation Elder. Then, he launched an attack and slashed his Dao sword. The Heavenly Formation Elder was greatly shocked. He summoned his Dao weapon and tried to block the attack. However, it was all in vain. Both he and his Dao weapon were cut into 2 by Ning Fan's sword. A dignified sense fragmentation realm cultivator could not withstand a single sword attack from Ning Fan. His blood splattered across the starry sky. At the next moment, a ray of light flew out from the remains of the corpse. It was the primordial spirit of the Heavenly Formation Elder. His primordial spirit was greatly shocked. It hurriedly escaped from his physical body but was caught by Ning Fan and swallowed alive. All of a sudden, the essence chi around Ning Fan's body became much more powerful. TT the 10th Elder was actually eaten alive by the rain thief. Kiss the sound of countless people inhaling cold breaths resounded across the starry sky. The fact that Ning Fan instantly killed the 10th Elder in the midst of thousands of troops was already frightening enough. However, what was even more frightening was the scene where Ning Fan swallowed the primordial spirit alive. Without the 10th Elder's command, the formation of the cultivators of the Alliance finally fell into complete chaos. The art of life slaughter is the lost ability of the ancient devils. It is the technique that made great Emperor Emo famous. Today, I will let all of you witness the terror of the ancient devils. The art of life slaughter was the lost ability of the ancient devils. When one kills someone, he or she could absorb the blood chi of the dead to recover the essence chi of the ancient devils. However, this was only the effect of the art of life slaughter used by ordinary ancient devils. After using the devil blood fusion talisman, Ning Fan gained a new understanding of this technique. If the ancient devils who used the devil blood fusion talisman used this technique, not only could they quickly recover the essence chi they consumed, but if they devoured the primordial spirit or demon soul of others, they could also temporarily increase their combat power like a secret technique. To the ancient devils who used the devil blood fusion talisman, the more lives they killed, the stronger their cultivation base would be. After devouring the primordial spirit of the heavenly formation elder, Ning Fan could obtain 1/10 of the heavenly formation elder's cultivation base within a few hours. After devouring the heavenly formation elder, the ancient devil's cultivation base of the 8th nirvana heavenly devil realm instantly reached the limit of the 8th nirvana realm. He no longer suppressed his ancient devil cultivation base. Instead, he turned his physical body into a giant and appeared at the center of the battlefield. Ancient devil. Many experienced old monsters exclaimed at this moment, especially those void fragmentation realm and life immortal realm cultivators. To them, ancient devils were existences that were extremely far away from them. Now, however, they were witnessing it with their own eyes. Don't be afraid. So what if he's an ancient devil? So what if he eats humans? It's not the first time you've seen a cultivator who eats humans. Don't be afraid, you bandit. Another peak-shedding void realm old monster transmitted his voice to the sky. His voice resounded across the starry sky, suppressing the panic of the crowd. After the death of the heavenly formation elder, this person had taken over his responsibilities and wanted to command the overall situation. He was the 17th elder of the alliance. Unfortunately, just as his voice fell, Ning Fan's giant ancient devil body directly stepped on the starry sky battlefield and walked towards him. With the strength of his ancient devil body, every step he took would directly trample many cultivators of the alliance who could not evade in time to death. In just a few steps, he had already appeared in front of that person. When he pressed his devil palm, heaven and earth seemed to collapse. Not good. The 17th elder opened his mouth and spat out a ray of cold light. It was the Tao weapon flying sword that he had refined for many years. He only hoped to stop the devil palm from descending upon him while his entire body retreated madly. However, he could not escape. Ning Fan just pressed his devil palm and the Tao weapon flying sword was directly crushed. That devil palm seemed to be able to cover the entire sky. Then, he clenched his fist as if he was holding all the time in his palm. Under the pressure of the gigantic palm, the 17th elder was directly crushed to death. Along with the 17th elder, more than 100 cultivators of the alliance were also killed by the gigantic palm. Fortunately, the 17th elder used a secret technique. His severely injured primordial spirit managed to escape from the gap of the gigantic palm. However, he could not escape from death. Ning Fan opened his mouth and directly swallowed his primordial spirit. Even the 17th elder has been eaten. The fear that filled the crowd of cultivators became even more intense. At this moment, Ning Fan seized the opportunity to launch a one-sided massacre. Even though the physical body of an ancient devil was gigantic like a target, the strength of his physical body would also increase tremendously after he transformed into his gigantic form. The divine abilities of the void renunciation realm could no longer hurt Ning Fan at all. When he was charging in the midst of thousands of troops, any punch or palm strike from him had the power to shatter a cultivation planet. Each of his attacks would certainly take the lives of more than 100 cultivators. With the ancient devil's gigantic body and his jia shui, divine and demon cultivation base, Ning Fan's combat power was so strong that it was almost unstoppable. The physical bodies of cultivators were continuously destroyed by the ancient devil giant while their primordial spirits managed to escape. However, after each attack, the ancient devil giant would open its mouth and forcefully swallow the primordial spirits that were lucky enough to survive. Kill and devour primordial spirits. Kill and devour primordial spirits. After eliminating the 17th elder, Ning Fan continued his massacre. The more lives he killed, the stronger his ancient devil aura force became. 100 people, 200 people, 300 people, 1,000 people, 2,000 people, 3,000 people, 4,000 people, 10,000 people, the entire alliance had 100,000 experts. Other than the sect master of the Pill sect and the 3 immortal venerables, almost all of them had joined the battle. However, none of them could stop Ning Fan's massacre. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the number of casualties had already reached 1/10. Moreover, Ning Fan had purposely chosen the strong ones to kill first. Among the cultivators who died in the battle, the ratio of the strong ones was very high. Out of the 200 Duzhen cultivators of the Alliance, more than half of them had been killed by Ning Fan. More than 40 of them had been devoured alive. Out of the 31 Void Renunciation Realm cultivators of the Alliance, 19 of them had been killed by Ning Fan. Among them, there were even 2 Peak Thought Fragmentation Realm cultivators. Out of the 9 Thought Fragmentation Realm cultivators of the Alliance, 4 of them had died. All of them had been devoured by Ning Fan. Among them, there were even 2 Peak Thought Fragmentation Realm cultivators. With the help of the art of killing, Ning Fan's ancient devil cultivation base had temporarily skyrocketed to the peak 9th Nirvana realm of the Heavenly Devil realm. That unique aura of an ancient devil shook the hearts of every cultivator of the Alliance. The ancient gods were known for their cultivation speed. The ancient demons were known for their strange abilities. As for the ancient devils, they were known for their brutality and brutality. The ancient devils were known for their bloodthirsty nature. The ancient devils who cultivated the art of killing had an incomparably ferocious chi. The strength of the ancient devils had left a huge shadow in the hearts of all the cultivators here. Bang, the physical body of the 7th Elder of the Alliance was directly crushed by Ning Fan's palm and his primordial spirit was devoured alive. The 4th Elder of the Alliance died. His primordial spirit was devoured alive. There were also the 13th Elder, the 5th Elder, the 11th Elder and the 6th Elder. The experts of the Alliance kept dying one after another. More and more cultivators had their primordial spirits devoured by Ning Fan. The entire starry sky was filled with baleful chi. Ning Fan's ancient devil aura force was also continuously increasing. 10th Nirvana realm of the Heavenly Devil realm, 11th Nirvana realm. The 11th Nirvana realm seemed to be the limit of Ning Fan's ancient devil cultivation base. Of course, the art of killing had its limits. Otherwise, wouldn't Ning Fan's ancient devil cultivation base directly break through to the Immortal Emperor realm or the Quasi-Saint realm if he continues killing? Of course, that was impossible. Ning Fan would not be able to withstand that level of power. However, the aura force of an ancient devil at the 11th Nirvana realm was already extremely terrifying. Especially when he devoured the primordial spirits of those cultivators, it made the faces of countless cultivators of the Alliance turn pale. So this is the Reign Immortal Monarch? Powerful and ruthless. Countless cultivators of the Alliance began to regret getting involved in this mess. However, it was already too late for regrets since things had already come to this. They could only walk down this path until the very end. 3 Immortal Venerables, please take action to kill the Rain Bandit and protect the Alliance. The Alliance army was utterly defeated by Ning Fan. They scattered in all directions while asking for help from the 3 Immortal Venerables on the high platform below. As the leader of the Alliance, the sect master of the Pill sect naturally did not join the battle. As for the 3 Immortal Venerables, they also held the line and did not take any action. At this moment, the sect master of the Pill sect was also looking at the 3 Immortal Venerables with pleading eyes. Ning Fan's ferocity and strength were like a shadow that covered his heart. Before this, even though the sect master of the Pill sect had heard of Ning Fan's ferocious name, he had never seen it with his own eyes. Thus, he only had a vague idea about Ning Fan's ferocity. Today, however, he saw it with his own eyes. How powerful was he to devour a peak thought fragmentation realm expert alive? Perhaps only these 3 Immortal Venerables had the strength to kill Ning Fan in this place. Ning Fan must die. He must die here. If Ning Fan does not die, he would never be able to have a good night's sleep in this lifetime. Who could sleep peacefully with such a powerful enemy beside him? Among the 3 Immortal Venerables, the Patriarch of the Wang family and the Patriarch of the Sun family were both First Tribulation Immortal Venerables. Only the Patriarch of the Han family was a Second Tribulation Immortal Venerables. Naturally, the Patriarch of the Han family was their leader. In the beginning, the 3 Immortal Venerables did not make a move for a long time. Firstly, they wanted to observe Ning Fan's strength in secret. Secondly, they wanted their subordinates to besiege Ning Fan and use their lives to kill him. They did not wish to injure Ning Fan. Instead, they only wished to exhaust Ning Fan's magic power. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not use too many of his abilities during the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. No matter what he did, he only used the same Dao weapon and the huge ancient devil body. The 3 of them could not see through Ning Fan at all. They did not know what other trump cards Ning Fan had. What surprised the three of them was that Ning Fan's face did not turn red, nor was he out of breath after killing countless old monsters. It seemed like he did not consume much of his magic power at all. The three of them naturally did not know that Ning Fan cultivated the Wuding Yang art. His magic power recovery speed was already very fast. Now that he used the life-killing technique, he could recover his essence qi while killing people. Thus, the consumption of his magic power was naturally minimal. Fellow Taoists, please attack and kill this fiend. If the matter succeeds, this old man will definitely thank you generously. Pil Faction Sect Master pleaded. Don't worry. He's just a mere rain bandit. I can kill him with a flick of my finger. The three of them exchanged glances with each other and finally agreed to take action. They were not concerned about the casualties of the others. However, if there are too many casualties, it would be disadvantageous to the alliance. Now that they had observed enough, it was time to take action. The old ancestor of the Han clan slammed the table and rose to his feet. The old ancestor of the Sun clan and the old ancestor of the Wang clan followed closely behind him. The three of them soared into the sky at the same time and appeared at the center of the battlefield. As soon as the three of them appeared, the surviving cultivators of the alliance rejoiced. They retreated a great distance away from the battlefield, leaving the battlefield to the three immortal venerables. What was going to happen next was the real battle. There was no longer any room for them to intervene. The cultivators of the alliance who were scared out of their wits by Ning Fan also regained some of their courage because of the intervention of the three immortal venerables. They were three immortal venerables from the past 10,000 years. One of them was even a second tribulation immortal venerate. Who was Ning Fan? He was just a newly advanced immortal venerate, what the outside world guessed. It was probably his limit for a newly advanced immortal venerate to kill old ancestor De Yun. Facing the joint attack of three immortal venerables, even if he could survive, he would probably have to pay a huge price. Old ancestors, please kill the Rain Bandit and protect the reputation of our alliance. Kill the Rain Bandit and protect the alliance. Kill the Rain Bandit and protect the alliance. All of a sudden, rain began to fall in the starry sky. At first, it was just a light drizzle. However, as Ning Fan's killing intent surged, it immediately turned into a storm that filled the entire starry sky. Han Yungue of the White Spirit Island, Sun Lin of the Sea Soul Star and Wang Yangzi of the Wind Tomb Star. Since it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, I'll give you a chance to repent. If you submit to me and become my slaves and join my 1,000-year sect, I can spare your lives. Give me an answer within 3 breaths. Otherwise, this matter will be annulled. Ning Fan withdrew from his giant ancient devil body and looked at the three of them expressionlessly. Facing 3 immortal venerables, given the fact that his physical body was not strong enough, there was no benefit in transforming into a giant body. It would only make him a target. Thus, it was better to not use it. Of course, it was still very convenient for him to kill ordinary soldiers with his giant body. It was very efficient for him to kill a large group of them. Seeing that Ning Fan still dared to speak arrogantly even though he was fighting against 3 of them alone, no matter how shrewd the 3 immortal venerables of the alliance were, they could not help but show their anger on their faces. All of them sneered. Humph. Spare our lives. You sure have a big mouth. Do you think you're an immortal king? Why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him. The dark race will certainly not mistreat us. The 3 of them already had the thought of killing Ning Fan to claim credit. At this moment, all of them displayed their abilities. Their killing intent soared to the sky and they showed no mercy. Wang Yangzi took the lead. He opened his mouth and spat out a fiery red flying sword. There were 9 fire dragons engraved on the sword. It was called the 9 Dragons' Inheritance Seizing Sword. It was a magic treasure from the immemorial era. It was at the 12th grade of Nirvana Rebirth. It was extremely powerful. As soon as the sword appeared, the starry sky was filled with endless dragon roars. Moreover, there was a world-destroying heat that caused the temperature of the entire starry sky to rise rapidly. Under the blazing light, half of the starry sky was dyed red. Fall. As Wang Yangzi shouted, the sword immediately flew out with a whistling sound, aiming at Ning Fan's face. Ning Fan's expression was merciless. He waved his palm and pressed against the 1000 Zhang *333 Emperor Zhang, sword shadow. This palm strike contained the ancient devil power and the power of the other three elements. Naturally, it was not something to be underestimated. As soon as he pressed against it, the 1000 Xianxia *3, 33 per Zhang sword shadow could no longer move forward by even half an inch. With another palm strike, the 9 Dragons' Inheritance seizing sword was actually sent flying away. Wang Yangzi was inwardly shocked. Ning Fan had actually withstood his full-powered attack with just his bare hands. In the first tribulation of all eternity, there were only a handful of people who could do this. The Rain Bandit is indeed powerful. Soul-sacrificing banner. 10 billion soul beasts appear. Sun Lin took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Ning Fan. He raised a blue-yin banner high up in the air. As soon as he waved the banner, 10 billion wandering souls flew out from it. All of them were the people whom Sun Lin had killed in his life. The 10 billion wandering souls condensed and turned into the gigantic shadow of a soul beast that resembled both an ox and an elephant. That soul beast had 2 horns which gave people a feeling that it was unstoppable. At the moment when Ning Fan slapped away Wang Yangzi's flying sword, that soul beast had already completely materialized and charged towards Ning Fan. That soul beast's footsteps were very heavy. Every step it took could actually shake the starry sky. Just as Ning Fan turned his body sideways, the soul beast had already collided with him. The brute force made Ning Fan almost lose his balance. He was slightly startled. The brute force of the soul beast was so strong that he didn't dare to confront it head-on. He stepped on a golden rainbow and instantly disappeared from his original position, causing the soul beast to collide with an afterimage. However, the afterimage was shattered into pieces. Sun Lin felt that it was a pity. This Rain Bandit's speed was shockingly fast. At such a critical moment, he was actually able to dodge. Han Yungue frowned slightly. That was because the soul beast's attack had missed, but because of its momentum, it couldn't change its direction. It continued to fly toward him. What a terrible coordination. Sun Lin's attack missed, but it affected him instead. Get lost. Han Yungue waved his hand. Immediately, a 100 Zhang *3, 33 per Zhang palm imprint was launched at the soul beast. After receiving the attack, the soul beast let out a miserable shriek. Its gigantic body was directly shattered into 10 billion soul shadows. However, after the soul shadows were shattered, they reformed into the form of the soul beast. It didn't seem to be damaged much and could still be used. However, the soul beast's eyes were filled with deep fear when it looked at Han Yungue. Who asked Han Yungue to be so powerful? He could actually shatter its soul body with a single palm imprint. From this, it could be seen that Han Yungue was stronger than Ning Fan, Sun Lin and Wang Yangzi in terms of cultivation base. He was the only one who could shatter the soul beast with just his cultivation base. However, in terms of abilities, trump cards, and combat strength, Ning Fan would not lose to Han Yungue. This was also the source of his confidence to challenge the alliance meeting alone. With the help of the Black Cat, he would be able to fight against the second tribulation of the Eternal Era. Besides that, he had the Oblivion Current technique, the 4 Emperors Arhat Pines and the Yin-Yang 4 Directions seal. Among the second tribulation experts, Ning Fan would rarely have a match. Unless a third tribulation Immortal King appears, he would not need to use any of his trump cards in this battle. With another flash of golden light, Ning Fan reappeared 1000 Zhang *3, 33 per Zhang away. Without giving Han Yungue and the others a chance to attack him again, he turned his hand and summoned the Black Cat. Black Demon, fuse with me. Ning Fan already knew the name of the Black Cat. At this moment, he called it out without much thought. He summoned the Black Cat and fused with it. Immediately, his chi rose steadily and was not much weaker than Han Yungue. It was comparable to the second Eternal Tribulation. The Rain Bandit's aura has increased, reaching the level of the second Eternal Calamity. The pupils of Han Yungue, Sun Lin and Wang Yangzi shrunk. They could not tell what kind of secret technique Ning Fan had used to increase his cultivation base to such a terrifying extent. It was especially so for Sun Lin and Wang Yangzi. At this moment, there was a hint of fear in their eyes when they looked at Ning Fan. The second tribulation of eternity. This young man was already difficult to deal with during the first tribulation. If it's the second tribulation, I've given you guys a chance but you guys missed it. Ning Fan, whose cultivation base had increased tremendously, suddenly pressed his 5 fingers in Han Yungui's direction. Instantly, the shadow of the great river of oblivion appeared in the starry sky with an earth-shattering momentum. Han Yungue only felt his vision turning black. Then, he felt the world spinning. In the next moment, he was directly suppressed by Ning Fan under the great river of oblivion. If this river could suppress old Wu who was in his eternal true body state, it could also suppress Han Yungue. What kind of ability is this? He actually trapped fellow Daoist Han with just a flip of his hand. Sun Lin and Wang Yangzi sucked in a cold breath. Judging from the strength of this ability, it seems like it's actually an ancient grand cultivation realm divine ability. The Rain Bandit really can't be underestimated. He even knows such a powerful divine ability. His combat strength can't be estimated with common sense. This battle is not going well. Han Yungue was even more shocked. With his cultivation base, he actually could not get out from the bottom of the great river of oblivion. He was actually trapped at the bottom of the river by Ning Fan's ability. This river has such a strong restraining force. If Ning Fan traps another immortal venerable in the river, he might be able to get out of the river with the help of both of them. However, if he is alone, he won't be able to get out. All the cultivators of the alliance who were watching the battle felt that it was ridiculous. Suppressing a second tribulation immortal venerable with just a flip of his hand. Ning Fan is not an immortal king. How could he do such an unimaginable thing? However, it was really happening right before their eyes. After suppressing Han Yungue with a single palm strike, Ning Fan did not waste any time talking to Sun Lin and Wang Yangzi. He flipped his hand and took out 2 treasures, attacking them respectively. Wang Yangzi's trump card was a 12 Nirvana flying sword. Ning Fan directly used the 4 Emperors Arhat Pine technique on him. 30 million flying swords whizzed out. The overwhelming number of flying swords gave people goosebumps. They directly covered half of the starry sky above the Pale Sect. Not good. Wang Yangzi was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Among the 30 million flying swords, there were countless immortal swords. Moreover, there were 9 12 Nirvana flying swords among them. Those were the 12 Nirvana flying swords. Ning Fan actually used 9 of them at once. One should know that he had cultivated for tens of millions of years but he only had one 12 Nirvana flying sword. It was extremely dangerous to fight against 9 of them alone. Wang Yangzi held the 9 Dragons' Inheritance seizing sword in his hand and struggled bitterly in the rain of swords. He was still considered to be fine. At least, he could still hold on for a while. Sun Lin, on the other hand, was truly terrified. Before he could even see the incoming object clearly, he let out a muffled groan. His head was directly smashed by an object. His physical body was frozen into an ice sculpture the moment it was hit. His life force was severed but he still maintained a terrified expression as he stood in the starry sky. It was a strange and terrifying scene. Only Sun Lin's primordial spirit managed to escape by a hair's breadth. After getting out of his physical body, his entire body was still trembling uncontrollably. A single strike had actually severed the life force of his physical body and sealed him in ice. What kind of magic treasure is this? It actually has such terrifying power. If his reaction was half a step slower, even his primordial spirit would certainly have been frozen to death. Only then did Sun Lin see clearly that what Ning Fan used was a cold and terrifying treasure seal. It vaguely emitted innate might. It's actually an innate magic treasure. What kind of joke is this? Someone actually used an innate magic treasure in a battle between immortal venerables. How am I going to fight this battle? How am I going to win? Just a 12 Nirvana pre-celestial magic treasure is already enough to determine the outcome of a battle between immortal venerables. Ning Fan actually has an innate magic treasure. Under the suppression of his cultivation base, it really isn't strange at all for his physical body to be destroyed in just a single strike. Run. I must run. Sun Lin was also a person who had experienced life and death for a long time. He instantly recognized the situation. Without saying anything else, he turned around and ran, no longer caring about the situation of the battlefield. Situation? Humph. What kind of situation is there to talk about? Fellow Daoist Han is suppressed. Fellow Daoist Wang is trapped by the 30 million flying swords. As for me, my physical body was destroyed by the innate treasure seal, so what if there are 3 immortal venerables guarding the alliance? I have lost this battle and I don't even have a chance to turn it around. If he runs away, he might still have the chance to take revenge on Ning Fan in this lifetime. If he doesn't run away, the next time the seal falls, it will be the time of his death, but could he run away? Seal Phoenix freezes the sky, as he chanted the incantation, for phoenix cries resounded across the starry sky. With that, the temperature of the world plummeted. After the second sound, snow swirled in the starry sky. After 3 sounds, Sun Lin's escaping light came to a halt. His escaping light was actually frozen, and he could no longer escape. He was overwhelmed with shock, with the yin and yang square seal as the center. A beam of blue light suddenly swept out. It was a beam of light formed by the power of the origin of the way of yin. It swept across the starry sky. Wherever the beam of light passed, the starry sky began to freeze. The range of the ice grew larger and larger. The cultivators of the Alliance who were watching the battle were affected and turned into ice sculptures. Their vitality was severed and they were frozen to death. Retreat. Countless cultivators retreated in horror. They were lucky enough to escape the ice, but many of them were frozen to death. Sun Lin, who was at the center of the attack, felt a sense of impending disaster. He would die, he would die, he would die. He had never felt such a strong sense of crisis in his life. He could not withstand a single attack from this seal. However, he was unwilling to accept it. If he also had various heaven-defying abilities, innate magic treasures, if he also had. He was unwilling to lose to Ning Fan. He wanted to block the blue light but his body had already turned stiff and frozen. His vitality was also disappearing at an extremely terrifying speed. Spare me. Sun Lin hid the resentment in his heart and wanted to beg for mercy from Ning Fan. Unfortunately, he could not even finish his last sentence of begging for mercy. His primordial spirit had already been frozen into an ice cube. The last trace of vitality had completely dissipated. Bang the yin and yang square seal fell again, shattering the frozen primordial spirit into pieces. Sun Lin was dead. He was the first immortal venerate Ning Fan had killed since he came to the Pill sect. However, he was definitely not the last one. Sun Lin was actually killed by this kid with 2 seals. The scene made Wang Yangzi's heart skip a beat. Unlike Sun Lin, he knew a lot about innate magic treasures. Even if Ning Fan's innate treasure seal was not a mid-innate magic treasure, it was not far from it. Mid-innate treasure seal was a supreme treasure that most immortal emperors did not have the chance to possess. This kid had such a grade of magic treasure. Without an immortal king, who could suppress him? Chi Chi. The sound of flying swords piercing into flesh could be heard. It was Wang Yangzi trying to escape even if he was hit by the pine needle sword of the 4 emperors Arhat Pine. His cultivation base was slightly weaker than Sun Lin. Even Sun Lin was killed by the 2 seals. How could he resist this seal? At this moment, Wang Yangzi regretted his decision. He regretted why he was greedy for that little bit of benefit and got involved in this mess. He regretted. Why didn't he just agree to Ning Fan's request and become his slave to protect the 1,000 Years sect? Unfortunately, before Wang Yangzi could escape from the encirclement of the flying swords, a ray of cold light fell on his head. A blood-curdling scream was heard. He was not as good as Sun Lin. Even his primordial spirit could not escape. Wang Yangzi was dead. I wonder how many seals you can withstand. Ning Fan looked at the great river expressionlessly. Suddenly, a ray of blood-red light burst out from the river. After paying a huge price, Han Yunguai managed to get out of the great river. However, his face was as pale as paper. Obviously, he had paid a huge price to get out of the great river. Han Yunguai had already sensed the death of Sun Lin and Wang Yangzi. How would he dare to fight Ning Fan now? As soon as he got out of the great river, he immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood essence and used the blood escape technique to escape. What responded to Han Yunguai was a ray of cold light. However, unlike Sun Lin and Wang Yangzi, Han Yunguai was not killed by the treasure seal even though he was extremely weak. He only spurted out a mouthful of blood and stopped in his tracks. After all, he was a second tribulation immortal venerable. Even if Ning Fan's magic treasure was powerful, he could not completely suppress him. Ning Fan. I admit that it was a mistake to join the alliance to kill you. It was a huge mistake. If you let me go, I promise not to go against you anymore. If you push me too far, believe it or not. I don't believe it. Ning Fan did not even bother to listen to Han Yungui's threat. He activated the treasure seal and smashed it again. Han Yunggui tried to block it, but he spurted out another mouthful of blood. The third seal, the fourth seal, the 17th seal, even someone as strong as Han Yunggui could only withstand 17 attacks from the Yin Yang square seal and was on the verge of death. Han Yunggui's eyes were filled with madness. He would die either way. If he didn't kill Ning Fan, he would never be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Old water monster. You have promised me that if I give my life to you, you will promise me one thing. Is that still valid now? Han Yunggui suddenly let out a sinister smile. It was as if he was talking to himself or someone else. Of course. I never go back on my words. Suddenly, an old voice came from Han Yunggui's body. Fine. I will give you my life. I want you to kill this man. Cut him into 1,000 pieces. Han Yunggui shouted with a ferocious expression. This is easy. I want to drink your blood. Bang *. Before Han Yunggui could finish his conversation with the strange voice, the Yin Yang square seal had already smashed down for the 18th time. This time, Han Yunggui was finally killed. Unfortunately, Han Yunggui didn't complete the deal with the strange voice even after he died. This made Ning Fan very curious. What did Han Yunggui rely on that made him want to attack Ning Fan before his death? After scanning Han Yunggui's body with his spirit sense, Ning Fan discovered that there was a pristine jade bottle in Han Yunggui's dantian. It was a worn-out pristine jade bottle. The inside of the bottle was empty and there was nothing special about it. It seemed like it was just a magical treasure that had lost all of its power. Could that voice be coming from this bottle? Ning Fan slightly frowned. He couldn't see anything special about this old bottle. It seemed like an ordinary bottle, but if it was an ordinary bottle, how could it be carefully kept in the dantian by an expert like Han Yunggui? There must be something strange about this bottle, damn it. My instinct was about to suck this man's blood, but it was ruined by you. Just you wait, if I can escape from this place. There was another sound coming from the bottle. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He seemed to have understood something. This bottle seemed to have its own magical treasure space. However, because the bottle was already destroyed, the magical treasure space could no longer be opened. Something seemed to be trapped inside the bottle space. Forget it. This matter isn't important. Now that I've killed 3 immortal venerables, it's time to settle the score with the Pill sect. After Han Yunggui's death, the Anti-Ning alliance completely fell apart. Countless cultivators began to flee. Unfortunately, it was no different from wishful thinking for them to escape from Ning Fan with their speed. Since all of you have the intention to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed by me. None of you will be able to escape. Especially, you. Ning Fan's killing intent directly locked onto the sect master of the Pill sect. The karma of Ming Ke, the karma of the ancient heavenly court and the karma after he ascended to the eastern heaven. The karma that he wanted to settle with the Pill sect was definitely not small. Today, he must put an end to all of them. You can't kill me. You can't. Haha. I have already separated a trace of my medicine soul and merged it with the great wilderness cauldron. You can't kill me unless you can destroy this cauldron. Haha. It was the sect master of the Pill sect who was in despair. He behaved like a madman and desperately commanded the cultivators to surround and kill Ning Fan. Unfortunately, it was useless. No one would listen to his commands anymore. The entire alliance had already fallen apart. It was inevitable that it would be destroyed. An hour later, Ning Fan left Xianxia planet. All the cultivators of the Pill sect were killed. Not a single person from the Anti-Ning alliance was left alive. A few days later, the eastern heaven was in an uproar. The Pill sect and the Anti-Ning alliance that had been famous for a while were actually wiped out by a single person. On Xianxia planet, the spirit veins were all destroyed. It had already become an abandoned planet. Someone carved 5 large blood-red words on this planet with a Dao sword. The murderer is Ning Fan. It was said that as soon as the news of this incident spread out, countless leaders of the Eastern Heavens forces immediately rushed to the chaotic Devil Star region where the Thousand Years sect was located. Even the anti-Ning alliance that had 3 immortal venerables in the past was wiped out by Ning Fan. Who else in the Eastern Heaven would dare to offend this ominous star? There were quite a number of experts who were invited by the anti-Ning alliance. Even though these people did not agree to join the alliance, who knew if Ning Fan would rather make things difficult for them and settle scores with them later on. In that case, it would be better for them to take the initiative to clarify the situation and apologize. Perhaps they could even avoid a disaster. Those clans and sects that had disciples who joined the anti-Ning alliance were even more miserable. They were afraid that Ning Fan would eliminate them completely. They wanted to apologize but they did not dare to do so, and they were also afraid. That was the real torture. Scary. It's really too scary. The 100,000 experts of the entire anti-Ning alliance were actually wiped out by Rain Lord alone. That was a force that had 3 immortal venerables in the past. I heard that Rain Lord fought with them for 10 days and 10 nights before he succeeded. How do you know that it was 10 days and 10 nights? It didn't even take 10 days for the Pale sect to be annihilated. Besides, how do you know that Rain Lord went there alone? Maybe he brought a lot of people with him? I also heard that Rain Lord brought a few immortal venerables with him. I also heard that when Rain Lord left Xianxia planet, he left with a frown on his face as if there was something that he had not completed. Where did you hear that from? About old Wang who was patrolling the city. Me too. Why is it different from what I heard? That old Wang couldn't be talking nonsense, right? Sigh, rumors are flying everywhere now. Who knows which one is true? Old Wang is probably just hearing rumors. Don't bother about him. No matter how big this matter gets, it has nothing to do with us. Drink, drink. Today, it suddenly rained on the southern Dipper planet. It was an extremely inconspicuous low-grade cultivation planet in the Eastern Heaven. In terms of location, it was considered to be extremely remote. Therefore, very few second-step cultivators would pass by this planet. However, today, a young man in white robes passed by this planet. It had already been 7 days since the annihilation of the anti-Ning alliance. Ning Fan did not immediately return to the Luo clan. Instead, he wandered aimlessly in the Eastern Heaven. He seemed to be wandering aimlessly, but in reality, he was always on guard. I wonder who is following me. That person is extremely strange. I can't even get close to him with my spirit sense. Once I get close to him, it will be directly sucked away by a force. I can't see him clearly. Ning Fan's figure landed on the southern Dipper planet. He could feel that the person who was following him was rapidly approaching him. Ever since I left the Xianxia planet, I have been followed by this person. When I advance, he retreats. When I retreat, he advances. If I say that this person has malicious intent, it doesn't seem like it. If he doesn't have any malicious intent, I wonder why he would spend so much effort to follow me. Today, this person has begun to approach me. I suppose he wants to reveal his true identity to me. If that's the case, I'll see what his purpose is on this southern Dipper planet. Ning Fan walked into a small tavern in a cultivation city on the southern Dipper planet. He asked for a pot of wine and 2 wine cups from the owner. This southern Dipper planet was indeed remote. There were many cultivators who were talking about him, but none of them could recognize his appearance. He was clearly sitting in the tavern. Those people who were talking about him without restraint did not know his existence at all. That mysterious person was still getting closer and closer. He had already followed Ning Fan to the southern Dipper planet and was walking towards the tavern. Finally, the door curtain of the tavern was lifted again. A blue-cloaked woman holding an umbrella walked in with a mischievous smile. Your Excellency, are you finally willing to show yourself? Ning Fan slowly raised his head and looked at the entrance of the tavern. His eyes were filled with coldness at first. However, when he saw the lady, he was stunned. This lady is, I'm Tantai Weiyu. Do you still remember me? That lady sat opposite Ning Fan as if they were very familiar with each other. She picked up the wine cup and poured herself a cup. Then, she took a sip and frowned. It's not mortal wine. It seems like there isn't any mortal wine on this planet. Ning Fan examined the lady carefully. Tantai Weiyu, this name was similar to a lady he met in the rain world. However, the appearance and chi of that Weiyu and this Weiyu were different. It seemed like they were not the same person. However, if they were not the same person, why did their attire look so similar? Ning Fan still had an impression of the Tao discussion that day. At first, it was just a vague impression. However, when he tried to recall it, the past gradually became clearer. You once said that there is life and death, true and false, karma and reincarnation in the wine. Do you still remember? The lady took out a pot of wine and poured herself a cup. Then, she asked Ning Fan. I have mortal wine here. It's the wine from my hometown. Do you want to drink it? Her eyes, however, were filled with bright confidence and a smile. It was as if she believed that Ning Fan would certainly drink it. To be continued. Young master, may I ask what wine is? The word wine refers to the water of the hour of dusk. Dusk is the 10th of the earthly branches. It is the west, the season when rice is fully ripe. The water brewed from the grains is called wine. These are the words of scriptures. I want to hear your thoughts. Wine is what makes people drunk. Beauties, wealth, fame and fortune in the world are all things that can make people drunk. Which of them isn't wine? Young master, may I ask what is drunkenness? Dying from wine is drunkenness. Being born from wine is sobriety. Between sobriety and drunkenness, there is the meaning of life and death. The scene of the wine discussion in the endless sea in the past slowly emerged in Ning Fan's mind. Is today's Weiyu the same person as the one in the past? If so, why are their auras and cultivation levels so different? The Tantai Weiyu that Ning Fan met in the past was just at the void fragmentation realm. Moreover, it was just a trace of her divine sense that descended to the lower world. Now, the Weiyu in front of him now was actually at the peak of the fifth eternal tribulation. She was actually a peak immortal king. In the past, Ning Fan could read her thoughts with the mind-reading technique. Today, however, he could not do that. The mind-reading technique did not work on her at all. It was not that Ning Fan's cultivation level was not high enough. Instead, it was because there was a terrifying suction force on her body that seemed to be able to devour all spirit sense and abilities that came close to her. The Weiyu who talked about wine with you in the past was a witchcraft gu clone that I left in the southern heaven. The Tantai clan of the southern heaven is a branch of my clan. I secretly sent my witchcraft gu clone out to play without the elders of the clan knowing about it. So, you must not tell anyone about this, alright? Tantai Weiyu took the initiative to explain as if she could see Ning Fan's confusion. Witchcraft gu clone? Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Yes. It's a witchcraft gu clone. If I don't send someone to play with me secretly, I will be bored to death. You might not be able to imagine it, but I have not stepped out of my house for 3 million years. Luckily, you scared the elders of my clan. Then, I took this opportunity to go out and play. Scared the elders of your clan? Ning Fan was stunned. My clan is in the southern clan. Even though my clan is here, my hometown is not. Tantai Weiyu sighed softly. Southern clan, Ning Fan's eyes slightly froze. Initially, he still had a lot of doubts in his heart, but after Weiyu mentioned the two words southern clan, he understood everything. The reason why this woman was following him was because of the matter regarding the southern tribe. If this woman was the same person as Weiyu, then she would definitely know his background. Is this woman here to expose my identity as a cultivator of the rain world? However, the fact that he was born in the rain world wasn't something that couldn't be justified. However, Ning Fan did not know why, but when he met Tantai Weiyu's cunning eyes, he actually had a strange feeling as if everything was exposed in front of her. Furthermore, if this woman truly had ill intentions, she wouldn't be the only one here. Those southern race old freaks wouldn't be merciful to him. You followed me for 7 days, but you didn't show yourself. Could it be that you just wanted to scare me? Ning Fan suddenly had a strange guess. You can't blame me for this. Who asked you to shatter third grandpa's quasi-sage clone and scare my grandpa so much that they were afraid that the southern tribe would provoke a great enemy? Hee, let me scare you as well. An ancient great cultivator? Zhao Jian. Elder sister almost believed you. How about it? Young Master Ning has been living in fear for the past 7 days. Tantai Weiyu put down her wine cup and smiled elegantly with her hand covering her mouth. Although she was noble and mature, she gave others a feeling that she was two-faced. It was as if chasing Ning Fan all over the starry sky was a very interesting thing. Ning Fan was speechless. During the past 7 days, he still thought that a peerless expert had his eyes on him. Even though it was not to the extent of being on tenterhooks, he still lived extremely cautiously as if he was facing a great enemy. However, it turned out that it was just a prank by this woman. Could it be that this woman finds it very interesting to scare me for 7 days? A two-faced world is really incomprehensible. Another matter made Ning Fan slightly absent-minded. Tantai Weiyu addressed herself as elder sister. This form of address made Ning Fan inadvertently think of Luoyu. That woman also liked to call herself an elder sister. I wonder where that woman is now. Has she returned to Northern Heaven? After all, Northern Heaven is her hometown. Young Master Ning, who has countless beauties, are you thinking of another woman? Tantai Weiyu smiled meaningfully with her hand covering her mouth. Ning Fan did not deny it. Then, he thought of another woman and asked. In the past, it was your witchcraft Gu clone that led Sucho to ascend. Is Sucho doing well now? Has she adapted to the life in the Purple Mansion Academy? This time, he was asking about In Sucho. Junior sister is doing very well. According to the news from my witchcraft Gu clone, junior sister has already attained the void refinement realm. Tantai Weiyu paused for a moment and continued. Let's not talk about this anymore. You haven't answered me. Do you want to drink the wine from my hometown? The wine from my hometown, Ning Fan nodded and poured himself a cup. After tasting it, he was slightly stunned. It's not wine. It's actually water. However, it's not ordinary water. It doesn't have any special taste and it doesn't have any spiritual power. It can't even be considered as wine. However, for some reason, Ning Fan's heart directly felt peaceful after drinking this cup of water. Ning Fan drank the first cup. Then, he drank the second cup and the third cup. After 3 cups, he slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten the massacre that happened 7 days ago. He forgot about the sea of blood that he went through in these years. He forgot about the path of bones and blades. He forgot about his cultivation base and the cultivation world. He seemed to have regained the feeling when he was immortal. He remembered the days when he treaded on the soil to go up the mountain to gather herbs when he was young. He remembered his hometown, Haining. He remembered that there was a river there. That river seemed to have the same taste. He seemed to have recalled you country and the snow in 7 Apricot City. The wine from this water seemed to be the melted snow water. No. No. This is not the real water. Brewing water into wine is a transformation. Brewing wine into water is a retroactive process. This is not water. Instead, it's water brewed from wine. If you insist on calling it wine, it would be clear wine. Good wine. Ning Fan slowly opened his eyes and gave a pertinent comment. His voice was not loud, but it attracted the attention of many cultivators in the tavern. These low-grade cultivators gathered in the tavern were naturally people who loved wine. As soon as they heard that it was good wine, they would naturally pay attention to it. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. When they scanned Ning Fan's cup with their spirit sense, they realized that it was not wine but water. Is this person stupid? He obviously drank water, but he said that it's good wine. Is there something wrong with his head? This is not even wine, okay? Let's not talk about this person anymore. In my opinion, my drunk immortal wine brewed from the 1,000 years cold dew is the real good wine. Nonsense. Compared to my 3,000 years old jade lady, your drunk immortal wine is not even worth a fart. My red heaven and earth, my purple jade nectar. The tavern was filled with arguments, instantly suppressing Ning Fan's previous cheers. There were even a few old drunkards who were experts in this field. They slapped the table and laughed loudly, treating Ning Fan's embarrassing incident of mistaking clear water as wine as a joke. Of course, these drunkards just casually laughed for a while and continued to drink their wine. They were too lazy to care about Ning Fan, who was a novice in the Tao of wine. Tantai Weiyu, on the other hand, closed her eyes silently. She could not hide the shock in her heart. Even though she let Ning Fan drink this wine, she did not expect him to understand it. After all, until today, there was no cultivator in the eastern heaven who could understand the magic of this clear water. Even she herself did not understand it. Ning Fan, however, understood it. The image of that big brother of hers seemed to appear in front of Tantai Weiyu's eyes again. Day after day, he stood at the entrance of Tantai Ferry and looked in the direction of the vast expanse path. From dawn to dusk, then to the eternal night, from spring to autumn, and then to midwinter, she could not forget the lonely expression on her big brother's face when he gulped down the clear water and wine. She could not forget the vicissitudes of his voice when he touched her little head and told her stories about the vast expanse path. My name is Ni Fan. I'm a cultivator of the vast expanse path, but I'm not. What I'm looking at is not the vast expanse path. Instead, I'm waiting for an encounter with the butterflies. It's not the 9 butterflies of the vast expanse path but the tiny me in the past. The vast expanse path is the home of the butterflies. The cultivators in this place worship the butterflies as gods because the 9 butterflies of the vast expanse path were born in this place. As for the ordinary butterflies, they are innumerable. The people of the world only know that only the 9 butterflies of the vast expanse path have ever flown out of the vast expanse path. If ordinary butterflies step on the vast expanse path, they will turn into ashes. Only a few people know that there was once an ordinary butterfly that flew out of the vast expanse path. On that day, when the sword master of the desolate ancient sword entered the vast expanse path to cleanse his sword, an extremely daring butterfly hid inside his body. It wasn't strong and could be considered as ordinary. However, it was precisely because of this ordinariness that it caught immortal Emperor Zido's eyes. He saw a glimmer of hope within the darkness. Thus, he showed mercy and agreed to the sword master of the desolate ancient sword and gave the butterfly a second life. When it entered the dream realm, it was still an ordinary butterfly. After reincarnating for many times, it was still an ordinary butterfly. Immortal Emperor Zido did not help the butterfly too much as he was afraid of damaging its darkness. The only time he interfered was to link the karma between the great emperor of ancient chaos and the butterfly. Unfortunately, the hope was still too small. Even before immortal Emperor Zido died in battle, he did not have any hope for the butterfly. Instead, he had high hopes for the 10 ancient spirits. Unfortunately, the 10 ancient spirits failed to live up to immortal Emperor Zido's expectations and the trust of billions of immortal Emperor Zido. There's an old saying in our vast expanse path. A single flap of a butterfly's wings is enough to change a cycle of reincarnation. Although the butterfly's origin was ordinary, it did not have the bloodline of the ancient era and the support of its clan's fate. If it wasn't ruthless, it would have no future. No one would have thought that the path that the butterfly chose was one that no cultivator in the true world would dare to try. If it doesn't die, it will eventually return to the vast expanse path. I have to wait for it. Only then can my path be complete. I don't understand. I don't understand why Big Brother wants to wait for a butterfly. I don't understand. I don't understand why Big Brother likes to drink this wine. Tantai Weiyu could not see the benefits of this wine. She had always known that if her big brother likes something, it would be good. Today, she just wanted to share this wine with Ning Fan, who was her bosom friend. However, Ning Fan knew. Young master is indeed a person who understands wine. Since we have reunited today, allow me to be rude again. May I ask young master, what is wine? The first time Tantai Weiyu asked about the Tao of wine, Ning Fan's reply was about life and death, true and false, karma and reincarnation. However, it was different this time. The question was still the same. However, Tantai Weiyu was no longer asking about the Tao. It's just that the wine, she recalled everything that happened in the vast expanse path. She thought of her big brother. She wanted to understand the reason why her big brother loved to drink the wine. She wanted to understand the person that she could never understand. Her eyes were filled with sadness and bitterness. However, most of them were longing. I will never forget you even at the end of the world, Ning Fan frowned slightly. For some reason, he could not bear to see Tantai Weiyu sad. It was the same for the last time. It was the same for this time. He was not moved by this woman. Instead, he treated her like a junior, just like how Zhao Dyer treated him. It was a strange feeling that a senior would feel sorry for a junior. It was a strange feeling as if they had known each other for countless years. However, Ning Fan was very sure that he had only met Tantai Weiyu twice in his life. If that was the case, the feeling of familiarity he had with her could only be explained as an illusion. "Miss, are you asking about the wine? You really know what I want to ask." Tantai Weiyu's sadness lessened slightly and she nodded. "Miss, you let me drink the wine first. Then, you asked me this question." I, Ning Fan, am naturally able to make some guesses. Ning Fan paused for a moment, reminiscing the taste of the wine. For some reason, he recalled the scene of the old man fishing. After pondering for a while, he continued. "Last time, I saw life and death, true and false, karma and samsara in the wine. This time, I saw perfection." Ning Fan moved the wine pot and cup away. He stretched out his finger and used his magic power to draw a circle on the table. The circle glowed faintly. "When I draw the next circle, there must be a starting point. And the starting point of the circle must be the ending point of the circle. This is perfection. From water to wine, what I seek is sublimation. From wine back to water, it is a trace. This trace is exactly walking out from the starting point. After circling around the circle, it will return to the starting point. Even though it is still at the starting point, the circle has already been formed. Therefore, this wine can no longer be considered as water. Because it has already reached perfection, it is naturally extraordinary. Life and death are a circle. From life to death, from death to life, and from death to life, this cycle forms a circle. True and false are perfection. From seeing what is true and what is not, to seeing what is true and what is true and what is true. Only after completing this circle can the Tao of true and void be perfected. Karma and karma are similarly perfection. Today, people fish while others fish me. The cycle of karma is also like a circle. Look at the cultivation planets. Why are they round? Look at the sun and the moon. Why are they round? Look at the human eyes. Why are they round? Look at the vast starry sky. Are there no circles? All the living beings in this world are pursuing perfection. The edges of a cobblestone will be polished by the tides. The will of a young man will be polished by the Tao of the world. This circle is the path recognized by heaven. It is the final destination of every living being in this world. However, there are also exceptions. In this world, there is also a type of cultivator who will not polish off his edges. Heaven's rebuke is gentle, but he insists on showing it to be tough. Heaven's rebuke is round, but he wants to go against it. It was the same as walking back to the end from the starting point. However, he would rather knock his head until it bled in the reincarnation cycle in order to preserve his edge and reveal his edge. It was not that he could not back down, it was just that he could not compromise. That was because his edge was his Tao. It was something even more important than his life. There is an ancient saying that the sky is round and the earth is square. The people of this world always pursue perfection, but they have forgotten that there is still a path called square. The sky is round and the earth is square. Big Brother seemed to have said something similar in the past. Tantai Weiyu stared at Ning Fan blankly. For a moment, she actually had an illusion. It was as if she had returned to the past countless years. It was as if she had returned to the vast expanse path, to Tantai Do and to the days and nights where the rain had yet to fall. She recalled that day when Big Brother and I Fan stood at the entrance of the road and let out a long sigh. He said that this Xianxia wine was the best wine to drink when one was homesick. However, it was not the best wine in the underground world. On that day, she had promised her big brother that she would brew the best wine in the underground world. However, she only made her big brother laugh. "Young Master Ning, do you think this Xianxia wine is worthy of the title of the best wine in the world?" Tantai Weiyu suddenly asked. "The best wine in the world. When I drink this wine, I actually feel like I have returned home. It is like I have returned to my youth. This wine is worthy of being called the best wine in the world." Ning Fan answered. "Then young Master Ning, do you think this wine is worthy of being called the best wine in the underground world?" "The best wine in the underground world?" Ning Fan was stunned. It was his first time hearing such a term. However, when he thought about it, it was not surprising. If there was a world, there would also be an underground world. What was wrong with that? The world was yang while the underground world was yin. Roundness was recognized by the heavens. This Xianxia wine had a perfect wine intent. It was indeed worthy of being called the best wine in the world. However, if it wants to be called the best wine in the underground world, it cannot be round. It must be spicy and not plain. This wine is not worthy of being called the best wine in the underground world. Ning Fan answered. If young master wants to brew the best wine in the underground world, how do you plan to do it? Tantai Weiyu continued to ask. At this moment, she actually felt a little expectant. If Ning Fan knows how to brew it, will she be able to fulfill her promise to her big brother in the past and brew this wine, even if her big brother is no longer around, if I brew it? Ning Fan thought of his father and the scene where his father used his blood to brew the wine in the past. He could not forget that spicy feeling until now. If you really want me to brew the best wine in the underground world, I will still brew it using the perfect method. However, I will add the blood and bones that I have killed along the way into the wine and use them as the edge of the wine. Only by using the blood and bones to brew the wine can one be drunk with flesh and blood. Then, it will be worthy of the title of the best wine in the underground world. The wine of the persistent cultivator should be spicy in the first place. It should walk on the path of righteousness. If roundness is yang, righteousness is yin, and it is the ultimate yin. Even though they were talking about wine, Ning Fan seemed to have gained a great understanding. It was as if he had recognized his own path at this moment. The heaven exterminates the persistent cultivator. This path is blocked. It means that this path has always existed, but it has already been blocked. This word righteousness. Could it be the path of the persistent cultivator that the heaven wants to block? Other people cultivate the heaven path while the persistent cultivator cultivates. Could it be the earth path? As soon as this thought appeared, the way Ning Fan looked at the mountains and rivers of the Southern Dipper Star changed. To be continued. Mountains have edges, water has ripples. Everything in this world is pursuing perfection, but they also retain their nature and pursue their own differences. The reason why the Southern Dipper Star was the Southern Dipper Star and not the Eastern Dipper Star or the Western Dipper Star was that it retained its differences. The same goes for cultivation. For the sake of pursuing perfection, some cultivators would give up all the way. In the end, they would even lose their original heart and change their own Tao. For example, Taoist Musang changed his cultivation path to the ancient Buddha just to obtain the approval of the heavens. If he lost his original heart and changed his Tao, then so what if he succeeded? You are not yourself anymore. He was just an obedient member of the heavenly circle Great Tao. Obsession was different. No matter how far one walked on the Great Tao, it would still be him. The reason why I am Ning Fan and not Lin Fan or Zhao Fan is because I have my own Tao and I have my own unique edge. Crossing truth, abandoning emptiness, and shattering thoughts. Crossing truth is abandonment, emptiness is abandonment, and shattering is abandonment. Every step of the three realms of true immortality is the heavens smoothing out the edges and corners of a cultivator, all for the sake of the word perfection that the heavens have bestowed upon a cultivator. But could the heavens really smooth the edges and corners of the world? Ceaselessly abandoning one's cultivation. Is this the true perfection? Ning Fan was immersed in his own comprehension of the Tao, forgetting that he was discussing the Tao with Tantai Weiyu. He stood up slowly and walked to the window of the tavern with a blank look in his eyes. Through the window, he looked at the beautiful mountains and rivers of the Southern Dipper planet. What he was looking at was not the mountains and rivers, but the path of the three realms of true immortality hidden between the mountains and rivers, like the ridges of the mountains, like the waves of the water, like the continuous undulating of the earth, no crossing, no parting, no shattering. Is this the only way to preserve one's edge on the true immortal path? Only by using one's own flesh and blood to brew wine can one be drunk with flesh and blood. Tantai Weiyu stared at Ning Fan in a daze. He seemed to have understood what Ning Fan was trying to say, but at the same time, he did not. In the past, she already could not understand him. She could not understand why a lowly cultivator of the rain world could have such a profound comprehension ability. Now, she was even more confused. She couldn't understand him, just like how she had never understood that big brother named Ni Fan. After a long time, Ning Fan finally came out from his state of enlightenment and returned to the table apologetically. I'm sorry. I was a little absent-minded. It doesn't matter. To be able to listen to young Master Ning's words is already a blessing. How could I dare to blame young master? I wonder if young master knows how to brew the number one underground wine. Weiyu has an old friend who wants to drink this wine. Weiyu wants this wine, but unfortunately, I don't know how to brew it. Facing Tantai Weiyu's expectant eyes, Ning Fan could only smile bitterly. I'm sorry, I can't brew this wine with my current strength. Regarding this number one underground wine, Ning Fan could only come up with an idea. Not to mention whether this winemaking theory was correct or not, it still needed to be verified. If he really wanted to brew it, he did not have the ability to do so. He knew a little about brewing wine. When he was running amok in the rain world, he brewed blood wine. When Big Dipper was pursuing the Tao, he also brewed wine. He brewed wine for many years. However, he knew his own limitations. In terms of winemaking ability, there were many in Eastern Sky who were better than him. Even if his theory was correct, with his winemaking ability, it would be very difficult for him to brew the first-ranked wine. Moreover, in order to brew the number one underground wine, one would not only need winemaking skills but also something of a higher level. Ning Fan poured a cup of clear water wine and gently shook it. He could see that this clear water wine had gone through the process of turning water into wine and wine back to water. However, if he really wanted to brew it, he knew that he did not have the ability to turn the wine back to water, let alone make the clear water wine have this feeling of perfection. Even if the one who brewed this clear water wine was not a third-step saint, he must be a cultivator who had truly reached the perfection realm. There was no such person in the Eastern Sky, the four heavens and the entire illusory world. Because even people like Ancient Chaos and Undying Emperor could not achieve perfection in their entire lives, he could not brew the clear water wine, nor could he brew the number one underground wine that he imagined. When he looked at the clear water wine again, his expression turned solemn. Where did this wine come from? In short, it was definitely not brewed by the cultivators of the illusory world. Tantai Weiyu said that this wine came from her hometown. Could it be that her hometown is not in the illusory world? Is it in the legendary Three Great True Worlds? It's alright. Even if you can't brew it now, it doesn't mean that you won't be able to brew it in the future. I am very confident in you. I only have a small wish. It doesn't matter if it's 1,000 years or 10,000 years. If you brew this wine, can you give me some of it? I can wait no matter how long it takes. Tantai Weiyu pleaded. Alright. If that day really comes, I will certainly give you some of the best underground wine that I brew for you to taste. As the price, can you answer a question of mine? What is it? If you can answer me, I won't hide it from you. Where is your hometown? As soon as Ning Fan said those words, Tantai Weiyu was stunned. Then, she covered her mouth and chuckled. Young master really has good eyesight. You even noticed this. Was he admitting that she was not a cultivator of the illusory world? However, I can't tell you. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that I can't. Tantai Weiyu smiled bitterly. She could not explain to Ning Fan. There were some things that were forbidden in the true world. If she tells the people of the Yin world, a great disaster would befall them. For example, her hometown, the vast expanse path, was one of the forbidden things in the true world. The cultivators of the true world could talk about it, but the people of the Yin world could not. I can't tell you, huh? Then forget it. Ning Fan did not force her to answer him. The things that couldn't be told must be related to the great secrets of heaven and earth. It might not be a good thing to force it. He had already experienced this before. The two of them drank some water and wine and talked about some other things. The topic of their conversation gradually shifted to the matter of the Southern clan. I don't know how young Master Ning killed Third Grandpa's clone. However, I can see young Master's true cultivation level. It's definitely not like what the grandpas have guessed. Don't worry, young Master. You and young Master are considered as friends. I will not tell the elders of my family about young Master's background. However, I also hope that young Master will not do anything harmful to the Southern clan. Can young Master guarantee this? Don't worry, Mississippi. I have always been a person who does not offend those who do not offend me. If the Southern clan does not offend me, I will naturally not offend them. Alright. Young Master is a straightforward person. I will also give young Master a promise. I can help young Master settle the matter of pretending to be a member of the Southern clan. Is that okay? Alright. This matter ends here. Since the matter of the southern clan had come to an end, Tantai Weiyu did not want to stay any longer. She bid farewell and left. She was not in a hurry to return to the southern clan. Instead, she took advantage of the rare opportunity to leave the clan to have fun in the eastern heaven. Normally, after a person finishes his or her task, he or she should return to the southern clan immediately so that the elders of the clan could feel at ease. However, Tantai Weiyu seemed to be purposely trying to make her grandpas afraid for a few more days. Could it be that watching those old geezers jumping up and down anxiously is a very interesting thing? A two-faced world is indeed incomprehensible. 7 days ago, Ning Fan massacred the anti-Ning alliance and obtained countless spoils of war. He even emptied the storage of the Pale sect. Unfortunately, because he sensed that someone was following him, he did not have the leisure to tidy up those spoils of war for the next 7 days. Now that Tantai Weiyu had left, he was no longer in a hurry to leave the southern Dipper planet. Instead, he found a place where there was no one around and directly entered the Profounding world. All the spoils of war had been kept in the Profounding West world. First of all, the corpses of the 3 ancient immortal venerables had already been unfrozen. Even though the top of their heads had been shattered by the Yin Yang Four Rites seal, they were still in good condition. Including the corpse of old ancestor De Yun, there were now 4 physical bodies for Earth Devil and Iron Crow to choose from. It should be enough for them to find a physical body with a high degree of compatibility. In terms of magic treasures, Ning Fan obtained 3 12th Nirvana magic treasures. One was the 9 Dragons Inheritance Seizing Sword, the other was the 10 billion Yin Soul Streamer, and the last one was the Void Ming Sword. The first 2 were Wang Yangzi and Sun Lin's magic treasures, while the third one was Han Yungui's. The 3 magic treasures were only at the 12th Nirvana grade. To Ning Fan, who currently possessed the 4 Emperor's Arhat Pine and the Yin Yang Four Rites seal, they were considered dispensable items. Ning Fan had no use for the 9 Dragons Inheritance Seizing Sword and the 10 billion Yin Soul Streamer. Thus, he could give them to Earth Devil and Iron Crow. After all, after the 2 of them were reincarnated, they would always need suitable magic treasures in order to display their combat power. As for his sworn brother, Lu Wen, he already had a 12th Nirvana magic treasure. Thus, there was no need for him to give these treasures to him. In the future, if he obtains a suitable innate Nirvana magic treasure, he could give them to his sworn brother. As for the Void Underworld sword, this sword actually contained a trace of the great Tao of Void. I can give it to the little demoness. I believe it will be very convenient for her to use. The remaining items were the Tao fruits that he obtained from killing people, the Tao crystals and low-grade magic treasures that were piled up like a mountain. Ning Fan did not attach much importance to these items. Most of them were given to the human cauldrons in the eastern Profounding world as a reward. As for the remaining ones, he planned to bring them back to the Thousand Years sect. There were only 2 items that caught his attention during the battle in the Pill sect this time. The Great Wilderness Cauldron and that worn-out mutton fat jade bottle. The mutton fat jade bottle seemed to be sealing something. Unfortunately, Ning Fan had yet to repair it. Otherwise, he could open the space within the bottle and have a look. As for the Great Wilderness Cauldron, this cauldron was the only thing that Ning Fan was dissatisfied with during his trip to the Pill sect. On that day, the entire Pill sect was massacred. There were no survivors. After that, rumors spread all over the place. However, there were also a lot of rumors that were correct. Some of them spread a rumor saying that Ning Fan left the Xianxia planet with a frown on his face that day. Ning Fan looked at the giant cauldron in front of him with a deep frown. This Great Wilderness Cauldron was an innate treasure cauldron. Inside the cauldron, there was even a semi-finished pill which was sealed within the pill seal and was being nourished inside the cauldron. Ning Fan could not open this Great Wilderness Cauldron. Naturally, he could not see the appearance of the semi-finished pill. However, when he killed the sect master of the Pill sect, he had searched through his memories and knew what this pill was. Once the Pill sect was annihilated, this pill and this Great Wilderness Cauldron naturally fell into Ning Fan's hands. Unfortunately, this cauldron could not be opened and Ning Fan could not control it at all. It was because the sect master of the Pill sect was still alive. Bang Ning Fan flipped his palm and slammed it heavily on the Great Wilderness Cauldron. All of a sudden, the entire cauldron emitted a boundless repulsive force. It was like the wrath of the starry sky. When it shook, it was like the collapse of a star. The force of the collapse actually forced him to take a few steps backwards. After that, a ferocious laughter came from the cauldron. "Little Ning Fan, you can't kill me." "Haha. I'm not dead yet. How can I die? This trace of my medicine soul has already fused with the Great Wilderness Cauldron. Unless you can destroy the Great Wilderness Cauldron, you can't kill me. Unfortunately, you also can't destroy the Great Wilderness Cauldron. This Great Wilderness Cauldron was obtained by accident when I entered the Supreme Pill Sacred Region in the past. Even though this cauldron is just a low-grade innate pill, the materials used to forge it are extremely heaven-defying. Have you heard of the immemorial star-defying? It was actually the sect master of the pill sect's voice. I'm not afraid to tell you. This Great Wilderness Cauldron is forged from the immemorial star-defying. Moreover, it's a 9-star grade immemorial star-defying. Its sturdiness is such that even an immortal emperor who wields a mid-grade innate magic treasure would not be able to break it. What's even rarer is that this cauldron can reflect attacks. If you attack this cauldron forcefully, the stronger the attack, the stronger the rebound. If the rebound is strong enough, even if you are an ancient immortal venerate, you will still be severely injured. Since you can't kill me, why don't you let me go? Let me go. As long as you let me live, I promise with my life that I will never be your enemy in this lifetime. Besides, I can also give you the pill that is nourished in this cauldron. Without my permission, unless you can destroy this cauldron, you won't be able to take this pill away. Do you know what kind of pill this is? It's not the 9 transformations golden pill or the 9 transformations emperor pill. It's the 10 transformations ancestral pill. Unfortunately, I couldn't gather all the materials required for the pill formula even after spending all my life's efforts. This ancestral pill is still a semi-finished product. However, in terms of medicinal efficacy, it is already not any weaker than any emperor pill. I can give you the pill formula. With your capability, Rain Lord, you will certainly be able to gather them all. When that time comes, this will become a real ancestral pill. A pill that can make a sage jealous. Let me go. This pill belongs to you. The Great Wilderness Cauldron also belongs to you. I don't understand. I don't understand. What kind of deep hatred do we have against each other? There are so many benefits here. Can't you just let me go? The sect master of the pill sect roared like a madman. Ning Fan had already heard such a roar when he took the Great Wilderness Cauldron from the pill sect. It was only until he annihilated the pill sect and searched the sect master's memories that he found out that the sect master had schemed for his entire life just to concoct a 10th revolution ancestral pill. When the sect master of the pill sect was young, he had entered the depths of the Supreme Pill Sacred Region by mistake. There, he found the Great Wilderness Cauldron and a scroll of pill formula. Finding an innate magic treasure was already a joyous occasion. What was even rarer was that there was an embryonic pill sealed inside the Great Wilderness Cauldron. That was the semi-finished pill that the previous owner of the Great Wilderness Cauldron had left inside the cauldron. According to the records of the pill formula, this pill was called the Bodhi Virtue Pill. It had already taken its initial form. If it is completely formed, it would be a 10th revolution ancestral pill. After consuming it, one could draw out the Zhou Heaven Merit Force to protect their body and increase their chances of becoming a Sage Realm Cultivator by 5%, even if it was just a semi-finished pill. It could still help a quasi-Sage Realm Cultivator comprehend the bottleneck of the next cultivation level. The sect master of the pill sect was also a proud and arrogant person. He was determined to concoct a 10th revolution ancestral pill during the Dharma ending era. He did not care about increasing his chances of becoming a Sage Realm by 5%. After all, if his cultivation base has yet to reach that stage, that 5% chance would be useless to him. That was not something he could ever hope for. Similarly, he did not care about comprehending the bottleneck of the quasi-sage realm. What he desired was only the art of pill refinement itself and the supreme glory of concocting a 10th revolution ancestral pill. Thus, he spent his entire life searching for the rare materials required by the pill formula to nourish this embryonic pill. Unfortunately, the materials required by the pill formula were all rare in the world. The sect master of the pill sect had only managed to obtain the 7 materials required by the pill formula after spending his entire life planning. There were still 5 materials that he had yet to obtain. This was also the reason why this pill had yet to advance to the 10th revolution ancestral pill. It was not even a 9 revolution emperor pill yet. The 5 materials that the sect master of the pill sect did not manage to obtain included the pill devil who possessed the bloodline of a ferocious demon and Ouyang Yuan's 5-colored medicine soul. To be honest, the sect master of the pill sect had spent his entire life just for the Tao of pill refinement. Ning Fan admired his persistence. Unfortunately, the sect master of the pill sect shouldn't have schemed against Ming Ke and Ouyang Yuan. Moreover, he shouldn't have made Ning Fan his enemy. If Ning Fan did not annihilate the pill sect, the sect master of the pill sect would have taken action against Ouyang Yuan sooner or later. Ning Fan only found out about this after searching through the sect master's memories. Since that's the case, I can't let you go. There's no point in shouting and begging for mercy, but I can let you die knowing the truth. Ning Fan waved his sleeve. Images immediately appeared in the sky. It was the scene where he entered the dark sparrow grave of the sinister sparrow sect when he was young and sowed karma with Ming Quebec. After that, it was the scene where he killed the rogue immortal of the pill sect, Chang Shan, in the ancient heavenly court, immemorial dark sparrow. This is the pill devil that I raised in the rain world. It's you. It's you. When the ancient heavenly court opened in the past, the pill devil that I raised went missing. So it's you. The sect master of the pill sect laughed maniacally. In the past, he was enraged because of this matter. However, he did not expect that it was actually Ning Fan's doing. If it wasn't for Ning Fan, he would have already obtained the 8th material on the pill formula. I don't care if you schemed against others, but you just had to scheme against Bright Sparrow and Ouyang Yuan. They are my people. Since you dared to touch them, you should be killed. This is the first crime. You put a bounty of 10 billion on me and almost caused me to die in the hands of a group of immortals. This is the second crime. You formed the Cultivation Alliance to kill me. This is the third crime. I will kill you with these 3 crimes. Then, you can die knowing why. Ning Fan said expressionlessly. It seems like you have to kill me no matter what. Unfortunately, you can't. Do you think you can break this cauldron? Do you think you are an immortal emperor? The sect master of the pill sect said crazily. You are hiding in this cauldron. I can't kill you if I don't break this cauldron. Honestly, my cultivation base isn't strong enough to break this cauldron. Even if I use my trump cards, the result would still be the same. Ning Fan had once obtained the immemorial star-defying devil armor that was forged from the 6 stars immemorial star-defying devil armor. It could reflect divine abilities of the Void Renunciation devil armor. It was extremely powerful. This cauldron was forged from the 9 stars immemorial star-defying devil armor. A 9 stars immemorial star-defying devil armor could reflect divine abilities of the quasi-saint realm, the primordial chi and the second jade slip of the Slayer Emperor. None of them would work. Their destructive power was not enough. What if I ask someone to break this cauldron? Ning Fan suddenly said. Ask someone? The sect master's heart skipped a beat. He had heard that Ning Fan had a deep relationship with the Slaughter Palace and the Godly Void Pavilion. If he asks an immortal emperor to help him, however, so what if he is an immortal emperor? In front of the 9 stars immemorial star-defying devil armor, even an immortal emperor might not be able to gain any advantage. Humph. Do you think it's so easy to ask an immortal emperor for help? Besides, even an immortal emperor might not be able to break the great wilderness cauldron. Instead, they might have to pay a heavy price because of the rebound force of this cauldron. They might even suffer serious injuries. I don't believe that there is an immortal emperor who would risk his life to help you. Asterisk bang asterisk Ning Fan heavily slapped the great wilderness cauldron again. Then, he walked out of the profounding world together with the cauldron. The sect master of the pill sect let out a muffled groan. He could not even finish his sentence due to the pain. He had fused with the great wilderness cauldron. Although he would not die as long as the cauldron is not destroyed, he would still feel pain if Ning Fan attacks it because the cauldron had already become a part of his body. Senior Xianxia seems to have returned to the Godly Void Pavilion. The person Ning Fan wanted to ask for help was naturally Xianxia. Ordinary immortal emperors might not be able to break this cauldron, but what if a quasi-saint realm expert does it? Asterisk chi asterisk Ning Fan carried the giant cauldron on his shoulder and stepped on a golden rainbow. He directly turned into a ray of golden light and flew away from the Southern Dipper star. All the cultivators on the Southern Dipper star were shocked by that ray of light. Countless cultivators wanted to find out which expert had come to the Southern Dipper star. Unfortunately, Ning Fan had already left. It did not take too long for him to return to the Godly Void Pavilion from the Southern Dipper star. When Ning Fan appeared outside the Divine Tomb, Xianxia was mingling with the Divine Void Realm disciples and sweeping the long stairs outside the tomb. As soon as they sensed Ning Fan's arrival, countless cultivators outside the Divine Tomb were in chaos. Ning Fan had annihilated the Anti-Ning Alliance 7 days ago and killed 3 venerated beings. His shocking achievements had once again deepened the fear that ordinary cultivators had for him. In the hearts of ordinary cultivators, Ning Fan had already become the synonym of a devil lord. As long as the immortal king realm doesn't show up, no one would be able to stop Ning Fan anymore. Even Han Yungue, who was at the second tribulation realm, was killed by Ning Fan. Even though they knew that Ning Fan did not come to the Divine Tomb to cause trouble, the group of cultivators still felt fearful. Xianxia's expression also changed slightly. The cauldron that Ning Fan was carrying is not ordinary. It's actually a low-grade innate magic treasure. Where did this young man get his hands on an innate magic treasure? Bang! Ning Fan directly landed beside Xianxia and threw the giant cauldron on the ground. Then, he cupped his fists at Xianxia. Senior Xiang, I have an enemy hiding in this cauldron. Can you please help me break this cauldron? Those cultivators who were bold enough to not go far away sucked in a cold breath when they heard Ning Fan's words. Those with good eyesight could tell that the cauldron that Ning Fan carried over was an innate magic treasure. Is Ning Fan crazy? He actually wants to ask old ancestor Xiang to help him break an innate magic treasure? Does he really need to be so wasteful? Breaking a cauldron just to kill an enemy who is hiding in it? Even an immortal emperor would not be so extravagant, right? Innate magic treasures are hard to come by, but Rain Lord is actually willing to break it. This is a cauldron forged by the immemorial Stardifying Cauldron. Besides, the grade of this Stardifying Cauldron is extremely high. Xianxia reached out his hand and touched the Great Wilderness Cauldron. Then, his expression changed greatly. It was actually a cauldron forged by the immemorial Stardifying Cauldron. The immemorial Stardifying Cauldron was not a material that could be found in the Dharma-ending era. Even a quasi-saint realm expert would find it hard to obtain such a material for refining treasures. The rebounding force of this cauldron should not be underestimated. Even if it was him, he would have to use all of his strength to break this cauldron. Moreover, he might even suffer some injuries. Forget it. It's this young man's request anyway. If he gets injured, then so be it. Xianxia nodded his head and agreed to Ning Fan's request. He was willing to help Ning Fan destroy the cauldron without even asking for the identity of the enemy in the cauldron. Ning Fan's heart felt warm. He owed Xianxia a lot. Because of that, he did not even ask Xianxia to help him when he was facing the witch god. However, this time, he really had no way to deal with the Great Wilderness Cauldron. The immemorial Stardifying Cauldron was a material that even Shi could not break. This time, he had no choice but to ask Xianxia for help. He must kill the sect master of the Pill sect no matter what, even if the Great Wilderness Cauldron is broken. Besides, it might not be a bad thing for the cauldron to break. What use does he have for it? As for the materials used to forge the cauldron, Senior has helped me a lot. If the cauldron breaks, I can give all the materials used to forge the immemorial Stardifying Cauldron to Senior to refine your armor. I'll give those materials to Senior Xiang as repayment for all the help I've given him. Xianxia became even more moved. The materials used to forge the cauldron were the immemorial Stardifying Cauldron, which even a quasi-saint realm expert would regard as a supreme treasure. Ning Fan really did not treat him as an outsider when he gave it to him so casually. This item is too precious. I can't accept it. You should keep it for your own use. For my own use? There was no need for it. The immemorial Stardifying Cauldron was used to forge the Stardifying Devil armor. It would be a waste to use it to forge other things. As for the Stardifying Devil armor, Ning Fan already had a supreme treasure like the God-exterminating shield. To him, the Stardifying Devil armor was no longer a necessity. Senior, don't be in such a hurry to reject me. There's actually another item in this cauldron which is even more precious than the immemorial star-defying cauldron. I also plan to give it to you. We'll talk about this later. Senior, please destroy this cauldron. There's another item that's even more precious than the immemorial star-defying cauldron. Xianxia did not believe it at first. However, when he used all his strength to destroy the great wilderness cauldron, he became extremely excited. Even though he was slightly injured by the backlash from the great wilderness cauldron, it was nothing compared to the effects of the pill. What kind of pill is this? Even though he did not know what this pill was, he could feel the massive medicinal power within it. It would be greatly beneficial to his advancement to the quasi-saint realm. It was not beneficial to his cultivation base, but it could help him comprehend the bottleneck of the second-level quasi-saint realm. This pill was useless to immortal venerables, immortal kings, and immortal emperors. However, to any quasi-saint realm expert, it was probably a fatal temptation. This pill is too precious. This old man can't accept it. Ning Fan did not continue to exchange pleasantries with Xianxia. After the cauldron was destroyed, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the strand of soul that was trying to escape to heaven and earth. After thanking Xianxia for destroying the cauldron, he left the place. He left the half-finished Bodhi virtue pill and the fragments of the great wilderness cauldron to Xianxia as a form of gratitude. What he wanted was just the last strand of soul of the sect master of the pill sect. Don't kill me. The sect master of the pill sect trembled. Not even in his dreams did he expect that Ning Fan could invite a quasi-saint realm expert to help him so easily. Ridiculous. Ridiculous, it's ridiculous that he even established the Cultivation Alliance to kill Ning Fan. What kind of rallying power is that? Ning Fan could invite a quasi-saint realm expert to help him just by opening his mouth. This is the true terrifying rallying power. If there's a next life, don't make me your enemy. Ning Fan raised his hand and destroyed the last strand of soul of the sect master of the pill sect. In front of him, he recalled the little girl who always clamored to eat pill cakes. I think I said it wrongly. Pill cakes, so many years had passed but he still could not tell them apart. However, now that the sect master of the pill sect has been killed, it could be considered as avenging the little girl. I wonder if she's doing well in the Dark Sparrow clan. After Ning Fan left the divine tomb, he went to the main star of the godly void pavilion and gave the void underworld sword to the little demoness. She was still in seclusion to comprehend the child relic to raise her cultivation level. Thus, Ning Fan just left the sword behind and left. He did not have the intention to disturb her cultivation. After that, Ning Fan returned to the Luo clan again. This time, he finally met the Battle King. The Battle King wanted to thank Ning Fan for saving his life, but Ning Fan refused to accept it. The reason why he saved the Battle King was to fulfill his promise to Luoshi. The Battle King did not owe him anything. Unfortunately, the Battle King was a stubborn person. The more you refuse, the more he wants to give it to you. I heard that little friend was bullied by the Dark Clan. If you need my help, you can just tell me. I will go through fire and water for you without hesitation. Ning Fan's words were spoken openly and without any hesitation. Ning Fan could only smile bitterly. Others would try their best to avoid the matters of the Dark Clan. However, the Battle King insisted on getting involved. If he really gets into a conflict with the Dark Clan in the future, this Battle King would probably not sit by and do nothing. Ning Fan owed the Battle King a favor. After the banquet, Ning Fan bid farewell to the cultivators of the Luo clan and LV Feng. He only brought Old Wu with him and returned to the Xianxia sect. After all, LV Feng was a cultivator of the Godly Void Pavilion. Even though he was a guest elder of the Xianxia sect, he could not stay there permanently. After Ning Fan annihilated the pill sect, he obtained a lot of good healing pills. He left a lot of them for LV Feng. In order to save the Battle King, LV Feng had yet to recover from his serious injuries. He would not be able to walk around the Eastern Heaven for 3 to 5 years. Old Wu also received a lot of pills from Ning Fan. He planned to return to the Xianxia sect with Ning Fan to recuperate. He followed behind Ning Fan obediently and respectfully. Those who did not know him would really think that he was the most loyal servant in the world. On the way back to the Xianxia sect. Master, do you think I've been doing well recently? Don't you think it's worth a reward? Wu Laoba's beady eyes rolled around as he acted cute. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth twitched. If the little loli was acting cute, he would still be willing to watch, but old Wu was out of the question. Speak your mind. I want a reward. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes and asked, what reward do you want? Ever since I met Master, I don't know what happened to me, but my bad luck has been swept away. In the past, when I wanted to improve my cultivation, it was extremely bumpy, but in recent days, I've opened dozens of chi holes. I don't know if it's because Master is by my side. Oh, right, Master might not know, but the Chi Fate aperture is a part of my Black Fate sex cultivation technique. It belongs to my master's master, who is also Grand Master. Get to the point. Ning Fan knitted his brows. Master, you smell so good. This smell is addictive. Elder Wu sniffed at Ning Fan's direction with an intoxicated expression. His chrysanthemum face bloomed. Ning Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Did this old Wu's brain short-circuited? There should be a limit to his nonsense. Or could it be that this old Wu has some unknown hobby? Could it be? Long Yang, Ning Fan silently distanced himself from old Wu by one zhang. Old Eighth Wu eagerly approached, sniffing everything. Ning Fan silently distanced himself from old Wu by 10 zhang. Old Wu was still eagerly approaching, sniffing, and continuing to smell. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. Old Wu shuddered and hurriedly retreated. He turned around and looked at Ning Fan blankly, not understanding why Ning Fan was looking at him with disgust. In his mind, he reflected on his actions more than 10 times. Not good. Why did this fiend suddenly dislike me? Could it be that I did something wrong? Old Wu slapped his forehead. Only now did he realize how ambiguous his words and actions were. It's over. Master has misunderstood me. This misunderstanding is too big. I, Wu Xiaoba, am the most normal man in this world. Even if I'm not normal, I can tease anyone but my master. Only a madman would tease a fiend who could destroy an alliance with just a word of disagreement. He was tempted by the smell of water elemental chi on Master's body. Master, you misunderstood me. I'm not talking about your fragrance. I'm talking about the fragrance of water elemental chi on your body. This little one is normal. Master, please believe this little one. Water elemental chi? Ning Fan was stunned. Yes. When Master returned to the Luo clan, I smelled it. This water elemental chi is so strong. Could it be that Master has obtained some water elemental supreme treasure? I've been wanting to ask you about it for a long time. However, the people of the Luo clan are too talkative. Old Wu was proficient in the Tao of Water. Therefore, his perception towards the Tao of Water was extremely sensitive. Besides, he was also good at treasure-searching abilities. There's no mistaking it. Master must have obtained some water elemental supreme treasure. Such a strong water elemental chi is definitely not something ordinary. If I can get it as a reward, Ning Fan pondered for a while. This time, he did not bring any special items with him after returning from the Pill sect. There were treasures that contained water elemental chi, but they were all low-grade magical treasures. They should not be enough to tempt old Wu, could it be? Ning Fan turned his hand and took out a shabby white jade bottle. Old Wu's eyes instantly widened. His breathing quickened as if he could not wait to swallow the bottle whole. You can feel the water elemental chi from this bottle? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly serious. He was good at sensing, but he could not sense the water elemental chi from the bottle. However, old Wu could. I'm not wrong. It's actually this item. I've seen it in my master's treasure-searching notes. In the illusory world, this item can be ranked in the top 5 of the water elemental supreme treasures. Look, even the treasure-seeking turtle can sense it. Old Wu excitedly took out a little turtle from his sleeve. Its big eyes were adorable and it looked very similar to his eternal true body. At this moment, the little turtle was rolling on the ground excitedly in old Wu's palm. This kind of situation would only happen when they encountered something really good. What's a treasure-seeking turtle? Ning Fan looked at old Wu with a faint smile. This person seems to be hiding a lot of things. Master, this is not the main point. The main point is that this bottle is actually destroyed. How can it be destroyed? It must be repaired. However, there are too many things needed. It must be the essence of the sea eye that is more than 10 million years old and a lake blue jade that is more than 10 colors and… Old Wu rambled on and on about a lot of things, but Ning Fan did not recognize a lot of them. It was conceivable that the materials needed to repair this clean bottle must be rare and precious. Master, can you temporarily hand this bottle over to me? I guarantee that I will repair this bottle within 3 years and return it to you. Old Wu vowed solemnly. 3 years to repair this bottle? Ning Fan looked at Old Wu with a meaningful look. This bottle was so badly damaged that in his opinion, there was almost no hope of repairing it. However, Old Wu still had a way to repair it and he seemed to be extremely proficient in this field. What Ning Fan was more curious about was the origin of this bottle. It is ranked in the top 5 of the water elemental supreme treasures in the illusory world. It must not be an ordinary magic treasure, or perhaps there is something sealed in the bottle which made Old Wu so excited? That's right. I've decided not to return to the 1,000-year sect with Master. I want to look for the materials in the eastern heaven to repair this bottle. Old Wu's small eyes flashed. Look for materials? That was just a nice way to put it. Old Wu's process of looking for materials was to use the treasure-searching tortoise's ability to find a sect or force that had the materials. Then, he would sit in front of the sect's door and not leave until he gave it to him. Ning Fan looked at Old Wu with a playful expression. After a while, he finally gave him the mutton fat jade bottle. What exactly is this bottle? Master, you'll know when I'm done fixing this. Old Wu laughed dryly and kept the bottle. Inwardly, he was praying that his master would never know about the origin of this bottle. At least, before I collect the items in the bottle, my master should not know about it. The item that was destroyed in battle by the Great Water Emperor of the 9 ancestors and the 3rd ancestor of the ancient Devil clan. It was once coveted by Great Emperor Mo Luo. I didn't expect to see it here, thus, Old Wu went to the bottle eagerly. Ning Fan, on the other hand, looked at the direction where Old Wu left with a thoughtful expression. Based on his understanding of Brother Wu, this fellow had most likely discovered a great benefit from the purified bottle and wanted to hog it all for himself. Hee. You want to keep it for yourself, huh? I wonder if the item that Old Wu wanted to keep for himself has anything to do with the ancient voice that had appeared in the bottle. Unfortunately, that voice only appeared once. After that, it never appeared again. Forget it. I'll wait until Old Wu fixes the bottle in the future. Ning Fan, who would never admit that he had tampered with the bottle, smiled faintly. Then, he returned to the 1,000-year sect alone. Countless forces from the 1,000-year sect came to ask for forgiveness. However, Ning Fan was indifferent to all of them. All the mundane matters were handed over to Zhao Dai and the other women to handle. He returned to the sect in a low-key manner and directly called for Earth Devil and Iron Crow. Then, he placed 4 immortal venerables' corpses in front of him. Choose. Which one do you want? Ning Fan said with a smile. He was never stingy towards his own people. Others could hardly get their hands on immortal venerables' corpses, but he gave them 4 of them at once. Both Earth Devil and Iron Crow's eyes were filled with excitement. Were the 2 of them finally able to recover their cultivation base and be resurrected? This chance to be reborn was given to them by Ning Fan. He gave them 4 immortal venerables' corpses as soon as he made his move. He broke into the alliance alone, annihilated the Pill sect and killed 3 immortal venerables. A person like him was more than enough to be their master. I have no way to repay you for saving my life. From today onwards, this life of mine belongs to you, master. From this life, I will live for you and die for you. The gratitude of saving their lives was greater than the heavens. The 2 of them knelt on the ground solemnly and bowed to Ning Fan. This bow was a man's promise that he would never change in this lifetime. From this life, I will live for you and die for you. To be continued. The Earth Demon and Iron Crow each chose a body and began their seclusion to possess it. The Iron Crow chose Wang Yangzi's body, while the Earth Demon chose Sun Lin's body. The standard for choosing a body for possession wasn't that the cultivation of the body's original owner was higher, but that the body's compatibility was also a factor. Thus, even though Han Yungui's cultivation was the highest, the 2 of them did not choose this body. In this case, things were much simpler. Ning Fan gave the 2 12th Nirvana magical treasures that he seized from Wang Yangzi and Sun Lin to each of them. Seizing someone else's body and rebirth would require a lot of time for seclusion. Moreover, it would also require the assistance of a lot of pills. Since Ning Fan had annihilated the pill sect, he naturally would not be short of pills for the two of them. Thus, he gave 2Mo and Taya a lot of pills. The two of them thanked him profusely, but they did not express their gratitude. Only the physical bodies of Han Yungue and old ancestor De Yun were left. After pondering for a while, Ning Fan decided to refine their flesh and blood essences and gave them to Mu Weiliang and Zili. As a result, their cultivation bases improved significantly. Of course, it was still not enough for them to break through to the next cultivation level. With the help of the seed Saraira, Zili's cultivation had already reached the early stages of the true crossing realm, while Mu Weiliang's corporeal body was also comparable to the early stages of the true crossing realm. Now, even if she consumed the flesh and blood essence of an immortal venerable, it would not be enough to directly increase her cultivation by one level. After the two little girls finished eating the blood and flesh essence, they made a fuss about leaving the profounding world to play. This time, Ning Fan reluctantly agreed to their request. With these two little girls' lively personalities, it was impossible for them to stay in the profounding world and cultivate in peace. Innocents should not be locked in a cage. Besides, if they are locked in a cage, they would not be able to increase their comprehension of truth. One should know that their cultivation bases were just forcefully raised by Ning Fan. Their comprehension of truth was far from enough. Little butterfly, please. Just let me and little Zizi go out to play. We promise we won't get into trouble, okay? Little butterfly. You're the best, please, please. Little butterfly, all right. You can leave the profounding world, but you must stay in the 1,000-year sect. If you leave the sect, you must not go too far without me following you. Otherwise, I will be worried. I agree, I agree. As long as you let us go out to play, we will listen to everything you say. We will be good. Smack, Mu Weiliang stood on her tiptoes and kissed Ning Fan on the lips, causing another ripple in Ning Fan's heart. It was as if the Samadhi void tribulation had arrived, but it disappeared in a flash. Zili also licked his feet and kissed the other side of Ning Fan's face, making him a little speechless. This Zili seemed to have grown bolder and even dared to take the initiative to kiss him. Every time Ning Fan came into contact with Mu Weiliang, he would have a feeling that the samsara void tribulation was about to befall him. After experiencing the samsara void tribulation for the first time, Ning Fan had some guesses. His first heart tribulation should be related to the word promise. It was highly possible that there were still 3 more heart tribulations. One of them should be related to Mu Weiliang. Even if it wasn't, one of them must be related to Mu Weiliang. Forget it, the cultivation base of the gods and demons have yet to reach the peak of the early stage of Sheva Void. It is still too early to talk about the heart tribulation. Eventually, Ning Fan brought Mu Weiliang and Zili out of the profounding world. With Ning Fan's approval, the two ladies officially held the nominal title of elders in the Xianxia sect and stayed there. Ning Fan was no longer worried that Zili's identity as the Sinli would be exposed. He was no longer the same as before. He did not need to be as cautious as before. In the entire Eastern Heaven, there was no longer anyone who would foolishly clamor to go against him. Those below the immortal king realm were extremely afraid of Ning Fan. None of them dared to provoke him. Those above the immortal king realm were afraid of ancient chaos. They did not dare to get involved in this mess. The Dark Clan, on the other hand, remained silent from the beginning to the end, as if they did not know that Ning Fan had annihilated the anti-Ning alliance. From the beginning to the end, they did not do anything drastic to Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan knew that the reason why the Eastern Heavens cultivators were going against him was definitely because of the Dark Clan. However, as long as Great Emperor Ancient Chaos's Tao was not truly extinguished, the Dark Clan would not openly attack him and go against him. After all, if they really push Ancient Chaos too far, even the Dark Clan would not be able to bear the consequences. The karma of the Pale sect has been settled. However, there are still many things that I need to do. There were still 5 years before the opening of the Supreme Pale Sacred Region. The matter of Jioli becoming an adult could not be rushed. He decided to send Immortal Loli back to the Extreme Lightning Palace first. On the way, he would go to the Medicine Sect to visit Ouyang Yuan. The evolution of Immortal Loli's 9 revolutions lightning body had already reached its end. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the lightning attribute that Ning Fan possessed were no longer enough to help her evolve. This was very dangerous. I should send Immortal Loli back to the Extreme Lightning Palace as soon as possible. As an Immortal Emperor Realm Lightning sect, the Extreme Lightning Palace certainly had enough lightning for Immortal Loli to devour and refine. She was originally the Lord of the Extreme Lightning Palace. She should return to her own sect, the Lord of the Extreme Lightning Palace. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. If he was not mistaken, this Immortal Loli was most likely the Palace Lord of the Extreme Lightning Palace, White Emperor Lan Yunxian. During the evolution of the 9 Revolutions lightning body, there is a very small possibility that she will temporarily lose her memories. However, once the evolution is over, her memories will be restored. If Immortal Loli regains her memories and regains her identity as White Emperor Lan Yunxian, what would happen? She was a dignified Immortal Emperor and the dignified Palace Lord of the Extreme Lightning Palace. Just because she lost her memories during the evolution of her lightning body, she had to call a junior father. This matter could be said to be absurd. If it were some Immortal Emperor realm old monsters who cared about their reputation, they might even kill Ning Fan in order to cover up this scandal. Ning Fan did not believe that Immortal Loli would be so heartless. However, he was not sure if Lan Yunxian would do that. Who could predict the temperament of an Immortal Emperor realm old monster? Ning Fan's feelings towards Immortal Loli were very complicated. He did not have any children in his life. However, Immortal Loli had called him father for many years like a daughter. If he really becomes enemies with Xianxia because of this matter, even if they did not become enemies, Lan Yunxian who had regained her memories would not be able to be intimate with him freely anymore, right? Forget it. Let's talk about the future matters later. The evolution of Xianxian's lightning body is the most important thing now. No matter how the matter develops, Ning Fan would send Immortal Loli back. Let's talk about the future matters later. Xianxian, can I send you home? Ning Fan found Immortal Loli in the 1,000-Year sect and asked. Home? Where should I go? Isn't this my home? Father, do I have another home? Immortal Loli was confused. She did not understand what Ning Fan meant. Do you still remember where we met for the first time? Recalling the past in the 3000 Lightning Realm, Ning Fan felt a little emotional. Why did he pick up such a little girl in the past? I don't remember. My memory is very vague. But recently, I always have some strange dreams. I dream about some strange people and strange things. I dreamt that someone called me Palace Lord and called me Lan Yunxian. Who is Lan Yunxian? My name is Xianxian, not Lan Yunxian, isn't it? Father? Silly girl. Those are not strange dreams. They are most likely your memories from the past, Lan Yunxian. Oh, Lan Yunxian. What should I, Ning Fan, do to you? The lightning power required for the evolution of your lightning body is too huge. Father doesn't have enough lightning power here. How about I bring you to a place with sufficient lightning power? Eh? Where to? Will Daddy go with me? If Father doesn't accompany me, I won't go anywhere. I want to stay here. This is my home with Father. I want to stay with Father for the rest of my life. I also want Father to bestow me a child relic. A child relic? I really can't, Ning Fan said helplessly. The reverse relic was an enchanting technique. Planting a child relic in her would mean that Immortal Loli would become Ning Fan's one-sided human cauldron. Of course, a human cauldron with a child relic did not need to be plucked or have sex with her. That was why Ning Fan planted a child relic in Zhao Dyer just to improve her cultivation base. However, Immortal Loli really could not plant a child relic in her. If Lan Yunxian regains her memories and finds out that Ning Fan planted a bewitching technique relic on her and she became his human cauldron, no one knew if she would be enraged. Ning Fan did not want to lose the last bit of affection he had with Immortal Loli because of this matter. Let's go. I will send you home. When we get home, your lightning body will certainly complete the last step of evolution. Then, alright. I want to complete the last step of the evolution of my lightning body. I want to become stronger and help Father beat up the bad guys. Immortal Loli waved her fists angrily. She heard that a force called the Dark Race had bullied her father. What was the Dark Race? She did not know what they were. However, she could not allow them to bully her father. She wanted to become stronger. She wanted to destroy the dark race and avenge her father. Thus, as soon as Ning Fan returned to the Thousand Years sect, he left with immortal Loli. However, he did not expect that immortal concubine Zhang Yu would come to him right after he left the Thousand Years sect with an anxious look on her face. Unfortunately, her luck was not good. She just missed Ning Fan. Where did this little thief run off to this time? Immortal concubine Zhang Yu pushed open the door of Ning Fan's room. When she saw that the room was empty, her brows slightly knitted together. She asked around in the sect and a few disciples told her that the sect master, Ning Fan, had just left the sect with Elder Xian not long ago. As expected, this little thief really went out to have fun again. At first, I wanted to ask this little thief some questions. But now, it seems like I can only wait for him to come back. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu sighed at the miraculous fate. She had never thought that she would be able to meet Mu Weiliang again in this lifetime, the daughter of the Heaven Emperor who had been destroyed along with the ancient heavenly court. Only God knew how shocked she was when she saw Mu Weiliang, who was alive and kicking after she finished dealing with the affairs of the Thousand Years sect. Eldest princess, why are you here? Haven't you already? What eldest princess? I'm not the eldest princess. I'm Mu Weiliang, the wife of Little Butterfly. What little butterfly? Could it be that you've lost your memory, eldest princess? Don't you remember what happened in the ancient heavenly court? I don't remember. I don't know what you're talking about. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu felt slightly bitter. She was not a good person. She had even betrayed her own sect for personal reasons. However, it did not mean that she did not have her own principles and persistence. In the past, she owed the ancient heavenly court a favor. Thus, when the ancient heavenly court was in danger, she stood up and joined the ranks to protect the ancient heavenly court as an outsider. Because of that, she almost died. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to escape with a trace of her remnant soul. On that day, the ancient heavenly court was destroyed and all the cultivators of the heavenly court perished. She did not expect that she would be able to see Mu Weiliang again after countless years, the eldest princess who was once cherished by the Heaven Emperor. Eldest princess, your mother and I are old friends. The Heaven Empress saved me before. Who is the Heaven Empress? I seem to know her but I don't remember. It seems very sad. Don't be sad. The ancient heavenly court is gone. You still have me. If you don't mind, I, Zhang Yu, will be your relative. I will protect you on behalf of the Heaven Empress. No need, no need. I have Little Butterfly to protect me. I don't need your protection. Thank you. Eldest princess, may I ask? Who is Little Butterfly? Why are you here? Little Butterfly is Ning Fan. He is my husband. Wherever he is, I will be there. What a joke, since when did that little thief Ning Fan become the husband of the eldest princess of the heavenly court? Immortal concubine Zhang Yu decided to have a good talk with Ning Fan. Firstly, she wanted to ask Ning Fan why Mu Weiliang was here. She had asked Mu Weiliang many times but Mu Weiliang's memory was incomplete and she could not answer clearly. Secondly, she wanted to protest to Ning Fan and tactfully express that she did not agree with the marriage between the eldest princess and Ning Fan. Thirdly, she wanted to make a request to Ning Fan to rebuild the ancient heavenly court. It would be fine if Mu Weiliang was dead. Now that Mu Weiliang was still alive, she had the obligation to help Mu Weiliang rebuild the ancient heavenly court. There were too many things she wanted to talk to Ning Fan about. Unfortunately, Ning Fan had already left the Xianxia sect. Forget it. Let's wait for the little thief to come back before we talk about these things. I have to look after the eldest princess. After her rebirth, her personality seems to be a little too lively. Thus, immortal concubine Zhang Yu eagerly went to find Mu Weiliang and became her caretaker for free. She must take good care of the eldest princess. She owed the Heaven Empress such a huge favor. How could she not return it? That was not her style. Over the next few days, the cultivation planets around the Thousand Year sect were ravaged by the two little girls, Mu Weiliang and Zili. This was something that Ning Fan, who had already left, did not know. The first day. Let's go, little ZZ. Butterfly gave us permission to go out and play. Let's go play. Where to? Let's go to the Seed Eater Star. I heard that a ferocious creature has appeared there. It has the cultivation of a life immortal and is killing low-level cultivators everywhere. Let's go there and help the weak. Okay, let's go together. As a result, the seed-eating star was in chaos while the life immortal ferocious creature was chopped into dumpling fillings by the two girls. Xianxia immortal concubine followed behind secretly. When the two girls were done playing, she forcefully brought the two girls back to the thousand-year sect. The next day. Liang, where are we going today? Let's go to Giant Rock Star. I heard that there's a stone monster there with a life immortal realm cultivation base. Let's go there and help the weak. Okay. Thus, the Giant Rock Star was in chaos as the two ladies chopped the stone monsters into pieces. After that, Xianxia immortal concubine took some time to bring the two girls back to the thousand-year sect. The third day. Liang, where are we going today? Han City Star. As a result, the Han City Star was in chaos. After that, Xianxia immortal concubine ran there in an array of golden light and brought the two girls away. The fourth day. Little ZZ, let's go to Linsong Star and help the weak. Okay. Xianxia immortal concubine rubbed her forehead. This Mu Weiliang who had been reborn was really hard to manage. Where did the dignified and virtuous eldest princess go? Forget it. I have to manage her even if it's hard. I have to take good care of the daughter of the Heaven Empress. Thus, after the two girls had their fun, she appeared again and brought them back, the fifth day, the sixth day, the seventh day, with Xianxia immortal concubine watching over them. Mu Weiliang and Zili did not cause too much trouble. On the contrary, the two girls often helped the weak by eliminating the ferocious creatures on the nearby cultivation planets. They had made quite a name for themselves in the nearby starry sky. However, this was a story for another time. On the day when Ning Fan left the thousand-year sect, he brought the immortal Loli back to the Supreme Lightning Palace. On the way, he passed by the medicine sect and wanted to see Ouyang Wan. Unfortunately, she seemed to be in a very important seclusion which was related to the advancement of her five-colored medicine soul. As such, Ning Fan did not disturb her cultivation. He just chatted with the sect master of the medicine sect, Wei Wuji, and left some Dao fruits and magic treasures for Ouyang Wan. After all, Ouyang Wan would come out of seclusion when the Supreme Pill Sacred Region opens. At that time, they would naturally meet each other. There was no need for him to be in a hurry. It did not take him too much time to reach the 3000 Thunder Realm. 100 years ago, Ning Fan had come to the 3000 Thunder Realm. Now that he was here again, he felt that things were still the same but people had changed. As soon as she arrived at the 3000 Thunder Realm, the immortal Loli felt her consciousness blurring. She vaguely felt that this place was very familiar. However, when she tried to recall it, she could not recall anything. Instead, she felt a splitting headache. Father, it hurts. There are many scenes in my head. I can't remember them. The more I think about them, the more it hurts, the immortal Loli said coquettishly and rubbed herself against Ning Fan's chest. Ning Fan stroked her small head and sighed. Then, don't think about them anymore. Even though Ning Fan did not deliberately release his aura force when he entered the 3000 Thunder Realm, he still shocked countless cultivators. This person's traveling light is really fast. Even though his aura force is concealed, it vaguely gives people a feeling that he is someone who can run amok throughout the ages. Could it be that this person is actually an immortal venerated throughout the ages? I've never seen him before. I have just come out of seclusion after 10,000 years. In my memory, there doesn't seem to be this immortal venerated in the Eastern Heaven. Old man Chen, this is because you are ill-informed. You might not have seen this person before but you definitely have heard of his devil name. He is the one who annihilated the Anti-Ning Alliance. What? It's the Rain Lord? He is the Rain Immortal Monarch, Ning Fan? Not good. The Rain Lord has come to the 3000 Thunder Realm. Be on alert. The entire realm is on alert. At this moment, the horn of the highest level of alert resounded across the 3000 realms of the 3000 Thunder Realm. It was all because the great devil lord of the Eastern Heaven, Ning Fan, had come. Who knew why Ning Fan had come? They had to be on guard. To be continued. Sounds rang out from all directions, And even more inextinguishable fire beacons were lit up one after another from the beacon towers of the various thunder worlds. The horn of war resounded through the clouds. The flames of war burned through the 3,000 thunder realms. This scene had only appeared 45 million years ago. Only when a peerless demon came with the 3,000 thunder realm raised the alarm. Hundreds of millions of lightning cultivators walked out of their caves with shocked expressions. What happened? This old man has lived for 3 million years and I have never seen the thunder world's beacon tower lit up. Why is it burning today? Who ordered it to be lit? This is the signal of a great enemy. The realm patrolling lightning cultivators must have discovered the arrival of an unprecedented enemy and are warning us to be on guard. This scene. I've heard Grandmaster mention it before. It was said that 45 million years ago, a similar scene had occurred in the 3,000 Thunder Realm. At that time, Devil Lord Sun Luo arrived at the Extreme Thunder Palace and used his own strength to severely injure the previous White Arch. He snatched away the Thunder King's seal and caused the 3,000 Thunder Domain to turn into a river of blood. I wonder which demon has come to the 3,000 Thunder Realm this time. It's Rain Lord Ning Fan. A good friend of mine just sent me a message saying that he saw the Rain Immortal Monarch barging into the Thunder World with his own eyes. What? It was old Demon Ning. This person has just annihilated the Anti-Ning Alliance not long ago. Now that he has come to the Thunder World, what is his intention? As soon as they heard that it was Ning Fan, many low-level lightning cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. He was a ruthless individual who had destroyed the Alliance and killed the three venerated beings. Why would he suddenly come to the 3,000 Thunder Realm? Could it be that there were cultivators from the Thunder World who were involved in that dispute, and this old demon Ning was here to settle scores with those people? No, it shouldn't be. The 3,000 Thunder Realm is the territory of White Emperor Lan Yunxian. Although that old devil Ning is infamous, he might not dare to create trouble here. Speaking of which, they hadn't even figured out the purpose of this old demon Ning's visit, yet the realm patrolling lightning cultivator lit the fire signal and blew the bugle horn. Wasn't that a bit too much? There is no need for the entire domain to be on guard. We are a major force that has an immortal emperor. Why do we have to be so cautious? But was there really no need for that? Only those old monsters of the lightning world whose cultivation bases had reached the void-shedding and thought-fragmentation realms were aware of the inside story. This supreme lightning palace and the 3,000 lightning realms were still magnificent on the surface, but they were already riddled with holes on the inside. They could not withstand the torment of a devil lord like Ning Fan at all. If that was the case, how could these old fellows not be extremely vigilant when Ning Fan entered their world? The White Emperor, Lan Yunxian, had already met with danger when breaking through to the lightning physique 100 years ago. After that, she disappeared, and her whereabouts were still unknown. Currently, the Extreme Thunder Palace only had 4 10,000 ancient immortal venerables guarding it. Furthermore, the 4 of them were only at the first tribulation of 10,000 ancient. To ordinary cultivators, an eternal immortal venerable was already a supreme existence. However, to someone at Ning Fan's level, an eternal tribulation immortal venerable might not be enough even if there were 4 of them. The Anti-Ning Alliance, which had 1 second tribulation immortal sovereign and 2 first tribulation immortal sovereigns, was wiped out by old demon Ning. The current 3,000 Thunder Realm was no better than the Anti-Ning Alliance. Besides, if Ning Fan only had a high cultivation base, even if he comes to the 3,000 Thunder Realm, he would not have triggered such a huge panic. Most importantly, Ning Fan's reputation was not good, killing people, setting fires, slaughtering sects, and exterminating entire clans. In the eyes of the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven, those were the things that Ning Fan loved to do the most. What if old demon Ning comes with ill intentions? When they thought of this possibility, each of the old monsters of the Thunder World wore a grim expression. Quickly inform the 4 guardians that Rain Lord Ning Fan has entered the world. Ask the 4 guardians to come out of seclusion. Quickly activate the protective formation of the world. Once this devil causes trouble, we must protect the world with our lives. Guards, follow me to welcome the Rain Lord. Remember not to provoke this devil. Otherwise, a great disaster will surely befall you. As soon as the true immortals who belonged to the 3,000 Thunder Realm received the news that Ning Fan had entered the world, they summoned up their courage and brought their people to welcome Ning Fan. This was a situation that Ning Fan did not expect. His original intention was to go to the Supreme Thunder Palace in a low-key manner. However, he did not expect that the moment he entered the Thunder World, he would cause a huge commotion in the 3000 Thunder Realm as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Father. It's so noisy here. It's giving me a headache. Immortal Loli raised her small head and looked at Ning Fan with a wrinkled face. Her arrival at this place had evoked many memories. She already had a headache. Now that the entire sky was filled with the sound of the horn, her headache became even more painful. Then, I won't let them quarrel anymore. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and a spatial barrier immediately appeared around Immortal Loli. Before the noisy sound of the horn could get close to her, it had already dissipated. It could no longer reach her ears. This was the divine ability that Ning Fan obtained after he attained the Void Renunciation Realm in his Spirit God and Demon Realm. It could make all the colors, sounds, smells in the world return to nothingness. None of them would be able to get close to one's body. Most cultivators who had renounced their Void Renunciation Realm knew this ability. However, the extent of their proficiency in it differed. Lightning chariots arrived in a hurry. One after another, the old monsters whose names shook the Thunder World arrived on rays of light. In just a short span of tens of breaths, more than 1,000 immortal cultivators had arrived at this place. They formed a formation to welcome Ning Fan, and there were even more old monsters from the Thunder World who were on their way here. We, the cultivators of the Thunder World, welcome the Reign Immortal Monarch. Even though there were many immortal cultivators in this place, only a few of them dared to raise their heads and look at Ning Fan directly. Only a few of the leading cultivators of the Thunder World dared to lift their heads slightly. However, they were also filled with fear and trepidation. They were afraid that they would offend the great deity Ning Fan if they made a wrong expression. Everyone, you don't have to be so careful. I don't have any ill intentions by coming here. I just have something to discuss with the guardians of the Extreme Lightning Palace. Ning Fan's tone was still considered polite. However, everyone was still doubtful of his words. He has something to discuss with the guardians? Don't tell me he's here to kill the guardians? Or perhaps, he's here to capture the venerated immortal human cauldron. The Rain Lord is the successor of ancient chaos. Each of the 4 guardians is at the venerated immortal realm and they still have their primordial een. Could it be? When they thought of this possibility, the few cultivators of the Thunder World immediately broke out in cold sweat. This is too possible. Can you bring me to the Extreme Lightning Palace to meet the guardians of the Lightning Palace? Ning Fan asked again. Since the host had come to welcome him, it would not be appropriate for him to go to the Extreme Lightning Palace alone. Everyone fell into silence. No one dared to answer him. If Ning Fan comes with ill intentions and they bring him to the Extreme Lightning Palace, forget it. It's better for me to go there myself. Ning Fan shook his head. He was too lazy to care about these people. He held the immortal Loli's small hand and was about to detour around them to continue moving forward. Everyone's expressions changed. They wanted to stop Ning Fan but they did not dare to do so. However, they felt that it was inappropriate to let Ning Fan go to the Extreme Lightning Palace. Some of them looked at the immortal Loli hesitantly. They did not understand why Ning Fan wanted to bring a little girl to the Extreme Lightning Palace. If he's here to pick a fight, wouldn't he feel that bringing a little girl would be a burden, or could it be that even this little girl is a human cauldron that Ning Fan caught? It's highly possible. He didn't even let go of such a small child. I didn't expect that the successor of ancient chaos would actually have such a taste. No one could recognize that the immortal Loli was White Emperor Lan Yunxian. Of course, they could not recognize her. Lan Yunxian had turned into an immortal Loli. Her cultivation base, chi, and appearance had all changed drastically. This was also the most troublesome point. Even the higher-ups of the Extreme Lightning Palace did not know what Lan Yunxian looked like now. They only knew that Lan Yunxian would shrink. For the past 100 years, the Extreme Lightning Palace had spent a lot of effort to find Lan Yunxian. However, they could not provide any information about her. Just as everyone was in a dilemma, for rays of light shot towards them. They were actually 4 6-colored lightning chariots. Then, 4 beautiful silver-haired ladies walked down from the chariots. They were the 4 immortal venerables of the Extreme Lightning Palace. They were Venerables Qianyue, Venerables Yu Lu, Venerables Qing Shao and Venerables Ro Lan. I'm Lan Xiaoqian, Lan Xiaoyu, Lan Xiaoqing, Lan Xiaoro. Greetings to fellow Daoist Ning. I wonder why you're here today. The four ladies looked at Ning Fan as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Their strength was not as strong as Ning Fan in the first place. Moreover, Ning Fan could restrain female cultivators. Thus, when they looked at Ning Fan, they actually felt a sense of danger that came from deep within their bones. Dangerous. Very dangerous. The strong sense of danger they felt was as if Ning Fan could easily take down the four of them if he wanted to. This feeling was really absurd. However, when their gazes fell upon immortal Loli, their expressions that were as if they were facing a formidable enemy turned into one of disbelief and surprise. With their understanding of Lan Yunxian, how could they not recognize that this little girl was their palace lord, Lan Yunxian? The four ladies were also people with deep thoughts. They instantly understood Ning Fan's purpose of coming. Ning Fan was here to send someone off. Could it be that the purpose of Rain Sovereign's visit is, that's right. If that's the case, Rain Sovereign will be an honored guest of our Extreme Lightning Palace. Rain Sovereign, please come to the Lightning Flash Hall of our Extreme Lightning Palace. Allow us four sisters to entertain Rain Sovereign properly. The four ladies spoke in riddles with Ning Fan. Then, their previous anxious and uneasy attitude was completely gone. Instead, they happily welcomed Ning Fan into the Extreme Lightning Palace. What's going on? The four of them, who were deeply influenced by the current White Emperor and had always disliked men, were actually so happy and delighted when they saw Ning Fan's arrival. Besides, didn't the Lightning Flash Hall not allow any man to enter? It was the resting palace of the current White Emperor. Why did the four of them invite Ning Fan to that place as soon as they saw him? Could it be? Immediately, many old monsters revealed a playful smile. They thought to themselves that this old devil Ning did not come here to cause trouble but to seek pleasure instead. They really couldn't tell that the four guardians who usually looked serious were actually not as chaste as they appeared to be. Instead, they secretly had a relationship with old devil Ning. As soon as they saw Ning Fan, they were overjoyed and couldn't wait to go to the resting palace to have fun. 1 dragon and 4 phoenixes. Oh no, old devil Ning even brought a little girl with him. It's actually 1 dragon and 5 phoenixes. This old devil Ning really knows how to have fun. He's worthy of being the successor of ancient chaos. However, what does this have to do with us lowly cultivators? The dragons and phoenixes that old devil Ning liked to have fun with did not need them to interrupt him. It was also not something that they could discuss. There were also many people with discerning eyes who noticed the change in the four guardians' eyes when they saw immortal Loli. That little girl. Could she be? Some of the old monsters' hearts were beating wildly. They were almost beaming with joy. It's highly possible that the current White Emperor has already been found. From the looks of it, the Rain Lord's arrival in the Thunder World was not a great disaster but a great joy instead. A great joy. Unfortunately, there were only a few people with discerning eyes in the Lightning Palace of the Extreme Lightning Palace. Ning Fan briefly told the four ladies about the whole story of how he picked up the immortal Loli, leaving out the beginning and the end. He did not tell them about his trip to the desolate land. He only said that he went into seclusion with immortal Loli for 100 years in a certain place. He also did not tell them about his experiences in detail. After that, it was the scene of immortal Loli reuniting with the four ladies after a long time. Immortal Loli hid behind Ning Fan like a small animal. She only poked her head out and looked at the four ladies in confusion. Who are these four ladies? I think I've dreamt of them before, Palace Lord. You're finally back. Do you know how worried we were about you? Without the suppression of the Thunder King seal, the risk of evolving your lightning body to the 9th revolution is already very high. You actually ran away and even ran away for 100 years. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being barbaric. I'll directly lock you in the lightning pool. I'm doing this for your sake, old man. Lan Xiaoqian raised her eyebrows and pointed at immortal Loli while criticizing her. However, her concern was clearly expressed in her words. Immortal Loli pouted her lips. This woman is so fierce. Palace Lord. You ran away again. How could you run away like that? You're too naughty. I've told you not to run away. Look at how worried we were when you ran away. Even if we're not worried, there are still countless cultivators in the 3000th underworld who are worried. Even if they're not worried, there are still so many flowers and plants who will be worried. If you really want to go out to play, you should tell us. How would we know if you don't tell us? Besides. Lan Xiaoyu continued to talk endlessly. Immortal Loli trembled slightly. This woman is so long-winded. She's even scarier than the previous one. Palace Lord, the rules cannot be abolished. According to the 17th rule of the lightning law of the Extreme Thunder Palace, as the Palace Lord, you shouldn't go out recklessly when your lightning body is evolving. According to the 31st rule of the lightning law, as the Palace Lord, you shouldn't. According to the 79th rule of the lightning law, as the Palace Lord, you shouldn't. Lan Xiaoqing brought out one rule after another. Immortal Loli's ears grew calluses after listening to her. This woman is so old-fashioned. She hates these rules the most. Sob sob sob. Palace Lord, you've become thinner. This subordinate's heart aches. Sob sob sob, sob sob sob. Lan Xiao's tears did not stop. Immortal Loli felt a chill down her spine. This woman really likes to cry. Her words are also coquettish. She's so pretentious. Father, these women are so scary. Can we go home? Immortal Loli begged. Father, the four women frowned and looked at Ning Fan. They would only act abnormally in front of their palace lord. In front of others, they would act like normal. Young Master Ning, you haven't explained why our palace lord calls you father. The four women asked with knitted brows. As this concerned the reputation of the Extreme Thunder Palace, they had no choice but to ask. Xianxia lost her memory. So, Ning Fan briefly explained the reason. After listening to his explanation, the four women did not say anything else. They just looked at Ning Fan with sympathy. Yes. It's sympathy. Young Master, you might not know this, but our Palace Lord hates men the most. She especially hates devil cultivators. After all, our Palace Lord's master, who is also the previous White Emperor, was severely injured because of a devil cultivator. That's why he passed away prematurely. If our Palace Lord regains her memory and knows that she called you father, I'm afraid that this matter. Lan Yinxian hates men? There seems to be some rumors about this in the Eastern Heaven. As for hating devil cultivators, this is my first time hearing about it. However, our Palace Lord values kindness the most. You've saved her before. No matter what, she won't repay your kindness with ingratitude. Young Master, you don't have to worry about this. That's good. Young Master has sent our Palace Lord back. You're the benefactor of our Extreme Thunder Palace. We don't know how we should thank you. How about this? Young Master, if you have any request, you can just tell us. Our Extreme Thunder Palace will definitely fulfill your request even if we have to do everything we can. What do you think? The four women said sincerely. Oh? I can ask for anything I want? Ning Fan looked at the four women with a playful expression. Immediately, the four women blushed. However, they only hesitated for a moment and said with clenched teeth. Yes. You can ask for anything. Even if you want us. We can also. After all, you're the one who saved our Palace Lord. I can ask for anything I want. These four women are really loyal to Xianxia. They seem to be willing to give up everything for her. An immortal venerated human cauldron is certainly not bad. If I pluck them, my cultivation base will certainly improve tremendously. Unfortunately, these four women are obviously Xianxia's trusted subordinates and they have a very close relationship. If I forcefully pluck them, I'm afraid that it will hurt Xianxia's heart. The reason why Ning Fan asked this question was not because he really wanted to pluck the four women. Instead, he just wanted to test their loyalty. The result of this test was quite satisfactory. As such, he could rest assured and leave Xianxia to the four women. Forget it. I didn't ask for your gratitude when I sent Xianxia back. You don't have to thank me either. Speaking of which, your sect should have enough lightning power for Xianxia's lightning body to evolve, right? Ning Fan changed the topic and asked. The reserve of lightning power in our sect is slightly insufficient, but it's not much. We just need to purchase some from the Eastern Sky Great Sect and it will be enough. However, Lan Xiao wanted to say something but stopped. The other three women signaled her with their eyes to stop her from speaking. If she continues, it will be the secret of the extreme lightning palace. What is it? Is there something wrong with the evolution of Xian'er's lightning body? Ning Fan was concerned about Xian Loli's safety. Even though he knew that Lan Xiao's words were related to the secret of the extreme lightning palace, he still asked. This? Forget it. Young master is the benefactor of our sect. You're not an outsider. It's fine for you to know about this. Young master, have you heard about the incident where Sun Luo wreaked havoc in the eastern sky for the first time 45 million years ago? Of course I've heard about it. Sun Luo's reputation is unparalleled. It's normal for young master to have heard some things about him. However, there are some things that young master might not have heard about. In the past, when Sun Luo wreaked havoc in the eastern sky, he once came to my 3000 Thunder Realm and took away a treasure seal from the hands of the previous palace lord of my extreme lightning palace. It's called the Thunder King Seal. The four women sighed softly and began to talk about the past of the extreme lightning palace. As it turned out, all the previous palace lords of the extreme lightning palace were the possessors of the 9 revolutions lightning body. However, everyone knew that the evolution of the 9 revolutions lightning body was extremely dangerous. Once the evolution fails, the lightning body would collapse and they would die. Most of the possessors of the lightning body would die during the evolution of the lightning body. It was rare to see someone who could evolve the lightning body to the 9th revolution. However, the progenitor of the extreme lightning palace obtained a treasure by chance. It could protect the lightning body from collapsing. Thus, even if the lightning body cultivator fails the evolution, he or she would not die. There was a possibility for them to survive. This treasure was the Thunder King Seal that was passed down from generation to generation in the extreme lightning palace. However, the Thunder King Seal was taken away by Sun Luo and its whereabouts were unknown to this day. Our palace lord is extremely talented. Even though he doesn't have the Thunder King Seal to protect his body, he refined 3 thunder flash mirrors with his own comprehension of lightning. They also have some protective power. Thus, the lightning body has evolved 8 times. Now, he is facing the last evolution of the lightning body, the 9th revolution. However, this is also the most dangerous one. If he fails, even the 3 thunder flash mirrors will not be able to protect the palace lord's life. What's more troublesome is that these 3 thunder flash mirrors are not in the extreme lightning palace now. They have been borrowed by a few old monsters of the eastern sky. Speaking of this, the faces of the 4 women were more or less filled with anger and shame. 100 years ago, their palace lord encountered danger when he was breaking through the 9th revolution. Fortunately, he had the help of the thunder flash mirrors and luckily did not die. However, he went missing. The chances of finding the palace lord was very slim. If it wasn't for the fact that the palace lord's life plate was not broken, the 4 women almost thought that the palace lord had already died outside due to the lack of lightning power. Even though the extreme lightning palace strictly blocked the news, there were still many old monsters of the eastern sky who knew about this matter. They knew that the current extreme lightning palace no longer had an immortal emperor to oversee it. There were only 4 first tribulation immortal sovereigns left. Hence, there were a few old monsters of the eastern sky who were bold and reckless. They wanted to step on the extreme lightning palace at this moment and reap some benefits. However, they did not dare to push the extreme lightning palace too far. They only said that they wanted to borrow by Lan Yunxian's famous magic treasure, the 3 thunder flash mirrors. Those few old monsters had repeatedly come to the extreme lightning palace to stir up trouble. Unfortunately, their cultivation bases were not weak. Even with the cultivation bases of the 4 women, they could not do anything to them. With no other choice, they could only compromise and temporarily lend the 3 thunder flash mirrors to them. They planned to ask for it after they find their palace lord. Now that their palace lord had already returned to the palace, it was time to ask for the treasures back. Young master, please stay in the extreme lightning palace for the time being. We have a lot of matters to attend to recently. Please forgive us if we neglect you. It's alright. You guys go and do your own things. You don't have to worry about me. Hence, the 4 women were divided into 2 groups. One group went to buy the lightning power while the other group went to ask for the 3 thunder flash mirrors. A few days later, the 2 women who went to buy the lightning power returned. They had already prepared the lightning power well. However, the other two women returned to the extreme lightning palace empty-handed with injuries. What happened? Ning Fan asked with a frown. We are useless. We didn't ask for the thunder flash mirrors back. Lan Xiaoqing and Lan Xiao's faces were filled with shame. However, most of them were filled with anger. These people were really bold. After knowing that their palace lord had already returned to the palace, they still dared to seize the magic treasure and refused to return it. They actually did not put the extreme lightning palace in their eyes. Extreme lightning palace? Without Bai Di Lan Yunxian, what's left are just 4 great human cauldrons. Humph. So what if Lan Yunxian has returned? Now that her lightning body has evolved, does she have the cultivation base to protect you? If you push this old man too far. Hee hee. When they thought of the arrogant and despotic faces of those people, the two women gritted their teeth in anger. However, there was nothing they could do. So what if they were not as strong as them? Moreover, those people were not rogue cultivators. Behind them was also the great Eastern Heaven Sovereign. This is going to be troublesome. Our palace lord has always disliked men. In the past, a few immortal kings who intended to follow our palace lord left with a bitter smile. Now that our palace lord's cultivation base is gone, I'm afraid we won't be able to get the thunder flash mirror back even if we go together. The 4 women looked at each other with sadness. They wanted to ask some of their good friends for help. Unfortunately, they did not have many good friends in the first place. Even if they had a few friends, they would not be willing to take the risk of offending another immortal emperor just to ask for the thunder flash mirror. Tell me. Who is the one who borrowed the thunder flash mirror and what is his background? Ning Fan frowned slightly and stood up. I will help you get it back. If this thunder flash mirror was an indispensable item for the evolution of the immortal lightning body, then he would have to step forward. To be continued. The eastern arrival star region was a desolate star region. There were many gray abandoned stars floating in the star region. Most of them were not suitable for living beings to live in. However, in this desolate star region, there was a dojo of the great eastern sky sovereign. Therefore, even though this place was desolate, there were many eastern sky cultivators coming and going, the outer region of the eastern arrival star region. A group of void fragmentation realm cultivators were flying across the sky. They were going to the dojo of the Xiaoyao mountain at the center of the star region to visit the dojo of an immortal emperor. This group of cultivators consisted of 6 people. Each of them looked fanatical. From their clothes, they seemed to belong to the same force. The leader of the group had the highest cultivation level. He was an expert at the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. At this moment, he was explaining something to the others. The eastern arrival star region is the dojo of Great Emperor Xianxia. Junior brothers, you don't know much about the world. You might be unfamiliar with this great emperor. You might not know this. Although Great Emperor Xianxia's cultivation level is not the highest among the eastern sky sovereigns, he is the most experienced one. It is said that the seniority of the eastern sky sovereigns is not as high as him. Even those quasi-saints are not as old as him. There is also a rumor that Great Emperor Xianxia is not a human but a demon. Moreover, he has the bloodline of a white ape. However, he does not cultivate the cultivation method of the demon race. Therefore, Great Emperor Xianxia has another name, Eternal White Ape Old Xianxia. The dojo of Great Emperor Xianxia is built at the center of the eastern arrival star region. If we meet someone wearing gray clothes and a bamboo hat, we must not offend him. Remember this. It is said that all the disciples of Great Emperor Xianxia are dressed like this. The only difference is the color of the bamboo hat. The disciples of the first step are only qualified to wear a copper bamboo hat. Only the disciples of the second step are qualified to wear a silver bamboo hat. The silver bamboo hats are divided into 9 grades. Only Great Emperor Xianxia himself and his subordinates, the 2 kings and 6 venerables, are allowed to wear a golden bamboo hat. There is also the rule of the Xiaoyao mountain. Junior brothers, you must remember this. Just as the group was advancing, a ray of gray light suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the 6 of them. It was a profound life immortal realm cultivator wearing gray clothes and a bamboo hat. He was wearing a silver bamboo hat. A corner of the bamboo hat was carved with a gray cloud pattern. The one wearing the bamboo hat. The 6 void fragmentation realm experts immediately felt terrified. They stopped their escaping lights and bowed respectfully towards the cultivator wearing the bamboo hat. None of them dared to be negligent. The cultivator wearing the bamboo hat had an arrogant expression. He did not return the greeting and only said indifferently, "Do you know the rules?" We know. These are our storage pouches. Senior can choose one item from them." The 6 of them respectfully untied their interspatial pouches and handed them over to the cultivator wearing the bamboo hat. Then, the cultivator in the bamboo hat took one item from each of the bags of holding. Some were treasures, some were pills, and some were treasures. He then returned the 4 bags of holding to their owners and gave each of them a token. "The 4 of you are qualified to enter the Xiaoyao Mountain Taoist Rite Temple to pay your respects. Here is your pass." The remaining 2 storage bags were confiscated by the cultivator wearing the bamboo hat. He said to the remaining 2 people in a deep voice, "The 2 of you are not sincere enough. If you can't take out something more valuable, you can scram." According to the rules of Xiaoyao Mountain, if one wished to enter this place to pay their respects, they would have to offer up their storage pouch and allow the bamboo hat messenger to pick one item. Only then would they be qualified to enter. If they did not offer up their treasures, they would not be allowed to enter the Xiaoyao Mountain Taoist Rite Temple. If the treasures they offered were not valuable enough, their storage pouch would be confiscated and they would be expelled from the Xiaoyao Mountain Taoist Rite Temple. As soon as the words of the cultivator wearing the bamboo hat fell, the other 2 cultivators were immediately dissatisfied. "I clearly have a mortal void realm treasure and a 6th revolution pill in my storage pouch. Isn't that enough to show my sincerity? Isn't it enough to exchange for the pass? Not enough. If a void fragmentation realm cultivator wants to enter the Taoist Rite Temple, they would need to offer up an immortal void realm treasure, a 7th revolution pill or something of equal value. The price for a 2nd step cultivator is even higher. The 2 of you clearly have immortal void realm treasures, but you hid them in your body instead of putting them in your storage pouch for me to choose. Do you think I can't see through your intentions? I don't want to talk nonsense with you. If you don't have more valuable treasures to offer, then scram. If you don't leave, then die." The 2 cultivators still wanted to argue. At this moment, a miserable cry suddenly came from afar. It turned out that a profound life immortal was killed by the cultivator wearing the bamboo hat because he resisted the law. Kiss. A dignified profound life immortal was actually directly killed by someone. This East Arrival Star region is really too dangerous. The way the cultivator wearing the bamboo hat behaved could be said to be overbearing and unreasonable. After witnessing such a scene, how would the 2 of them still dare to bargain? They had no choice but to take out more valuable treasures to exchange for the pass. However, the storage pouch that was confiscated could not be returned no matter what. This was the rule of the Swaying Mountain: those who come to visit the Swaying Mountain must present their treasures. This was the rule set by Great Emperor Chonghe. No one could change it or disobey it. If one forcefully disobeys the rule, one must have the courage to bear the wrath of the cultivator wearing the bamboo hat. However, if the immortal venerables of the ancient times were here, there would not be any blind cultivator wearing the bamboo hat who would ask the immortal venerables to present their treasures. Even though the cultivators of the Swaying Mountain are overbearing, they are not stupid. Immortal venerables are not people who can be easily offended. After entering the East Arrival Star region, he had already witnessed 4 people being killed with his own eyes. All of them were because they disobeyed the orders of the cultivator wearing the bamboo hat. If they disobey the order, they would be directly killed without showing any mercy. This was the domineering style of the cultivators of the Swaying Mountain. Their subordinates were already so domineering. It was not hard to imagine how domineering Great Emperor Chonghe himself was. No wonder the immortal venerables of the ancient times under Great Emperor Chonghe dared to trample on the extreme lightning palace when Xianxia was missing. After knowing that Xianxia had already returned, they still dared to borrow the treasure and not return it. The advice of Lan Shaoqian and the other 3 women before they left rang in Ning Fan's ears again. "Young Master Ning, you must be more amiable when you go to the Swaying Mountain this time. As long as you can get the lightning flash mirror back, it's fine even if our extreme lightning palace has to pay some price. However, you must not get into a bad relationship with the cultivators of the Swaying Mountain. After all, the Lord of the Mountain is the dignified Great Emperor Chonghe. This emperor is famous for being unreasonable. Many old monsters of the eastern sky have been bullied by him. However, I didn't expect that the cultivators of the swaying mountain would bully our extreme lightning palace this time. These 4 women are really timid. Do they really need to be so afraid of the swaying mountain? However, Ning Fan could understand their concerns. Now that the evolution of the immortal lightning physique has yet to be completed, if they really fall out with Great Emperor Chonghe, it would indeed be difficult to resolve the situation. Although Ning Fan understood their concerns, he was not afraid of Great Emperor Chonghe. Even though he needed to look up to an immortal emperor who had undergone the 6th tribulation of the Eternal Era, he was not afraid of him. Fine. Since the 4 women have been begging him bitterly, if this cultivator of the swaying mountain is reasonable, I will ask for the lightning flash mirror back in a gentle way. Ning Fan's entry into the 3000 Thunder Realm had caused a huge commotion. This time, he had learned his lesson and did not expose his appearance and identity. Instead, he used the light of luck to conceal his appearance. Any cultivator whose cultivation base has reached the Eternal Era could use the light of luck to conceal their appearance. Even though Ning Fan was not an Eternal Era cultivator, his tribulation blood was strong enough to do the same. As such, his entire body was enveloped by 4 rays of light. As soon as he entered the Eastern Arrival Star region, the soaring heavens luck that he revealed immediately attracted the attention of various forces. Hiss. It's actually luck. It's actually an ancient old monster. I wonder which old monster of the eastern sky he is. Judging from the aura of his traveling light, he seems to be an ancient immortal venerable instead of an immortal king. The 4th color of his immortal luck. Even though this senior isn't an immortal king, he has such a strong luck. Even among the immortal kings, his luck is considered to be above average. It's really rare. Even though it was easy to attract attention with luck, it was already a better result than having the entire 3000 Thunder Realm on alert. The arrival of ordinary ancient immortal venerables would not cause widespread panic. Thus, the Eastern Arrival Star region did not fall into chaos because of Ning Fan's arrival. Another advantage of having luck was that none of the patrolling cultivators wearing bamboo hats came to look for trouble with Ning Fan. Thus, Ning Fan's journey to the 12 stars of the Eastern Arrival Star region was almost unimpeded. The 12 stars of the Eastern Arrival Star region, it was an arch-shaped constellation formed by 12 Emperor-grade cultivation stars that were connected by a formation. At the center of the constellation was a lofty mountain with immortal chi. It floated in the boundless starry sky. Many osmanthus trees were planted on the mountain and the zhuyu grass grew all over the place. Mortals could eat them without feeling hungry for days. There were all kinds of strange beasts living on the mountain. Ning Fan had never seen many of them before. The peak of the Xiaoyao mountain was extremely spacious. There was a dojo built there. 100,000 cultivators chanted scriptures and worshipped Great Emperor Chonghe all year round. The cultivators of the Xiaoyao mountain were used to grand occasions. Thus, when Ning Fan arrived at the mountain, almost no one was surprised. All of them were still chanting scriptures. It was perfectly normal for an ancient immortal venerable to come to the dojo to pay their respects. There were naturally people who would receive them. However, after a few breaths, no one could remain calm anymore. As Ning Fan released the light of luck, the 100,000 cultivators in the dojo stood up in shock. They stared at the figure of a young man in white robes in the starry sky in disbelief. Reign. Reign, immortal monarch. Why is this person here? Don't tell me he's here to cause trouble? This person could annihilate the anti-Ning alliance. If he starts a massacre here. The ancestral master is in seclusion. Quickly inform the 2 kings and 6 venerables that a powerful devil is coming. We must be on our guard. Where are the disciples of the formation hall? Hurry up and get into position. Once this devil attacks, activate the Xiaoyao starry sky formation and guard the Xiaoyao mountain with your life. The atmosphere instantly turned solemn. Even if some immortal kings were to come, they would not make the cultivators of the Xiaoyao mountain act as if they were facing a great enemy. Ning Fan was the only one who was different. The number of murders he had committed was completely different. Dong dong dong. It was the sound of the Chonghe drum. It sounded 7 times in a row. Inside the stone chamber of the Xiaoyao Mountains dojo, the expressions of the 2 kings and 6 venerables who were in seclusion changed. They then spread their spirit sense to the outside world. The two immortal kings of the Xiaoyao mountain were still fine. Even though they were on guard against Ning Fan's arrival, they did not show themselves because of their status. The six immortal venerables of the Xiaoyao mountain, on the other hand, broke out of their seclusion at the same time. They directly flew into the starry sky and surrounded Ning Fan. Each of them wore a golden bamboo hat on their heads. There were 4 first tribulation immortal venerables and 2 second tribulation immortal venerables. May I know why Rain Sovereign has come to the Xiaoyao mountain? The 6 immortal venerables of the Xiaoyao mountain looked at Ning Fan with vigilance as if they were facing a great enemy. Currently, no one in the circle of the immortal venerables of the eastern heaven dared to underestimate Ning Fan. First, it was old ancestor De Yun. Then, it was the 3 venerables of the alliance. Up until now, Ning Fan had already taken the lives of 4 immortal venerables. Who would dare to underestimate him? Even some immortal kings who could defeat lower-stage immortal venerables would find it difficult to kill them. Which one of the 10,000 ancient monsters was not good at protecting themselves? It was definitely not an easy task to kill them with a single strike. However, Ning Fan had done it. Moreover, he had done it more than once. The Rain Sovereign must never be underestimated. I, Ning, have no ill intentions in coming here today. As soon as Ning Fan said that, the 6 immortal venerables of the Xiaoyao mountain heaved a sigh of relief. However, Ning Fan's next sentence made their expressions change slightly. I just want to retrieve a treasure for my friend from the Extreme Lightning Palace. Oh? This matter is related to the Extreme Lightning Palace? My Xiaoyao mountain doesn't seem to have anything related to the Extreme Lightning Palace. I wonder what item you want to retrieve. One of the second tribulation immortal venerables pretended to be confused and asked in surprise. He was a red-haired old man with 3 dark red marks on the right side of his face. His Dao name was Fen He. He was the one with the highest cultivation base among the 6 venerables. The other few immortal venerables of 10,000 ancient times also pretended to be confused as if they did not know what was going on at all. If it wasn't because Ning Fan knew the inside story, he would almost think that the lightning flash mirror was really not here. Ning Fan frowned. He was a little dissatisfied with these people's indecisiveness. A straightforward person will not resort to insinuations. I have come for the lightning flash mirror. This item is extremely important to the Extreme Lightning Palace. I hope that all of you can give me some face and return it. Seeing Ning Fan being so straightforward, Fen He and the others no longer felt like pretending. Their expressions darkened and they said coldly, Rain Sovereign, are you trying to stand up for the Extreme Lightning Palace? So what if we don't give you this face? Is the face of the Rain Sovereign very valuable? We are a little wary of you, but not because we are afraid of you. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and get lost. If you make us angry, we will make you suffer the consequences just like those women from the Extreme Lightning Palace. After all, they were in their own territory. Besides, there were also immortal kings and immortal emperors guarding the place. Even though Fen He and the others were wary of Ning Fan, they were not afraid of him. Thus, their tone became tougher. Ning Fan's frown deepened. However, he remembered the advice of the 4 ladies and said calmly, a life for a life. Since you have borrowed the lightning flash mirror, you should return it. If the White Emperor's lightning body finishes evolving and we pursue this matter, can you bear the wrath of the White Emperor? Immortal Loli's original cultivation base was at the 7th tribulation realm, which was higher than Great Emperor Chong's 6th tribulation realm. If her lightning body finishes evolving, her cultivation base would improve significantly. The fury of the immortal Loli was not something that anyone could withstand. At least, the Xiaoyao mountain alone might not be able to bear it. Ning Fan was really curious about why the Xiaoyao mountain would be so unwise to become enemies with the Extreme Lightning Palace just for the lightning flash mirror. After hearing Ning Fan's words, the 6 venerated beings hesitated. However, they only hesitated for a moment before bursting into laughter. Our old ancestor cultivates the innate Dharma I which allows him to see the amount of qi in his body. Our old ancestor has said that Lan Yunxian's qi has reached its end. She no longer has the possibility of evolving her lightning body. You won't be able to scare us by using Lan Yunxian as a banner. It's impossible for us to return the lightning flash mirror. According to the rules of my Xiaoyao mountain, no matter what it is, as long as it enters the pocket of my Xiaoyao mountain, don't even think about taking it back. This is the Xiaoyao mountain, not the Danxia planet. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously. If you leave now, my Xiaoyao mountain can pretend that nothing has happened. Otherwise. Humph. Venerated immortal Fan, he sneered coldly. His threat was obvious. Ning Fan hated people who threatened him the most in his life. If it wasn't because of the four ladies' warning, he would have already acted up. Even though his tone was still calm, his eyes were filled with coldness. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to return this lightning flash mirror or not? If fellow Taoists return this mirror, the four guardians of the Extreme Lightning Palace have said that they will prepare a small gift for all of you. What small gift? I don't need it. If you want to give it to me, wash all the women of the Extreme Lightning Palace clean and send them to me. If you want to stand up for the Extreme Lightning Palace, why don't you measure your own strength first? Do you think that the entire Eastern Heaven is your territory? Get lost. If you speak any more nonsense, I'll make you leave the Xiaoyao mountain lying on the ground. Fan He and the others clamored even louder. From their point of view, Ning Fan's repeated tolerance was a sign of fear. Ning Fan laughed. His laughter was obviously calm, but it carried endless coldness to them. In the cultivation world, strength was everything. The strong were respected. When facing people like the Xiaoyao mountain, it was impossible to reason with them without strength. Reasoning blindly would only make the other party look down on you even more and bully you even more. I promised my friends from the Extreme Lightning Palace that I will try my best to resolve this matter peacefully. Now, I've changed my mind. Ning Fan suddenly disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, he appeared behind a First Tribulation Immortal Venerable. He raised a sword and directly slashed it down. On the edge of the sword, 4 different types of palm lights glowed with unstoppable cold light. The First Tribulation Immortal Venerable felt a chill run down his spine. Then, his body turned into red mist and dissipated. However, it was useless. As the red mist condensed, the First Tribulation Immortal Venerable reappeared 100 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, away. However, he was still injured by Ning Fan's sword. There was a deep wound on his back that went all the way from his shoulder to his waist. The 6 venerated beings were shocked. The 2 immortal kings who were still in seclusion were also shocked. Even Great Emperor Xianxia, who was meditating in the belly of the Xiaoyao mountain, opened his eyes slightly. His eyes flashed with cold light. All the 100,000 cultivators on the Xiaoyao mountain were shocked. They were actually 4 types of Palm Dao laws. Ning Fan's sword was actually entwined with 4 types of Palm Dao laws. Under the enhancement, he almost killed a First Tribulation Immortal Venerable with a single slash. The First Tribulation Immortal Venerable, whose Dao name was Mist Snake, who was slashed by Ning Fan, felt his heart pounding violently. He could not calm down at all. It was a matter of life and death. It was definitely a matter of life and death. If his innate ability was to turn into mist to save his life, that sword would definitely not be as simple as just injuring him. How dare you? How dare you attack and injure someone on my Xiaoyao mountain? You really don't put my Xiaoyao mountain in your eyes. After the 6 venerated beings recovered from their shock, they shouted angrily, trying to conceal the shock in their hearts. The cultivators of the Xiaoyao mountain hurriedly activated the grand formation of the mountain, swearing to keep Ning Fan here with the formation. That Xiaoyao Starry Sky formation was a grand formation that Great Emperor Xianxia had spent 10,000 years to set up. Once anyone below the Immortal Emperor realm falls into the formation, almost no one would be able to walk out of it. As soon as the formation was activated, the 6 venerated beings retreated frantically, distancing themselves from Ning Fan. Then, starlight that filled the sky was attracted by the formation. Like silk, it coiled around Ning Fan and eventually formed a gigantic starry cocoon, sealing Ning Fan inside. There were 30 million Dao seals on the cocoon. How dare he injure someone on my Xiaoyao mountain? This is the consequence. His master, Luan Gu, is not dead yet. We can't take his life. However, we must teach him a lesson. Quickly destroy his physical body with the formation. After that, I will personally imprison his primordial spirit under the Xiaoyao mountain for 100,000 years. Just as Fan He was giving the order to punish Ning Fan, he suddenly heard a cracking sound. It was the gigantic starry cocoon that imprisoned Ning Fan. With a cracking sound, a crack appeared from the top to the bottom. At the next moment, the 30 million Dao seals on the cocoon were all broken. Ning Fan took 9 consecutive steps, directly breaking the momentum of heaven and earth, and walked out from the cocoon. This formation could not trap him. The 3 lightning mirrors are divided into heaven, earth, and human. Without a doubt, the human mirror is inside your dantian. Golden light flashed and Ning Fan disappeared again. He directly appeared behind venerated mist snake and used a finger-pointing heavenly technique to freeze his physical body, preventing him from turning into mist and dissipating. Then, a Dao sword slashed down on his head. The pitiful mist snake had painstakingly cultivated his mist transformation ability for his entire life. However, all of his abilities were rendered ineffective under the heaven sealing technique. His physical body was directly split apart by Ning Fan's sword. His primordial spirit managed to forcefully break free from the heaven sealing technique and escape, but the lightning flash human mirror that he hid in his dantian was directly seized by Ning Fan. The human mirror is coming back. There are still 2 more lightning flash mirrors. Ning Fan's gaze fell on the other first tribulation immortal venerated realm. That immortal venerated realm's Dao title was Leiyu. Under great shock, he immediately moved towards venerated Fenhe. Ning Fan's speed was just too fast. The slash from the Dao sword was even sharper and unstoppable. Ordinary defenses were completely useless. Facing this young man, I must never be alone. Moreover, I must keep a distance from him. Otherwise, I will be in trouble if he sneaks up on me. While fleeing, immortal venerated Leiyu spat out a ray of lightning light. It was unknown what it was, but it disappeared in a flash. At the same time, Ning Fan's heart was suddenly alerted. A 3-inch-long lightning nail appeared 3 feet away from the top of his head out of nowhere and pierced towards his head. This nail doesn't have enough destructive power. However, it's fast, making it hard for people to defend against it. Even an immortal king realm cultivator would not be able to block this nail if he doesn't prepare himself beforehand. Leiyu was extremely confident in his lightning nail. However, something that shocked him soon happened. All of a sudden, a layer of golden qi wall appeared around Ning Fan's body. When the lightning nail hit the qi wall, it actually could not pierce through it at all. It could not hurt Ning Fan at all. It's a pretty good hidden weapon. Unfortunately, its destructive power is too weak. Ning Fan had only activated a small part of the God-exterminating shield to defend himself. However, the lightning nail could not break through his defense. From this, it could be seen how weak its destructive power was. Just as he was about to retaliate, another immortal venerated realm cultivator with bare arms let out a loud roar and threw a punch at him. That punch actually had the power to collapse the stars. He was a body cultivator who had the cultivation base of an eternal tribulation. Perhaps not many immortal venerated realm cultivators at the same level as him would dare to take his punch head-on. However, Ning Fan did not move at all. He directly used the golden qi wall to block that cultivator's punch. He did not budge an inch and was not damaged at all. More and more immortal venerated realm cultivators' attacks landed on his body. However, none of them could break through his golden defense. Impossible. How can this young man's defensive power be so heaven-defying? Even with the combined strength of the 6 of us, we still couldn't break through his defense. Instead, one of our physical bodies was destroyed by him. Fenhe and the others were extremely shocked. While they were still in shock, Ning Fan's body was shrouded in golden light and he directly rushed towards Leiyu. Leiyu was greatly shocked. He turned around and ran. However, his speed was still not as fast as Ning Fan's first flash of the golden light. When the Dao sword slashed down, immortal venerated Leiyu hurriedly evaded it. However, the Dao sword seized the opportunity and pierced through his dantian, forcefully pulling out the lightning flash mirror that was hidden in his dantian. The earth mirror was in his hands, however, the heavenly mirror was not here. Is it over there? Ning Fan ignored the attacks of the immortal venerated realm cultivators. He directly charged towards the ostentatious mountains dojo while resisting their divine abilities. He could sense that there were 2/3 tribulation immortal kings in seclusion in that dojo. One of them had the 3rd mirror. Why would he be afraid of an immortal king realm cultivator? He even dared to fight the witch god who was a peak immortal king realm expert. Why would he be afraid of the 3rd tribulation immortal kings here? With the God-exterminating shield, he was confident that he would not be hurt by a third tribulation immortal king even if he could not display his complete form. Stop him. Don't let him rush into the dojo. Fen He and the others were extremely anxious. Unfortunately, their all-out attacks could not break through Ning Fan's golden defense at all. They could not even break through Ning Fan's basic defense. How could they have any chance of winning against him? As long as Ning Fan had sufficient magic power, he was already innately invincible, alright? How were they supposed to fight him? Rumor had it that this young man annihilated the anti-Ning alliance all by himself. The immortal venerated realm cultivators did not believe it at first. However, from the looks of it now, it was probably true. Even the 6 venerated realm cultivators could not take him down. What could the 3 venerated realm cultivators do? Without an immortal king, who could suppress this young man? The 100,000 cultivators in the dojo exclaimed in surprise. Ning Fan's aura force that descended from the sky made them lose their balance and fall to the ground. You are very arrogant and you have the right to be arrogant. However, it's useless. Before Ning Fan could rush into the dojo, a ray of blue light suddenly flashed out of the dojo and directly collided with Ning Fan, who was protected by the golden light. As soon as they collided, the blue lightning power immediately surged in the sky. The lightning power condensed and turned into a short and fat cultivator who was full of muscles. After being collided with by Ning Fan, he took half a step back. Inwardly, he was shocked. What surprised him even more was that when Ning Fan hurriedly passed by him, his arm was actually cut open by Ning Fan. Even though it was not a serious injury, it was still an injury. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was forced to take tens of steps back. Luckily, he had the God-exterminating shield to protect his body. Thus, he did not suffer any injuries at all. He held his Dao sword horizontally and stared at the incoming person coldly. The lightning flash heavenly mirror was inside this person's dantian. Hiss. The physical defense of the Flying Thunder Immortal King was actually broken by the Rain Lord. He is a body cultivator after all. He's unscathed. He's actually still unscathed. This Rain Lord's abilities are really strong. Even the brute force of the Flying Thunder Immortal King could not break his defense. This Rain Lord is really powerful. Could it be that he is still innately undefeatable when facing a 3 tribulation Immortal King? The entire dojo was filled with exclamations of surprise. Some of them even faintly felt that if Great Emperor Xianxia did not take action today, no one would be able to suppress Ning Fan. After all, the remaining Immortal King who had yet to take action was slightly weaker than the Flying Thunder Immortal King. Even if the 2 kings and 6 venerated beings joined forces, after the Flying Thunder Immortal King, the second Immortal King of the Swaggering Mountain rushed out of the stone chamber and arrived at the outside world. His expression when he looked at Ning Fan was equally solemn. If there are no accidents, the 2 kings and 6 venerated beings will probably join forces to deal with Ning Fan. At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in the air. The Rain Immortal Monarch is indeed extraordinary. Flying Thunder, step back. With your cultivation base, you won't be able to break this young man's defense. All of you, stop. It was an ancient voice that filled the starry sky in an instant. It was like heavenly thunder that rang in the ears of all the cultivators present. Then, millions of rays of gray light gathered in the starry sky. When they condensed, they turned into an elderly man who wore a conical bamboo hat and gray robes. He appeared 100 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from Ning Fan. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. We, the cultivators of Flamboyant Mountain, greet the ancestral master. The moment the elderly man appeared, countless cultivators of the Xiaoyao Mountain felt like they had found their backbone. They no longer feared Ning Fan and bowed respectfully to him. Even the immortal venerables and immortal kings did not dare to be negligent, and they all bowed to the old man. This old man was the master of the Beckoning Mountain, Great Emperor Xianxia. In the face of this person, even Ning Fan felt as if his breathing had become sluggish. It was his first time resisting the aura force of an immortal emperor head-on with his own cultivation base. If the god-exterminating giant was not in its complete form, it would not be able to withstand a single blow from this arch. When Ning Fan faced Great Emperor Xianxia, he personally felt the difference in their cultivation bases. An immortal emperor was not someone he could defeat. However, if he uses all his trump cards, you borrowed the lightning flash mirror but didn't return it. Flying Thunder and the others are indeed in the wrong in this matter. However, you have also injured Wu Shi and Lei Yu. As the master of the Beckoning Mountain, I can't just ignore this matter. Do you know that? Take this move of mine. If you don't die, I will allow you to take the lightning flash mirror away and this matter will end here. If you die, your master, Ancient Luan, will naturally come and avenge you. His personality is very protective. You can die in peace. Great Emperor Chonghe actually did not give Ning Fan any chance to refuse. He directly raised his hand and pressed it towards Ning Fan. As soon as he pressed his hand, the entire starry sky changed day and night. Yin and Yang intertwined and reversed. End of chapter 981. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.